Chapter 1. Do not underestimate the elderly and the poor. In the state of Chu, during the 46th year of the Tianshang era, winter, the northern winds howled and heavy snow fell. In the northern frontier, in the city of Sha, within a courtyard of 2 sections, an elderly man with hair as white as snow lay upon a bed, his face covered in age spots, his eyes deeply sunken, and his breath faint. Master, a young man grasped the old man's hand, his heart heavy with sorrow. Cough, cough, cough. The old man erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Watered out, of course. Master, I will fetch it right away. The young man hurriedly brought a cup of water and fed it to the old man, whose complexion visibly brightened. Master, you feel better? The young man exclaimed, filled with unexplainable joy. The old man shook his head, extending his frail hand to gently stroke the young man's head. Master is merely experiencing a momentary resurgence. It will last only half an hour. Who would have thought that the one to remain by this old man's side is you, Shuang? Master, I was raised by you. Without you, I would have perished from hunger or cold long ago. Good child, the old man said, lifting the covers. Master, Qin Shuang, I do not wish to die in bed. Assist me to the front courtyard. Very well. Qin Shuang nodded tearfully, supporting the old man as they made their way to the front yard. At that moment, snow fell in flurries, blanketing the courtyard in a thick layer. The old man inhaled deeply, suddenly pushing Qin Shuang aside, seizing a spear from against the wall. Instantly, his demeanor transformed and the frailty dissipated. Qin Shuang, you're my last disciple. Your elder brothers have all departed this bitter land of Sha City. Only you have remained to care for this old man until the end. There are actually 2 more techniques in the 6 harmony spear that I have not taught you. The old man leaped into the deep snow, the spear swirling as he executed a grand display of the 6 harmony spear techniques, causing the very snowstorm to seem to pause in awe. Shuang, pay close attention. Fleeing form. The old man thrust the spear backward, pivoting swiftly to unleash a strike. Returning horse spear. Puff. The air cracked with the sound. Qin Shuang's eyes widened. The combination of fleeing form and returning horse spear was truly exquisite. If employed in battle, the enemy would easily fall prey to it. Ha! The old man concluded his demonstration, his complexion now even rosier, and with a smile, he inquired, Shuang, have you mastered it? Master, I have learned it. The old man nodded with satisfaction. This technique was not difficult, and Qin Shuang had trained with him for over a decade, displaying far greater aptitude than he ever had. He casually tossed the spear aside and produced a pouch of tobacco, standing amidst the snowstorm, indulging in a smoke. Qin Shuang took up the spear, practicing in the falling snow while the old man puffed away, his vision gradually blurring. He seemed to see his younger self, practicing with a spear in the swirling snow. Qin Shuang, oh Qin Shuang, it is a pity that as a transmigrator, you have lived 86 years yet remain at the bottom of this world, achieving nothing. A bitter smile crept upon Qin Shuang's lips. He could feel his body had become a mere shell, the end drawing near. For an ordinary person, without a golden finger, it is indeed arduous to survive in a world where martial arts reign supreme. This is a summary of the experiences distilled by Qin Shuang over the years. An ordinary person, indeed, can only lead an ordinary life. From the moment he awakened his memories in the womb, he seemed to have gained an advantage. Although born into a destitute family, he worked tirelessly, relying on his recollections to practice the 8 extremes fist while clandestinely learning the written language of this world. That on one occasion, while eavesdropping on a private tutor's lecture, he narrowly escaped death at the tender age of 6. Had it not been for the tutor's mercy, recognizing his youth might have met his end that year. He vaguely remembers the tutor's admonition. Boy, I noticed you eavesdropping from the very first time that I deliberately raised my voice and glanced at you. Yet you showed no remorse. Do you understand that your actions obstruct my livelihood? If I do not punish you this time, everyone will come to eavesdrop. Who will pay my tuition? Shall my family starve? In that moment, Qin Shuang comprehended the futility of clandestine learning in such an era. Being caught could lead to fatal consequences, and the authorities would not intervene. Thus, his path to self-education was abruptly severed. Seeing his eagerness for knowledge, his father considered selling his sister to fund his education, but he resolutely refused, insisting he could rely on himself. At 8, the northern marauders descended upon Sand City, resulting in his parents' murder and his sister's abduction. He was also struck by a blade, but miraculously survived. That year, he witnessed a marauder leap 10 meters high to scale the city wall. With a single stroke of his sword, the air was filled with a white blade aura, and in that instant, a group of soldiers defending the city was torn to shreds, blood, and flesh. Splattering the walls, for the first time, he grasped the essence of martial arts. His 8 extremes fist felt like mere dance in comparison. Yet in that moment, his heart trembled with excitement. Oh, the world of high martial arts, the world of high martial arts. I, Qin Xuan, shall carve out my own destiny in this realm. At 8, he brimmed with confidence and ambition. Despite the loss of his family, he remained undaunted, scavenging for food and competing with wild dogs while striving to find a mentor and pursue his studies. You possess too poor a foundation, you will achieve nothing in martial arts. This was a refrain he heard from many masters he sought. Gradually, despair set in, and he turned to the imperial examination, only to discover that even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he could not surpass the innate talent of others, ultimately failing to attain even the status of a scholar. This is the inevitable fate of an ordinary person. In the face of genius, hard work seemed but a jest. At the age of 26, Qin Xuan resigned himself to his fate and joined a gang in Sand City. Relying on the 8 extremes fist he had honed since childhood, and the 6 harmonies spear, though not a divine martial art of this world, it surpassed the unruly ruffians who lacked any form of discipline. Thus, step by step, he made a name for himself in Sand City. Known as the 6 harmonies spear, Master Qin. Finally, at the age of 45, through his unremarkable 8 extremes fist and some herbal remedies he had acquired, he reached the level of skin training. By 55, he had achieved mastery in this realm and began to gain some recognition in Sand City. Yet, the hardships of his youth were now manifesting in his later years. His physical potential had nearly diminished, and injuries had been his constant companion thus. At the age of 60, he withdrew from the martial world of Shaoqing, taking on a few disciples to impart the teachings of his Baji Quan, and Liuhe Gun.1 could say that his life was rather ordinary had it not been for the time travelers. He might have long since perished. As for marriage and fatherhood, he had once contemplated it, but given his circumstances, what could a child born to him possibly achieve? A dragon births a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, a mouse's offspring will dig holes. He possessed neither wealth nor exceptional martial arts. The birth of a child would merely add to the struggles of the lower echelons of society, with their very survival. Uncertain that he wished for his descendants not to tread the same arduous path he had walked thus. Perhaps it was a kindness to refrain from bringing them into this world. As the shadows of 86 years passed before him, a smile graced his lips. I have tasted the bittersweetness of life. Fortunately, someone will care for me in my twilight years. My life, Qin Xuan, has not been in vain. With a soft thud, his smoking pipe fell to the ground as he gently closed his eyes, sinking into an abyss of darkness. In that fleeting moment, he perceived his own decaying form, and in a state of distress, Qin Xuan hurled her spear and rushed towards him. Master! Master! Is this my soul departing from my body? Is this what death feels like? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have experienced the essence of a true life. Birth, aging, illness, and death, the myriad joys and sorrows, choices and separations, loves and hates, all are indispensable facets of existence. Only by fully experiencing life can one become a true formidable being. Activation of the system complete. Rewards: bone quality 5, comprehension 5, lifespan 1. Do not underestimate the elderly, for at 86 in the prime of life, let the host rise and become a tremor-inducing powerhouse. In the darkness, Qin Xuan cursed vehemently. Damn it! Is this some kind of trick? I'm already dead. Dead. And yet, I am to become a true powerhouse? Have you ever seen a dead powerhouse? The saying, do not underestimate the youth, has been heard, but now it seems do not underestimate the elderly has also arrived. Chapter 2. Return to the martial world. Now that he was dead, what was the matter? Is the living the greatest? Qin Xuan found himself a loss for words. This system was utterly absurd. Suddenly, a powerful force tugged at him, and darkness enveloped him once more, rendering him unconscious. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar bed, surrounded by familiar scents, in a room he recognized, yet Qin Xuan was nowhere to be. Found out, am I truly not dead? Is this not a figment of my dying imagination? It seems there is still a system. System. Ding, ding, ding. He called out internally for a considerable time, yet there was still no response, causing a sense of panic to swell within Qin Xuan. Was it all merely an illusion? But soon, he felt a distinctly different sensation coursing through his body. In this world, martial cultivation is categorized into the 6 realms of acquired strength and the 9 ranks of innate prowess. One trains the muscles, bones, and skin externally, while cultivating the organs, blood, and marrow internally, ultimately leading to the self-generation of internal energy and entry into the ranks of innate masters. Qin Xuan had spent decades of his life merely reaching the pinnacle of external training. Upon awakening, he immediately discerned that his condition had changed. The injuries sustained from neglecting herbal formulations during his youth were now palpable, and his previous methods of cultivation appeared woefully inadequate through the lens of his current understanding, with many aspects of his sinews and skin remaining unrefined. Once more he closed his eyes, allowing the memories of Baji Quan, Liu Hagun, and various herbal formulas he had studied over the years to sweep through his mind. It was then that he realized he had not been mistaken indeed. His martial techniques and spear skills were rather pedestrian, rife with flaws from his present perspective. My foundational abilities and insights have improved significantly, yet it seems rather formidable. I have not perished. It appears the system is genuinely real, perhaps requiring certain events to trigger its manifestation. The transformation within him confirmed to Qin Chuan that he was truly alive, and this was no mere illusion. The system was indeed a reality. Gradually opening his eyes, he felt quite weak, exerting himself to sit upright. Glancing out the window, he noted that night had fallen, accompanied by the sound of the town crier heralding the hour. As he pondered where Qin Shuang had wandered off to, hurried footsteps approached, along with the sound of Qin Shuang urging him on. "Dr. Chun, hurry, please." Qin Shuang felt a swell of gratitude. This lad is indeed more considerate than a biological son. Only in moments like this could one truly discern the depth of filial piety. The years spent nurturing him had not been in vain. With a creak, the door swung open, allowing the biting wind and snow to invade the room. "Master?" Qin Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Just half an hour ago, his master had been unconscious and growing cold. How was it possible that he was now sitting up? "Dr. Chun." Qin Shuang greeted warmly. Dr. Chun frowned slightly, casting an annoyed glance at Qin Shuang. "Did you not say that Qin Yi was in a coma?" This. Qin Shuang was at a loss for words. Qin Shuang chuckled and clarified. "Dr. Chun, I have indeed awakened. I apologize for the trouble. This foolish lad acted out of filial concern." Dr. Chin's expression softened somewhat as he approached with his medical bag, gently stating, "Qin Yi, let me take your pulse." "Thank you." Qin Shuang extended his frail hand. After a brief moment, Dr. Chin stood up and addressed the master and disciple. "Qin Yi, your health is stable. Though you're somewhat weak, you need ample rest and nourishment." "Ah." Qin Shuang's eyes widened, though he was wise enough not to ask questions at that moment, immediately expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Chun." "Thank you. No need, I am merely acting on behalf of Qin Yi." Dr. Chun accepted his fee and departed into the blizzard. The room was left with just the master and disciple, exchanging glances. With a cheerful tone, Qin Shuang remarked, "Shuang, I initially thought my time was drawing near, but it seems I may live a while longer. Go and fetch a chicken to nourish me." "Certainly, master." Qin Shuang obliged and left. Leaning back against the bed, Qin Shuang closed his eyes once more, continuing to attune himself to his body. He vividly recalled the system's notifications. Foundational abilities 5, insights 5, lifespan 1. But what exactly did the 1 and 5 signify? He was perplexed, yet acutely aware that this body remained in a state of decay. There was but one way to alter this condition, and that was to grow stronger. If he could transcend the limitations of flesh and bone, delve into the practice of refining one's internal organs, and rejuvenate his blood and marrow, his lifespan could extend to a remarkable 150 years. With the aging process significantly slowed, that it was said that even masters of high caliber retain their combat prowess despite advancing years. How much have my innate qualities and comprehension improved? I shall know once my body recovers. A plan swiftly formed in his mind. 3 days later, the heavy snowfall had ceased. Qin Chuan wielded a spear in the courtyard, and in that moment, he finally grasped the essence of how true geniuses cultivate their skills. Having immersed himself in the Six Harmonies spear for a lifetime, he identified countless flaws and had already conceived methods for improvement. This was the very definition of talent. Having concluded his practice, Qin Shuang approached, taking the spear and inquiring, "Master, why does your spear technique feel so different today? I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Shuang replied with a smile, "This is a revised version. Once I finish refining it, I shall impart it to you." "That's splendid." Qin Shuang beamed with delight. By the way, how much silver remains for what I previously gave you?" "There are still 18 taels of silver, 3 strings and 13 when." Qin Shuang answered promptly. Qin Shuang nodded. "You should purchase more nourishing food in the coming days. We need to indulge in sufficient meat. We no longer need to scrimp and save." "Master, have you come into wealth?" "Not at all. I simply had an epiphany. Rather than hoarding, it is far better to earn well." "But master, we have no income," Qin Shuang replied, concern evident in his eyes. "I intend to re-enter the world." Qin Shuang clapped a hand on his shoulder and strode toward the house. Yet, after a few steps, he halted suddenly. Ding. System notification. As a true formidable being, can one merely wait for death and retirement? System task: re-enter the world and join a faction. Rewards will be dispensed based on completion. Ah, so that's how it is. Indeed, this enigmatic system was triggered by his thoughts, and that was quite beneficial that he had contemplated for days with the system at his disposal. To languish in idleness was to squander his innate qualities and insights. Even with talent, without techniques, resources, or wealth, if he did not strive, he would inevitably meet his demise within a year or two. In the past, he refrained from taking risks due to a lack of hope now. With hope in hand, he could not afford to be complacent. First, I shall recuperate for a few days, perfecting my spear and fist techniques, and then I shall re-enter the world. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. A week later, Qin Shuang appeared noticeably more vibrant, having feasted on abundant delicacies daily. Qin Shuang's health had also improved considerably, and his spear and fist techniques were fully refined. That night, the master and disciple sat at the table, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. "Shuang, how long have you been with me?" "Master, I have followed you since I was 6 years old, and now I am 13. Qin Shuang nodded. 13 years it has been. You have now attained great mastery of your body. Do you dare to venture forth with me?" "I dare." Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. In truth, he had long wished to embark on an adventure, yet he was apprehensive about his master's age. "Very well, let us, master and disciple, set forth from Shaching tomorrow to join the Sheikh gang. I shall guide you into the guild." Agreed. Qin Shuang realized that having such a loyal and filial disciple was invaluable in navigating the complexities of the martial world. He understood all too well the importance of having a trustworthy companion by his side. Chapter 3. The martial world is not merely about combat. It is a realm of human relationships and affairs. Although Shacheng is located on the border of the Chu kingdom, it is not a mere small town, but rather a bustling city with a population of hundreds of thousands. 80 years ago, the northern tribes revolted against the Great Chu, and 2 years later, they besieged Shacheng, leading to the tragic demise of Qin Shuang's parents and the abduction of his sister. Subsequently, the Chu kingdom launched a counteroffensive, subduing the northern tribes in an effort to placate them. Shacheng became a vital trading hub between the tribes and the Chu kingdom. Over time, Shacheng flourished, its population swelling to several hundred thousand, and the power dynamics grew increasingly intricate. While the Shay Gang is but a minor faction within this landscape, it wields control over 4 lucrative docks on the western banks of the Sha River, owing to its influential backing. In the days when Shacheng was far less prosperous than it is now, Qin Shuang served as a fragrant master within the Shay Gang, commanding a following of over 20 individuals. Known as the Six Harmonies Spear, he was affectionately called Qin Yi, marking what could be considered the pinnacle of his life. Outside Dock 2 of the Shay Gang, in the main hall of the Dihui Pavilion, Qin Shuang sat in a side position, sipping tea, while Qin Shuang silently stood behind him. Before long, a hearty laugh resounded from outside the door, and a robust man entered, exclaiming with mirth, "Ha ha ha. No wonder the silverback fish have been leaping in the waters of Shay today. It turns out that Master Qin has arrived." The silverback fish in Shacheng are akin to magpies, symbolizing joy and celebration. The newcomer was none other than Qian Feng, the esteemed leader of the Dishui Hall and the second-in-command of the Shay Gang. Qin Shuang rose respectfully, bowing with deference. Old Qin Shuang pays his respects to Master Qian. Oh. Qian Feng quickly assisted him. "You are being too modest, Qin Yi. Without you back in the day, I would not be where I am today." At that time, Qian Feng was merely a commander under Qin Shuang's leadership, yet the tides had changed. Qin Shuang would not rely on his seniority. "Master Qian, times have changed. My highest position now is merely that of an incense master, while your rank and cultivation far surpass mine." No, Qin Yi. "You are my benefactor," Qian Feng replied with a courteous expression, though a hint of pride flickered across his face. When one rises above a former leader, it is only natural to feel a sense of accomplishment. Qin Shuang, however, remained unperturbed by this. "Master, that is all in the past. I have come today with a request for you." "Oh." Qian Feng, having just seated himself and lifted his teacup, immediately lost his smile upon hearing this. He set the cup down and said, "What matter brings you here, Qin Yi? If it is not too unreasonable, I will certainly assist you. I wish to rejoin the Shay Gang, along with my disciple." Qian Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. "Qin Yi, your disciple may enter, but as for you, perhaps it is better if you refrain. If my memory serves me right, you must be in your 80s now?" 86, yet I remain relatively spry. I do not wish to die in bed. I want to contribute my final efforts to the Shay Gang. I implore you to grant my request." Qin Shuang stood again, bowing deeply. "I see." Qian Feng stroked his chin, pondering before responding. Qin Lao, you are indeed a venerable figure of the Sheikh gang, thinking of the guild even at this juncture. You are a true model for our generation. However, I cannot provide an immediate answer to this matter. Please return home within 3 days. I will have someone inform you of the outcome. How does that sound? Thank you, Master Qian. Qin Xuan expressed his gratitude and then produced a pouch from his sleeve. Placing it on the table, I shall await your news. With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. Qian Feng watched his receding figure and reached for the pouch on the table, weighing it casually. 10 taels. This old fellow is quite wealthy, he chuckled, shaking his head. He then took out a notebook and quickly scribbled a few lines before sealing it with his stamp, tearing it off and calling out, "Come here." A young man entered from outside. Li San, tomorrow morning you will notify Qin Yi that I, the master, have granted him permission to rejoin the Sheikh gang. However, the positions of incense masters are now fixed, and his cultivation is insufficient, so he must start as a commander and report to the Bingtan, including his disciple. After handing the note to Li San, the latter accepted it respectfully. Yes, master. On the way back, Qin Shuang was hesitant to speak, and Qin Shuang shot him an annoyed glance. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold back. Master. Qin Shuang, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and inquired, I recall that Deputy Leader Zhao was personally nurtured by you back in the day. Upon rejoining the gang, why not seek him out? Fool. Qin Shuang retorted, explaining, a county official cannot compare to the local administrator. If I approached Zhao Chunshan directly, he would certainly agree, but due to the gang rules, at most, I would be granted the position of an incense master, if there is even a vacancy for that. This would only create discomfort among the hall masters. And how could I, your master, enjoy my days thereafter? Moreover, collecting dues is inherently the responsibility of the hall masters. Bypassing them to engage with the gang directly would disrupt the established order. Frost, remember this. In the martial world, people are deeply bound by rules yet simultaneously disregard them. Oh, Qin Shuang replied, nodding in partial understanding. Before recalling the 10 taels of silver they had sent out, she lamented. Then why did we have to send money to Qian Feng? That was all our possessions. Now we're left with barely over a tael. You little rascal. Qin Shuang scolded, 10 taels is no trifling sum. In our usual circumstances, it could sustain us for half a year. But let me impart another lesson today. The martial world is not merely about fighting. It is also about human relationships. Unless your strength is unmatched, rendering you beyond anyone's influence, you must learn the subtleties of human interactions. Do not be deceived by Qian Feng's outward respect for me. That is merely superficial. If I do not offer him money today, it's uncertain whether we can even enter the Sheikh gang. Even if we do, we would merely be ordinary disciples. Right now, we need a leader. The present Sha city is not the same as it was 26 years ago, since it became a trade hub with the barbarians. The Sha River has become highly sought after. 10 taels could secure a leadership position, and that is only because Qian Feng owes me a favor. Otherwise, it would likely require several hundred taels, and even then, success is not guaranteed. Remember, in the martial world, the most reliable relationships are those based on mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang was about to protest, but Qin Shuang interrupted him. Enough. You are still young and inexperienced. You will learn gradually. Understood, master. The following day, a messenger from the Sheikh gang named Li San arrived to deliver a handwritten document. The moment Qin Shuang received the document, he sighed in relief, as it marked his first step back into the Sheikh gang in his later years. Previously, he had acted hesitantly, held back by his lack of talent, unable to see any hope, and unwilling to strive. Even if he did, it would ultimately lead to emptiness. But now, things were different. He had regained hope in life. He must take risks to honor his lineage, earning money, honing skills, and breaking through realms as long as he could achieve a breakthrough. He would have the chance to live, otherwise, it would be a dead end. After securing the document, Qin Shuang promptly went to the Water and Earth Hall to complete his initiation procedures. Upon receiving his leader's token and uniform, a system notification chimed. Ding. Successfully joined the faction. Completion level. Average. Reward. Eye of Truth. In an instant, Qin Shuang's previously murky gaze brightened. He felt as though his vision had transformed, allowing him to perceive the ethereal essence of the world flowing through the air. He rejoiced internally, understanding the immense power that this gift could bestow. Although it may not be the cultivation technique or herbal formula he desired most, Is not this eye of truth exceedingly remarkable? As for its utility, the system has not provided any details, and he must gradually explore its potential. It is merely unfortunate that the task's completion rating is rather mediocre. He surmises that this is likely due to his low-ranking position within the faction. I shall inevitably surpass my former status. At that moment, the system chimed once more. Ding! A new task has been issued. How can a formidable individual settle for a mere minor leader? Please ascend to the position of a local hall master within 3 months. With rewards distributed based on completion. Chapter 4. Call me leader. Although the Shade Gang is a rather insignificant faction, it controls only 4 docks, 1 dock for each hall, along with 3 additional halls at headquarters, totaling merely 7 halls. After thorough investigation, Qin Chuan realized that the current Shade Gang has undergone significant transformation. Although the number of divisions remains the same, both the quantity and quality of personnel have evolved considerably. The headquarters has established the Transmission Hall, the Enforcement Hall, and the Martial Arts Hall. The 4 external docks, named after the elements of heaven and earth, are designated as the Heavenly Water Hall, the Earthly Water Hall, the Mysterious Water Hall, and the Yellow Water Hall, also referred to by the codes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Aside from the Enforcement Hall and the Transmission Hall, each division now boasts over 100 members, and the disciples are no longer the ruffians of yore. They possess considerable skills. It can be asserted that the regulations have been refined beyond measure, particularly concerning the 3 halls at headquarters, which were non-existent 26 years ago. The Transmission Hall, as the name suggests, is a place for learning martial techniques, while the Enforcement Hall is responsible for the internal enforcement of gang rules. However, routine matters are typically resolved within the divisions, rarely necessitating the involvement of the Enforcement Hall. As for the Martial Arts Hall, Qin Chuan has learned that even its least skilled members are elites who have achieved mastery in physical conditioning. To become a division chief, one must possess at least internal training capabilities, with seasoned chiefs often being masters of advanced internal cultivation. Although Qin Chuan has attained a high level of physical conditioning, he acknowledges his age. His muscles have begun to deteriorate, and his skin has lost its firmness, suggesting that his combat prowess may not even rival that of his disciple, Qin Chuan. Despite Qin Chuan also having achieved a high level of physical conditioning, Qin Chuan is confident he could conclude a battle within 10 seconds if it comes to life-and-death combat. Engagement in battle transcends mere cultivation levels. In scenarios of closely matched skills, ruthlessness and experience are the decisive factors of survival. Aspiring to become a division chief within 3 months presents a challenge. Yet Qin Chuan now feels compelled to strive for it. He speculates that the shorter the completion time, the higher the evaluation and rewards will be. Schwanger, let us go report to our Chief Lu. All right. The Earthly Water Hall is located near dock number 2, and Qin Chuan is under the command of Chief Lu Shui. The Earthly Water Hall comprises 3 platforms and 9 teams. The platforms are designated as A, B, and C, with the leader of the platforms referred to as the chief. The 9 teams are identified numerically from 1 to 9, with the team leaders called commanders. Each chief has 3 commanders, each leading around 10 disciples along with clerical and accounting staff, totaling about 100 members. Upon meeting Chief Lu, Qin Chuan presented his token. Lu Shudi, relatively young, appearing to be in his early 30s, examined the token for a moment before tossing it back to him and gently patting Qin Chuan on the shoulder, whispering, "The chief informed me this morning that you are that elder Qin, are you not? I must say, at your age, why not enjoy a peaceful retirement at home instead of mingling in this tumultuous world? Do take care not to tarnish your legacy." Lu Shudi's evident displeasure regarding Qin Chuan's sudden arrival was palpable, his tone laced with sarcasm and veiled threats. However, Qin Chuan chose to feign ignorance. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed chief. This old man merely wishes to contribute the last remnants of his energy to the gang." A hearty laugh erupted from Lu Shui. "Very well, from now on, Team 9 shall be under your command. Is this your disciple?" he inquired, glancing at Qin Chuan. "I have met the chief." Qin Chuan also respectfully bowed, recalling the words of his master who advised him to avoid conflict with superiors, at least on the surface, upon his arrival. "Young man, quite commendable. Do your utmost under your master's guidance. Qin Chuan, your timing is impeccable. This month it is our turn to guard the dock. You may proceed now." "I accept the command." Qin Chuan turned to leave with his disciple, his face devoid of any expression. His arrival had undoubtedly disrupted Lu Shui's interests, and it was certain that he would face repercussions. In times of inadequacy, one must endure. When strength is sufficient, the narrative shifts. First, one must ensure their own modest domain is well managed. Lu Shui watched the retreating figure of Qin Chuan, a fleeting shadow of gloom crossing his countenance. At that moment, a young man approached with an anguished expression. Master, what about my leader? Lu Shui did not even glance at him, turning away in silence. We'll discuss it later. The young man's face darkened as he watched the master depart. He had generously offered 300 taels of silver to Lu Shui. This was no trifling amount. A leader's monthly salary was merely 5 taels, and the master earned no more than 10. However, times had changed. The various factions had settled into a semblance of stability. Managing the dock, what value did a salary hold? The true essence lay in the profits. Now, having spent his money without securing a position, how could he approach the master for reimbursement? That would be tantamount to courting death. His frustration could only be directed towards the one who usurped his leadership, Qin Chuan. That old fool has dared to seize my position. He is courting disaster. Master, I perceive that the expression of this leader seems rather displeased with your appointment. Quite normal. There are only so many positions available, and my ascension to this role naturally offends others. However, there is no need for concern. The current gang is not what it once was. Violence and bloodshed are no longer sufficient. Nowadays, every faction has its backers. The higher-ups demand stability, and thus, the rules are stringent. At the very least, no one will openly trouble us. We must merely be wary of subtle schemes. Inside, Qin Chuan harbored a cold smile. As a man who had lived for over 80 years, he feared not the covert blows, but rather the overt confrontations. After all, his prowess was evident. Yet his advanced age diminished his combat effectiveness. Concerning clandestine schemes, although he had departed from the martial world for over 2 decades, the skills he had acquired were not without merit. How had he navigated the tumultuous times of his youth? Let us proceed and observe our 9th team. Yes, master. The dock buzzed with activity, bustling with cargo ships and merchants, alongside groups of dock workers. Why is there such abundance at the docks? Because the Sheikh gang not only oversees these laborers, but also possesses the authority to inspect the transported goods, indicating that the Sheikh gang bears a semblance of officialdom. Qin Chuan was well aware that during his reign, the Sheikh gang had aligned themselves with a prominent figure in the government. At that time, there was no responsibility for cargo inspection, as officials were dispatched specifically for that purpose. Their role was merely to manage the dock workers and assist with smuggling operations. The current state of affairs was a natural consequence of the internal corruption within the government. Officials were either unwilling to perform their duties diligently or found themselves unable to do so, thus delegating these responsibilities to the Sheikh gang, who were more than willing to oblige, albeit with the expectation of a share of the spoils. Clad in the uniform of the Sheikh gang, dock workers would instinctively distance themselves, their fearful expressions betraying their apprehension. For ordinary individuals, encountering martial artists was akin to a mouse crossing paths with a cat. Despite the stringent laws of the Chu kingdom, this era lacked surveillance. It was not uncommon for a few lives to be lost without any investigation ensuing. Upon entering the dock, the guard at the entrance was one of his subordinates. Qin Chuan presented his token. Where are the others? He inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Reporting to the leader, the other brothers are currently occupied. I shall notify them. No need. Continue with your duties. I will enter alone, Qin Chuan replied. Leader, allow me to notify them. The guard insisted, swiftly making his way inside. Just as Qin Chuan was about to speak, Qin Chuan grasped his arm. Patience. Remain here at the entrance while I take a look inside. Yes, master. In future, address me as leader in the workplace. Yes, leader. Chapter 5. Taking action. Establishing authority. The second dock was quite expansive, having undergone little change over the past 20 years due to the era's circumstances. The dock was a place where all sorts of individuals converged. However, with the Sheikh gang's presence, few dared to cause trouble, thus maintaining a semblance of order amidst the chaos. After a leisurely stroll, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, for he had yet to encounter any disciples of the Sheikh gang at the goods inspection area. The situation mirrored his expectations. The allure of prosperity had not only captivated the officials, but had similarly corroded the integrity of the Sheikh gang members. However, considering the inherently unscrupulous nature of such organizations, he remained unperturbed, just as he was about to head towards the outpost. A group of young men clad in the attire of the Sheikh gang hurriedly descended from the second floor of the outpost building. Among them was the guard from the entrance, and they swiftly gathered around Qin Chuan, standing in neat formation. We have met the commander. Qin Chuan was not angered. Rather, a faint smile graced his lips. Greetings, everyone. As your new leader, I am unfamiliar with the customs here. Might someone enlighten me? His words eased the tension among the crowd, prompting a disciple to step forward. Leader, it's not appropriate to discuss this here. Shall we move upstairs? Certainly, Qinchuan replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he ascended the stairs first. The others exchanged glances and hastily followed suit. In the living room on the second floor, the hastily arranged tables and chairs were somewhat disarrayed. Qinchuan bent down to pick up a die from the floor, crushed it in his hand, and then comfortably seated himself at the head of the table. The others, having witnessed his actions, stood in a line, obedient and silent. The rules of the Sheikh gang were strict. Subordinates must not contradict their superiors, as stipulated on the first page of the regulations. To defy these rules could result in expulsion from the gang or, in severe cases, death. Thus, overt obedience from subordinates to their superiors was expected. Why are you all standing? Sit down, Qinchuan commanded, and everyone complied, taking their seats. What is your name? He inquired, pointing to the young man who had invited him upstairs. Response, Leader, Sun Hui. Then enlighten me about the current regulations at the dock. Sun Hui promptly recounted the situation, and Qinchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Many of the rules had not changed significantly, particularly regarding the management of workers and the dock itself. Should any disturbances arise, they were responsible for addressing them, for the dock was not solely under their protection, but was also an asset of the Sheikh gang. As for the dock's profits, they were not within the purview of these individuals. The headquarters had a dedicated accounting office to manage finances. Qinchuan was well aware of all this. As Sun Hui reached the end of his explanation, his gaze wandered, and he swallowed hard before continuing. We also have a core business. That is, inspecting ships for prohibited items and smuggling. Upon finishing, he lowered his head, falling silent, and the others followed suit, eyes downcast and mute. Qinchuan smiled, fully aware of the underlying reasons for their unease. This group, comprising a total of 7 individuals, had none present to inspect the prohibited items below. Apart from a solitary guard stationed at the entrance, the rest were all hiding, engaging in what could only be described as unauthorized absence from their posts. It was no surprise they felt apprehensive, especially given that one had been caught red-handed by their superior. His fingers tapped rhythmically upon the table. Qinchuan had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Instead, he inquired, by the way, I recall that our 9th team consists of 10 members. Where are the others? The response came from Sun Hui, reporting, Commander, at the end of last month, a significant incident occurred at Dock 2. The former commander, along with 2 others on night watch, was slain by river bandits. This matter had caused quite a stir in Shaching, prompting the authorities to intervene and dismantle several bandit hideouts, thus bringing it to a close. I am aware of this incident, but what about the other member? Qinchuan cast his gaze around the circle, and everyone lowered their heads in silence, including Sun Hui, who also refrained from speaking. Bang! Suddenly, Qinchuan struck the table. Neither too hard nor too soft, startling the 7 individuals into rising to their feet. During duty hours, abandoning one's post is a serious violation of our regulations. What should be done about this? Speak up. This time, Qinchuan pointed at the guard who had been stationed at the gate. 10 strikes of the board. HM. What is that person's name? Reporting to the commander, it is Wan Chong. So he is the one overseeing the night squad? Indeed. Very well, everyone, please take your seats. This does not concern you. Qinchuan once again donned a cheerful expression. Today, I shall overlook this matter, but such an error must not occur again in the future. Understood? Understood. Now, return to your duties. When Wan Chong arrives, have him seek me out. And also, bring that young man from the entrance over here. Understood. The others exhaled in relief, for in the world they traversed, self-interest reigned supreme, and it was not uncommon to prioritize one's own survival over camaraderie. They swiftly vacated the second floor of the station, heading off to fulfill their tasks. Qinchuan stood on the second floor, observing the bustling dock below. Fully aware that his seizing of the coveted position of Wan had undoubtedly displeased the incense master. However, a mere incense master lacked the authority to appoint personnel. Such power was firmly held by the hall master. Before long, Qinchuan hurriedly approached. Commander. Qinchuan nodded, first recounting the events to him, then instructing, Qinchuan, shortly. I will have you enforce the guild rules. Your sole objective is to incapacitate Wan Cheng with 10 strikes, rendering him unable to rise from his bed for half a month. Can you accomplish this? Yes, Commander, Qinchuan replied, brimming with excitement, after 13 years of martial training. The moment to take action had finally arrived. Qinchuan, however, was preoccupied with the passage of time. This half-month period was ample for him to assert his dominance over this group, ensuring their complete submission and preventing any covert defiance. Internal stability was of utmost importance. In the past, he would not have acted in such a manner, but circumstances had changed. With the enforcement of strict regulations, a single misstep could lead to treachery. The former leader had fallen victim to the water bandits, and while others might accept that fate, Qin Chuan was not so easily convinced. Water bandits had always existed along the Sha River, but which of them would be foolish enough to murder at the docks, merely for the sake of killing, without any intent to rob? Thus, while the rewards were abundant, the risks were exceedingly high. Outside the docks, Wan Chong approached unsteadily, clutching a jug of wine. The guards hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, one of them took a step forward. Wan Cheng, he called out. Liang Du, address me as commander. Damn it. The position of commander is rightfully mine. The new commander has arrived. He intends to take action against you, Liang Du cautioned, steadying him with a hand. So what if he has? He is merely an old relic nearing his grave. What can he possibly do to me? Is that so? A voice interjected, belonging to Qin Chuan. With Qin Chuan following closely behind him, Liang Du was taken aback. See, Commander. Wan Chong forcefully pushed Liang Du aside, pointing a finger at Qin Chuan. Old man, I warn you. It would be wise to leave quietly. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your demise. Qin Chuan, at your command. Seize him. Yes. Without uttering a word. Qin Chuan took immediate action. Wan Chong, with a disdainful snort, discarded his wine flask and joined the fray. Their cultivation levels were on par. Wan Chong had also mastered the fundamentals of strength and agility. Otherwise, he would not be entitled to gaze upon the position of leader. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, displaying a somewhat equal prowess. In terms of technique, Wan Chong employed a specific palm technique, while Qin Chuan utilized an enhanced version of the 8 extremes fist that he had taught. It was evident that both lacked extensive combat experience, leading to a stalemate. Moreover, as they belonged to the same faction, they exercised restraint and refrained from employing lethal moves. Qin Chuan observed for a while, already feeling a sense of certainty within himself. However, as a leader, one must not act impulsively. When action is taken, it must be swift and decisive. Today, it is imperative to confront Wan Quan in order to solidify his absolute authority. Liang Du, you should also take action. Liang Du, do you dare? Wan Quan bellowed. I. Liang Du found himself in a state of great indecision. Qin Chuan anticipated this outcome and stepped forward, saying, Qin Chuan, please withdraw. Chapter 6. What is your explanation? Yes, Commander. Qin Chuan swiftly retreated, yielding her position. Without uttering a word, Qin Chuan advanced resolutely, his foot striking the ground with a forceful stomp as he lunged forward, launching a punch with his left hand. Wan Chong, harboring disdain, dismissed him as merely an old man, possessing a cultivation level akin to his own. Did he not understand that youthful vigor outmatches age? Today, he intended to ensure the elder faced a thorough trial, losing all semblance of dignity. Even if he were to invoke familial discipline, who among his subordinates would dare to enforce it? Furthermore, with the fragrant master safeguarding him, what could Wan Chong possibly do? As for the hall master, should the elder dare to lodge a complaint, he would be rendered incapable of fulfilling his role as a commander. After all, what use is one who cannot even control his subordinates? He extended his palm, seizing the punch, his mind immediately alert as he sensed the lack of force behind it. This is troubling. It's a ruse. Indeed, Qin Chuan's right fist came crashing down with such ferocity that the air erupted with a resounding crack. Wan Chong could only raise his hand to block the incoming blow, feeling the sharp pain as it collided with his arm. Before he could retreat, Qin Chuan leaned in, bending his elbow, and struck towards his head with a powerful elbow jab. Reacting swiftly, Wan Chong ducked to evade the impending strike. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The youth possessed remarkable reflexes, yet did he believe this was all there was to it? Seizing the moment when Wan Chong lowered his head to evade, Qin Chuan's momentum, which had been surging towards him, suddenly erupted. The elbow strike missed, but seamlessly transformed into a shoulder charge as he crouched low and crashed forcefully into Wan Chong's embrace. Boom! Wan Chong was sent flying, crashing to the ground. He quickly regained his footing, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his chest aching painfully. This maneuver had inflicted significant injury upon him. Qin Chuan, subdue him. Yes. With a cold expression, Qin Chuan stepped forward, having recently acquired a wealth of knowledge. He understood that his master had imparted to him the essence of practical combat. His master often emphasized that practicing techniques and actual fighting are fundamentally different. Combat requires the ability to integrate strategies and adapt swiftly to changing circumstances. Above all, there is a single principle that reigns supreme: ruthlessness. Strikes must be swift, and hands must be fierce. When one is neither quick enough nor fierce enough, it is one's own life that hangs in the balance. A weapon is merely an extension of the hand, and thus the principles remain the same. In this instance, Qin Shuang subdued Wan Chong in mere moments. With a cold expression, Qin Chuan directed Liang Du to summon everyone. Yes, Commander. Liang Du, filled with regret, had underestimated the newly appointed leader, believing that Wan Chong would prevail. However, after just one encounter, he was gravely injured. Had it been a life-and-death struggle, Wan Chong would likely have met his demise. In battles among warriors, life and death are determined in a mere breath. It is not merely a display of combat. Those who frequently engage in fights understand that exhaustion sets in within mere minutes. Before long, all members of the 9th team had assembled. They gazed at Wan Chong, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, their hearts sinking with dread. The new commander was indeed ruthless. Salute the commander. You too, disperse the onlookers. Yes, Commander. The two individuals designated swiftly moved to clear the distant crowd. Sun Hui, abandoning your post and provoking a superior. What is the appropriate punishment according to our regulations? Sun Hui swallowed hard, his gaze wavering as he silently reflected. Brother Chong, forgive me. The situation outweighs personal loyalty. He promptly resolved to change his stance and declared loudly. Reporting to the commander. According to our regulations, abandoning one's post warrants 10 lashes, and provoking a superior while engaging in combat results in 3 stabs and 6 punctures. Qin Chuan, you old fool. Wan Chong bellowed, but Qin Chuan interrupted him immediately. Strike him. With no hesitation, Qin Chuan swiftly delivered several slaps, causing Wan Chong's mouth to swell. Insulting a superior in person adds to the offense, Sun Hui added, and Wan Chong's eyes widened in shock. Wan Chong, do you hear me? A faint smile crept across Qin Chuan's face. Wailing, Wan Chong glared at him, his eyes reddened. Execute the punishment. Qin Chuan gestured grandly. This time, Qin Shuang need not lift a finger, as several disciples voluntarily stepped forward to restrain Wan Chong. Qin Shuang took action, delivering 10 resounding strikes. The practitioners of the leather-skin realm were unable to retaliate. Only those of equal strength could contend. Wan Chong's injuries worsened. Subsequently, with swift precision, the other disciples rallied to assist, for they were not foolish. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that even with the support of the incense master, the county officials were not as formidable as the present authorities. They wished neither for death nor to forfeit their opportunities for profit, thus recognizing the reality of the situation. Wan Chong was in dire straits. His injuries would not heal in less than a month. In a month's time, much could change. 2 individuals were dispatched to escort him home and summon a physician for his wounds, while the others were free to attend to their own affairs. Understood, Commander. The events at Dock Number 2 swiftly reached Lu Shudi's ears. Fool, and he dares to aspire to leadership? After a moment of fury, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he gestured for his subordinates to approach. They immediately understood, leaning in attentively. As they listened, their eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, esteemed incense master, we shall attend to it at once. In the Qinchuan region, the time for the evening shift approached swiftly. Before he could reach home, a disciple named Tang Rong hurried over. Commander, what is it? A sense of foreboding flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. Wan Chong is dead. Dead? How did that happen? The doctor said his heart ruptured. No medicine could save him. Let us go and see. They hastened towards Wan Chong's residence. Along the way, Qin Chuan felt an increasing sense of unease. He had deliberately moderated his strength in that last strike. Shuanger, you go, Qin Chuan instructed, lowering his head and swiftly commanding Qin Shuang. Yes, master. Qin Shuang hurriedly departed, with Qin Chuan following Tang Rong to Wan Chong's residence. The remaining members of Team 9 were present, alongside Wan Chong's parents and wife, who wept inconsolably. My son, how horrifically you have perished. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's arrival, their eyes glimmered with animosity, yet they dared not utter a word, nor could they throw a fit, for he was the leader of the Shay gang. As Qin Chuan entered Wan Chong's chamber, his discerning eye immediately recognized the true cause of death, poisoning. Nonetheless, he feigned to touch upon the carotid artery, confirming the chilling absence of life. He then scrutinized Wan Chong's chest, noting the myriad of bruises, each a testament to prior injuries sustained through rigorous training or altercations. Those acquainted with the deceased are aware that once a person has passed, all previous wounds manifest prominently. "Where's the physician?" he inquired. "Fetch him at once." Yes. It was not long before the doctor was summoned, a man of ordinary stature, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. "You claim he succumbed to a shattered heart, correct?" "Indeed." The doctor lowered his gaze, hesitant to meet Qin Chuan's eyes. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. "The incense master has arrived." "Lu Shui is here." "Greetings, incense master." Qin Chuan too bowed his head respectfully. With a grim expression, Lu Shui approached, first examining the lifeless body of Wan Chang before inquiring, "Which one of you is the physician?" "I am, my lord." The doctor raised his hand. "Explain the circumstances." The doctor hastily responded, "My lord, the wounds on the deceased's posterior, as well as the 3 knife wounds, were not fatal. The lethal injury was the impact on the left side of the chest, which resulted in a ruptured heart." Lu Shui nodded, surveying the rest of the assembly before finally pointing at Liang Du. "Explain how this chest injury occurred." "Certainly." Liang Du glanced at Qin Chuan before stating. After Wan Chang abandoned his post and returned, Commander Qin ordered him to face punishment. Wan Chang accepted this penalty, however, for reasons unknown. Commander Qin inflicted severe harm upon him. "Qin Chuan, what do you have to say for yourself?" Lu Shui turned his gaze upon him. "I have arrived." Qin Chuan chuckled coldly to himself. It was indeed the handiwork of Lu Shui. Chapter 7, Navigating the Jianghu, revolves around the importance of discernment. Moreover, he had even incited Liang Du to betray, considering that only he and Qin Shuang were present at the scene. Qin Shuang is but a disciple. His testimony holds no weight, thus Liang Du becomes the sole witness. Whatever he asserts shall be regarded as the truth. In the Shay Gang, the act of slaying one's own brother is deemed a grave transgression, warranting a life for a life, regardless of one's rank. Of course, should it be a mere accident, the narrative might shift, yet the culpability remains significant. Fortunately, Qin Chuan approached the situation with mental preparedness, responding with neither humility nor arrogance. "Master Xiang, may I request a moment of your time?" Lu Shui, observing the considerable presence of onlookers, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Thank you, Master Xiang." Qin Chuan replied, turning his gaze towards Liang Du with a smile. "Liang Du, are you certain that you have not withheld anything from Master Xiang? Is everything you've stated true?" Liang Du cast a fleeting glance at Lu Shui, gritting his teeth in affirmation. "Yes, it is true. Wan Chang has already confessed. The commander should not resort to violence." Just then, Qin Shuang hurriedly approached, accompanied by 2 individuals. Upon seeing one of them, Liang Du felt a surge of astonishment. Qin Chuan remarked, "Chief Xiang, a single person's testimony is insufficient as evidence. This individual is the owner of the noodle shop at the dock, and he was nearby at the time. You may inquire about the situation from him." Lu Shui cast a sinister glance at Liang Du, then with a cheerful demeanor inquired, "Boss Yang, do share your account?" "Yes, Chief Lu," Boss Yang replied. At that moment, Lord Wan was returning while holding a wine jug. "I am unaware of what he discussed with Commander Qin, but then he engaged in a scuffle with this gentleman. Subsequently, Commander Qin intervened and sent Lord Wan flying, after which this gentleman apprehended Lord Wan." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan interjected, "Chief, Wan Chang was defiant against the gang rules and openly confronted his subordinate. The subordinate merely acted in accordance with the regulations." Lu Shui nodded, squinting as he said, "Indeed, however, your actions were excessively forceful. A mishap resulting in the death of a brother warrants expulsion from the gang according to our rules. Chief, the words of a single doctor cannot represent the entirety." Qin Chuan then addressed the individual behind Qin Shuang, saying, "Dr. Chun, if you would be so kind." Dr. Chun was no ordinary physician. He possessed significant cultivation. With a grim expression, he approached to examine Wan Chang's corpse and promptly reached a conclusion. The deceased did not perish from a ruptured heart. He died from poisoning. The wound to his chest was not fatal, far less severe than the knife wounds on his body. His assertion immediately silenced the gathering. "Who are you?" Lu Shui directed a frosty gaze toward Dr. Chun. "Who am I?" Dr. Chun retorted with a cold smile. "Do you, Deputy Chief Zhao, dare to question me? A mere chief? Instead of indulging in these intrigues, you would do well to enhance your cultivation." With that, he picked up his medical bag and departed. "Qin Shuang, please see Dr. Chen off." Qin Shuang hastily followed. One of his subordinates leaned in and whispered a few words into Lu Shui's ear, causing his expression to darken considerably. However, he promptly exclaimed, Liang Du, how dare you deceive this incense master? You possess an audacity beyond measure. Qin Chuan's governance is lacking, and as punishment, I shall dock your salary for a month. I will draft a report to the main hall to address the issues concerning your subordinates. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Liang Du collapsed onto the ground, inwardly lamenting, it's over. He had merely acted on impulse. Initially, due to Wanchong's influence, he had not fully aligned himself with Qin Chuan like his comrades, thinking that if he could just eliminate Qin Chuan, Wanchong would ascend as the leader, and he would reap the rewards, enjoying a life of comfort thereafter. Little did he know that Wanchong had perished. Moreover, those close to the incense master had sought him out, pressuring him to commit perjury. The words of that individual echoed in his mind, warning him that should the truth come to light, he would bear the full brunt of the consequences, jeopardizing his family and loved ones. In a moment of desperation, Liang Du suddenly cried out and clung to Qin Chuan's leg, exclaiming, My lord, I was momentarily foolish. I was wrong. Qin Chuan forcefully kicked him aside and turned his gaze towards the physician who attempted to discreetly withdraw. He subtly gestured, and his two subordinates swiftly intercepted the doctor. Speak. What is the matter? The doctor, trembling in fear, fell to his knees and stammered, My lord, I was coerced by this esteemed gentleman to provide false testimony. And the poison was also administered by him. As he spoke, he pointed a trembling finger at Liang Du instantly. Liang Du's face drained of color. Recalling the words of those close to the incense master, he dared not utter a sound, bowing repeatedly in desperate supplication. Sun Hui, Qin Chuan, at your service. Take Liang Du and this doctor to the headquarters enforcement hall. Let them handle the matter. Yes. Liang Du suddenly lifted his head, his pupils dilating. The enforcement hall? Was that a place for humans? Once inside, he would surely be unable to withstand the torturous punishments and betray those close to the incense master. Let alone this ordinary physician. With a resolute bite of his teeth, he steeled his heart and drew a dagger from his bosom, charging towards the doctor. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the doctor's throat before plunging into his own heart. Qin Chuan stood motionless, fully aware of Liang Du's intentions to silence him permanently and to take his own life. Yet, he refrained from intervening. The case has been resolved, Tang Rong. You shall report today's events truthfully to the authorities, and I will compose a report for our organization. In the state of Chu, there exists an unwritten rule that matters within a faction are to be handled internally, with the local government only informed once the issue is resolved. Typically, they do not interfere in internal affairs. Very well, Commander. Now, you may all disperse. Qin Chuan departed, and along the way, Qin Chuan found herself at a loss for words once more. If you have something to say, speak up, she urged. Master, why did you just prevent me from intervening to stop Liang Du from killing that doctor and from taking his own life? Do you think you are the only one who noticed? Others are not oblivious to it either. The law enforcement hall of the gang is a place where no one wishes to find themselves. If they were to enter, it would be akin to a fate worse than death. Unless the situation involves a disciple rebelling against the gang, it seldom escalates to the law enforcement hall. Moreover, I prefer this matter not to be blown out of proportion. Let it end here. You ought to learn from Sun Hui, who, though only a few years your senior and not as skilled, understands that survival in the underworld requires not just martial prowess, but also keen insight. Suddenly, Qin Chuan halted. Fixing his gaze on Qin Chuan, causing her heart to tighten, she was certain punishment awaited her. Today, your confrontation with Wanchong has deeply disappointed me. Everything I have taught you seemed to vanish in the heat of battle. Fighting and combat must embody both essence and illusion. Do not be so straightforward. This evening, you shall practice an extra hour. Yes, master, Qin Chuan replied, feeling dejected yet aware that her master acted for her own benefit. 1 week later, Qin Chuan has rekindled the feelings of yesteryear and has gradually become familiar with the dock. His team has transitioned from the morning shift to the more lucrative night shift, where true fortune lies. Although the morning shift provided some earnings over the past week, it merely sufficed for his living expenses. At dock number 2, there are 3 sectors, A, B, and C, each taking turns for a month. And this month, it is Sector C's turn. The shifts are divided into morning, afternoon, and evening, with only the morning and evening shifts alternating. While the afternoon shift remains fixed, offering the most stable returns. The morning shift lacks significant rewards, whereas the night shift yields the richest rewards, creating a perfect balance. Today marks the first night shift, spanning from midnight to dawn, precisely 4 hours, equating to 8 hours in total. Qin Chuan meticulously recounted the entire situation. cautioning them not to let their guard down and to remember the fate of the previous commander. The nights at the dock were notorious for rampant smuggling, presenting a lucrative opportunity for them, and the night shifts were often referred to as welfare duty. At the third watch, while Qin Chuan was dozing off, he was roused by Tang Rong. "Commander, we have a significant situation that requires your direct oversight." Chapter 8. The Entry of the Strong. Smuggling had been strictly prohibited by the state of Chu. If caught, one faced immediate execution. Should the quantity of contraband be substantial enough, it could lead to the annihilation of entire clans. However, the rampant smuggling persisted due to the immense profits involved and the intricate web of connections that facilitated it. To illustrate, if the Sheikh gang ceased their smuggling operations, they would vanish by dawn. This is one of the reasons the authorities entrusted the power of inspecting banned goods to the Sheikh gang. In the event of a mishap, the responsibility would fall on the Sheikh gang rather than the officials, who would only bear the lightest charge of negligence. This was infinitely less severe than the penalties for private traders of contraband, allowing the authorities to collect tribute from the Sheikh gang, thus reaping multiple benefits. Qin Chuan once lamented that those in power truly live up to their reputation as scholars. They engage in deceitful practices, indulging themselves while evading responsibility. This evening, a small vessel arrived at the second pier, mooring inconspicuously in a slight bend of the dock. Qin Chuan swiftly accompanied Tang Rong to the scene, where apart from Sun Hui and Qin Shuang, there was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Upon seeing him approach, the man immediately broke into a smile. "You must be Commander Qin. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed?" "Titles are of little consequence, Commander Qin. I have a shipment that I wish to bring ashore tonight." Qin Chuan did not immediately nod in agreement, but instead inquired, "Is there any prior notice?" The middle-aged man's expression grew somewhat uneasy. Sun Hui approached him and whispered, "Commander, they are newcomers. This implies it is their first visit. And without any prior arrangements from above, the risks are considerable. It seems the earnings may not be easily obtained." Just as he was about to decline, the middle-aged man swiftly produced a silver note from his bosom and handed it over. "Commander Qin, here is a note from Huichuan Bank for 1,000 taels. To treat the brothers to some tea. Once the goods are on shore, there will be further tokens of appreciation." Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, instantly becoming alert. Could it be something akin to iron? If caught with such an item, it would lead to the annihilation of 9 generations. Although martial artists who have attained enlightenment in combat are formidable, they are akin to nuclear weapons, rarely deployed, and their adversaries would possess them as well. In a true battle, the outcome would rely on the ordinary soldiers, their weapons and armor being the pivotal factors determining victory or defeat. The barbarians have always lacked salt and iron, both of which are strictly prohibited from private trade by the court, especially iron, which, if discovered, would result in dire consequences for entire families. He refrained from immediately accepting the banknote, instead observing the eager expressions of his subordinates as they looked at him expectantly. He sighed internally, understanding the adage that fortune favors the bold. Their undertaking had always been a blood-stained venture, and the absence of mishaps over the years had naturally dulled everyone's vigilance. "May I inquire what you have brought ashore?" asked the middle-aged man with a smile. "Commander Qin, let us not forget the rules of the trade." The rules were straightforward. Do not inquire about others' cargo. Simply cooperate and pay. Non-compliance would lead to dismissal. The old man, having noted Qin Chuan's focus on the banknote, suddenly chuckled. "However, this is insufficient. Commander Qin has quite an appetite, yet I am not a miser." With that, the middle-aged man produced another banknote. "An additional 1,000 taels for tea, will that suffice? If not, I can always seek other docks." Sun Hui, standing beside the commander, grew anxious. This was a sum of 2,000 taels. Such a generous offer was rare, perhaps encountered only once in a decade, and he had never even heard of it before. "Very well, let us proceed with a pleasant collaboration." Qin Chuan had no choice but to accept. Refusal would undermine his authority, branding him as timid. Moreover, they were inherently a gang organization, and the profits they earned were not meant for public scrutiny. Smuggling was not a novel endeavor for them. According to the laws of the Chu kingdom, the heads of everyone present would not suffice as a penalty. Qin Chuan naturally understood that in this line of work, caution was essential, yet one must not be overly timid. "A pleasant collaboration, Commander Qin. In a quarter of an hour, our vessel shall dock, and at that time, the remaining landing fees will be settled with you." Qin acknowledged. "Schwanger, please go to the entrance and inform them to keep a vigilant watch. Also, summon the patrol team." "Yes, Commander." Not long after Qin Shuang swiftly departed, a patrol group of 4 arrived, their eyes gleaming with excitement, aware that significant figures were set to arrive on shore this evening. Soon, a vessel of moderate size approached, marking the passage of a brief quarter of an hour. Qin Chuan fixed his gaze intently upon the vessel, and judging by its draft, it was evident that the ship was not laden with iron due to its shallow waterline. Regrettably, the distance was too great for the true eye to penetrate. Over the course of a week, Qin Chuan had thoroughly familiarized himself with the formidable capabilities of the system's true eye. It could see through to a certain distance, detect anomalies in the flow of the world's vital energies, and discern peculiarities, such as the cause of Wanchong's demise. He immediately recognized it as poisoning. As the cargo ship drew nearer, a middle-aged man approached to greet it, engaging in conversation with a gentleman clad in exquisite garments aboard. This man cast a glance at Qin Chuan, causing an immediate alertness to surge within him. Such formidable strength could only belong to a practitioner who had attained the first tier of mastery. In the state of Chu, there exists a vast chasm between those who have and have not reached this level. First-tier masters are eligible to participate in martial exams and join the military, or align themselves with influential factions, becoming esteemed guests. However, the arduous path to attaining the first tier is well understood among martial artists. It requires not only innate talent, but also substantial wealth, refined techniques, and even a stroke of fortune, none of which can be neglected. In the entirety of Shaoqing, he was aware of no more than 10 first-tier masters, each renowned leaders of formidable factions or military personnel. Yet, he had never encountered any of them personally. His standing was simply insufficient to warrant such an audience. The pressure emanating from the gentleman in fine attire had far surpassed that of a master of internal cultivation, leading him to firmly conclude that this man was indeed a first-tier master. The weight of that single glance served as a warning to him to accept the payment and conduct his business diligently. Before long, the middle-aged man with a bushy beard approached, producing 2 silver notes from his breast pocket, each worth 1,000 taels. "Commander Qin Chuan," he said, "my master has instructed that in business, one must first present their sincerity. This is the subsequent payment. Please accept it. Please convey my gratitude to your master." Certainly, the blend of kindness and authority proved remarkably effective. Although Qin Chuan was aware of the underlying dynamics, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Momentarily dismissing the earlier tension, the bearded man turned and began directing the crew in unloading the cargo, and soon, a procession of individuals was seen carrying boxes towards the dock. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, realizing that each box contained rather mundane items: silk, porcelain, tea leaves, and spices. These goods, if traded through conventional channels, would incur substantial taxes. However, engaging in direct transactions with the barbarians at the docks would circumvent such levies, making the profit exceedingly enticing. Yet, the sum of 4,000 taels of silver seemed far too extravagant for such commonplace merchandise. Surely, there must be something far more extraordinary within. Indeed, as one of the boxes passed by, Qin Chuan's discerning eye detected an anomalous surge of vital energy emanating from its depths. A significant fluctuation in this energy. Could it be a rare treasure? As the box brushed past him, his keen perception inadvertently pierced through its exterior, revealing a circular piece of brown metal within, adorned with mysterious patterns and radiating a gentle, ethereal glow. What could this be? Cold sweat instantly drenched Qin Chuan's entire back. Chapter 9. The other function of the Eye of Truth. Brown metal, mysterious patterns. This is the destruction gold essence. No wonder the monetary reward was so substantial. This is indeed the destruction gold essence. After years of retirement, Qin Chuan has not merely awaited death. He has perused an extensive array of literature, including countless obscure texts. Among them, he once encountered a description of this metal in an ancient, yellowed tome. The destruction gold essence, also known as the destruction steel, as its name implies, possesses the ability to obliterate the protective aura of martial artists. This aura is exclusive to first-tier warriors, synonymous with strength. This metal serves as a formidable weapon of the state of Chu, a genuine national treasure. Its existence has deterred the northern barbarians from daring to cross a single step for 80 years. Should the illicit trade of such a forbidden metal be discovered, it would not only endanger his 9th squad, but the entire Sheikh gang would be irrevocably shaken. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, having accepted the money. He could only pretend not to see until everything was transported away and the cargo ship departed. Dock number 2 fell back into tranquility. The others were engulfed in a state of extreme exhilaration. After all, it was a sum of 4,000 taels, a fortune indeed. Qin Chuan resolutely cast aside thoughts of the shattered golden essence. Those who could trade in such precious metals were not to be trifled with. Even if he were to seek refuge at another dock, the consequences of being discovered would be dire. It was far more prudent to seize the opportunity and secure this fortune for himself. Completing the task and swiftly departing from the Sand River gang was a feasible plan. Thus, he began to contemplate the distribution of the silver. First and foremost, he had no intention of offering any tribute to those above him. His need for money was paramount. With wealth in hand, he could elevate his cultivation and prolong his life. Therefore, this substantial sum must remain confidential for a period. His expectation being 1 week, a span ample enough to utilize the funds for his own benefit. He then instructed Tang Rong, "Please inform the guards at the entrance that aside from Qin Shuang, all others should gather on the second floor of the outpost." "Yes, Commander." On the second floor of the outpost, excitement buzzed among the gathered individuals, the eldest among them barely in their 30s. Opportunities as lucrative as this night were unprecedented, and they eagerly anticipated how much silver they would each receive. Qin Chuan observed their expressions with a sigh, realizing that they were merely young individuals navigating the complexities of life. And having encountered little adversity in recent years, their audacity had only grown, leaving them with little inclination for profound contemplation. Having reached a decision within himself, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Before we proceed with the allocation of the silver, I must remind everyone that tonight's affairs must remain confidential. Can you all manage that?" "Absolutely, boss. Your word is law, and our lips are sealed." Qin Chuan sighed, observing that these individuals were evidently intoxicated by their newfound enthusiasm. Yet, this is a common human folly, one he too would have succumbed to in his youth. "Firstly, let me lay my cards on the table. You have received this substantial sum of money, and you must refrain from utilizing it excessively within the span of 1 week. Can you adhere to this?" His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed them. "Indeed." The crowd responded with immediate agreement. "Should you fail to comply? Do not blame the old man for lacking compassion. You 7 shall oversee one another. Should any transgression occur, report it to me without delay. This matter is not to be taken lightly. Consider carefully. 4,000 taels of silver represents a considerable fortune. How many ordinary goods could possibly warrant such an amount? Do not squander this gift recklessly." Only then did the crowd settle into a state of calm understanding. "Understood, Commander." Sun Hui was the first to nod, assuring him, "Rest assured, we shall abide by your directives." "Very well." Qin Chuan nodded, placing 2,000 taels upon the central table. "As per our customary arrangement, you 7 shall divide half of this sum. You are all aware of the relationship between Qin Shuang and myself. He will not partake in this distribution." The eyes of the assembly brightened at this revelation. With Wan Chang and Liang Du having perished, Qin Shuang's exclusion from the division effectively meant 3 fewer individuals vying for the wealth, allowing them to each claim a significantly larger portion, over 280 taels apiece. The thought rendered them momentarily speechless. This sum surpassed what they might earn in several arduous years. 2 of the younger fellows trembled with excitement, for they had never before beheld such a wealth of silver, approaching 300 taels. If not utilized for cultivation, as an ordinary person, one could purchase a dwelling and several maidservants to indulge in a life of comfort. Now, deliberate amongst yourselves. Remember, discretion is paramount. This must remain confidential. With that, Qin Chuan rose and departed. In the unspoken rules of the Shay gang, the spoils are divided equally. The leader receives half, while the subordinates share the other half. As for how much the leader contributes to the incense master and how much the incense master allocates to the hall master, that is left to individual discretion. If one desires comfort and longevity in their position, a more generous contribution is advisable. Qin Chuan had no intention of handing anything over to Lu Shui, nor would he dare to elevate the matter to the hall master, as it was a taboo in any context. In his heart, he had already sworn enmity with Lu Shui. A person who sought to end his life would certainly meet the same fate. He had learned that Lu Shui had only been practicing the art of body refinement for 2 years. With the 2,000 taels of silver, he could procure various herbs to enhance his physical capabilities, subsequently seeking the inner cultivation techniques from the transmission hall, thereby stepping into the realm of body refinement. After all, the commander's payment would not arrive until next month. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Shui would undoubtedly not survive until then. At dawn, after finishing his shift, Qin Shuang felt exceedingly fatigued and, after exchanging pleasantries, retired to his slumber. Upon returning to his room, he immediately began to apply his disguise, transforming from an elderly man of over 80 into a figure appearing to be in his 60s. Once satisfied with his appearance, he hastily departed, first visiting the Huichuan Bank to exchange his banknotes for smaller denominations and some loose silver before heading towards the western part of Sha City. Arriving at a place marked by the name Ghost Garden, he donned a wide-brimmed hat and paid the entrance fee of 1 tael of silver to gain entry. This was the renowned Ghost Garden in the western part of Sha City, where the admission fee was 1 tael and no copper coins were accepted. It was a place that few could afford. Here, martial artists traded herbs, formulas, various metals, and occasionally even martial arts techniques, albeit at exorbitant prices that were beyond the reach of most. One could both sell and purchase goods here, with nearly all patrons being practitioners of the martial arts. Upon entering the Ghost Garden, martial artists under wide-brimmed hats set up stalls every few meters along the pathways. As Qin Chuan strolled about, he soon found himself filled with delight, for it is true I possessed the remarkable ability to discern the age of certain medicinal herbs through the fluctuations of their vital energy. Consequently, the prospect of acquiring counterfeit goods became virtually non-existent, and he even had the chance to uncover hidden treasures, albeit with a rather slim likelihood. Such fortunate discoveries would only arise if the vendor had procured the items through nefarious means, leaving them unaware of their true nature. However, most individuals who set up stalls were well aware of the quality of their wares. Qin Chuan strolled around and soon purchased several medicinal herbs, spending a total of 600 taels of silver. The cost of martial arts practice is exorbitant. The adage wealthy in literature, affluent in martial arts is no jest. With these supplies, I should have sufficient resources to thoroughly refine the areas where my tendons, bones, and skin have not been adequately cultivated. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. This was the advantage brought forth by a significant enhancement in his innate talent and comprehension. Now, as long as resources were available, he could elevate himself. With ample resources, mastering internal cultivation would be well within reach. His lifespan, strength, and status would all experience substantial growth. As he turned to leave the Ghost Garden, he suddenly halted, then discreetly made his way towards the stall across from him. "Owner, what is the price of this money grass?" "This is the money grass with 16 leaves. Priced at 10 taels per plant, a fixed rate. I'll take all the specimens you have at your stall. Can you offer a better price?" Chapter 10. The difference in talent. After a moment of contemplation, the stall owner replied, "All right, for 9 plants, you can have them for 88 taels. Just to bring good fortune. Only a 2 tael discount?" Qin Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction and turned to leave. Wait. 85 taels. 70 taels, and you can take them all." Qin Chuan paused, glancing back. It was about time to settle the payment, acquire the goods, and depart from the Ghost Garden. At this moment, his heart surged with excitement. The herb known as money grass was not particularly rare. It was named for its leaves that resembled coins and was said to strengthen bones, producing 1 new leaf each year. Typically, specimens under 10 years old cost around 1 or 2 taels of silver for a 16-year-old plant, amounting to approximately 10 taels of silver for such a specimen. However, there existed exceptional circumstances among the 9 plants. There was one that possessed the same 16 leaves but had not aged 16 years. Instead, it was a remarkable 160 years old. It bore an almost identical appearance to ordinary money grass, yet its efficacy and value were worlds apart. To warriors, medicinal herbs were indispensable. Their prices would multiply every decade, with a century serving as a pivotal threshold. Beyond a century, herbs were classified as spiritual medicines, possessing a semblance of sentience and thus exhibiting formidable properties. The use of spiritual medicines diverged from that of ordinary herbs. They were not merely concocted into formulas for internal or external application, but were refined into pills for consumption. Moreover, transactions involving spiritual medicines never involved silver, but rather another form of currency known as yuan crystal. It was rumored that only those at the pinnacle of strength could access yuan crystals. This was the source of Qin Chuan's exhilaration. Should he choose to sell this particular money grass, he would instantly acquire an immense fortune. Achieving the peak of internal training seemed like a mere formality to him. Yet he shook his head. Selling a highly valuable item for monetary gain was a foolish endeavor. With the eye of truth at his disposal, he would never truly lack for money. He could leisurely stroll through the Ghost Garden whenever he wished, always earning a profit from the price discrepancies. Furthermore, he anticipated becoming the incense master next month, which would significantly elevate his income. Upon returning home, he commenced the preparation of herbs, crafting 3 mixtures, 1 for bone strengthening powder, 1 for muscle fortifying liquid, and 1 for skin refining powder. The first 2 were for internal consumption, while the latter was for external application. He ingested the bone-strengthening powder and muscle-fortifying liquid in succession, then proceeded to the front courtyard to practice his stance. He began a set of improved 8 extremes fist, feeling the effects of the herbs being absorbed into his body. Unlike most, who lacked even the most basic martial techniques, he had no formal training. The breathing techniques and internal energy cultivation methods were largely confined to the court or powerful factions, leaving ordinary individuals bereft of such knowledge throughout their lives. In a previous life, Qin Chuan was fortunate to be an enthusiast of the 8 extremes fist. Through this rather unremarkable martial art, he managed to establish a foothold in this world, with his heightened perception now magnified countless times. And the wealth of experience gleaned from a century of immersion in this martial discipline, he was able to refine his techniques. Indeed, as he practiced a set of movements, he found that the absorption of medicinal energy was exponentially greater than before. Areas of his body that had previously been impervious to development were now gradually being penetrated by this invigorating force. Coupled with the enhancement of his foundational physique, he could distinctly sense his bones and muscles strengthening and his strength amplifying. In truth, the cultivation of martial practitioners in this realm is not overly complex. It primarily involves the hardening of muscles and bones, thereby increasing one's physical prowess and resilience. Thanks to the existence of various herbal formulations, progress can be swift, provided one possesses the requisite talent. The sole complication arises in the realm of internal cultivation, which pertains to the organs and necessitates a different set of herbal concoctions, ideally accompanied by a breathing technique. The rudimentary internal breathing methods are available within the Sand River Gang's transmission hall, but the prerequisites for access are quite stringent. Firstly, one must be a member of the gang for a decade, contributing to its welfare. Secondly, a letter of recommendation from the hall master is required. Thirdly, monetary resources are essential, as the price for each internal breathing technique exceeds 1,000 taels of silver. This constitutes the internal pricing of the Sand River Gang and is integral to its survival. It is precisely this internal cultivation methodology that has drawn numerous individuals to join the Sand River Gang. Qin Chuan satisfies the first requirement, yet regrettably, there was no transmission hall before his retirement. Otherwise, he would have fought tooth and nail to remain. As for the second criterion, he is confident of overcoming it. And the third condition is readily met. Thus, all that remains is the complete refinement of his muscles and bones to perfection. As time passes and the medicinal effects gradually dissipate, he returns to his chamber, shedding his garments. His skin hangs loosely, emaciated, with scarcely any flesh. The sole transformation is the palpable strength of his muscles and bones, which no longer resemble those of an elderly man. Swiftly, he dissolves the exfoliating powder in water and applies it to his entire body. An indescribable pain spreads as he trains his skin. This practice is purely an exercise in self-torture. Utilizing medicinal energy to stimulate his skin, he aims to fortify it against impacts. For martial artists, skin training represents the initial threshold. A master of skin training, wielding a weapon, can easily overpower several practitioners beneath that level due to their formidable defense. Akin to being clad in armor, common blades and swords are ineffective against them unless they are exhausted, or struck with blunt instruments, or the weapon is exceptionally sharp. Otherwise, a master of skin training is indeed a formidable presence. This elucidates why the squad leaders of the Sand River Gang must invariably be masters of skin training, for their combat prowess is vastly superior. It is indeed unfortunate that practicing external techniques has a significant flaw, namely the issue of stamina. Once one delves into the realm of internal cultivation, the experience differs remarkably. Those who frequently engage in combat are well aware that, over time, one becomes breathless, a consequence of the internal organs functioning beyond their capacity. After rigorous internal practice, the fortification of one's organs not only enhances endurance but also significantly improves resilience to impact. While external training may allow one to withstand blades and swords, it still leaves one vulnerable to bludgeoning strikes due to the weakness of the internal organs. Once one masters internal cultivation, they may earn the title of a 100-man adversary, possessing remarkable stamina and an immunity to blunt force, enabling one to penetrate through a common formation of 100 soldiers. Yet, stamina is ultimately finite. When exhaustion sets in, it inevitably leads to one's demise. As time passed, Qin Chuan's skin became increasingly flushed. Areas previously inaccessible for practice were finally attainable today, and the absorption of medicinal potency was notably accelerated. The quality of one's bones is paramount. In the past, it would take 2 hours to fully absorb a single dose of medicine during external training, whereas now, it has been accomplished in less than half an hour, specifically 47 minutes. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, filled with immense joy. This was not merely a matter of saving time. It was the alleviation of suffering through the compression of time. Previously, it would have taken 2 hours, equivalent to 4 hours, or 240 minutes, a staggering fivefold difference. Does a foundation of 5 truly equate to a fivefold enhancement? Yet, he sensed that the transformation was far more profound than mere multiplication. For instance, if a person were to grow tenfold in strength, could 10 of his former selves prevail against him? No, nor could 100. This represents a qualitative change that mere numbers cannot compensate for. A person who is tenfold stronger in every aspect has transcended the ordinary, becoming something akin to a superhuman. Qin Chuan rose, casting another glance at his skin. Though still lined with wrinkles, it undeniably radiated a newfound luster, and the age spots had significantly diminished. With a few more sessions, he would be able to achieve a state of complete tranquility and sleep. 3 days later. Knock, knock, knock. Master, master. I have arrived. Qin Chuan opened the door and beheld Qin Frost with an expression of palpable anxiety. Frost, there remains half an hour until the onset of duty. What prompts your urgent summons? Master. Sun Hui is seeking you in the front courtyard, claiming that matters have been exposed. The incense master requests your presence. Understood, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly while donning his attire. In his heart, he had already devised a plan. Although they had failed to maintain the ruse for a full 7 days, managing to conceal it for 3 was commendable. As for prolonging the deception any further, that was simply out of the question. Chapter 11. The application of grace and authority. Qin Chuan understood better than anyone that such a substantial sum of money would inevitably come to the attention of the incense master. But what of it? 3 days had elapsed, and he had diligently practiced all the necessary techniques. He had initially planned to seek out the Halm master the following day to obtain a recommendation letter for purchasing the inner cultivation methods. Lu Shui, oh Lu Shui. It seems you are also eager to meet your demise. Qin Chuan donned his attire and made his way to the front hall, where Sun Hui immediately rose to his feet. His countenance far from pleasant. Greetings, Commander. Please, have a seat, he urged, lowering his head. Who has transgressed the rules? Qin Chuan inquired, taking a sip of tea from his cup. It is Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng, he mused, recalling the young man, slender and lean, possessing a moderate level of martial prowess, yet known for his astuteness. Commander, he has a penchant for gambling. Qin Chuan comprehended that gamblers are, in essence, among the most formidable of individuals. Once ensnared by their vice, it is exceedingly difficult to break free. The admonition to steer clear of gamblers is no mere jest. Now, do not be anxious, shortly. I shall meet with the master of the sect, while you lead your brethren to oversee the duties. Fear not, I shall remain unharmed. With that, Qin Chuan rose and departed. At the Dishui Hall, within the watchtower of the Bing altar, Lu Shui regarded Qin Chuan standing before him and spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Qin Chuan, I heard that your 9th team executed a significant operation 3 days ago. Indeed. Master, Qin Chuan replied. Why was it not reported? At that moment, Lu Shui's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. As the master of the sect, he could not tolerate subordinates failing to report substantial gains. Since the month-end settlement has not yet arrived, I had intended to surprise the master at that time. Oh, is that so? Every word I speak is the truth. What if I were to demand you hand it over now? Master, that would not adhere to the regulations. My regulations are the only ones that matter. Lu Shui stood up, fixing his gaze upon Qin Chuan. Old man, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Gifts of wealth have no established protocol within our ranks. Today, I shall set this precedent. Will you comply or not? Master, may I wait until I complete my night shift before handing it over? And why is that? Because these banknotes belong to the Guiyuan Bank. And as I am of advanced age, the night shift is exhausting, providing me no opportunity to exchange them. However, I will have the time to do so after my morning shift next week. Qin Chuan's reasoning is quite fitting. Age alone serves as justification, whether you choose to believe it or not. Lu Shui remained silent, gazing at him for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. Very well. I expect to see the silver by next week. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Thank you for your understanding, Xiangzhu. Now, off you go to your post. Lu Shui waved his hand dismissively. Qin Chuan turned and departed, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. One of Lu Shui's subordinates approached, puzzled, and inquired, Master Xiang, why did you agree to let him pay next week? I could have easily eliminated him on the spot. Lu Shui shot a glare at the subordinate. Although this rule had not been formally established within the gang, the 3 major factions adhered to a unified code. I cannot disrupt this tradition, lest the leader makes my life difficult. Moreover, there remain 3 days. What is the rush? That old fool, had he not meddled unexpectedly. Wan Chong would still be alive, and I would not be facing the leader's reprimand. It would have been quite simple for him to dispose of Wan Chong. Once the payment was received, his reluctance to return it could lead to Wan Chong's demise, framing Qin Xuan for the vacant leadership position, while also reaping a financial reward. Alas, the outcome did not align with his desires. For 1,000 taels, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Qin Xuan made his way directly to the dock, where the entrance was guarded by Qin Shuang and another subordinate. Typically, during the night shift at the dock, there would be no fewer than 2 guards at the entrance, while the remainder would be patrolling the area. Have you seen the commander? Has Qin Sheng arrived? Yes. Summon everyone to the entrance. Understood. Qin Shuang hastily went to relay the message. Only Tang Rong remained in place. Tang Rong, if I recall correctly. You seem to have a rather amicable relationship with Qin Sheng? Commander. He lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Qin Shuang patted him on the shoulder and imparted a valuable lesson. Steer clear of gamblers. Soon, everyone gathered around, including Qin Sheng. As soon as he approached, he immediately knelt on the ground, proclaiming, Commander, I acknowledge my mistakes. Qin Shuang squinted at him, remaining silent. The night was enveloped in stillness, interrupted only by the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the shore, one after another. After a lengthy pause, Qin Shuang finally spoke at a leisurely pace. It has been over 10 days since I assumed the position of leader. What do you think of my treatment towards you, my brothers? The crowd lowered their heads. I have also heard that the leaders of the 7th and 8th teams never allocate half to their subordinates, only a mere 40%, including the former leader. Yet I, Qin Shuang, have generously distributed 50% of the funds to you 7. Is this how you choose to execute my commands? Qin Sheng, you have truly disappointed me. Leader, I acknowledge my mistake and assure you it will not happen again. Qin Shuang let out a cold laugh, dismissing the gambler's assurances as mere excrement. However, as a commander, Qin Sheng was bound by the internal regulations he had established, and he could not resort to taking a life. Yet, as the absolute leader, he possessed numerous methods to deal with his subordinates. Thus, he spoke in a frigid tone. From this day forth, you shall remain at the outpost. You are to abstain from inspections, patrols, and guarding duties. His words sealed their fate. To be excluded from work meant forfeiting any share of the profits. What then? Was the purpose of joining the Shay Gang? Was it merely to earn a meager monthly stipend of 1 or 2 silver coins? Commander, please, I understand my mistake. I truly acknowledge my wrongdoing. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Sheng repeatedly bowed his head, and some, unable to bear witness to his plight, sought to intercede on his behalf. With a fierce glare, Qin Shuang silenced everyone in the room. Governing subordinates is indeed a simple task. It merely requires a balance of benevolence and severity. One must be generous when the occasion calls for it and unyielding when necessary. However, while this may sound straightforward, the execution proves to be far more challenging. In the face of wealth, most individuals find it difficult to be magnanimous, and when confronted with pleas for mercy, it is equally arduous to remain resolute. Let everyone attend to their own affairs, he declared. I warn you, anyone who intercedes on his behalf will be no different from him. In any case, it won't be long before our 9th team is replenished. With that, Qin Shuang ascended to the 2nd floor of the outpost, wholly disregarding Chun Cheng's entreaties. Should he concede to such pleas this time, his words would lose all weight in the future, as long as one does not violate the rules of the gang. There are no repercussions. The night swiftly passed. As the night watch concluded, Qin Shuang directly informed his disciple, Qin Shuang, today I shall pay a visit to the hall master to obtain a recommendation letter for the purchase of the internal breathing technique. Rest assured, I will impart it to you. Master, this violates the gang rules. Nonsense. The living are dynamic, while rules are rigid. You are my disciple. Do I need to fear your betrayal? Furthermore, we are not destined to remain in the Sheikh gang for a lifetime, are we? He patted Qin Shuang on the shoulder and turned to leave. The regulations of the Sheikh gang prohibit the unauthorized teaching of techniques acquired from the transmission hall. Yet, the strong need not abide by such constraints. Rules are crafted for the weak. Once he gains sufficient strength, what consequence is there for teaching techniques in secret? Would the Sheikh gang dare offend a powerful individual merely for the sake of adherence to their so-called rules? They are not foolish, and certainly cannot afford to do so. Chapter 12. The breathing technique. After an interval of 11 days, he returned to the entrance of the Earth Water Hall. Outside, Qin Shuang took a deep breath and first communicated his purpose to Li San. After Li San entered to announce him, he adjusted his attire, readying himself to proceed. He had some understanding of Qian Feng, who was certainly not comparable to a character like Lu Shudi. Qian Feng had served as the hall master of the Earth Water Hall for nearly a decade. To maintain such a position in a place like this for so long required more than mere cultivation. It demanded considerable acumen. In the past, when Qian Feng had followed him, he was adept at reading situations and spoke with utmost discretion. Even then, Qin Chuan sensed that this young man was capable of achieving great things. Indeed, after his departure for over a decade, Qian Feng had ascended from a commander to a hall master. Such individuals are easy to interact with yet challenging to handle. Unlike Lu Shui, Qian Feng would not create difficulties for him. Instead, he would extend due respect and politeness. However, in the end, he might employ various rules to ensnare one. The manipulation of power is an art he has mastered well. Before long, Qian Feng arrived at the entrance ahead of Li San, greeting him with great enthusiasm. Master Qin has arrived. Li San, from now on, whenever Master Qin comes, bring him directly inside and serve him tea. Understood? Understood, Hall Master. Greetings, Hall Master. Qin Chuan bowed. Oh dear, Master Qin, please do not flatter me. Come in and let us converse. Qian Feng pulled Qin Chuan into the grand hall, where they took their respective seats after Li San served tea and withdrew. Master Qin has returned to the dock for duty. Are you still accustomed to it? Thank you for your concern, Hall Master. I have already grown accustomed. That is good. Qian Feng said no more, silently sipping his tea. Qin Chuan, without any hesitation, directly spoke. Master, I wish to obtain a recommendation letter from the transmission hall. Is that so? Qian Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he feigned deep contemplation. Qin Chuan remained unhurried, patiently awaiting his explanation as to why he deemed the matter both difficult and not difficult. This was due to the fact that Qian Feng placed significant importance on both profit and reputation. Otherwise, he would not have treated him with such courtesy. Qin Chuan naturally adhered to the first rule of the transmission hall, and being the elder brother, he found it impossible to refuse unless compelled by self-interest. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Indeed, moments later, Qian Feng set down his teacup and nodded. Master Qin has dedicated decades to the guild. His contributions are invaluable. It would be remiss not to enjoy the benefits of the guild now that the transmission hall has been established. I shall write you a letter of recommendation forthwith. With that, he promptly retrieved a notebook from his bosom and swiftly penned a note, sealing it with his stamp before handing it over. Thank you, Hall Master. Qin Chuan received it with the utmost respect. It is nothing at all. I take my leave, Qin Chuan said as he rose to depart. Qian Feng also stood to see him off. At the entrance, he observed Qin Chuan's stooped figure, his expression remarkably serene. Li San, do you think this old fellow has struck it rich? What prompts him to seek a recommendation from the transmission hall? Hall Master, shall I inquire further? Never mind. Let him be. Qian Feng waved his hand dismissively. He deemed such trivial matters unworthy of his attention. After all, he was merely an octogenarian. Could obtaining internal cultivation techniques truly pose a threat to his standing? Upon receiving the letter of recommendation, Qin Chuan promptly made his way to the headquarters of the transmission hall. He carried with him 500 taels of silver notes. Having not idled away the past 3 days, each day he ventured into the ghost garden, luck favoring him as he bought low and sold high, yielding a profit of over 200 taels. As for the meager earnings from the night watch, they amounted to but a few dozen taels, all entrusted to Qin Chuan, who managed the household, especially given the rarity of such substantial smuggling operations. Fortunately, as a leader, he was able to enjoy peaceful slumber at night. Otherwise, at his age, enduring sleepless nights would be quite taxing. The headquarters of the Shade Gang was located near Dock Number 1, adjacent to the Tian Shui Hall entrance. Only about a kilometer from Dock Number 2. Before long, Qin Chuan arrived. After presenting the letter of recommendation and the command token, and confirming their authenticity, a disciple of the transmission hall guided him inside. Within the hall, there were 3 rooms, each marked with large inscriptions, as the disciple proceeded to explain. Commander Qin, our guild possesses 3 internal cultivation techniques: the Tiger Roar technique, the Thunderclap technique, and lastly, the breathing method. The Tiger Roar and Thunderclap techniques are esteemed methods of internal cultivation, each priced at 10,000 taels of silver. The breathing method is priced at 1,000 taels. Qin Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. 10,000 taels. He estimated that even the hall master, Qian Feng, might struggle to produce such an amount. as he too had his own expenses and cultivation to consider. After all, there was but a single dock, with limited income, despite the existence of 2 gambling houses. Indeed, it was only upon joining that Qin Chuan learned of the 2 gambling establishments under the Water and Earth Hall. However, their earnings were rather meager, primarily serving the ordinary dock workers, yielding little profit. This also served as a destination for the other 2 halls that did not oversee the dock, tasked with watching over the gambling houses. "Brother, I choose the breathing technique," Qin Chuan lamented as his funds fell short. The disciple consoled him, saying, "Commander Qin, nearly all the disciples of the Shay gang have opted for the breathing technique." "Thank you." "Not at all. Please proceed to pay here, fill out the form, and then enter the breathing technique chamber. You have only half an hour. You must exit within that time. Understood?" "Understood." Qin Chuan paid the fee and filled out the necessary information before entering the room dedicated to the breathing technique. Upon entry, he was greeted by a captivating painting devoid of any text, illustrating a series of 18 peculiar poses performed by diminutive figures. These movements, reminiscent of yoga, were not only aesthetically pleasing but also exuded a charm surpassing that of traditional yoga. Each figure's mouth bore a distinct shape, symbolizing various methods of inhalation and exhalation. Qin Chuan immediately comprehended the profound nature of the inner cultivation technique, feeling a deep sense of astonishment. Is this truly the essence of inner practice? He had initially imagined it to be a tome filled with esoteric characters, hundreds or even thousands of words. Instead, it was a singular painting, where every movement and breath was meticulously documented, as if crafted to ensure clarity of understanding, simple and unambiguous. This marked Qin Chuan's inaugural encounter with the world of inner cultivation, shattering his previous illusions about martial arts. The path of training was not convoluted or shrouded in mystique. Rather, it straightforwardly instructed one on how to practice. He pondered whether other techniques followed suit. Setting aside his wandering thoughts, he diligently studied the movements and began to imitate them. The first movement, synchronized with his breath, elicited a sharp pain in his chest, akin to the sensation of his lungs being torn apart. It was effective. He swiftly proceeded to the second movement, his body trembling violently, a consequence of his internal organs being excessively fragile, worn down by age. He realized the necessity of herbal formulas for internal cultivation. Without them, he could not practice this breath control technique. Qin Chuan quickly reached a conclusion. He was too advanced in age, and his internal organs had even experienced a form of death. Unlike his sinews and skin, which had been cultivated in his youth, his internal organs had never been strengthened and were now in a state of decay. Consequently, he ceased practicing the breathing techniques depicted in the illustrations, focusing solely on the movements, while diligently committing all breathing methods to memory. Half an hour swiftly passed, and when the door opened, Qin Chuan departed. Fortunately, comprehension also serves as a form of memory, and he retained the techniques with great clarity. Had he embarked on the path of breath cultivation at this age, the expenditure of 1,000 taels would have been utterly squandered, for he would have been incapable of retaining the knowledge. With a heart brimming with excitement, he hurried home, immediately began to disguise himself, and then ventured to the ghostly garden, where he expended the remaining 500 taels of silver in their entirety, equipping himself with 2 portions of medicinal herbs for internal cultivation. Fortunately, he had prepared the herbal formula for internal organ cultivation years ago, though he had lacked the accompanying techniques. Regrettably, the cost was indeed exorbitant. 500 taels was an astronomical sum for an ordinary individual. Even a disciple of the Shay gang would need to toil for many years to amass such wealth. However, every effort was worth it. Once he mastered the cultivation of his internal organs, his combat prowess, longevity, and even his physical form would undergo a qualitative leap. Chapter 13. Internal Training. The night of slaughter. Upon returning home, he immediately commenced the preparation of the medicinal concoction. Cultivating the internal organs was a rather intricate endeavor, beginning with the lungs, followed by the liver and kidneys, and finally the spleen and heart, before transitioning to blood cultivation. In truth, among practitioners of internal organ cultivation, the disparity between early and mid stages was minimal, almost negligible, save for those who had reached the later stages or achieved mastery, where significant differences would manifest. The lungs govern respiration. Once lung cultivation is successful, breathing becomes prolonged, resulting in a dramatic surge in combat capability. The liver and kidneys, however, function differently upon achieving mastery. Resistance to toxins would vastly increase, rendering ordinary toxins nearly ineffective against such practitioners. For instance, if Wan Chong were to master his liver and kidneys, He would be virtually immune to the effects of common poisons, though the enhancement to his combat strength would be modest. It is only upon reaching the spleen and heart that substantial differences in combat prowess appear. Therefore, Qin Chuan had no reason to be concerned about Lu Shudi, whose aptitude was rather mediocre. At 36 years of age, he had only begun his journey into internal organ cultivation just over 2 years ago. And it could be said that his potential was quite limited. At most, he had cultivated his liver and kidneys. But he would never attain mastery over the spleen and heart. Individuals like Lu Shudi, even if they possessed advanced techniques, would never catch a glimpse of the threshold of higher tiers, and merely cultivating blood would suffice for a lifetime. Nonetheless, he was still vastly stronger than his former self. However, that was a different matter now. Qin Chuan was assured and confident that his current talent far surpassed that of Lu Shudi. After preparing the herbs, he consumed them directly. The taste was bitter and astringent, but as they entered his body, they immediately began to boil within him. He hurriedly followed the movements from his memory, akin to practicing yoga, synchronizing his breath. The sensation of tearing within his lungs returned once more, yet the potency of the medicine surged forth swiftly, mending the torn scars. A painful yet restorative process. Qin Chuan once again stumbled upon something akin to a bug. It remains uncertain whether this phenomenon is attributed to his innate talent, the disintegration of his organs, or perhaps a combination of both. His lungs deteriorate rapidly, yet they also mend with astonishing swiftness, resulting in an accelerated advancement in his cultivation. Typically, an ordinary warrior would require around 5 to 10 doses of herbal medicine to successfully cultivate their lungs. A prodigy might need only 2 to 3 doses. Thus, he procured 2 doses, convinced of his impending success. However, given his current pace, he concluded that merely a single dose would suffice, and the process would be exceedingly swift. After approximately 2 hours, he realized that his lungs were nearing complete renewal. Had he the ability to introspect, he would observe that 2/3 of his lungs now appeared vibrant red, reminiscent of new growth, while the remaining third remained a dismal gray, in a state of decay. After assessing his body, Qin Chuan felt compelled to press on, and so he continued. An hour later, he suddenly experienced a lightness throughout his being, as if the very air he breathed had transformed into something far more invigorating. The cultivation of his lungs had succeeded, yet a significant portion of the medicinal potency remained. Such costly remedies could not be squandered. Hence, he prepared to commence his liver cultivation. Another hour elapsed, and upon concluding his practice, he bore no semblance of frailty. Quite the contrary, he appeared decidedly rejuvenated, with even his skin exhibiting a newfound firmness. Qin Chuan was overjoyed, rejuvenated, and this was the dream of many. Now, he truly glimpsed hope. Is this the power of innate talent? He once again experienced the convenience of cultivation brought by the enhancement of his innate qualities. Had it been his previous constitution, even 10 attempts might not have yielded success, as his body would have been unable to absorb such a vast amount of medicinal energy. With most of it inevitably dissipating, this was the optimistic scenario. In a more pessimistic light, his lungs would have been incapable of absorbing any medicinal force, rendering him forever unable to complete his lung training. Clenching his fists with newfound strength, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes. Tonight, he would take a life. He would simply wash up and lie down to sleep. That night, dark clouds loomed overhead, the wind howled, and the moon hid behind shadows. It was the perfect time for murder. Qin Chuan led his apprentice towards the dock. "Master, you seem to have regained a great deal of youth," the apprentice remarked. "Have I? Silly lad, perhaps it is merely the sun's effect." Qin Frost scratched his head, pondering the possibility, intent on taking a life that night. Qin Chuan refrained from disclosing his recent training to his disciple, considering it a form of protection. At home, he had left a letter, instructing that if he did not return, his apprentice should hastily depart from Shaqing and wander the world like several of his senior brothers. After years of companionship, and following the harrowing experience of his imminent demise, he had truly come to regard Qin Frost as family. Upon reaching the dock, he smoothly transitioned the watch to the 8th squad. That night, he voluntarily took the lead in patrols, remaining vigilant until the distant call of the night watchman echoed through the air. All is well at the hour of the pig. He finally chuckled, turning to Sun Hui. "You continue with the patrol. I am weary." "Ah, age has its toll, it seems. The commander should rest. We will promptly inform you should any issues arise." "Very well, I appreciate your diligence." Qin Chuan patted Sun Hui on the shoulder before departing. An envious disciple remarked, "Hui go. The commander places great trust in you. Don't be foolish. The commander treats all his brothers well. He has never shortchanged us on our shares." I am merely a few years older than you. Indeed. Upon returning to the second floor of the outpost, Qin Chuan awaited the departure of the patrol before swiftly locking the door behind him. He then leapt from the window, skillfully scaling the dock's fence, his legs propelling him forward as he raced towards home. As a practitioner of lung exercises, his strength had not only increased, but his stamina had also grown significantly. Even while sprinting, he felt no fatigue. Before long, he arrived home, vaulting over the courtyard wall and entering his room. There, he lifted a corner of the floorboards to reveal a concealed recess within which lay a silver spear measuring 4 meters in length, crafted using military techniques. It boasted remarkable resilience, with a blade extending 60 centimeters, exceptionally sharp and capable of penetrating heavy armor. As he unveiled the spear from its sheath, a cold glimmer flashed forth. This weapon had consumed years of his labor to forge, and he had claimed the lives of no fewer than 5 seasoned practitioners with it. Grasping the long spear, he also took a large bag that he had prepared in advance and turned to scale the wall once more, heading towards Lu Shudi's residence. Shaqing, being a trade city, did not impose a curfew. Even in the early hours, certain areas remained brightly lit. For instance, the renowned Lufeng Street in the western part of the city, a veritable boulevard of nocturnal revelry. Bright red lanterns hung high, and the streets bustled with activity, while the melodious laughter of young women echoed through the night breeze, imbued with an alluring charm. The lively calls of the proprietors added to the street's vibrant allure. Good sir, come in and have a good time. Our ladies are unparalleled. We even offer exotic delights. Some proprietors boldly approached to entice patrons. With the influx of newcomers, there were also those who departed. Ah, Lu Yi, not staying the night? Lu Shuyi waved his hand dismissively, replying, not tonight, perhaps tomorrow. Take care, Lu Yi. He heard as he prepared to head home, inadvertently glancing at a distant high-rise building. The structure was adorned with a dazzling array of lights, exuding beauty. Fengskin Tower. Once I have the means, I shall indulge there nightly. Alas, such dreams were but figments of his imagination. Fengskin Tower was one of the most prestigious establishments in the entire western city and indeed, across Shaqing. Far beyond the financial reach of a mere incense master of the Sheikh gang. Shaking his head, intoxicated and filled with the sin of liquor, he made his way home. After a quarter of an hour, he passed through a dark alleyway that was surprisingly wide, measuring around 5 meters. Yet, in that moment, Lu Shui felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent, and his inebriation evaporated instantly. Who goes there? Show yourself. Just as his words fell, a flash of cold light hurtled towards him. Whoosh. The air crackled ominously, leaving him no time to utter a word. He swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading a fatal shot. However, the long spear, akin to a venomous serpent, relentlessly lunged toward him. In that moment of sheer terror, as his life hung in the balance, Lu Shuyi experienced an unexpected surge of adrenaline. With a thunderous shout, he executed a somersault, evading the blade and reaching for the spear's shaft. Yet, the weapon possessed remarkable elasticity. With a casual flick, it lashed out at him. He raised his arm in defense, stumbling backward a few steps. What strength is this? A sense of calm washed over Lu Shuyi as he realized the assailant's skill was inferior to his own. In that moment, fear dissipated. He understood that retreat was not an option in such a narrow alley. Turning his back would surely result in a piercing blow that would chill him to the core. He gazed at the figure that had once again melted into the shadows and coldly declared, "What audacity you possess to attempt my assassination." With that, he began to move slowly toward the shadowy figure. Once I close the distance, I shall exact my revenge. Just then, a glimmer of cold light reappeared. But this time he was prepared. He swiftly dodged and crouched, charging toward the silhouette. Closer, closer. Excitement surged within him, as long as he could approach. He was confident of a counterattack. But suddenly, a cloud of white dust obscured his vision. Damn, you tricked me. In an instant, his sight was lost. A chilling sensation enveloped his throat, and his strength began to wane, leaving only one thought echoing in his mind. How swift and sharp is that spear? Qin Chuan withdrew his spear and swiftly approached the corpse. To his dismay, the miser had a mere 23 taels of silver on him. He suppressed his frustration and glanced around. Utilizing a waterproof bag he had prepared in advance, he carefully placed the body inside. Observing the ground, he noted the absence of blood. His weapon was swift and bore the advantage of penetrating armor. Even if Lu Shuyi possessed skin as tough as steel, he would be unable to withstand the force of a single thrust. It would likely take some time before blood would be shed. He needed to expedite the disposal of the body, otherwise, his own safety would be jeopardized. With determined steps, He returned home to securely store his spear before hoisting the corpse and heading towards the dock. Friends who frequently engaged in such grim tasks understood that while taking a life may be easy, the subsequent disposal of a body proved to be a formidable challenge. Even if one managed to conceal the evidence, connections could still lead to exposure. Of course, this was in reference to his previous life in this era. A disappearance would signify a cold case, making it exceedingly difficult to trace. On a cliff not far from the dock, Qin Chuan cautiously tore open a waterproof bag, binding the corpse to a heavy stone before forcefully casting it into the turbulent waters of the Sand River. He then filled the waterproof bag with stones and disposed of it as well. Judging by his method, it was evident that Qin Chuan had engaged in such activities before. Indeed, having navigated the underworld for decades, the Sand City of his earlier days was a chaotic realm, where murder was but a commonplace occurrence for him. After completing this grim task, he swiftly scaled the railing back to the second floor, reclining on his couch and falling into a deep slumber, seemingly indifferent to the events that had transpired. As dawn broke, he rubbed his bleary eyes, greeted by the voice of Qin Chuan who had come to rouse him. Is the shift over? Yes, master. The duty has changed. You can return to sleep. Thus, the master and disciple enjoyed a leisurely breakfast by the dock before meandering home. As they passed the altar, Qin Chuan glanced inside, a faint smile gracing his lips. 2 days passed, and finally, someone noticed a problem. Lu Shui, the incense master of the third altar, had not reported for duty for 2 consecutive days and failed to submit a leave request. This incited the wrath of Hall Master Qian Feng, who personally arrived at the third altar to inquire, only to find no one had any information. With a sense of helplessness, the 3 leaders of the third altar exchanged glances before convening to discuss the duty roster, swiftly agreeing to proceed as usual. Today, the 9th team commenced the morning shift. 3 days later, Qian Feng dispatched personnel to Lu Shui's residence, yet still received no news. This absence led him to harbor unsettling suspicions, prompting him to summon the 2 incense masters and the 9 leaders for a meeting at the hall. Seated prominently was Qian Feng, flanked by the incense masters of the first and second altars, with the 9 leaders arranged in order, Qin Chuan occupying the last position. Brothers, the incense master Lu Shui has been missing for 5 days. As we all dwell in this underworld, we should be aware of the rules. According to our internal regulations, any member who disappears without reason for a week is automatically expelled. We have 2 days left. At this point, he refrained from continuing. As the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, Qian Feng, visibly agitated, reflected on the recent spate of incidents within the water hall. A leader and 2 disciples had perished at the end of last month, and 2 more had died at the beginning of this month, all from the 9th team. Now, 1 incense master had vanished without a trace. The upper echelons of the gang had begun to voice their discontent towards him. With a grim expression, he continued, "If we do not provide an explanation in 2 days, the enforcement hall will investigate the circumstances surrounding Lu Shui's disappearance. I hope all of you will ensure that your subordinates remain discreet about what should and should not be said. If further incidents occur, do not blame me for lacking compassion." The 9 leaders were dismissed, rising in unison to leave the hall. Left behind were the 2 young incense masters, both appearing to be in their 30s, just shy of 40. Qian Feng turned to the incense master of the first altar, asking, "Huang Chao, what are your thoughts on Lu Shui's disappearance?" "Master, I believe there are 2 possibilities. The first is that he fled in fear of punishment, and the second is that he was killed." "This was mere triviality," scoffed the incense master. "Who are you referring to, Feng Su?" Huang Chao rose, fixing him with an intense gaze. "Enough." Qian Feng slammed his hand on the table, exasperated by the ongoing discord between the 2. Yet he found a sense of security in their internal strife, as it solidified his own position. "What are you bickering about? I asked you to discuss, not to quarrel. Feng Su, why don't you enlighten us?" "Yes, master." Feng Su glanced outside, and Qian Feng immediately understood, saying, "Rest assured, this place is safe. Speak freely." Feng Su then whispered, "Master, I have heard that recently, a significant figure from Team B has surfaced, and one of the disciples received a share exceeding 200 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, both Qian Feng and Huang Chao widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. "How much?" "Over 200 taels of silver." "So much? If the disciples received that much, then the total must exceed 5,000 taels. Qian Feng furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation he was unaware of. "Not quite. I heard that this leader distributed half, amounting to roughly 4,000 taels." "Which team?" "Team 9. Qin Chuan?" Feng Su nodded. "Yes, the very Qin from our guild's past." Ah, Qian Feng's eyes lit up in realization. It made sense how that old fellow had the wealth to acquire internal cultivation methods. He had struck it rich. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that this matter should remain discreet. It was not merely about the money. What exactly had surfaced? He dared not speculate. This issue could wait. Lu Shui's disappearance was the pressing concern at hand. Feng Su, are you suggesting that Lu Shui's vanishing is connected to that influential figure, or to Qin Chuan? Master. Qin Chuan is over 80 and only has the skills of a practiced novice. I suspect it is related to that influential figure. Qian Feng's expression shifted unpredictably as he abruptly rose, declaring, enough. This matter cannot be discussed further. Let's keep our brothers vigilant. With that, he strode out. Huang Chao cast a derisive glance at Feng Su. Are you truly clever, or just foolish? That kind of powerful figure is someone our Shanti gang can offend? What a self-deluded fool. With that, he too departed. Chapter 15. The struggle for leadership. 2 days later, the enforcement hall arrived. They bypassed Master Qian Feng entirely, heading straight for the 3 leaders of Team B, interrogating them one by one. Qin Chuan, it's been a while. The members of the enforcement hall were composed of the elders of the Shahi gang, all of whom had previously held positions above that of incense master before transitioning into the enforcement hall, also known as the elders hall. If Qin Chuan were to postpone his retirement by a few years, he could have entered the enforcement hall to enjoy his twilight years once it was established. The individual posing the question was none other than Fang Mingjing, a former incense master from the same hall as Qin Chuan, who later held the position of master at the Xianshui Hall. He was indeed a familiar face. Ah, Elder Fang, it has been quite some time. I never anticipated that at your age, you would still desire to re-enter the martial world. I heard you recently visited the transmission hall to acquire inner cultivation techniques. Indeed. But where did you procure the funds? Fang Mingjing squinted at him. Elder Fang, after all these years, one must have amassed some savings, no? Furthermore, as per our internal regulations, one ought not to inquire about the source of wealth, a principle you surely understand, right? Haha, Master Qin, you remain as cautious as ever. I was merely jesting. Fang Mingjing chuckled after sipping his tea. After placing the teacup down, he sighed. In truth, our time in the enforcement hall is merely a formality. After all, in the martial world, life and death are preordained, and wealth is determined by fate. Whether one dies or goes missing, it is all part of our destiny. To have lived this long is, indeed, a stroke of fortune. You speak wisely, Elder Fang. Qin Chuan nodded. Isn't it true? Those who kill are often met with death themselves. While the martial world espouses human emotions and social intricacies, when such sentiments falter, one must resort to violence, no? Enough of that. The matter concerning Lu Shui is of no concern to you. You may return now, but do visit the enforcement hall when you have the chance. Our group of old brothers seldom meets, and each encounter is indeed a rarity. Qin Chuan rose and nodded. All right, I shall visit when time permits. Farewell. This matter swiftly faded into the background, and the organization issued an announcement regarding the Lu Shui incident, declaring the matter resolved. However, what followed was the main event. The 4 factions of the Shay gang, comprising 36 leaders and the disciples of the transmission hall, all focused intently on the position of the incense master of the Earth Water Hall. They began to circulate, as this position held the greatest authority, with Qian Feng being the hall master. The appointment of the subordinate incense master depended solely on his approval, effectively cementing his power over personnel matters within the hall. Yet, a significant issue loomed. Qian Feng had recently found himself in troubled waters. Following the Lu Shui incident, his adversaries relentlessly assailed him, and due to his temperament, he had not hastened to finalize the appointment of the incense master. The roles of incense master and leader were vastly different, while he could rearrange the leaders at will. The incense master represented an absolute middle management position within the gang, of which there were only 12. Early in the morning, upon returning from a meeting at headquarters, Qian Feng sat down and took a hearty sip of tea. Lu San, who was pouring tea beside him, quietly reported, Hall Master, 4 individuals sought you out yesterday, including one of our own. Who? Qin Chuan, Lord Qin. What does that old fellow want with me? This is a letter addressed to the Hall Master. Lu San handed over an envelope. Oh? Qian Feng's interest peaked as he picked up the letter, and Lu San wisely distanced himself. Qian Feng rapidly read the contents and then ignited the letter in the nearby oil lamp, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. It was not until the letter had turned to ashes that he inquired, Lu San, Qin Chuan has actually broken through to the realm of internal cultivation. What do you suggest regarding the incense master's position? The subordinate dares not presume. Lu San refrained from making bold statements about personnel appointments. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Only then did Lu San cautiously respond. Hall Master, Lord Qin is of advanced age. Even if he were to become the incense master, it would not disrupt much and would not last long. Moreover, he was previously the incense master. So his return to that role is quite acceptable, and others would have little to say against it. Lu San's words resonated with Qian Feng, as Qin Chuan's greatest advantage lay in his age, posing no threat to his position. Furthermore, having previously held the title of incense master and being a founding member of the gang, no one could contest Qian Feng's decision to appoint him. It was a win-win situation, but what truly piqued his interest was the letter from Qin Chuan, which clearly stated that upon assuming the role of incense master, he would bestow a monthly tribute of 500 taels of silver. This was a monthly sum, not just during the months he was on duty at the dock. Even during his duty months at the incense platform, Qian Feng was uncertain he could garner 500 taels. After all, profit was the essence of the martial world. Go. Summon Lord Qin. Yes, Hall Master. Lu San departed and soon relayed the message to Qin Chuan. This week, Qin Chuan had already begun his night shifts a few days ago, marking the final night shift of the month. He had just returned home when Lu San rushed over. Lord Qin, the Hall Master seeks your presence. Oh, then I shall take my leave now, said Qin Chuan as he produced a silver note and placed it into Li San's hand. Thank you, brotherly. Upon inspecting the note, Li San was taken aback to find it was worth 10 taels. He was exceedingly delighted. Truly, Master Qin was generous. Having received another 10 taels after yesterday's gift, he returned with a beaming smile. Qin Chuan shook his head, swiftly changing into another outfit before leisurely making his way to the hall entrance. The position of incense master belonged to him, and none could usurp it. Who would dare to commit to a tribute of 500 taels a month, a privilege only he would assume? It is essential to note that the total revenue from the dock, under normal circumstances, amounts to merely 3,000 to 5,000 taels each month, from which the disciples collectively receive at least 40%. Otherwise, who would toil alongside him? The 3 captains would take their share, and the incense master must also claim his portion, ultimately leaving the hall master with a meager sum, which he is obliged to surrender. This scenario only holds true during dock duty. During other times, the income dwindles to a pitiable monthly stipend and a fraction from the gambling house. To suggest 500 taels is a stretch. Even 50 taels would be a challenge to reach the hall master's hands. As the hall master, Qian Feng's expenses are undeniably substantial, and with the need for cultivation, he too finds himself in dire need of silver. For him, the prospect of 500 taels each month represents an undeniable temptation. Qin Chuan was resolute. As long as he made this promise to Qian Feng, he could not refuse him, especially with Li San assisting him. It is well known that while the king of hell may be approachable, the minor demons are rather troublesome. Hence, yesterday and today, Qin Chuan generously bestowed upon Li San 20 taels of silver. It is worth noting that the monthly stipend of an ordinary disciple is merely 1 tael, Li San, while an ordinary disciple himself held a different status as a hall master, bestowing upon him the equivalent of 20 months' salary. How could Li San refuse to speak on his behalf? Entering the Dishui hall, Qin Chuan strode confidently. I have paid my respects to the hall master. Master Qin has arrived. Qian Feng rose and gestured for him to take a seat. Master Qin, are your words truly sincere? Qian Feng inquired directly, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded earnestly, acknowledging the seriousness of the matter. Master, I naturally speak with sincerity, yet I have a condition. He continued. You mentioned that as long as it is not excessive, you would agree to it. An allowance of 500 taels each month would allow the Bing Hall to contribute an additional 8 months of filial respect over the course of a year, totaling 4,000 taels. How could one not be tempted by such an offer? Chapter 16. Hui Chuan Bank, my disciple, whom you have met, is also a master of skin training and is capable of assuming a leadership position. Qin Feng shook his head. His qualifications may be insufficient to command respect as a leader. An increase of 100 taels per month is acceptable. Leadership does not require extensive qualifications. Thank you, Master. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Master Qin, in your presence, I too am but your disciple. You jest, Master. Now, I shall draft the necessary documents. When you have time, proceed to the headquarters to collect your identity token and attire, but you must wait until the end of this month to officially assume your position. Your disciple can handle the formalities at the hall. In saying this, Qin Feng drafted the documents on the spot and handed them to Qin Chuan, patting his shoulder with a smile. Master Qin, I trust you will fulfill your obligations. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. I would never deceive you, master. That is reassuring. You may leave now. I take my leave. Wait, Qin Feng called out, lowering his voice. On the 10th of next month. Remember to remit this month's share of the profits. Do you understand? I understand. Qin Xuan was well aware that this was a subtle reminder that Qin Feng was already aware of the substantial sum involved. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, there was still half a month remaining. What an insatiable appetite, demanding 600 taels monthly while coveting more. He shook his head and turned towards the headquarters. Regardless, empty promises are easily made. He had already become a fragrant master, and the next step was to become the hall leader. The criterion for the hall leader was mastery of the internal training process. The distinctions in internal strength were quite pronounced. Achieving mastery in the internal training of the organs would result in a qualitative leap in power. Conversely, mastery of blood training would not significantly enhance combat strength. Only upon reaching the marrow training stage, or achieving complete mastery of internal training, would one experience a substantial increase in capability. This is why the Shay Gang had established regulations. Upon entering internal training, regardless of the stage, one was qualified to serve as a fragrant master. However, to become a hall leader, one must achieve mastery of the internal organs, given the considerable authority vested in the leader of a hall. Aside from financial authority, which was tightly controlled by the headquarters, the leader had almost no power over finances at the docks or gambling houses, as profits flowed directly to the headquarters and were inaccessible to the hall leader. Yet, the personnel authority within the hall was predominantly at the leader's discretion, placing them among the upper echelons of the gang, where combat prowess could not be lacking. After a visit to the headquarters to collect the token and attire, he returned home, took a nap, and then informed his naive disciple of his promotion to leader. However, similar to himself, the promotion would not take effect until the following month, with only 3 days remaining until next month, after completing the night shift for this week. The current month would conclude. The Bing Hall would also be departing from the docks to oversee a small gambling house. Qin Shuang, still in a state of bewilderment, exclaimed, "Master, have I truly become the leader? You impudent brat, strive diligently and do not bring shame upon your master. Do you understand?" With these words, Qin Chuan tossed him a scroll, a depiction of the breathing technique he had painstakingly reproduced from memory for Qin Chuan's private practice, cautioning him to keep it concealed from others. Upon opening it, Qin Chuan was instantly filled with excitement. "Master, what is this?" "Enough. Be quiet. Remember to keep it confidential and do not easily reveal your strength. Commit this to memory and then burn it." "Understood, master." With enthusiasm, Qin Shuang departed, clutching the painting. Qin Chuan shook his head and chuckled softly. Yet, he understood this disciple well. He was not one to speak thoughtlessly. Most importantly, he was attentive to Qin Chuan's words, sharing both glory and misfortune. What Qin Chuan needed to focus on now was nurturing his disciple, for he was destined to become the hall master within 3 months. Having been in the Sheikh gang for over half a month, nearly 20 days had passed, leaving just a little over 2 months remaining. With the innate talents of both master and disciple, they could indeed ascend if only they had the means. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, his beard scratching against his skin, feeling a twinge of frustration at the exorbitant cost of cultivation. Even if he scoured the ghost garden daily for hidden treasures, the amount of silver he could acquire was meager. On unfortunate days, he returned empty-handed. As for the docks, there were merely 4 along the entire western side of the city, and people selectively disembarked, not fixated solely on dock number 2. After a week of night shifts, the profits were scant. If he were to use his earnings for sustenance, life could be quite prosperous, yet for the purpose of cultivation, he found himself in dire straits. Should he consider selling that money grass? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, swiftly dismissing the thought. To possess such a treasure was a sin. It was far too precious for someone like him. To own it would be a transgression, and should it be discovered, it could very well lead to his demise. Even if he were to exchange it for silver, he would likely find himself pursued, ultimately meeting his end within the confines of his own home. In Sha City, it was his belief that ordinary people could not amass vast fortunes. Once wealth accumulated beyond a certain point, it became impossible for an ordinary individual to safeguard it. Only those who practiced martial arts could rightfully possess such wealth. Thus, upon encountering a wealthy individual, one need not doubt that their martial prowess would surpass one's own. Even if not, their household would likely harbor formidable experts, an affront to whom would be unwise. Could an ordinary person hire guards for protection? Nonsense. Ultimately, Their riches would likely become the guard spoils, unless one hailed from a scholarly background as an official, but that's a different matter altogether. Even officials, however, do they not cultivate their skills? With power comes ease in acquiring wealth and resources. Their path to cultivation is far less arduous than that of the common folk. Unless one's innate talent is severely lacking, achieving mastery is quite feasible, with resources readily available. Therefore, for an ordinary person to possess immense wealth is an arduous task. In essence, while martial practitioners may not necessarily be wealthy or powerful, those who are wealthy and powerful will undoubtedly be martial practitioners. Let us proceed cautiously. Before long, Qin Shuang entered with a meal. The master and disciple finished their dinner, and as the clock struck midnight, it was time for the night watch. The docks remained unchanged, and Qin Shuang refrained from boasting about his promotion to the position of chief priest. He also cautioned his foolish disciple not to make a fuss, suggesting they wait until next month when he officially assumed his new role. The night was calm. Under a canopy of stars, the crescent moon shone brightly. As the watchman's gong resounded, Qin Shuang prepared for rest. At that moment, a loud shout pierced the air. "Who goes there?" "Brothers, coming ashore." The voice echoed from afar. And under the moonlight, a small boat approached steadily. Could it be? Qin Shuang's eyes lit up as he recognized the middle-aged man with a bushy beard who had disembarked under his watch 2 weeks prior. Sun Hui, who had also heard the call, expressed his excitement. "Captain, is it him? Are we in luck? This fortune god is coming ashore again." However, Qin Shuang knew that earning this fortune god's favor was no simple task. Selling the elusive golden essence could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Yet, he understood that such undertakings were inevitable. As a small figure, he had no room for choice. From the moment he accepted the payment, he was bound to continue. Furthermore, he was no longer concerned with the intricacies. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of more fortune gods, indifferent to the nature of their dealings. Focusing solely on the acquisition of wealth, the bearded middle-aged man disembarked, approaching Qin Shuang with a jovial demeanor. "Chief Priest Qin, how have you been?" Qin Shuang's gaze narrowed. The incense master's formalities had only been completed this morning, and yet this individual seemed to possess knowledge of it. This revelation sparked a sense of vigilance within him, prompting a smile as he remarked, "It has been a while." His subordinates, though somewhat bewildered, were astute enough to remain silent. "Master Qin, may I have a word with you?" Sun Hui and the others quickly grasped the implication, bowing out respectfully. Once they had departed, the bearded man spoke in a low voice. "I am Qian Anghua, representing the Huichuan Bank. We have goods arriving tonight, and I also wish to discuss a long-term collaboration with you, Master Qin." The mention of Huichuan Bank sent a jolt of apprehension through Qin Shuang. This was no ordinary institution. It was rumored to have branches not only in the state of Chu, but also in the southern state of Shu, the Eastern Han Dynasty, and even in the northern Yin state, extending its reach to the barbarian territories. To put it in modern terms, they had a global presence with immense power. Chapter 17. Averse to mediocrity, such a formidable force seeks collaboration with me? What could we possibly have in common? He questioned with curiosity. "Master Qian, why would your esteemed bank wish to partner with an old man like myself? What sort of collaboration are you proposing?" Qian Anghua did not respond directly to his inquiry. Instead, he mischievously countered, "Qin Shuang, what brings you back into the fray? Do you know?" "We do not, but it is a common understanding. Your time is limited. If you do not seize this opportunity, you may find yourself facing demise. I believe we can assist you in navigating this predicament, but in return, we must engage in a deeper collaboration. What do you say?" Truly, a top-tier power sees through everything. Yet, Qin Shuang still probed, "Master Qian, what if I choose not to cooperate?" "It would not matter," Qian Anghua replied cheerfully, lowering his voice to whisper in Qin Shuang's ear. "But the incident involving Lu Shuyi's death in Qing Shui Alley will soon come to light." Qin Shuang's heart trembled violently, and his gaze sharpened instantaneously. "Did you witness that? To keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Qin Shuang, do you truly believe that your plans are flawless? The world is far more intricate than you can fathom. What do you say? Shall we collaborate?" Qian Guagua appeared exceedingly confident, believing that as long as Qin Shuang did not act foolishly, he would not decline the offer. "Though I am soon to assume the position of the incense master, the third altar will soon be tasked with guarding the gambling house rather than the dock." Why not ascend directly to the position of hall master? Qin Shuang, is such a fortunate event truly possible? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly added, "Alas, my cultivation is insufficient." With a wave of his hand, Qian Anghua declared, "At Wuhui Chuan Bank, we have never been stingy. As he spoke, a person from the small boat approached, carrying a box. Master Qin, please take a look. Qin Chuan opened the box, only to find it filled with pre-prepared herbal concoctions. Aware of your less than stellar aptitude, I have prepared 30 doses. Should that prove insufficient, we shall provide more. Why choose an old man like me? Qin Chuan inquired as he accepted the box. Ah, because if you do not take a risk, you shall perish, Qian Ongwa chuckled. Moreover, Pier No. 2 is the most suitable route for our endeavors. Qian Feng declined to collaborate, and the other two are simply too youthful, which is why you were selected. He refrained from mentioning another point, his leverage over Qin Chuan, but among intelligent individuals, such details hold little significance. Very well, let us proceed with this collaboration. Qin Chuan readily agreed. Master Qin is quite forthright. Qianongwa swiftly amended his words, producing a banknote from his pocket and placing it in Qin Chuan's hand. At Hui Chuan, we have always been generous. Take this sum for now, and we shall account for the expenses upon disembarkation. Qin Chuan paid no heed to his title. Instead, his gaze fell upon the silver note, an astonishing sum of 5,000 taels, which left him utterly astonished. Yet, his thoughts echoed a profound truth. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The character of Qian Feng was indisputable. Although he found himself in dire need of funds, he remained ever cautious and prudent. As Qian Ongwa aptly remarked, stagnation leads to demise. Were he in Qian Feng's position, already a hall master with no clear path to ascension, he too would prioritize stability. He would abstain from precarious ventures, such as those fraught with obvious risks, opting instead for a few years of diligent service as hall master before retiring to the enforcement hall, nurturing the next generation. This sentiment resonates with the majority. Wealth can be acquired, but one must also have the life to enjoy it. Qin Chuan sighed, contemplating that without the system, he would never have exerted himself so fervently. As his talents ascended, he was confident that he would soon reach a distinguished level, having led a life of mediocrity for 2 generations. He now yearned to transcend that ordinariness. Master Qian, your ambitions are considerable. Are you not aware of Qian Feng? Rest assured, we shall engage him in conversation, and within a fortnight at most, we shall see results. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, choosing not to utter another word. The remaining task was merely to oversee the unloading of goods, a matter he preferred to leave unexamined. Instead, he retreated to the second floor of the outpost, entrusting his subordinates with the collection of funds, secure in the knowledge that with Qin Shuang present, all would be well. Before long, Sun Hui and the others ascended, trembling as they presented a silver note to Qin Chuan. Commander, this is the landing fee they provided, still a sum of 4,000 taels. Qin Chuan took the silver note, retaining 2,000 taels, adhering to the customary practice. You may divide the profits among yourselves, but remember to keep this confidential. Yes, Commander. The group dispersed. Sun Hui, Tang Rong, I would like you to stay. Through his observations during this period, he discerned that these two could be won over as allies. Once he ascended to the position of Hall Master, he would undoubtedly devise a means to replace the other two leaders, Huang Chao and Feng Su. His apprehension did not stem from a fear of threats to his position, but rather from concerns regarding the disobedience of these individuals. He aspired to establish a hall where his word was law. The two remained, heads bowed in silence, their hearts racing with trepidation, uncertain of Qin Chuan's intentions. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Please, take a seat and close the door." Tang Rong, standing by the door, complied and shut it behind him, after which the two took their seats. You must be curious as to why I have summoned you here. I am unafraid to disclose that next month, I shall be the head of the incense sect. The two were momentarily taken aback with delight, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Commander." Yet, they swiftly corrected themselves, adding, "Congratulations, head of the incense sect." Qin Chuan nodded slightly and said, "Enough of these trivialities. How have your cultivation levels progressed?" The two men instantly felt a surge of joy, for the leader's inquiry indicated a willingness to nurture their potential. Sun Hui replied, "I invested all the last distribution's profits in medicinal herbs and have just begun my training in skin refinement. However, with today's profits, I shall soon achieve significant progress." Tang Rong, a beat behind, could only echo, "I too." "Excellent. Focus on enhancing your capabilities. This is not merely about your future. Do you understand?" Qin Chuan painted a grand vision, for a true leader must possess the ability to inspire. However, such visions must occasionally be realized to sustain motivation. "Your loyalty is noted." The two men exchanged glances before kneeling down simultaneously, proclaiming, "We shall remain steadfastly loyal to the master." "Huh, that is splendid. Rise now and return to your duties. Yes, we take our leave. Qin Chuan shook his head, questioning the sincerity of loyalty. Had he not heard such declarations before? In the past, Qian Feng had professed his loyalty even more fervently, yet what was the outcome? In the tumultuous world of the underbelly, one must never take the loyalty of subordinates at face value. When a subordinate rises, should you obstruct their path, the first to be eliminated will undoubtedly be you. At any moment, the bonds of interest are the most steadfast. What is termed loyalty is merely a reflection of insufficient leverage for betrayal. This evening, the Sha River lay tranquil, with an inconspicuous cargo ship gliding through its waters, the interior lavishly appointed. At this moment, Qian Goen stood respectfully before a man adorned in splendid attire, bowing slightly. My lord, Qin Chuan has agreed. How perceptive of him, the elegantly dressed man replied, sipping his tea with grace. This old fellow must have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, choosing to re-enter the fray so swiftly, and even breaking through to the realm of internal cultivation just before his demise. Shall we investigate? Qian Goen inquired. The man in fine garments shook his head. No need. Since we are to collaborate, let us do so earnestly. We at Huichuan do not engage in such underhanded dealings. And what of Qian Feng? Let the barbarian take action. Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. He has long sought to consolidate control over the Sha city. A jolt of realization coursed through Qian Goen, who quickly responded, understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following month, the final month of the year. The air in Sha city had grown increasingly frigid. Fortunately, Qin Chuan, being a martial artist, was unfazed by the chill. Today, he donned the attire of the incense master, adorned with an embroidered character signifying his rank, complemented by a small character below it. His garments represented his status, and while on duty, he was required to wear a token at his waist denoting his position. Similarly, Qin Chuan was clad in a new commanding uniform. The master and disciple, invigorated, made their way towards the gambling den. At that moment, Tang Rong rushed in, perspiration streaming down his forehead despite the cold, clearly in a state of urgency. Incense Master, grave news. Chapter 18. Fair competition? The hall leader has died. What did you say? Qin Chuan exclaimed, genuinely astonished, his surprise unmistakable. Wasn't it agreed we would discuss matters? Is this how the discussion unfolds? A chill ran down his spine. Had he refused the collaboration, would his fate have been sealed as well? Qin Chuan, you take charge of today's duties. He then grasped Tang Rong's arm. Come, we shall speak on the way. Qin Chuan hastened towards the dock, and along the way, Tang Rong recounted the events before departing. It turned out that last night, Qian Feng had passed away in his home. Early this morning, his family had gone to the headquarters to report the incident, after which the body was taken to the Water and Earth Hall. The deputy leader of the headquarters, Zhao Chunshan, personally arrived, requesting the 3 incense masters to come forth for questioning. As Qin Chuan arrived at the Water and Earth Hall, he found the guard at the entrance still to be Li San, whose expression was more dismal than one who had just lost a parent. After all, with the loss of his patron, his future days were likely to be fraught with difficulties. Master Qin, Vice Leader Zhao is inside. Understood. Qin Chuan patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation and strode inside. I have come to pay my respects to Vice Leader Zhao. Within the Sand River Gang, the Vice Leader held a position of undeniable authority, one that was seldom challenged, not merely due to skill but as a matter of hierarchy. Qin Chuan, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Vice Leader Zhao's countenance was far from pleasant. Before long, Jia Tan Huang Chao and Yi Tan Feng Su also arrived. Both men greeted Qin Chuan warmly, yet their gazes drifted towards the covered corpse at the center of the hall, revealing a flicker of excitement hidden beneath their sorrowful expressions. The death of a hall master presented them with a prospect for promotion. How could they not feel exhilarated? Seeing that all were present, Zhao Chunshan rose and unveiled the white cloth. A distinct gash marked Qian Feng's neck, a lethal cut. Upon examination by Dr. Chun, it was determined that the wound was inflicted by a curved blade, indicating that Qian Feng had been slain by the barbarians. With the Sand City in proximity to barbarian territories, it was well known that they wielded curved blades with alarming speed and sharpness. You 3 are essential subordinates of Qian Feng. Enlighten us as to why the barbarians would seek his death. The 3 exchanged glances, remaining silent. Even if they possessed knowledge, they would feign ignorance. Zhao Chunshan shook his head, sighing inwardly. To die at the hands of the barbarians was a senseless fate. In a word, the barbarians were not to be trifled with, and no one would truly seek vengeance for him, even if he was the hall master of the Sand River Gang. However, the gang leader had decreed that this matter could not be dismissed lightly. With the death of a hall master, if the Sand River gang failed to offer an explanation, they might as well cease their existence in Sand City. Yet, this directive surprised him, and he found it perplexing, but he was bound to execute the leader's commands. Zhao Chunshan covered the body once more, returned to his seat, and glanced at the three incense masters, speaking slowly. I summoned you not to assign blame, but to convey a task. This month, which hall is on duty at the dock? Our hall. Huang Chao responded. Zhao Chunshan nodded. Hall, Ping Hall, heed your orders. At your command. Feng Su and Qin Chuan rose. By the decree of the Sand River gang leader, Zhao Chunshan also stood, producing a token and solemnly declaring, I command you to take action tonight and eradicate the Axe Gang's underground gambling den at Peace Square. Qin Chuan and Feng Su exchanged glances filled with confusion, yet promptly responded, we shall obey your command. Please take a seat. Yes, it had been a considerable time since gang conflicts had erupted, much to Feng Su's displeasure, while Qin Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Huang Chao maintained an impassive expression, though inwardly he was quite pleased. However, Zhao Chunshan's subsequent words plunged his spirits into despair. Rest assured, we will have others to intercept their leader and elders. The chief has declared that this time, we will avenge Master Qian by striking at the Axe Gang. The one who contributes the most will become the candidate for the next Hall Master. And as long as your cultivation reaches the requisite level, you will ascend to the position of Hall Master of the Water and Earth Hall. Upon hearing this, Feng Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. The casino at Ping Square, a substantial establishment, was a complete hall in its own right. Yet he was willing to take a gamble for the opulence that came with the title of Hall Master. Huang Chao immediately objected, Deputy Chief Zhao. I am stationed at the dock and am equally eligible to participate. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. You are included. Zhao Chunshan nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Remember, we are avenging Master Qian Feng by targeting the Axe Gang. The casino at Ping Square will also fall under the jurisdiction of the Water and Earth Hall. He continued, the chief has already submitted a report to the authorities. So you are free to act, but do ensure that the innocent populace remains unharmed. Otherwise, we will have much to answer for to the officials. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Huang Chao observed Zhao Chunshan's expression and inwardly sighed, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns, instead contemplating the immense benefits of becoming the next Hall Master. The casino at Ping Square was far from the modest gambling spots frequented by the dock workers of the Water and Earth Hall. It represented a prominent facade of the Axe Gang, replete with substantial profits. You may confer amongst yourselves now. Yes, we take our leave. As he watched the trio depart, Zhao Chunshan's smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow filled with apprehension. I hope we emerge victorious. I wonder what the chief is contemplating. Once the three had left, they arrived at the entrance of the platform. Huang Chao was the first to speak. This evening, let us compete fairly. I hope you both prioritize the greater good. Let us secure the casino first, shall we? Although Feng Su and he were at odds, he nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Neither do I. Qin Chuan concurred. Excellent. What shall be our time of action? The trio swiftly reached a consensus to gather at the southern gate of Ping Square at midnight to finalize their plans. That time frame was noted for its tranquility, a period when individuals were most prone to drowsiness. Having made their arrangements, they dispersed to resume their duties. Not far from the dock, they arrived at an inconspicuous entrance. Lifting the curtain, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices within. Big, big, big. 2, 2, 3, small. Alas, this place resembles a gambling den, where numerous dockworkers indulge in wagers, albeit with modest sums. The currency exchanged here is predominantly comprised of copper coins, for it is rare to encounter silver. After all, how many coins can a dockworker truly possess? Ignoring the distractions, Qin Chuan addressed a stranger at the doorway, instructing, summon the three leaders to me. Yes, chief. Upon entering a dimly lit room, he lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs despite his waning fondness for the habit, as it became a fleeting comfort during moments of contemplation. The death of Qian Feng surprised him, yet it did not disturb his equanimity. What truly unsettled him was the gang's stance on the leadership position. They intended for the three of them to compete fairly, without considering any external appointments. Was this the handiwork of Wei Chuan? Did they genuinely believe in my ability to prevail? A frown creased Qin Chuan's brow, but he quickly dismissed the notion. It could not be. Huang Chao and Feng Su were not to be underestimated. They had held their roles as leaders for several years. undoubtedly meeting the qualifications for the position. I am still a fraction away from mastering my skills. Perhaps today will be the day. Once I make the necessary arrangements, I shall return to my training. Setting aside other concerns, I must seize this rare opportunity to secure the leadership position and reap the rewards from the system. He was well aware of the formidable power of the previously awarded Eye of Truth, though his current cultivation and status were insufficient to fully harness its potential. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the new rewards from the system. Given the daunting challenge and the completion time of less than a month, the reward was bound to be substantial. Chapter 19. Mastery of the Art. As for the leader's decision to issue this command, it was of no concern to him. A minor player must embrace their role, focusing on the present task at hand, which is far more significant. Soon, the three leaders entered. The leaders of Teams 7 and 8 were both young men under 30. One named Zhang Wen and the other Lu Kai. Greetings, Chief. Congratulations on your appointment. They harbored no jealousy or psychological burdens. First, they were not competitors for the chief position due to their own inadequate cultivation. Second, they were already aware that Qin Chuan had previously served as the chief under the former leadership, and they respected his reinstatement. Qin Chuan had little inclination to respond to their congratulations. Instead, he spoke directly. Please take a seat. Today's matter is of utmost importance. The Hall Master has died. You are all aware of this, are you not? The three nodded in unison, for this news had spread among nearly all the brothers of the Earth Water Hall. Good news seldom leaves the confines of one's home, while misfortunes travel far and wide. The very individuals responsible for the death of our Hall Master, Qian, belong to the Axe Gang. Thus, it is imperative that we, the Earth Water Hall, seek retribution for this grievance. Qin Chuan could not divulge the true cause of Qianfeng's death. After a brief pause, he continued, no one is permitted to take leave today, nor may anyone depart from the gambling house. Keep a vigilant eye on your companions and ensure that they are armed. Tonight, heed my command. We shall strike against the Axe Gang, avenging our leader. While Qin Chu was somewhat exhilarated, the expressions of the other two were less than favorable. After all, seeking vengeance for their leader was a matter that, in the past, would have spurred them into a frenzied assault. However, having enjoyed a prolonged period of peace and stability, they had forgotten their roots as members of a gang and were reluctant to engage in violent confrontations with rival factions. Such endeavors could prove fatal, and the ones who might perish could very well be themselves. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Chuan let out a cold snort. This was an order from within the gang. If one did not wish to comply, the esteemed leader would not impose any difficulties upon them, simply withdraw from the Sheikh gang. The subordinates promptly rose to accept their orders. Aware that life would become arduous, if not entirely untenable, they were not mere disciples, but leaders in their own right. The world of martial arts is easily entered, yet to withdraw from it is a different matter altogether. Either one must reach an advanced age when others no longer hold grudges, or one must meet their demise. Noticing their acquiescence, Qin Chuan nodded. Remember, do not let this information leak. Before the stroke of midnight, do not speak of it to anyone. Now go about your business. Understood. Qin Chuan rose and called out to Qin Frost. Keep a close watch on those two. Should they reveal any information, eliminate them on the spot. Understood, Master Xiang. Qin Shuang has already transcended into the realm of training the internal organs. Dealing with the two of them, he possesses both intent and cunning. Thus it poses no challenge. As for the guild rules, at this juncture, they have become irrelevant. When the time comes, one can simply claim that they sought to relay information regarding the Axe Gang. And the law enforcement hall would undoubtedly commend the act of killing. Just as in the military, can the regulations of peacetime truly be compared to those in wartime? I shall return shortly. Should there be any matters, send someone to inform me. After Qin Chuan finished his instructions, he departed, leaving Qin Shuang to oversee matters, which filled him with confidence. Such is the benefit of having an unwavering confidant. Upon returning home, he immediately commenced concocting medicine and practicing his techniques. As he consumed a dose of the potion, Qin Chuan arrived at a crucial juncture, the cultivation of his heart. The heart, being the most vital organ of the human body, is exceedingly delicate. A moment's neglect could lead to cardiac damage, resulting in dire consequences. Many individuals find themselves stalled at this stage, yet once mastery is achieved, one undergoes a profound transformation. Muscles, bones, and internal organs are fortified and rejuvenated, elevating the individual beyond the realm of an ordinary person, extending their lifespan, amplifying their strength, and bestowing them with enduring stamina, capable of breaking through a formation of 100 ordinary soldiers. As the breathing technique commenced, The strain on his heart intensified, and Qin Chuan experienced a searing pain, akin to his heart being devoured, with beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. However, he could not afford to pause, as the potency of the medicine surged. The agony began to wane, and the damaged heart gradually commenced its restoration. Time passed slowly. Buzz. Qin Chuan shuddered as if he had been reborn in an instant. The air around him transformed into a sweet aroma, his gaze cleared, his joints no longer felt stiff, his muscles regained their tone, and his skin visibly tightened. With age spots swiftly fading away, he had mastered the art of purification. Qin Chuan was overjoyed and hurried to the copper mirror, shedding his garments to inspect himself. His physique and visage appeared akin to that of a man around 60 years of age, shedding the frail aura of advanced age. At last, he was liberated from the anxieties regarding his lifespan. In his current state, living for another 20 years posed no significant challenge, and with a stroke of fortune, he could extend his existence by 3 to 4 decades. Should he aspire to live longer, he would need to cultivate his blood and marrow, which could enable him to comfortably reach the age of 150. This implied that once Qin Chuan attained mastery in internal cultivation, he could anticipate an additional 70 years of life. Resources and talent were indispensable. Regrettably, the elixirs for cultivating the organs were rendered ineffective, and he lacked both the formulas and the medicinal materials necessary for blood cultivation. He had neither the recipes nor the ingredients. His thoughts turned to the Huichuan Bank. Having already embarked on this perilous journey, what was there to fear? As long as his cultivation progressed swiftly enough, all obstacles would be surmountable. Regarding the surplus elixirs for organ cultivation, he had no intention of returning them. Should the proprietors refuse to accept them, he would sell them for currency. And if they were accepted, he would utilize them to nurture his subordinates, thereby facilitating their tasks. The present Qin Chuan was markedly different from his former self. He had once meticulously managed his resources, but now he embraced a simpler philosophy, walking the tightrope of life, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring. Money? It was meant to be spent. What good was it to hoard it for others after his demise? With rising strength, one would never find oneself wanting for wealth. Clad once more, he lifted the floorboards to retrieve a silver spear and practiced in the courtyard for a while. The sound of gunfire echoed, reverberating through the air. The transformation in his prowess left him somewhat entranced. This spear felt light in his grasp, yet he had no superior weapon at present, so he would have to make do for now. As he executed a series of spear techniques, he found himself perspiring not a single drop. Nor did he feel the slightest fatigue. Instead, his spirits soared. On the first day of December, at the hour of the rat, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and all was enveloped in tranquility. Qin Chuan strode into the gambling den with his weapon in hand. The patrons had long since departed, as the dockworkers were required to report for duty at dawn. Thus, this modest establishment saw little business during the night. Inside, the disciples of the Bingten sect were either seated or reclining, each wielding their preferred weapon, predominantly long knives, with few opting for alternative armaments. In the realm of the underworld, knives are favored for their formidable lethality and relative ease of use. Upon his entrance, all present rose to their feet. "Master," they exclaimed. The 3 leaders approached him. "Are all present?" "Yes, a total of 36, all accounted for," came the response from Qin Feng. "Excellent." Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. "Form ranks and follow me." He led the way out, with the others trailing behind. Aside from the 3 leaders, nearly everyone was uncertain of their purpose, yet armed. They could not help but speculate. However, as there had been no significant gang conflicts in recent years, they hesitated to voice their thoughts and quietly followed in line. They traversed the city, and the guards at the gate seemed oblivious to their presence, allowing them passage despite their weapons. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the southern side of Pinganfang, a bustling district in the western part of the city. "Form ranks. I have something to discuss." Upon Qin Chuan's command, the group aligned into 3 rows. Many of the younger brothers were puzzled about the purpose of their gathering that night. "Do you know where we are?" Someone whispered. "Yes. This is Pinganfang, and we currently stand at the southern gate. Do you understand why we are here?" The disciples shook their heads. "To seek vengeance, to avenge our leader. Our master has been slain, and the perpetrator is the Axe Gang. Within this very place lies the largest casino of the Axe Gang in the western part of the city, and our objective tonight is to exterminate everyone inside." Chapter 20, Consolidating Power? To seize their riches and take control of this vast casino, in retribution for our leader. Upon hearing these words, many of the younger disciples' eyes sparkled with fervor, while the older ones felt a twinge of anxiety. "Calm yourselves. What is there to fear? Qinchuan bellowed, driving his spear into the ground, which silenced the crowd instantly. You are members of a gang. Have years of complacency made you forget your identity? The A and B sects are en route and will soon join us. I can assure you now, for every Axe gang member you slay, a personal reward of 10 taels of silver shall be granted, marked by the left ear. For now, all of you shall rest in place and await further instructions. No one is to leave. Should you wish to depart, first consult your fellow brothers and see if they consent. My spear will have its say. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that even if they were reluctant to fight, they had no choice. Damn, why are you being such a coward? A young disciple exclaimed, challenging the hesitant ones. Isn't fighting and killing the norm for us in this gang? This is truly exhilarating. In fact, the majority of individuals are rather thrilled by the prospect of killing and seizing possessions, all while being rewarded for their actions. They are eager and watchful, keeping a close eye on the timid, ensuring that they do not escape. Qinchuan, feeling quite satisfied, stepped aside with his gun in hand, lit a cigarette, and awaited in silence. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the members from the A and B factions arrived. However, the number of their ranks was rather disappointing, with only a handful, merely a dozen, present. Upon witnessing the turnout from the C faction, their expressions soured considerably. Master Qin, Master Huang, and Master Feng have arrived. The three exchanged courteous greetings before deliberating briefly and deciding to take action in half an hour. They instructed their subordinates to rest on the spot, confident that as long as there were no informants, their presence would remain undisclosed. Meanwhile, on Lufeng Street in the western part of the city, the lights still shone brightly. The Yihong Courtyard, a relatively upscale brothel on this street, usually bustled with patrons. Yet tonight, an unusual silence enveloped the establishment. The laughter of the young women and the calls of the madam had vanished. In the main hall, one could hear a pin drop, the atmosphere heavy with tension, colder than the night outside. The two factions sat opposite each other, casting icy glares. And any familiar with the underworld of Shaching would immediately recognize them as the upper echelons of the Sheikh gang and the Axe gang. Strangely, despite the palpable tension, there was no inclination towards conflict. It seemed they were awaiting someone. At that moment, the heavy door of the Yihong Courtyard creaked open, and a middle-aged scholar entered. The members of both factions, including their leaders, promptly rose and bowed in respect. Greetings, sir. The scholar waved his hand dismissively and took his seat at the central position, leisurely sipping from a cup of tea. The atmosphere was so tense that not a single breath dared to escape. Setting down his cup, he smiled slightly. Why are you all standing? Please, take a seat. Thank you, sir. This Shaching is indeed too chaotic, he continued. With numerous factions, the common folk suffer greatly, and deaths occur with alarming frequency. The authorities are quite dissatisfied. His words sent a shiver through everyone present. Zhao Chunshan, in particular, had an epiphany. He finally grasped the significance of the night. It would determine the fate of the Sheikh gang. Lin Chonhua, the scholar suddenly called out. Present. The leader of the Axe gang promptly stood. Everything your gang has done over the years has not gone unnoticed by the authorities. Sha Zhenbong, here. The leader of the Sheikh gang rose as well. Your gang too, over the years, has toiled and achieved much. The two gang leaders quickly affirmed. The middle-aged scholar stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, slowly approaching while locking eyes with the two leaders, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The number of gangs in Shaching is indeed excessive. With so many small factions, management becomes arduous, leading to chaos. Would you not agree? Everything is as you say, sir. Both individuals were drenched in cold sweat. Very well, this night, neither side is permitted to interfere with the affairs of Pingan Square. In the realm of the underworld, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by destiny. You shall remain here, patiently awaiting the outcome. The victor shall continue to exist, while the vanquished must humbly embrace a mundane existence. The winner is forbidden from pursuing the loser. This is the command of the adults. We shall obey. The two men lowered their heads, their hearts brimming with reluctance. Yet the circumstances were overpowering. If they wished to survive, they had no choice but to accept their fate. They could only hope that their subordinates would prove themselves capable. Very well, I shall take my leave now, said a tall, slender middle-aged man, appearing like a phantom at his side. Keep a watch on them. Should anyone dare to step out of the Yihong Courtyard tonight, they shall be killed. With that, he stifled a yawn and departed from the establishment. The individual known as Ah Feng glanced at those present, a cruel smile curling his lips before he vanished from sight. This sent a shiver through the assembled factions, for they understood that Ah Feng, being in the employ of their master, was a formidable expert. After a prolonged silence, seeing that Ah Feng had not reappeared, a member of the Shade Gang voiced his concern in hushed tones. Leader, without a hall master to oversee us, might we suffer a disadvantage? Silence. We shall abide by the master's arrangements. Sha Junbang shot a glare at the elder of the law enforcement hall who had spoken. Meanwhile, the members of the Axe Gang were equally anxious, troubled by the lack of information from the Pingan Square Casino, placing them in a precarious position. Lin Chonhua inwardly cursed the brute who had killed Qianfeng, denouncing his ancestry for generations. My lord, your ploy to have the brute eliminate Qianfeng is truly exceptional. It has indeed piqued that individual's interest in consolidating the minor forces within Sha City. In a quaint courtyard within Sha City, a man clad in elegant robes sat sipping tea, facing none other than Qian Goen. He leisurely remarked that individual has long sought to unify these smaller factions. He merely lacked an appropriate pretext. I have simply provided him with a fitting opportunity. With numerous minor forces, governance becomes a challenge. It is far better to consolidate them, which will undoubtedly ease his burdens. Tonight is merely the beginning. Soon, only a handful of powers will remain in Sha City. My lord, what of our investment in Qinchuan? Do not worry. It is certain that the Axe Gang's Lin Chonhua and his nephew, who has only recently assumed office, cannot be formidable at this stage. Tell me, amongst the younger generation of the current factions, who could possibly rival him? My lord is wise. My concern lies with the other two incense masters. A smile graced the lips of the man in elegant attire. Tonight serves as a trial for him. In Sha City, we cannot afford to have ineffective individuals. Qian Guan felt a jolt in his heart. From the elder's words, it was clear that if Qin Chuan triumphed tonight, his future would be boundless. The Huichuan Bank had not been in Shaqing for long and had yet to cultivate its own underground influence. The elder seemed to envision Qin Chuan as the representative of the bank's clandestine power in Shaqing. With this thought, Qian Guan couldn't help but wish for Qin Chuan's victory, as it was ultimately for the benefit of Huichuan. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle, each with their own motives at Ping and Fong, Southgate. Half an hour swiftly passed, and it was now nearing the hour of the pig. Qin Chuan and Huang Chao exchanged a glance with Feng Su, and simultaneously rose to their feet. Let us proceed. Keep your footsteps silent. Avoid making any noise. The trio of teams, comprising over 70 individuals, silently entered Ping and Fong, making their way towards a compound of 4 courtyards situated to the west. From a considerable distance, Huang Chao halted first and remarked, Masters Qin and Feng, it would be prudent to silently eliminate the 2 guards at the entrance. How can we be silent in such an open space? If you think you can do it, go ahead, Feng Su retorted dismissively. Fool. Huang Chao cursed under his breath, then gestured with his hand. 2 robust men from his entourage stepped forward, wielding crossbows. Good heavens! Feng Su exclaimed, you have crossbows? Are you seeking death? Enough of your nonsense. Even if we can't win, we may still perish, so why meddle? Huang Chao shot him a glare and waved his hand. Go, eliminate those 2. Understood. The 2 men stealthily approached, releasing their triggers, and the guards fell without uttering a sound. The poisoned bolt struck true, lethally swift. This display of ruthlessness altered Qin Chuan's perception of Huang Chao, a merciless individual who would stop at nothing. Such a person would either rise to great heights or meet an untimely demise. Perhaps an untimely end would allow the old man to rest easy. Qin Chuan had already made up his mind. As the guards fell in response, the 3 incense masters exchanged a signal, and everyone drew their weapons. Qin Chuan also unsheathed his firearm, revealing an exceptionally sharp blade. Huang Chao and Feng Su exchanged glances at the elderly man, noting not only his rejuvenated appearance, but also his adeptness with the gun. Those who traverse the underworld are well aware that the more peculiar a weapon, the swifter the demise it brings. The majority wield swords or sabers, while encountering a gunman instills a shared understanding among onlookers. This individual is formidable and not to be trifled with. Before reaching the pinnacle of their craft, within the same realm of cultivation, unless one possesses exceedingly advanced martial techniques, they are undoubtedly no match for a gunman. The adage an inch longer, an inch stronger is not mere jest. Qin Chuan naturally noticed their glances and chuckled. Gentlemen, there is no time to waste. Let us charge forth. What if there are guests inside? Feng Su inquired, recalling the deputy leader's admonition against harming innocents. Huang Chao scoffed. At this moment, there are no innocents. Only members of the Axe Gang. Kill. The 3 leaders took the lead and swiftly stormed into the casino. They encountered 2 individuals who were not clad in the Axe Gang's attire as they exited. In an instant, Qin Chuan and Huang Chao struck. with a bullet piercing one's throat and a blade cleaving another. This sent a chill of sweat down Feng Su's spine. But he steeled himself and charged forward with his knife. Those from the second altar, follow me to slaughter. Those from the first altar, come with me to fight. Qin Shuang spoke coldly. Qin Shuang, station your men at the entrance. Let not a single one escape. The rest of you, follow me into battle. At this hour, the casino was indeed bustling with patrons. As the sheikh gang surged in, they mercilessly slaughtered those in their path and greedily seized every possession within reach. The scene erupted into utter chaos. Qin Shuang felt a sense of helplessness. The confined space hindered the effective use of his formidable weapon, yet his lethality remained undiminished. However, it was not long before the members of the Axe gang reacted. The sheikh gang is upon us. Inform the hall master at once. In a state of both intention and distraction, the Axe gang members were no match for their adversaries, who, under the leadership of 3 incense masters and 8 commanders, slaughtered them with the ease of chopping vegetables, instilling fear in their hearts. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. You dare to disturb the Axe gang with such audacity? Brothers, arm yourselves and eliminate the members of the sheikh gang. The speaker was none other than Lin Xing, the hall master of the Axe gang and overseer of the casino. He understood that retreat was not an option. Moreover, it was evident that the intruders were few in number. Only around 60 of his own men remained, despite significant losses. With that, he brandished a large blade and charged forward, aiming a decisive strike at the nearest foe, Feng Su. Feng Su raised his sword to block. But the clash of metal echoed violently as he was sent reeling several meters, crashing into a gambling table. This blow was delivered with such force that it instantly invigorated the morale of the Axe gang, prompting the 3 incense masters to seize their weapons and rush into the fray. Qin Shuang and Huang Chao exchanged a grave glance. Fully aware that tonight they had no choice but to fight with determination, they held no fear for Lin Xing, whose cultivation merely reached the level of the great accomplishment in the foundation establishment stage. Feng Su had been struck down, not merely due to his lack of focus, but the true extent of his capabilities remained uncertain. In an instant, chaos erupted around them. In this tumultuous scene, Qin Shuang felt a resurgence of his former prowess. Unlike the others present, he had endured countless skirmishes of this nature. Hence, he moved with remarkable agility, wielding his firearm like a graceful dragon, dispatching one member of the Axe gang after another while steadily retreating from their incense master and Lin Xing, seeking a more open space to maneuver his weapon. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Feng Su rising, his lips unmarred by blood, and as he fought, he began to withdraw. Qin Shuang concluded that this fellow was merely feigning defeat. Fool, you both shall meet your end tonight. On the opposite side, Huang Chao, wielding a long blade, had ventured too close and was immediately ensnared by Lin Xing and an incense master. He found himself in dire straits. You two confront the one with the gun, quickly. Lin Xing, not lacking in shrewdness, had discerned Qin Shuang's presence and shouted at the 2 incense masters who were engaged in battle. The 2 incense masters charged towards Qin Shuang. Come at me. Qin Shuang let out a thunderous roar, his blood surging with fervor as he wielded his spear, shimmering with a cold light. With a swift thrust, he struck down one adversary, the spear's blossoms quivering as it swept through the grass in search of serpents, before lunging towards another fragrant master who leaped into the air. With a piercing thrust, the spear pierced through the chest, sending a chilling sensation coursing through. The fragrant master stared in wide-eyed disbelief, utterly astonished by the spectacle. With a swift flick of his rifle, Qin Shuang sent a body hurtling through the air, crashing into several members of the Axe gang and saving the lives of a few disciples. Almost immediately, he raised his weapon high and struck fiercely at another Axe gang chief. He discerned that these 2 chiefs possessed strength comparable to Lu Shui, indicating they had achieved considerable mastery, yet they were no match for him. The rifle, long and heavy, bore down with tremendous force, prompting the chief to hastily raise his blade in defense. A deafening crash ensued, bending the chief's legs under the impact. However, to his astonishment, the rifle exhibited remarkable resilience, rebounding instantly as Qin Shuang withdrew it, delivering a lethal thrust to the throat that pierced through. In mere moments, both chiefs lay lifeless. At that juncture, Huang Chao was sent flying by Lin Xing's blade, spewing blood as his garments shredded, revealing a gleaming silver armor beneath. Qin Shuang felt a pang of regret. This fellow was audacious and astute, explaining his reckless bravado. He indeed wore soft armor. Swiftly, Qin Shuang advanced and intercepted the last remaining chief. This chief was anything but ordinary. He was a consummate practitioner of internal arts, wielding a blade with deadly precision. In an instant, they were embroiled in a fierce battle, with Qin Chuan exercising utmost caution, refraining from pursuing into confined spaces, instead engaging in the open. Meanwhile, Huang Chao rose to his feet, blood still staining his lips. But Lin Xing lunged at him with another deadly strike. He rolled away just in time to evade the lethal blow, shouting out, "Feng Su, you bastard!" Not far away, Feng Su's gaze was filled with malice. However, with so many disciples present, he realized that unless every member of the Shay gang perished, he could not reclaim his position as chief and would likely be killed by the enforcement hall. Thus, he had no choice but to charge toward Lin Xing. The two clashed. Although Lin Xing was the chief, his strength was not superior to theirs. Huang Chao, heavily injured, meant Feng Su would not unleash his full power, resulting in a seemingly equal contest. The battlefield quickly delineated into two factions. Everyone understood that whichever side triumphed first would claim victory that day. Lin Xing's eyes glinted with fervor as he launched a frenzied series of strikes, cleaving through a wooden wall to create a sizable breach, then darting through it, attempting to flee. Pursue him. Huang Chao and Feng Su followed closely behind. Qin Chuan understood that he could no longer delay. He must eliminate his adversary. And Lin Xing could not escape this time. Only by venturing outside could he seize his opportunity. He feigned being struck back by a blade, turning to flee with his weapon in hand. The fragrant leader had indeed fallen for the ruse and pursued him, only to be met with a dazzling flash of cold light. With a piercing sound, the blade of the spear pierced through his chest, and he fell, filled with resentment. "Eliminate them all," Qin Chuan commanded, casually dispatching a few members of the Axe gang before breaking through the crumbling wall in pursuit. However, he soon encountered a bizarre scene. Beneath the courtyard's wall lay two figures. One was Lin Xing, a crimson line marking his neck, while the other was Feng Su, with the tip of Lin Xing's knife protruding from his chest. "Qin, the fragrant leader," Huang Chao gasped, clutching his chest as he sat on the ground. Sorrow etched across his face. Lin Xing is dead, but so is Feng Su. He was too careless. Otherwise, had I not donned this soft armor today, I might have met the same fate. Sighing, Qin Chuan stepped forward to offer consolation. For the sake of the guild, sacrifices must be made. "Huang, are you all right?" As he spoke, he leaned his spear against the wall and extended his right hand to assist Huang Chao. Suddenly, a flash of malice ignited in Huang Chao's eyes. Grasping the long knife in his hand, he surged forward, thrusting it towards Qin Chuan. At such a close distance, death was imminent. If Qin Chuan perished, he would assuredly ascend to the position of Hall Master. Yet, the outcome was not as he envisioned. The hand reaching out suddenly opened, and a cloud of white powder obscured his vision. Alarm surged within him, but before he could feel resistance from the knife in his grip, a chill enveloped his throat. He realized then that he was already dead. Qin Chuan swiftly drew his dagger from his left hand, wiping it on Huang Chao before sheathing it once more within his long boot. "Underestimate me, old man. When you were scheming against others, you were merely a tadpole." Upon observing the blade protruding from Feng Su's chest, Qin Chuan immediately deduced that it was Huang Chao's treacherous hand responsible for this fatal strike from behind. No one else could have committed such an act. Furthermore, had Huang Chao not taken action, Qin Chuan himself would have dealt the blow. He swiftly extracted the knife from Feng Su's body and, with unerring precision, aimed it at Huang Chao's head, delivering several decisive thrusts. Discarding the weapon carelessly, he seized his firearm and advanced towards the casino hall. The carnage was nearing its conclusion. Those who sought to flee soon discovered that the entrance was fortified, their desperation mounting as they realized escape was futile, blocked by an adept guardian skilled in the art of combat. At the entrance, a grim tally of over a dozen lives had been claimed. The skirmish concluded swiftly, with the Shay gang suffering devastating losses. Aside from the relatively intact contingent led by Qin Chuan, merely 11 individuals remained from those who had entered the casino. The remainder had perished. With this conflict aptly described as brutal, the Axe gang was entirely annihilated, while the Shay gang mourned the loss of more than 50 members, including 2 incense masters and 5 commanders. Qin Chuan swiftly orchestrated the cleanup of the battlefield before departing from the casino. The survivors present were wholly obedient to him, primarily because they had all profited considerably from the chaos. This establishment, nestled within the city, attracted a multitude of patrons, although many were ordinary folk. Their living standards far surpassed those of the dockworkers. Upon returning to the dockside, some individuals were elated, while others trembled with fear. They stood in formation, after all. It was merely a skirmish. In this underworld, one cannot harbor a fear of death. If one fears death, one ought not to engage in such a life. Qin Chuan's words awakened many. Indeed, when they first ventured into the underworld, they held the belief that they would either rise to prominence or meet a grim fate on the streets, perhaps even sink into obscurity. Yet, who could have anticipated that the gang life would differ so vastly from their expectations? Rather than relentless violence, they found themselves bound by numerous rules, akin to the rigors of labor. Now, faced with sudden bloodshed, they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed. Such carnage as witnessed today is likely to become a frequent occurrence. So consider carefully whether to persist in this path. You all understand the benefits of engaging in a brawl, ultimately. It is up to you to decide whether to choose mediocrity or to gamble on your own fate. The leaders of Gang A and Gang B continue to maintain their watch, awaiting orders from headquarters. Those from Gang C, come with me back to the gambling house. In Gang C, apart from the 9 teams, only one, Chen Qing, has perished. As for the reason for his death, one could say that in the chaos, the loss of a life or two is inconsequential. The other 2 teams have suffered significant losses, with only 2 survivors remaining, and both of their leaders have also fallen. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not disclose the role he played in these events. In navigating the underworld, if there are no interests at stake, all within a gang are brothers. However, once interests are involved, I regret to inform you that you are no longer my brother, but my adversary. Qin Chuan had long since resolved to purge the disobedient from the Water and Earth Hall, aiming to transform the establishment into a bastion of singular authority. Do not fault him for his ruthlessness. Such is the nature of the underworld, where life and death are dictated by fate, and fortune rests in the heavens. Should he meet his demise today, so be it. If he survives, it is others who shall perish. At the gambling house, Qin Chuan promptly fulfilled his promise, distributing a modest sum of silver, while it was Qin Shuang, stationed at the entrance, who claimed the most lives. This young man proved to be quite the surprise, showing no fear of bloodshed and executing his tasks with remarkable efficiency. Everyone may return and rest. There is no need to guard the gambling house tomorrow. We shall reconvene the day after, he declared, before leading his apprentice homeward. Qin Shuang trudged along, enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. Frost, what troubles you? He asked. With a sullen shake of his head, he replied, Master, I am fine. Qin Shuang, feeling a twinge of displeasure, furrowed his brow and said, Speak your mind. How many times have I told you that there are no words unfit for discussion in the presence of our master? Qin Shuang paused for a moment before speaking. Master, I witnessed you slaying them. Chapter 23. The Lord's plan must not fail Zhangwen? Lu Kai? Qin Shuang nodded slightly, still feeling somewhat gloomy. Qin Shuang rubbed his head and sighed. My child, have you ever pondered why I had to take their lives? Qin Shuang raised her head to look at him, her face a picture of confusion. It seemed that the 2 of them were not familiar with their master, nor had they established a competitive relationship based on interests. I recall that my master once told me that the world of martial arts is governed by interests. They have encroached upon your benefits, and your benefits are, in essence, my master's benefits. Do you understand? Qin Shuang remained somewhat perplexed regarding her own interests. How did Chen Qing meet his demise? Qin Shuang continued to inquire with unwavering patience. His repeated disregard for his master's orders could lead our faction into peril. Indeed, Zhang Wen and the others exhibited similar reactions. Did you notice their expressions when I mentioned my intention to confront the Axe Gang yesterday? Furthermore, at the Pingan Square Casino, they were lethargic in their efforts, watching their subordinates perish without offering any aid. You may not have observed this, but if such individuals remain alive, they will inevitably compete with you for the position of incense master in the future. Do you truly believe that our Earth and Water Hall can prosper under such circumstances? Qin Shuang nodded slightly, feeling a sense of understanding beginning to dawn upon her. Qin Shuang patted his shoulder and said, Do you sometimes feel that I, as your mentor, am rather lacking in compassion? Qin Shuang remained silent. You brat, speak your mind. You were raised by the master, closer than a biological son. Indeed. There are times when I sense that the master lacks compassion. That is precisely the right way to think. Compassion is a matter for the family, in the martial world. Only interests prevail. Remember this. Now go and rest. Upon concluding his words, Qin Shuang turned and returned to his chamber. One can never truly learn from mere instruction. Yet experiences impart wisdom in a single encounter. This apprentice, being exceedingly youthful, possesses not a shred of worldly experience. To have achieved this level of proficiency is commendable. A gentleman restrains himself, rather than constraining others. Qin Shuang may prioritize his own interests, yet he cannot impose the same expectation upon his disciples. He should impart what is necessary and act with a clear conscience. As dawn broke, the Yihong courtyard remained enveloped in tranquility, although each face present was marked by anxiety and unease, akin to prisoners awaiting judgment. Creak. The crimson rays of the sun streamed through the doorway, ushering in a brisk breeze. Everyone rose to their feet, gazing at the bleary-eyed middle-aged scholar who entered. Greetings, sir. The adjudicator has arrived. Ah, you all appear quite spirited. Please, take a seat. No need to linger. The middle-aged scholar lifted his teacup to rinse his mouth and addressed the old courtesan upstairs. A bowl of plain rice porridge and 2 fried dough sticks, please. Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, a maid approached with a tray. The scholar elegantly savored his porridge and dough sticks, seemingly oblivious to the dozens of eyes fixated upon him. A quarter of an hour later, he wiped his mouth and stood up, prompting the others to rise once more, their gazes filled with eager anticipation. Shazanbang. Present. Shazanbang stepped forward, visibly nervous. Your old man is quite remarkable. At the age of 86, he has secured this initial victory. Remember to keep Ping and Fong tidy. Yes. Thank you, sir. Shazanbang rejoiced, and those behind him from the Sheikh gang also breathed a sigh of relief. In stark contrast, the faces of the Axe gang members turned ashen, as if mourning a great loss, their leader nearly faltering. Lin Chonghua. Present. From today onward, your Axe gang is hereby dissolved, and all assets shall belong to the Sheikh gang. The Sheikh gang shall not pursue any members of the Axe gang. As for your subordinates, you may decide whether to retain them, but I have one condition. Chaos in Sha City will not be tolerated. Anyone who disrupts Sha City will meet their demise. Offing, let us depart. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared, following the middle-aged scholar as he left. Shazanbang approached Lin Chonghua with a broad smile. Brother Lin, it appears the Sheikh gang has triumphed. From now on, enjoy your retirement. The Sheikh gang will ensure your interests are well looked after. The weight of his final remark was palpable. Haha. Brothers, let us go. The Sheikh gang departed in high spirits, leaving behind the despondent members of the Axe gang. Leader, we silence. Lin Chonghua's eyes reddened as he admonished. We shall discuss this upon our return. On Lufeng Street, within an opulent sedan chair, the middle-aged scholar, who had previously kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. As if recalling something, he softly instructed, Offing, visit the headquarters of the Axe gang and keep an eye on them. Should they prove disobedient, eliminate them on the spot. The Master's plan must not falter. Understood, sir. Only the sound is heard, but the person remains unseen. The members of the Sheikh gang returned to headquarters, brimming with excitement after a sleepless night, each one invigorated. Through their disciples, they learned the full account of the events from the previous night. Sitting in the main seat, Sha Shenbang sipped his tea and remarked with a smile, I recall the countless encounters we had with the Axe gang back in the day. They sought to take our docks, while we aspired to expand our territory within the city. If it hadn't been for the orders from our esteemed leader back then, we might still be embroiled in conflict. Who would have thought that after all these years, it is ultimately the Sheikh gang that has triumphed? Chenshan, he called. At your service. Vice leader Zhao Chenshan stood up. This Qin Chuan, if I recall correctly, was an elder of the Sheikh gang, wasn't he? Indeed. He was my superior and served as the head of the Earth and Water Hall for many years, known as the Six Harmonies Spear Qin Yi. Sha Zhenbang nodded. Your mention brings back memories. The Six Harmonies Spear Qin Yi, the young Qin from the Earth and Water Hall. He is undoubtedly a pivotal figure for our Sheikh gang. Elders of the Law Enforcement Hall, you must learn from this esteemed Qin. Today, as our leader has proclaimed, the tides of Sha City are shifting. We have merely won the first battle. The second and third battles lie ahead. Whether the Sheikh gang fades into oblivion or rises to become a formidable force in Sha City depends on our ability to unite and persevere. I have a decision to announce. Chen Fong, Zhao Chunshan, at your service. The two responded in unison, rising simultaneously. These two are the vice leaders of the Sheikh gang. Chen Fong oversees the headquarters 3 halls, while Zhao Chunshan manages the 4 docks. Chen Fong, you will head into the city to establish new halls based on the Axe gang's layout. The hall leaders will be selected from the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. As for personnel, we will dissolve the Martial Arts Hall on-site and reassign its members to the cities and docks halls, particularly for the Earth and Water Hall, which was nearly annihilated in this battle. We must reconstruct it. Personnel appointments will be entrusted to Qin Chuan, as he is a seasoned veteran, and I have confidence in him. Furthermore, the transmission hall will be opened, with the prices for techniques halved. Pausing for a moment, Sha Zhenbang's expression shifted as he continued. As for the former members of the Axe gang, we will re-accept those we can, in preparation for the upcoming second battle. And Chen, at your service. I have heard that many from the Earth and Water Hall did not participate in the battle. Please take care of these individuals. Let us proceed with this for now. The remaining matters will be discussed in a meeting among the three of us shortly. Understood, leader. At that moment, an elder from the Law Enforcement Hall rose, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. What about Lin Zhenghua and the others? Chapter 24, Cooperation? No, it is manipulation. The feud between the Axe Gang and the Sheikh Gang has endured for decades, with countless lives lost at the hands of each side. It is safe to say that, had there been no restraint, they would have long engaged in a deadly struggle. Now that one side has been defeated, the victors naturally contemplate complete annihilation. Silence. Sha Zhenbang glared at him. Remember, the words of our leader must not be disobeyed. If you wish to die, do so on your own. Do not involve your brothers. Chen, Afang, come here for a meeting. With that, he turned and walked away, though his eyes were slightly reddened, a manifestation of the suppressed bloodlust within. Sha Zhenbang harbored a greater desire than anyone else for Lin Chonghua's demise, yet he knew he could not act, at least not until the reshuffling in Shaqing was complete. Boss. We did kill Sha Zhenbang's only son back in the day. Will he let us go? Boss, let us take a gamble. We can always seek refuge with the barbarians. That so-called leader, sir, who set the so-called rules, has treated us like dogs. For years, they've made us abandon our ambitions at will. This is insurrection, boss. We should launch a surprise attack on the Shay Gang, eliminate that old man Sha Zhenbang, and then seek refuge with the barbarians. At the headquarters of the Axe Gang, a group of individuals was fervently stirred. They were unwilling to exit the martial world in such a manner. The martial world is easy to enter but difficult to leave, unless the Axe Gang still stood strong. A few older members might retire according to the rules, and nothing would come of it. However, to withdraw entirely from the martial world would likely leave no future for anyone involved. Lin Chonghua, with a gaze filled with resentment, understood that his brothers were right. Just because he was alive now did not guarantee his survival in the future. Once the power dynamics shifted, Sha Zhenbang would never spare him. If the roles were reversed, he would not show mercy either. The long-standing enmity would not be settled unless one side was utterly annihilated. As for the notion that family would remain unharmed in the martial world, that was sheer nonsense. One must eradicate the roots, otherwise the seeds will sprout again in the spring breeze. He knew better than anyone that once action was taken, it would necessitate complete extermination. Boss. Seeing him silent, the others began to shout. They were not concerned for anyone but themselves and their families. Kill them. Seek refuge with the barbarians. Good. Lin Chonghua rose, his eyes dark and steely. He had no choice. Not acting would mean death, while taking action offered a slim chance of survival. Unlike the ordinary members of the Axe Gang, they, as elders, had no escape route. Let us wait a few more days to arrange for our families before we eliminate Sha Zhenbang. As for fleeing, leaving Shaqing was out of the question. Their interests were tied here. How could they run? Would the authorities grant them safe passage? Without proper documents, death was inevitable. Upon hearing Lin Chonghua's resolve, the crowd felt invigorated. Good. At that moment, a chilling gust swept through the hall, causing everyone to shiver. The door swung open, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man with a stern expression. You were indeed plotting something, as the gentleman stated. Let all perish. Upon uttering these words, Lin Chonghua's eyes widened in shock. Before he could utter a response, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, only to witness his own headless body. Is this truly the chasm that separates me from those of formidable strength? This was his final thought. In merely a few breaths, the gaunt man exited the Axe Gang's entrance. A breeze wafted through, revealing over 20 bodies within, their heads and torsos severed from one another. Awakening from a slumber, Qin Chuan felt invigorated. As he rose to prepare for his morning routine, an unusual scent wafted into his nostrils. Grabbing the long spear beside his bed, he ventured out. Inside the hall, a distinct aroma of tea permeated the air. Qin Yi, there is no need for such caution. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Chuan lowered his weapon and stepped outside, where he found none other than Qian Goen. Minister Qian? What brings you here? Naturally, I have come to seek you. Qian Goen replied with a cheerful smile. Why don't you freshen up first? I've ordered lunch from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Your apprentice has gone to collect it. Very well. Qin Chuan did not inquire about the reason. He turned to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he returned to the hall where Qian Goen beamed as he presented a package of tea leaves. These are tea leaves from Han country, a gift for you to savor. Master Qin. Thank you. Qin Chuan graciously accepted the offering, well aware of the renowned quality of Han Ti. Sir Qian, are you not concerned about being seen so openly visiting an old man like me? With Master Qin present, I have no cause for concern. Such trust you place in me, Sir Qian. Indeed, we hold great faith in our partners at Huichuan, because we at Huichuan are magnanimous. As Qian Goen spoke, he stroked a ring on his finger, and suddenly a large box appeared in his hand. A spatial ring? Qin Chuan's pupils constricted in astonishment. Could such a thing truly exist? Not merely a legend? A question arose in his mind. Why not use the spatial ring for smuggling? Qian Goen relished the naive, unworldly demeanor of Qin Chuan and, having perceived his confusion, chuckled as he vaguely explained, it is merely a spatial ring, with limited capabilities. As long as Master Qin contributes sufficiently to Huichuan, you too can obtain one. With that, he placed the box on the table and pushed it forward. Please, Master Qin, examine the sincerity of our Huichuan. Qin Chuan opened the box, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. It was brimming with bundles of medicinal herbs, accompanied by a note that read, 15 sets of blood refining herbs, 15 sets of marrow refining herbs. Master Qin, is this sincerity enough? Quite satisfactory. He closed the box, and despite the excitement bubbling within, his expression remained composed. Old fox. Qian Gu silently scoffed, then proceeded to weave enticing promises. Master Qin, one must consider the long term. If you engage in a sustained partnership with us, not only can we discuss these matters, but we can also provide you with entry-level cultivation methods. Is that so? Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on him, inquiring intently. While external training methods could potentially be purchased with money, entry-level techniques were simply unattainable. Such knowledge transcended the mere value of worldly wealth. Not even the leader of the Shay gang could acquire entry-level cultivation methods. To attain entry-level status equated to embarking on a path towards the heavens, a path that had been thoroughly obstructed, reserved solely for those of great power. This was precisely why Qin Chuan was willing to be manipulated by Huichuan. Indeed, manipulated, rather than engaged in true collaboration. He understood well that when others spoke of partnership, it was merely a euphemism for subjugation, an invitation to serve their interests. If one truly believed it to be a partnership, their fortunate days would soon come to an end. Rest assured, my master has stated that as long as Master Qin cooperates earnestly with us, all possibilities remain open. Qin Chuan rose and performed a courteous bow. I shall certainly heed Lord Qian's command. Chang Goen, smiling broadly, supported him, saying, Dear Qin Chuan, it is not a matter of obeying my orders, but rather our collaborative effort to assist the master in accomplishing his tasks. A hearty laugh escaped Chang Goen, who relished conversing with an astute individual. The two engaged in pleasant discourse, during which Chang Goen shared numerous insights previously unknown to him. Before long, Qin Frost returned with dishes in hand. But before they could finish their meal, a disciple from the Sheikh gang arrived to summon him to headquarters for a report. Chang Goen rose, chuckling, Congratulations, Qin Chuan. I must return to report back now. Let me escort you. As Qin Chuan saw him off, he returned to the living room, his expression darkening instantly, instilling a sense of fear in Qin Frost. In his memory, such a demeanor from his master often preceded a beating. Chapter 25, Appointment. The position of Hall Master secured with a low, somber tone, Qin Chuan interrogated, Why did you not awaken me when others entered our home? Qin Chuan trembled slightly and hurriedly replied, Master, I informed him that you were resting, and he insisted on waiting until you awakened to speak. Do you have to heed his words? What if he harbors murderous intent? Both of us could perish. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Chuan's brow. Foolish, Qin Chuan scolded. Do you truly believe that having accepted his money twice makes him a good person? One must always remain vigilant in the presence of others. I hope I shall never have to remind you of this again. Understood, Master. Qin Chuan bowed his head, filled with regret. Good. In the world we navigate, one must never be complacent. Now, eat quickly. After your meal, I shall head to the headquarters. All right. Once the meal concluded, Qin Chuan took his leave with a box in hand, placing several packets of internal training medicine on the table as he departed. Practice diligently at home. Soon, you shall assume the role of the incense master. It is time for you to mature. He patted his disciple's shoulder and turned to leave. Qin Chuan stared blankly at the medicine packets on the table, a hint of mist forming in his eyes. He regretted the misunderstandings he had harbored towards his master earlier that morning. The rules of the Sheikh gang, in truth, were not merely applicable to them, but were reflective of the entire underworld of Sha City. Positions of authority within the gang required the personal appointment of the gang leader. Ostensibly, this was termed as reporting duties, a phrase borrowed from the government for its prestige, which the underworld factions imitated. However, it was merely a formality. The headquarters of the Shay gang was rather unremarkable, consisting of a modest two-story building surrounded by a spacious courtyard, devoid of any obstructions to sight. And its walls were not particularly high. This design was intentional, crafted to thwart surprise attacks and assassinations from rival factions. Qin Chuan made his way directly to the headquarters, presenting his token to the guard at the entrance. The guard, displaying utmost respect, remarked, "Master Qin, the leader is awaiting your arrival." Taken aback, Qin Chuan inquired, "You recognize me?" The young guard, with admiration in his eyes, replied, "Master Qin, the events of last night have spread throughout the entire gang. The leader has commanded everyone to learn from you, declaring you to be the paragon of our Shay gang." With a chuckle, Qin Chuan remarked, "Chief, you truly humble this old man." As he stepped into the headquarters' modest building, he found himself in the main hall, where a man of seemingly middle age sat. Qin Chuan felt a momentary daze. He recognized this individual quite well, Sha Zhenbang, the leader of the Shay gang. Over 20 years his senior. He must now be around 110 years old, yet he retained this youthful visage. Such is the benefit of profound internal cultivation. A surge of excitement coursed through Qin Chuan. Soon, he too would reclaim his former appearance. In his youth, he had been quite the handsome lad, captivating the hearts of many courtesans, yet now he found himself yearning, albeit powerless. "Greetings, Chief," he exclaimed. "Haha." Sha Zhenbang rose swiftly and stepped forward, supporting him. "Little Qin, it has been many years." The corners of Qin Chuan's mouth quirked up. Xiao Qin, a title from long ago, resonated with him. He was the leader, older than himself. And it was in such a manner that he had once addressed him. "Leader." His lips trembled, revealing a visage of excitement. In the underworld, one must hone their craft of performance. "Excellent, excellent," Sha Zhenbang exclaimed, patting his arm with heartfelt sentiment. "It was you and your band of brothers who stood by me, laying the foundation for the Sheikh gang. Who would have thought that today I would still rely on you old comrades? Truly, you are the brothers of Sha Zhenbang." He warmly urged Qin Chuan to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. After a round of pleasantries, Sha Zhenbang delved into the matter at hand. "Brother Xiao Qin, you are the hero of our Sheikh gang this time. Following our discussions in the meeting, I hereby appoint you as the Hall Master of the Earth and Water Hall. This is your identity token, along with the appointment document. I have already taken care of the formalities at headquarters. You only need to return with this document to register." As he spoke, he presented a token and the document. Qin Chuan accepted them, examining the token, which bore the character for Hall on one side and a decorative pattern of the character for Earth on the other. Intricately carved to depict a river, the Sha River, crafted with exquisite detail. "Thank you for your trust, leader. I will certainly ensure the prosperity of the Hall. I believe in you." Sha Zhenbang nodded in satisfaction, further embellishing the prospect. "Work diligently, and your future shall extend far beyond the position of Hall Master." Qin Chuan promptly pledged his loyalty, expressing his unwavering willingness to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for the guild, regardless of the peril involved. The leader painted a grand vision, one that must be embraced, and the taste of it could be assessed later. "Go forth, my good brother," he declared, before taking his leave. As Qin Chuan departed, an erudite gentleman of approximately 60 years emerged. Sha Zhenbang inquired, "Have you discerned anything?" The scholar shook his head, responding, "Not at present. However, there is indeed something peculiar about Qin Chuan. He was on the brink of old age, yet suddenly experienced a formidable breakthrough in his cultivation. For decades, his progress had stagnated, but recently it has surged dramatically. Given his innate talent, entering the realm of inner cultivation seemed unattainable for him in this lifetime. He must have encountered some significant fortuity. Shall we act, leader?" Sha Zhenbang shot him a stern glance. "Mr. Wen, it would be unwise to disturb our old friend at this juncture. What would others think of me? Let us first ensure our survival." "Indeed, leader." The scholar acquiesced and withdrew, yet Sha Zhenbang's eyes sparkled with greed. "Fortuity. I have been stagnating at the pinnacle of inner cultivation for far too long." In truth, he had long been aware of this. Did he truly need Mr. Wen's counsel? A man nearing death suddenly breaks through repeatedly and achieves mastery in his practice. The opportunities within this phenomenon are undoubtedly substantial. Perhaps they could guide him towards his own path of advancement. After all, he could not afford to relinquish any possibility that might lead him to transcendence. This matter pertains to longevity, status, and wealth. No one can remain indifferent. As Qin Chuan stepped outside the headquarters, the smile that had grazed his lips vanished. The gaze Sha Zhenbang cast upon him was unsettling. akin to a demon's stare directed at Tang Xing. This instilled a sense of caution within him. It must be the rapidity of my recent breakthroughs that has aroused their suspicions. They surely believe I have encountered some extraordinary fortune. I must hasten my advancement. Once I reach transcendence, I shall depart from Sha City. In the vastness of the world, where can I not find a place to call home? Qin Chuan had resolutely decided that once he attained the rank of a martial artist, he would depart from the Sand City. The rationale behind his insistence on waiting until he achieved this rank was quite straightforward. The kingdom of Chu held a deep reverence for martial prowess, extending special privileges to those who had attained such a status. They were exempt from the need for travel permits, necessitating merely proof of identity to establish their Chu nationality, thereby allowing them to traverse freely. In contrast, ordinary citizens were required to obtain permits from the authorities, but acquiring such documentation was no simple task. Without a travel permit, one could not even gain entry into the grand cities and would be relegated to surviving in the wilderness. The conditions of the ancient forest were fraught with dangers. Snakes, insects, tigers, and leopards were merely trifles compared to the true peril posed by other humans. Furthermore, Qin Chuan had come across tales of demons in the texts he had read. His two disciples, who had resolutely set out to forge their own paths years ago without the necessary permits, had ventured forth into the unknown, leaving him in uncertainty regarding their fates, whether they had met with death or continued to live. Qin Chuan had no desire to share the same fate as his two disciples. Enduring the harsh elements of the mountains and forests, the perils were significant. Not to mention the looming threat of being apprehended by the authorities and imprisoned or conscripted into the military. Moreover, he found himself in a position where he could reap substantial benefits that would expedite his cultivation. Thus, despite the inherent risks, leaving Shaqing was simply out of the question. Upon his return to the hall, he eagerly summoned Li San, presenting him with the official documents and insignia for inspection. Li San promptly knelt before him. "I have come to pay my respects, master. How may I serve you?" "Rise," Qin Chuan instructed. "We do not engage in such formalities among our kind. Now, go and carve an official seal for me." "Yes, master," Li San replied, rising to retrieve 20 taels of silver from his pocket. "Master, I humbly beg your pardon for my earlier lack of discernment and hope you will not hold it against me." Qin Chuan smiled and said, "You need not concern yourself with the aged relics I have cast aside. Take them boldly and use them as you wish. Just ensure you carry out your tasks well." "Yes, master." Li San sighed with relief and swiftly departed to carve the seal. Yet, before the seal was even completed, Zhao Chunshan arrived. The two exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing about the past before delving into the matter at hand. "Master Qin, I have come to give you advance notice. Those who did not participate in the Battle of Pinganfang will be eliminated, as per the leader's decree. Such a mentality cannot be tolerated within our ranks. If everyone is consumed by fear of death, the Sheikh gang might as well disband entirely. I trust you understand what must be done?" "Understood." Qin Chuan nodded, already resolved to rid himself of this group. As for the method of elimination, it would simply involve casting them into the Sheikh to feed the fish. If they were not removed today, they would surely choose to remain idle in future confrontations with other factions, leading to the inevitable disbandment of the Sheikh gang. Thus, their refusal to engage in battle destined them for a grim fate. Qin Chuan recognized that this was not a matter of cruelty at such a time. Being soft-hearted would be akin to returning home to cradle a child. "That is good." Zhao Chunshan nodded and continued. "The Dishui Hall is currently short-staffed, as the headquarters has disbanded the martial arts hall. Tomorrow, new recruits will report for duty. You will have full discretion over the positions of incense master and leader, provided their cultivation meets the required standards. However, the number of halls will remain unchanged at 3. He then shifted his gaze to Qin Chuan and added, "Since the city's gambling house was originally a hall, the headquarters will dispatch a deputy hall master to oversee the Pinganfang gambling house, which is already being prepared for reopening. It will operate normally the day after tomorrow." Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. "Is this appropriate? The vice leader? Our Sheikh gang has never held such a position, has it? Is the gang dismantling the bridge after crossing it?" Qin Chuan was undoubtedly displeased, and it was imperative that he manifested this discontent. Otherwise, others might either underestimate him or perceive him as cunning and capable of enduring, leading them to repeatedly test his limits. "Qin Chuan," Zhao Chunshan furrowed his brow. "You should be aware that with the expansion of our organization, the position of deputy leader is inevitable. I understand your concerns about power being diluted. However, rest assured that aside from the personnel authority of the deputy hall master being centralized at headquarters, the rest remains under your purview. You hold the reins. Moreover, the leader must have informed you that the power dynamics in Shacheng are shifting. This was not merely conveyed by Sha Zhenbang. Even Qian Goen has alluded to it. Qin Xuan was well aware of this, yet he deemed it inconsequential. Life and death are dictated by fate, while wealth and nobility are ordained by heaven. At this moment, he was more preoccupied with the matter of the Deputy Hall Master. Thus he inquired, Deputy Leader, may I ask, if the personnel authority of the Deputy Hall Master lies at headquarters, what if he refuses to heed my commands? How could that be? Zhao Chunshan reassured him. Our Shay gang has established rules. Subordinates must obey their superiors, particularly during territorial disputes and conflicts. The Hall Master is the sole authority in such matters. And regarding the enforcement of gang rules? Naturally, that is permissible, provided it adheres to our regulations. Understood, Qin Chuan acknowledged. That is splendid. Zhao Chunshan smiled broadly as he stood up. I shall take my leave now. Should any matters arise, I will send someone to inform you. As Zhao Chunshan departed, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes. In the past, he would have refrained from such displays, choosing instead to bide his time and enjoy his latter years. Yet circumstances had changed. He had to fight for his interests, as failing to do so would jeopardize his own stake in the organization. How could he allow such an affront? Did they truly believe he lacked the fire within him? Sooner or later, he would cast them into the Shaja River to feed the fish. His plans had been utterly thwarted. He had initially intended to fortify the halls into an impenetrable bastion, only to be met with this unexpected maneuver from within the gang. One must never underestimate anyone in this world. Once an organization grows, internal factions will inevitably seek to guard against you. He understood that had he been in Sha Zhenbang's position, he might have acted similarly. However, he could not suppress his frustration. This Deputy Hall Master was unknown to him, likely from the Martial Arts Hall, and presumably possessed skills surpassing his own. The Martial Arts Hall was, after all, the foundation of the Sheikh gang, comprised of exceptionally talented youths who need not engage in menial tasks, focusing solely on their cultivation. Once their prowess reached a certain level, through strategic maneuvering, they could ascend to leadership positions. A cadre of sheltered blossoms, oblivious to the harshness of the outside world, which could scorch them to death. He settled comfortably in the hall, sipping tea, accepting the inevitability of the situation, ready to take things one step at a time. His current concern revolved around the seal. As long as the seal was in place, self-registration would fulfill the system's requirements. As the sun began to set, having consumed several pots of tea, Li San finally returned. Master, the seal has arrived. Qin Chuan accepted the seal, his personal stamp, which when affixed to a document signified an official personnel order from the hall. He himself was required to adhere to this procedure, swiftly imprinting the seal upon the paper before handing it over to Li San. Go and have this registered. Yes. Li San promptly set off to attend to the matter. The hall possessed its own administrative office. However, its personnel remained inconspicuous, and Qin Chuan had no intention of disturbing them. Soon, the long-anticipated voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Task completed, completion level. Excellent. Reward. For the foundational attributes. To his astonishment, an additional 4 points had been added to his foundational attributes, suggesting that his innate talents had nearly doubled once more. Qin Chuan was exceptionally delighted. Although it was not the cultivation technique he most desired, the enhancement of his innate talent was truly eternal. He understood that as one progressed in their practice, innate talent became increasingly crucial. With his talent once again on the rise and ample resources at his disposal, it would not be long before he could achieve mastery, or even perfection. Surely, the modest position of a small hall master would no longer suffice for him. Indeed, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the system chimed in. Ding. As a formidable being, how could one languish in obscurity for long? A new quest was issued. Please establish yourself as the leader of a formidable force within 3 months, with rewards dispensed according to the level of completion. The spirit of Qin Chuan trembled. A new task had arrived. He chuckled to himself, relishing the moment. Ah, do not blame me. It is my sovereign who desires your demise. After reveling in his thoughts, he leisurely settled in place, awaiting the return of Li San. Master, everything has been arranged. Good. You shall remain here to assist me. Li San's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly pledged his loyalty. I would traverse fire and water for you, master. Enough of such empty words. Qin Chuan commanded earnestly. The headquarters has dispatched a vice master. You have been with the gang for some time, so help me ascertain his background. A vice master? Li San was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, indignantly exclaiming, How can there be a vice master? How could he possibly compare to you, master? He will assume his position tomorrow. Save your words for him then. Just remember to accomplish the tasks I have assigned. Work diligently. Qin Xuan patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Li Xin stood dazed for a moment, then slapped himself, constantly reminding himself, I must refrain from flattery in the future. The master clearly disdains it and prefers diligence in tasks. Chapter 27. The impetuosity of youth. A day passed, and the conflict between the Shay gang and the Axe gang had escalated dramatically. The people of the martial world in Sha City felt a pervasive sense of unease. After such a long period of tranquility, how could chaos erupt so suddenly? Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged scholar arrived, accompanied by a gaunt man, seeking out the leaders of various factions. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan, having spent the night in a state of sleepless exhilaration, was immersed in the joys of cultivation. Blood training. A notably arduous aspect of internal practice involves the complete replacement of one's blood, a daunting task that requires time and perseverance. Yet, Qin Xuan discovered that his journey in blood training was remarkably smooth. In just one night, with the aid of 2 medicinal herbs, he nearly completed the total replacement of his blood. Typically, one cannot rush the process of blood training. This phase usually unfolds at a slow pace, requiring at least 3 months to a year for completion. Those with insufficient talent may even take years or an entire lifetime. Each session of cultivation necessitates a recovery period of no less than half a month. Otherwise, the changes in the blood can lead to severe discomfort or even fatal ruptures of blood vessels. Yet, I practiced twice in one night without experiencing the slightest discomfort. The transformation is indeed a testament to the roots of my being. Once again, Qin Xuan experienced the advantages that his innate talent brought to his cultivation. He had initially thought that merely practicing blood refinement would require at least a month, followed by another month for marrow cleansing, before he could pursue the position of the sect leader. However, it now appeared that he would soon achieve mastery in his internal training. In high spirits, he swiftly rose to his feet, preparing to practice his marksmanship in the courtyard. As he stepped outside, he heard the piercing sound of gunfire. It was that young rascal, Qin Xuan, demonstrating his skills. This sparked an idea within him. Perhaps he should acquire another courtyard? He harbored too many secrets within himself. Certain matters, no matter how close the relationship, must remain confidential. He had ample funds, so he decided to let Qin Xuan reside in this current courtyard while he purchased another for himself. Resolute in his decision, he planned to discuss this with his disciple later that evening. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Xuan, he departed for his duties, eager to ascertain the true nature of this newly appointed deputy leader. The entrance of the Earth and Water Hall was bustling with activity today. A group of youths, seemingly disciples of the Shay gang, had arrived early in the morning, their faces predominantly reflecting the age of 17 or 18. Although their features were youthful, they wore expressions of disdain, looking down their noses at the dockworkers passing by. Before long, a young man in his early 20s approached. He was tall and exuded an imposing presence. Have you seen the leader? He immediately reprimanded, adopting a stern demeanor. What leader? Address me as deputy leader. Have you forgotten the rules of the gang? The onlookers merely smirked, remaining silent, as it was evident he relished the title he had just dismissed. Li San, observing from the sidelines, kept his head lowered, pretending not to notice. Hey, you. Li San looked up, feeling as though he was being called. Yes, you. The young man pointed at him, causing Li San to feel a pang of anxiety. He could not afford to offend anyone and hurriedly approached. Deputy leader. Where's the old leader? The young man inquired, scratching his nose, almost revealing his true feelings. In response, deputy leader, the leader has not yet arrived. His face creased with displeasure. He grumbled, hasn't the duty time already passed? The elder should behave like one of his age. Wouldn't it be better for him to retire and enjoy his twilight years? Indeed, one does grow old. A voice, weathered with age, interjected. Qin Xuan pushed through the crowd of youths, and those who were about to voice their discontent fell silent upon seeing his garments. Greetings, leader. The young man exclaimed cheerfully. The others in unison echoed, Greetings, leader. Qin Xuan did not visit the young vice leader. Li San, having accompanied Qianfeng for many years, possessed quite a network of information and had already relayed the news he had uncovered last night. The individual in question was named Zhou Ping, a mere 22 years of age, with his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of blood refinement and having commenced on bone training. He was the third son of the Zhou family from the western part of the city, a wealthy clan rumored to have long-standing ties with Sha Zhenjiang. Li San, Qin Xuan said with a cheerful smile as he turned to face him. At your service, Li San replied. Summon the remaining members of the three altars. Yes. Having issued the command, he disregarded the newcomers, including the vice leader Zhou Ping, and turned to enter the inner chamber, where he took his seat at the main position and began to brew tea leisurely. He was curious to see whether this young man could maintain his composure or if he would continue to exhibit his earlier arrogance. Before long, Zhou Ping entered with a sullen expression. Leader, I kindly request your assistance in processing the necessary formalities, he said, producing documents and a token. According to the regulations of the Sheikh gang, whether a leader or a vice leader, even though they were not appointed by the hall, it was imperative that the leader personally affix their seal and subsequently register the appointment within the hall for it to be deemed official. Even Qin Chuan must adhere to such a procedure. One cannot expect less from a mere vice hall master. He feigned ignorance to Zhou Ping's words and continued to brew tea leisurely. Qin Chuan, here in the Sheikh gang, but if you were in the West City, you ought to address me as young Master Zhou. Zhou Ping's impatience was palpable, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Is that so? Qin Chuan set down his teacup, maintaining an ever-present smile. Ah, the youth is indeed impetuous. However, young Master Zhou, you are at liberty to return to the West City. If you, Zhou Ping, clench your fists so tightly, won't your father just have you strung up for a beating upon your return? What must you do to expedite the process? Qin Chuan shook his head and said, All right, bring forth the appointment from within the organization. I shall not defy it. Zhou Ping was taken aback, bewildered by the old man's sudden shift in demeanor. He had yet to acclimate to this change. Nevertheless, he handed over the document. And upon receiving it, Qin Chuan instructed, Please proceed to the adjacent office to register it, and kindly ask others to queue for their stamps. Understood, Zhou Ping replied. Somewhat dazed, before making his exit, Qin Chuan shook his head, realizing that the youth were not avoiding confrontation with him out of disregard, but rather because the current circumstances rendered such actions unnecessary. On the surface, the Zhou family may not possess the formidable strength of the Sheikh gang, yet their wealth and intricate web of connections within the city rendered them a force to be reckoned with. Clearly, he could not afford to offend the Zhou family at this juncture. This predicament likely explained the Shah's decision to send Zhou Ping here. He needed to find an opportune moment to inquire with Qian Goen about the Zhou family's influence. His only concern was whether the Zhou family could summon formidable warriors. If they could not, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Nevertheless, he maintained a genial demeanor, akin to a benevolent elder. As he processed the necessary paperwork for the 30-odd newcomers, affixing his stamp on each one. Before long, everything was in order. And Li San approached to report that everyone had arrived. Qin Chuan then directed all present to gather outside the hall. Outside, 3 distinct lines stood clearly defined. One comprised of the disciples from the martial arts hall who had arrived today. Another consisted of those who had participated in the battle 2 days prior, and the last featured a group of over 20 anxious disciples from the Earthwater Hall, who had not taken part in the conflict, their heads bowed in unease. Qin Chuan stood at the pinnacle, flanked by Zhou Ping, who seemed to have reverted to his disdainful demeanor, regarding the people in the water hall with an air of superiority. Indeed, the martial arts hall exuded a sense of superiority, especially considering that Zhou Ping hailed from a wealthy family. Qin Chuan surveyed the modest assembly before him, a mere handful of individuals. He recognized that he would either need to recruit new members or petition headquarters for reinforcements. Li San, present, replied his subordinate. According to the guild's regulations, what is the consequence for those who fail to participate in the guild's battles? Li San swallowed hard. He himself had not participated. Yet he steeled himself and responded, according to the rules, they shall be expelled from the guild. Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully, gesturing toward the group of non-combatants. From this day forth, you are no longer disciples of the Sheikh gang. Qin Chuan, present, take these individuals and escort them out. Understood. The group departed quietly, fully aware of the bloodshed from the previous night, grateful for their absence from the conflict, yet oblivious to the fate that awaited them. Soon after, Qin Chuan's brow furrowed. For aside from Qin Chuan, whose cultivation met the requirements for the position of fragrant master, the other 3 surviving leaders fell short in their abilities. A thought crossed his mind, and he swiftly devised a plan. Chapter 28. Implicit messages. The incident at Pingan Square had resulted in the demise of 2 fragrant masters. By a stroke of fortune, I survived and ascended to the role of hall master. Yet the position of fragrant master must not remain vacant. According to our guild's regulations, a fragrant master must possess cultivation at the inner refinement stage and contribute significantly to the guild. However, in these extraordinary times, we must act accordingly. I hereby declare that anyone who achieves the inner refinement stage may compete for the position of fragrant master. As Qin Chuan's words settled, the disciples from the martial arts hall instantly brightened, while the three surviving leaders bore a somewhat dim expression. Despite their fervent struggles, they found themselves stymied by their cultivation levels. Qin Chuan, perceptive to their sentiments, was overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions. He reflected on his own past, when he had fought tooth and nail, only to be thwarted by insufficient cultivation, which eternally hindered his advancement. Without promotion, wealth remained elusive, and without wealth, his cultivation could not progress. It felt as though he were ensnared in a vicious cycle, yet without exertion, there existed no opportunity whatsoever. At the very least, they had managed to acquire considerable wealth from the peaceful square this time. Now, let's not be disheartened or overly excited. I have yet to announce the rules. He continued. Everyone has a chance. In 1 week, I will host the Earth and Water Hall competition for the position of chief, determined by ranking. Cultivation is not everything. In the struggle for life and death, each must rely on their own skills. Of course, in our internal competitions, we must not resort to lethal force. The rules are well known. One life for another. That shall be our course of action. Zhou Ping, please come in. We need to convene. With that, he turned and entered, with Zhou Ping following closely. Deputy Hall Master, the situation at the peaceful square within the city is rather complex. As you are from the western part of the city, you shall be responsible for overseeing the peaceful square. Qin Chuan, in a manner akin to leveraging a donkey to descend a slope, directly assigned the management of Ping'an Square to Zhou Ping. However, he soon shifted his tone, producing a list and handing it to him, which consisted of those recently expelled from the gang. Furthermore, these individuals are old comrades, making them difficult to handle. Could you take care of this? If everyone shies away from conflict, the gang will lack those willing to exert themselves. You should know how to proceed, correct? Zhou Ping seized the list, glancing over it nonchalantly, and scoffed. Those who fear for their lives should not linger in the Jiangku. They ought to have been eliminated long ago. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a figure of elegance. Li San, summon the leaders to meet with me. Yes. Before long, Qin Shuang and others arrived. You few, continue to arrange the guard duties for this week. Do not let any issues arise. Yes, Hall Master. Though the group harbored discontent in their hearts, they resigned themselves to their fate, for they did not perceive the current Hall Master as a benevolent elder. Zhang Yong, Yang Minglong, Yuan Xiong. Qin Chuan suddenly called out the names of these three individuals. Startled, they quickly responded, We are here. You three have toiled diligently and have not faltered in your mission at Ping'an Square. This Hall Master holds you in high esteem. Alas, your cultivation remains insufficient. Qin Chuan sighed, lifting a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. I will continue to retain your leadership positions, but the position of the incense master must be contested by you. If resources are sufficient, a week's time is still ample for you. Do your best. After speaking, he set down the teacup and ascended the stairs to his private chamber. The three individuals remained momentarily stunned before bowing respectfully and departing. Qin Shuang scratched his head, feeling that his master's words held a deeper meaning. Yet he couldn't quite decipher it. Yuan Xiong and Zhang Yong, both leaders of the East sect, had known each other for a long time and maintained a fairly amicable relationship. On their way back to the sect, Zhang Yong suddenly remarked, Yuan Xiong, do you not find something amiss with the leader's words? What do you mean? What does it mean that as long as the resources are sufficient, time is not an issue? Isn't that just nonsense? If we had the resources, we would have mastered our inner practices by now. However, Yuan Xiong's eyes brightened, though he shook his head, saying, What are you talking about? Speaking ill of the leader behind his back? Do you wish to court danger? Do you forget that our leader is not one to be trifled with? Have you forgotten how he dealt with enemies in the past? In an instant, Zhong Yong's pupils constricted. Only those who had participated in the Ping and Fong incident understood the ruthless efficiency of Qin Chuan's gun, striking swiftly and accurately like the harbinger of death. Enough of that expression. As subordinates, we should focus on our duties, he declared. I must attend to my shift now. Wait a moment, shall we have a drink tonight? Zhong Yong called out. Yuan Xiong waved his hand dismissively. No, I wish to rest well. Upon returning to the upper floor, Qin Chuan found himself with idle time. After some contemplation, he summoned Li San, instructing him to inquire about the housing situation. Li San promptly nodded and hurried off to carry out the task. As evening approached, when his shift was over, Qin Shuang, perplexed, asked, Master, why have you suddenly decided to hold a competition for the position of the incense master? Why? Do you lack confidence? Not at all. I am not afraid of those individuals. With the herbs provided by you, Master, I firmly believe that a week's time will be sufficient for me to achieve significant progress. You impudent boy, upon returning home, I shall give you 500 taels. Remember to go to headquarters tomorrow to learn the breathing techniques. As for the reason, I trust you understand? Master, I am not that foolish. Qin Shuang scratched his head, fully aware of his master's intention to keep the transmission of secret techniques discreet. Oh, my dear Shuangyo has grown up. Isn't it time for you to consider marriage? What? Qin Shuang's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Qin Shuang appeared to ponder seriously before stating, Shuang'er, I intend to purchase a new residence. It seems that we shall have to live apart. Ah, Qin Shuang halted in his tracks, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Master, you do not intend to abandon me, do you? Qin Shuang was momentarily taken aback, gently patting his head. Silly child, you have grown up and deserve your own space. As for your master, there is no need for you to worry about me. You will forever remain my most cherished disciple. Master, enough, Qin Shuang replied with newfound seriousness. You are a grown man. Stop being so sentimental. In less than a month, you will turn 20. Do not behave like a child. A man must eventually carve out his own space. I understand, Master. Qin Shuang nodded in satisfaction. This young apprentice had never been apart from him, and now they were to be separated. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Humans, after all, are creatures of emotion. Yet one must not be swayed by sentiment. Upon returning home, Qin Shuang bestowed upon him several packets of medicinal herbs and urged him to devote himself to diligent cultivation. Just as he was about to venture out to Guiyuan, he encountered a furtive figure at the entrance. Yuan Xiong? All Master. The anxious demeanor of Yuan Xiong evoked both amusement and exasperation in Qin Shuang. Quite astute of you. Come inside. Yes, Hall Master, Yuan Xiong exclaimed, elated. But just as they were about to enter, another figure hastily approached from a distance. Yang Minglong. Hall Master. Yang Minglong was the sole surviving leader of the first hall. He exchanged a glance with Yuan Xiong but said nothing. All right, since you're here, let us all enter together. Qin Shuang was more than willing to cultivate intelligent individuals. Initially, he had intended to nurture the members of the former ninth team. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Who could have anticipated that the headquarters would send Zhou Ping along with a group from the transmission hall? To invest time and resources in the ninth team now seemed impractical. Moreover, loyalty in the martial world is inherently unpredictable. As long as they adhered to his directives for the time being, that sufficed. With the pressure from the newcomers of the transmission hall, the others had no choice but to cling to this substantial support. Yang Minglong and Yuan Xiong proved to be quite astute. Having discerned the implications within his words, they saw an opportunity worth exploring. Chapter 29. Unable to endure beyond 3 breaths? Qin Shuang has already returned to her room for cultivation. So Qin Shuang led the others directly to the living room. Please take a seat. Now, tell me, why have you come to me at this late hour? Yuan Xiong immediately knelt down. Master, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Wherever you direct me to the east, I shall not venture west. Whoever you command me to slay, I shall do so without hesitation. Yang Minglong's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking to himself, this fellow is rather swift. Yet he promptly followed suit and knelt down as well. Master, I pledge the same. Qin Shuang smiled. These two individuals were indeed quite astute. After all, having mingled within the Shay gang for over a decade, it was only natural for them to possess a keen sense of perception. He promptly assisted them to their feet, urging, come now, let us converse. As you command. The two replied obediently, standing at attention. Qin Shuang was straightforward, stating, you two are quite astute. I can provide you with resources, but I have but one request. Within a week's time, seize the position of the incense master. Is that achievable? Absolutely. The two replied with unwavering confidence, thinking to first secure the resources and then worry about claiming the position of incense master later. After all, even if they failed, could they not simply eliminate their adversaries? Qin Shuang was well aware of their thoughts, for he had traversed the same path they were now on. Moreover, if one were to engage in empathetic reasoning, many matters could be elucidated. Very well, please wait for me here, he said, rising to return to his chamber. Upon his return, he emerged bearing several meticulously prepared packages of internal training medicinal powder, distributing 5 portions to each individual. The two were astonished by Qin Shuang's generosity and wealth. Just a few days prior, they had all been equals, yet the disparity was now strikingly evident. However, they dared not inquire further, instead joyfully accepting the packets, for with these resources, they would have ample means to achieve mastery in their lung training. Qin Chuan reiterated. The methods of internal cultivation must not be divulged within the sect. You are to resolve this matter on your own and refrain from claiming that you cannot gather the 500 taels. His subordinates responded in unison, we shall manage it. Currently, the price of the sect's martial arts had been halved, and they had intended to pool their resources to acquire it regardless. Now, be off. I, an old man, require my rest. With that, he waved his hand, and the two bowed before departing. Even the deepest abyss has its bottom, yet the human heart is unfathomable. Qin Chuan could never truly believe in their professed loyalty. Human nature is inherently selfish, and he is no exception. However, he currently harbors no fear that those he has nurtured will betray him in the future, including his disciple, Qin Frost. For he is confident that they will never be able to surpass him. This confidence is bolstered by the existence of the system, which has bestowed upon him formidable assurance. Qin Chuan had indeed sensed a transformation within himself. His approach to tasks increasingly diverged from his former self, and his confidence burgeoned. He perceived this as a positive development. For a practitioner must possess formidable self-assurance. Yet, one must not be blinded by arrogance. Take Zhou Ping, for instance. Brother Zhou, I believe you are more suited to be the hall master. Qin Chuan, despite his age, had not yet attained Zhou's level of skill. Why should he be the one to assume such a position? This was unjust. Within a tavern in the western part of the city, a former disciple of the martial arts hall spoke with a flushed face. The others immediately echoed his sentiments. Indeed, at his age, he has only achieved a rudimentary level of skill. Not to mention, even we have confidence that by the time we reach his age, we would have long since mastered our internal cultivation. What qualification does he have to hold the position of hall master? You're right, brother. If I were in his shoes, I would be utterly ashamed. Isn't it just that he secured a gambling den for the gang? He has cost us so many members. If we from the martial arts hall had intervened, we would have surely swept aside the Axe gang with a swift and thunderous force. What nonsense. To be compared with our Sheikh gang. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Zhou? Zhou Ping chuckled heartily, savoring the moment. That old fool will inevitably be kicked out of the gang. Nonetheless, we must handle tonight's affairs carefully. It marks our first action, and not a single one of those wretches can escape, understood? Rest assured. We shall see to it, Brother Zhou. By the way, someone interjected, rubbing his hands together. What about their families? Zhou Ping laughed sinisterly. Families? What families? Only the traitors of the Shay gang. The group shared knowing smiles. The next morning, Qin Chuan ambled towards the hall. His demeanor was markedly different from the previous day. For overnight, he had achieved a significant breakthrough, his hair now entirely black. With time, he would gradually regain his youth. However, his mood soured as he noticed Li San rushing towards him, calling out in alarm. Hall Master! Hall Master! There's grave news. What is it? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. Last night, the 23 brothers who were expelled from the gang, along with their families, have all perished. Their wives and daughters were violated. And even their 3-year-old sons were not spared. Li San's voice trembled. The perpetrators were merciless. What did you say? Qin Chuan nearly gasped in disbelief. Is this true? Absolutely true. Hall Master. Qin Chuan wore a solemn expression, yet his heart blossomed with joy. What on earth was Bian Ping thinking? Annihilating an entire family and violating their wives and daughters is a grave taboo in the world of martial arts. Even if one were to consider such actions, they would be executed in secrecy. No one would dare to act brazenly. After all, there is a saying, calamity should not befall one's family. If everyone were to act in such a manner, chaos would ensue in the realm of martial arts. Sometimes, rules serve as a fundamental boundary, and such boundaries cannot be breached openly unless one possesses the strength to defy all regulations. Li San, at your service. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and Li San immediately understood, leaning closer. As Qin Chuan spoke, his eyes widened in astonishment. The matter was indeed quite scandalous. This incident swiftly spread throughout the gang, even reverberating across the entire Jianghu of Shaqing, resulting in a rather detrimental impact. At the headquarters of the Sheikh gang, Sha Zhenbong cast a displeased glance at the young man Zhou Ping seated before him. He scolded, to kill is one thing, but why involve their entire family? Are you unaware of the unspoken rule in the Jianghu that calamity should not befall one's kin? By violating this principle today, should we encounter defeat in the future? What then? Does that mean we will never lose? Zhou Ping scoffed dismissively. Fool. Sha Zhenbong slammed his hand on the table, his voice darkening. You must find a way to quell this matter promptly. Otherwise, you may as well leave the Sheikh gang. After such an incident, someone must take responsibility. And you are the orchestrator of this affair. Do you understand your predicament? Zhou Ping felt a surge of discontent. If he were to exit the Sheikh gang like this, how could he bear the scorn of his father for a lifetime? Boss, how is it that you learned of last night's events so swiftly? You question me? Use your own wit. Sha Zhenbang retorted angrily. Get out. Were it not for the fact that you were the son of an old acquaintance, I would have struck you down on the spot. How could you be so oblivious? With no choice left, Zhou Ping departed. Knowing that his only recourse was to seek assistance from his elder brother, otherwise, he was certain he could not navigate this crisis. Are you suggesting that the eldest son of the Zhou family holds a position in the military? In a tea house, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Qin Goen. Indeed. Do you think the Zhou family has grown increasingly affluent in recent years by mere chance? In Shaqing, without strength, one cannot retain wealth. The eldest son of the Zhou family is quite capable. He is well versed in military texts and currently serves as a commander in the border forces of Shaqing at the rank of a 1,000-man leader. Having achieved the consummate realm in internal cultivation, if all goes well, he is likely on the verge of attaining a higher rank. Qin Chuan, is it really that impressive? As long as it doesn't involve entering the ranks, that's fine. Observing Qin Chuan's nonchalant expression, Qian Goen shook his head and remarked, Master Qin, the military in Shaqing comprises the border troops of the Chu state. They are the elite among the elite. Do not underestimate the power and cultivation of a general. His prowess is markedly different from that of the fully accomplished practitioners of the martial world. For instance, Sha Zhenbang would barely last 3 breaths under his command. Chapter 30, A Warning? The Stark Reality 3 Breaths? Qin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite sharing similar levels of cultivation, Sha Zhenbang was an old hand. A seasoned fighter who had survived countless battles. How could he possibly falter in less than 3 breaths? His skepticism was palpable. Indeed, 3 breaths is a generous estimation. Qian Goen continued after taking a sip from his teacup. Your perspective is limited to Shaqing, but did you know that the Chu state boasts 1,600 cities? If not for its trade with the barbarians, Shaqing would be merely an inconsequential city. The world is vast, teeming with formidable individuals. Sha Zhenbang finds himself outclassed in Shaqing, relegated to the docks in the western part of the city. Would he dare to venture into the trading posts beyond the northern gates? It is likely that by the following day, his head would be displayed at the northern city gate. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. The northern part of the city was a forbidden realm for those of the rivers and lakes, as well as the most tranquil area of Sha City. Devoid of gang influence and only governed by official authority, the law and order, along with the environment there, were incomparably superior to those found in the western part of the city. Particularly at the trade point in the north, the 2 armies were directly stationed, and no petty criminal would dare to cross the threshold. Although it is said that a practiced martial artist could penetrate a formation of 100 ordinary soldiers, the truth is that the border troops are anything but ordinary. They are all warriors of remarkable prowess. The techniques they study surpass yours. And they also train in military formations, equipped with sharp weaponry that can slay as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Truly not something an ordinary practitioner from the rivers and lakes could contend with. Therefore, Master Qin, I personally advise you to refrain from provoking the Zhou family too severely. A moderate approach would suffice. If all goes well, regarding Zhou Ping, he is likely to enlist the assistance of his elder brother to resolve the matter. The eldest son of the Zhou family, while not a formidable master in terms of rank, wields influence that rivals that of such masters. The border troops in Sha City are akin to the heavens. Moreover, you should be aware that martial arts encompass not only techniques but also skills, correct? Qin Chuan nodded. Well aware that martial arts techniques are not as challenging to master as cultivation methods. It is good that you understand. Qian Goen smiled, adding thus, I personally advise you to refrain from provoking the Zhou family too much. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Qian, Qin Chuan acknowledged. No need for thanks. Qian Goen waved his hand with a grin, then inquired cheerfully, by the way, I heard you were searching for a courtyard? Indeed, the news in Huichuan is remarkably well informed. Qin Chuan replied, we always prioritize intelligence gathering. Moreover, your subordinates are diligently inquiring. It would be difficult not to know. They both chuckled in unison. Well, I happen to have a courtyard available that would suit you quite well. Would you like to consider it? That sounds splendid. Qin Chuan responded with delight, as one cannot refuse a gift. Since Qian Goen had brought it up, he surely would not expect any payment. Shall we go have a look? Certainly. The two exited the tea house and made their way to the western part of the city, near the city gate, where a spacious courtyard awaited. The environment was pleasant. And most importantly, the courtyard was ample with high walls. Qin Chuan was quite satisfied, especially since it was close to the city gate and, consequently, the docks. "What is the price?" he inquired. Qian Goen shook his head, handing him the property deed. "I am gifting you this courtyard. It is not worth much. I only hope you can promptly organize your hall, ensuring our subsequent endeavors go smoothly. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Qin Chuan vowed earnestly. It was indeed, as he had imagined, truly a gift. This represented the value he held now, not the potential long-term value Hui Chuan envisioned from trading in the precious essence of broken gold. Very well. After parting ways, Qin Chuan examined the courtyard, which was clean and tidy, evidently well maintained. He conducted a thorough inspection, finding no issues, and promptly rented a carriage to transport his belongings from his old residence. He planned to settle in that very night, as he had not practiced his marksmanship properly in quite some time. As night fell, the courtyard was illuminated by the cold gleam of weapons, the air filled with the sharp sounds of piercing shots. Qian Goen's words had instilled a profound sense of urgency within him, particularly the remark that Sha Zhenbang could not last 3 breaths under Zhou Ping's command, an exaggeration perhaps, but it implied the possibility of a single strike leading to defeat. Truth be told, this was the first time Qin Chuan had perceived the stark disparities among martial artists of the same rank. His experiences from 2 lifetimes made it clear that this was likely true. Were military techniques superior? Or perhaps the martial arts techniques? They might be equally formidable after all, as he had never truly witnessed their prowess. Typically, the world of martial arts relied on sheer courage and rudimentary techniques. It seemed Zhou Ping was not a threat to be addressed just yet. There was no need to rush, maintaining a calm demeanor. Having lived a rather mundane life for 80 years, he was not overly concerned about the passing days. Qin Chuan pondered that perhaps his rapid ascension and skill had led to an unstable mindset, causing him to act with undue haste. Take, for instance, the Zhou Ping incident. In truth, it bore little consequence for him. Zhou's presence within the city did not hinder Qin Chuan's ability to maintain control over the dock and ensure the smooth transition of Hui Chuan's operations. With this realization, Qin Chuan's marksmanship became more composed, the once fervent intensity dissipated. In that moment, he even sensed a subtle improvement in his shooting prowess, as if the weight of his firearm had lightened. As Qin Chuan concluded his training, he sighed while holding his firearm, realizing that it was indeed time for a replacement. This predicament exemplified the shortcomings of a self-taught martial artist. Even someone like Qin Chuan, a traveler from another realm, had succumbed to a rigid mindset. Had there been a mentor by his side to guide him, he would have discerned that it was not the weapon growing lighter, but rather that he was subtly grasping the essence of martial techniques. However, decades of a vagabond's life had ingrained a fixed perspective in his understanding of this world. For martial practitioners, the cultivation of skills, techniques, and weaponry are all crucial elements, each indispensable. Even those who train in hand-to-hand combat would equip themselves with gloves. Otherwise, no matter how adept one becomes, they would be unable to withstand the sharpness of metal. Yet, the prices of certain metals are indeed exorbitant and often unattainable, with the state of Chu imposing stringent regulations on these materials. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to fabricate a gun barrel using an improvised method involving a horse spear, which, while serviceable for now, would likely falter against appear in a life-or-death struggle. With his current level of mastery, his makeshift weapon would likely be cleaved in 2, and losing his weapon would significantly diminish his combat prowess, given that he had devoted a lifetime to mastering the art of the spear. Seek out Hui Chuan. In an instant, he shook his head, recognizing the folly of such greed. Instead, he decided to venture into the ghost garden, stowing away his firearm. He returned to his quarters to change into a different outfit, donning a wide-brimmed hat. As he opened the door, a sudden alertness washed over him. 2 figures clad in black were approaching. Their footsteps were remarkably silent, appearing leisurely, yet they reached his doorstep in mere moments, leaving him no opportunity to shut the door. "Are you Qin Chuan?" one of them inquired directly. Qin Chuan took a slight step back, ever ready to retreat to his home for a firearm. "You are an old man. May I inquire about your esteemed purpose?" The elder retorted, "You would be wise not to provoke us. We are here merely to deliver a message. The governor has decreed. Today, show some consideration for Sha Zhenjiang, while your life is not at stake. You must still receive a lesson." As soon as the words fell, another figure suddenly moved, advancing towards Qin Chuan with ghostly silence. Delivering a swift punch with a delicate grace, Qin Chuan sought to evade, yet discovered that evasion was impossible. He attempted to block, only to find himself unable to do so. The opponent's speed rendered him defenseless, and the instant the fist was thrown, it seemed to seal off all avenues of retreat. As if that fist were omnipresent and insurmountable. Thud. A solid blow struck his chest, sending Qin Chuan hurtling backward to the ground, from which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough. The man in black who had spoken stepped across the threshold and looked down upon him with disdain. Old fool. Next time, keep your wits about you. Even Sha Jinbang's influence won't save you. With that, he turned and departed. Qin Chuan clutched his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the retreating figures before him. Was the disparity truly so vast? The individual who had struck him was of a lower cultivation level, merely having achieved a superficial mastery. Yet, their movements and martial technique were so enigmatic that he found himself unable to evade them. It was undoubtedly a matter of cultivation methods and skills. While he had once harbored doubts, this first-hand experience had illuminated the truth. A seemingly light punch had proven to be so cunningly executed that he could not escape it. Despite his superior cultivation, the force was undeniably overwhelming. He was a rogue cultivator, while they possessed a systematic approach to their training. His defeat was not unjust. After all, a mere street thug could hardly be considered formidable. Coughing, he endured the pain in his chest, the humiliation, and the fact that despite his higher cultivation, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Chapter 31. Martial Arts in the Army, Application of Force Outside the Northern City, Within the Military Encampment. A young man clad in scholarly robes quietly perused a book by candlelight. Suddenly, two individuals dressed in black entered, kneeling on one knee. We pay our respects to the general. The young man set his book aside and inquired, how did the task fare? Reporting to the general. We have warned several individuals not to spread rumors. We even specifically cautioned Qin Chuan. Well done. You may leave. The young man gestured dismissively. Yes. The two stood and exited. The young man resumed his reading, appearing as though he had merely attended to a trivial matter. Upon closing the door and returning to his chamber, Qin Chuan refrained from complaints or bitterness. Had he not endured enough humiliation over the years? Indeed, compared to past experiences, today's events were relatively lenient. In this world, one must bear the consequences of a lackluster background and insufficient talent. All things considered, since activating the system, it had barely been a month. And he was already content with his current achievements. One must cultivate a sense of satisfaction and accept one's mediocrity. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to the demons of worldly desires, fostering resentment and chaos. He understood clearly the gap between himself and those others. Recognizing the disparity, he resolved to bridge it. What had once been unattainable is now within reach. He harbored confidence. It was only a matter of time. If he were to realize his lofty ambitions, let no one dare to belittle Qin Chuan. For now, he could only endure. Qin Chuan pondered deeply, embarking on a journey of self-criticism. Ultimately, it was my own hubris. I was fully aware of Zhou Ping's backing from the Zhou family, yet still dared to scheme against him, allowing Li San to spread rumors of his annihilation of entire families and the humiliation of wives and daughters. In the face of overwhelming strength, cunning strategies are rendered futile. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, and resolved to adopt a more modest demeanor until he bolstered his own power, focusing solely on executing his endeavors with excellence. The injury to his chest was not severe, merely 2 broken ribs that had jarred his internal organs. After some contemplation, he decided to venture out. His current injuries significantly impeded his training progress, and he needed to seek out Dr. Chen for swift healing. The western part of the city was, in fact, quite extensive, and after half an hour, he knocked on Dr. Chen's door. Dr. Chen, draped in his garments, glanced at him and, with a nonchalant tone, uttered, "Come in." Qin Chuan followed him inside. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room as Dr. Chen examined the wound on his chest, gently probing it with his fingers. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Master Qin, what a grievous injury you bear. Have you crossed paths with someone in the military?" Qin Chuan did not respond to his inquiry, but instead directly asked, "Dr. Chen, how long will it take for my injury to heal?" Dr. Chen similarly refrained from answering. While grinding the medicinal herbs, he remarked, "The willow catkin fist, a technique that every border soldier must master. This style, appearing as light and airy as willow fluff, delivers a force that seeps into the very organs of the body. Those who can cultivate this technique to such a level are indeed the elite among the ranks. In the military, the emphasis lies on the application of strength, unlike us, who resort only to brute force and some unscrupulous tactics. We, who navigate the underworld, can be described in flattering terms as individuals of significance. Less charitably, we are merely petty ruffians. Bandits do not confront officials, let alone soldiers. Thank you, Dr. Chun. For the reminder, I shall take it to heart. Dr. Chen shook his head, bringing over the medicine to apply to Qin's chest. Sir Qin, this injury is quite manageable. They did not strike with full force. I understand. After applying the medicine and swiftly bandaging the wound, Dr. Chen produced a porcelain vial. You should be familiar with this remedy. Take 3 pills a day, sufficient for 3 days. Qin Chuan took the medicine, which he indeed recognized. He had consumed it numerous times before. Dr. Chen's medicinal formula, known for its remarkable efficacy in treating injuries caused by visceral tremors, had proven to be highly effective. Thank you. Qin Chuan rose, settled the consultation fee, and departed. Dr. Chen furrowed his brow and sighed, pondering the old man's misfortune and incurring the ire of those in the military. The technique of the willow cat and fist? The application of strength? As Qin Chuan pondered his thoughts while making his way home, he regrettably found himself devoid of any clear direction. He comprehended the application of force, yet he had never engaged with this particular martial art, leaving him at a loss for how to cultivate it. This experience had truly unveiled the formidable power of genuine martial techniques, when compared to those who merely navigate the underworld. The difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. It appeared that Qian Goen's assertion regarding Sha Jinban's ability to endure for 3 breaths was indeed an exaggeration. Internal cultivation methods and martial techniques. It seems that tomorrow he must visit the headquarters once more, to learn the thunderclap technique, or perhaps the tiger roar technique would suffice. In this world, the paths of martial cultivation are tightly controlled by powerful factions. For an ordinary individual to gain access is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Oftentimes, one may not have even heard of them. The following day, Dr. Chen, a seasoned practitioner in the underworld, proved his worth by treating Qin Chuan's injury, having done so countless times before. After a night's rest, Qin Chuan felt no pain, though he was still unable to practice his techniques. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted Zhou Ping, who seemed somewhat different today. He approached swiftly and offered his respects. I pay my respects to the master. Qin Chuan quickly grasped that this young master of the Zhou family was quite particular in his dealings, having not only issued a warning to him but also reprimanded his younger brother. Good morning, Deputy Hall Master Zhou, he said, making his way directly into the hall, with Zhou Ping trailing closely behind. What is the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss? Qin Chuan inquired with a cheerful smile. Zhou Ping's face flushed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly bowed and proclaimed loudly, I apologize, Hall Master. It was my ignorance that led to this situation. I hope you can forgive me. It's merely a trivial matter. Qin Chuan replied, rising to assist him. We are all members of the Sheikh gang. We are brothers. Let us resolve our issues openly. Thank you, Hall Master. Please, continue your duties. Notify me promptly if any matters arise in the city. Zhou Ping responded, bowing again before turning to leave, though his expression remained somewhat sour. If it weren't for my elder brother urging me to keep a low profile, I would have dealt with you today. How dare you conspire against me, you wretched fool? Yet, Qin Chuan merely shook his head, understanding that Zhou Ping would not easily change his disposition based on a few words from the Zhou family's eldest son. If change were feasible, Zhou Ping would not be mingling within the Sheikh gang. However, what options did he possess now? None. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the competition arrived. At the entrance of the Earth and Water Hall, 3 platforms, each approximately 1 meter high, were erected for the contest. In preparation for this event, Qin Chuan had summoned Dr. Chen to oversee the proceedings, ensuring that prompt medical attention would be available, as martial artists inevitably sustain injuries during combat. Early in the morning, all disciples of the Earth and Water Hall had gathered. 3 days prior, the headquarters had sent reinforcements to fill the gaps in their ranks. And coupled with the recent recruits, the total number of members had even surpassed previous counts, now totaling over 110 individuals. Those sent from the headquarters were primarily former members of the Axe Gang. The method of the competition was straightforward. No registration or drawing of lots was required. With 3 platforms available, anyone who believed themselves capable of becoming the incense master could step onto the arena and challenge the reigning champion. The victors would continue to face challengers until none remained. This method of competition was inherently fair, especially as it pertained to the role of incense master, whose cultivation requirement mandated entry into the inner training stage. The first step of inner training involves refining the organs, particularly the lungs. And those who have trained their lungs possess far greater stamina compared to those who have only honed their physical attributes. Such a rigorous contest posed no issues whatsoever. As time passed, the sun transitioned from a vibrant red to a brilliant white. At the pinnacle of the steps, Qin Xuan declared the commencement of the contest. Chapter 32. Challenge, Mastery of Inner Training. As he had anticipated, the first to ascend the stage were three disciples from the original martial arts hall. They were youthful and gifted. Li San, standing behind Qin Xuan, murmured, "Hall Master, these three possess the cultivation of great accomplishment in lung training. Yet they are not the three strongest within the martial arts hall." Qin Xuan nodded silently, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shuang, Yu Wenxiong, and Yang Minglong. Among the disciples of the martial arts hall, only these three had qualified for internal training, while the others were considerably older and possessed inferior talents. In stark contrast to the visitors from the martial arts hall, who boasted a majority with cultivation levels exceeding the skin refinement stage. 8 among them had even advanced to internal training. This disparity highlighted the gap in innate talent, compounded by the issue of resources. The foundational practice of the 6 realms postnatal was not particularly challenging, provided one's talent was not excessively lacking. The primary determinant remained the availability of cultivation resources. It was rumored that in the northern part of the city, some children began their martial training at the age of 8 and achieved perfection in internal training by the age of 10. The difference was as vast as that between clouds and mud. The starting point for others was a pinnacle that one could scarcely hope to reach in a lifetime. As Qin Xuan's gaze passed over them, Qin Shuang and the 2 others ascended the stage. Naturally, those lacking sufficient cultivation would refrain from competing for the position of fragrance master. Thus, only 11 individuals vied for the 3 available spots. With the 3 competitors now on stage, the sound of the gong signaled the commencement of the contest. Indeed, as Qin Xuan had anticipated, the disciples of the martial arts hall were ultimately lacking in practical experience, while Qin Xuan secured victories through sheer strength. Yu Wenxiong and Yang Minglong resorted to less honorable tactics to claim their wins, employing maneuvers such as eye strikes, throat locks, and groin kicks. Their studied techniques were nearly indistinguishable, and their cultivation levels comparable. Thus, the deciding factor for victory lay in the realm of experience. Observing from a distance, Zhou Ping wore a grim expression while Dr. Chen was frantically occupied. Of the 3, only Qin Shuang's opponent emerged unscathed, while the other 2 sustained considerable injuries. "How could you be so ruthless?" Zhou Ping rose angrily to admonish them. "Indeed, their methods are despicable, devoid of martial virtue. We will not accept this." The original disciples of the martial arts hall began to shout defiantly, which did not sit well with Yu Wenxiong and Yang Minglong. "Silence." Qin Xuan stood up. "Martial virtue? When facing life and death struggles against rival factions, go preach about martial virtue to them. The victor lives, the vanquished perishes." As the competition continued without further challenges, the positions of fragrance master were thus established. The hall master spoke with conviction, and his reasoning was sound. The disciples of the martial arts hall fell silent, engaging in hushed discussion until 3 individuals stepped forward. Li San continued to converse with Qin Xuan, saying, "Hall master, these 3 are their most accomplished practitioners, 2 specializing in liver cultivation and 1 in kidney cultivation." With a sense of profound certainty, Qin Xuan felt that the position of the fragrance master was all but secured. The contribution of the liver and kidneys to combat prowess was negligible. Whether in brawls or skirmishes, lacking experience rendered raw strength futile. Possessing mere physical might suffice only against those of inferior cultivation. After all, sheer force could subdue the unskilled. However, once cultivation levels were equal, the disparity in practical experience became glaringly evident. As Qin Xuan had anticipated, the disciples of the martial arts hall were swiftly defeated within a mere 10 breaths. This outcome left Zhou Ping and his companions with visages that reflected their utter dismay. Qin Xuan, with a cheerful demeanor, rose once more to initiate applause. "Let us extend our congratulations to the 3 who have ascended to the positions of incense masters. Now, I shall assign the responsibilities of the altar and the incense masters." Yu Wenxiong, Yang Minglong. Both individuals promptly stepped forward. Yang Minglong shall be the incense master of altar A, while Yu Wenxiong will assume the role for altar B. Both of you are to proceed to the Ping and Fong Casino, and remember to heed the instructions of Deputy Hall Master Zhou. "Understood," they replied in unison. Qin Shuang, present. "You shall be the incense master of altar C. The dock is now entrusted to you." "Understood." As for the 2 small gambling houses at the dock, Qin Xuan had already applied to headquarters 3 days prior to sell them. These establishments were originally designed to occupy the time of the hall members and had never been particularly lucrative. Keeping them would merely serve to waste resources. Regarding the rationale for establishing 2 altars within the inner city, Qin Chuan had ample justification. The inner city was, after all, a domain of the Axe Gang. Other factions were prevalent there, unlike the dock area, which was predominantly under the influence of the Shay Gang, requiring fewer personnel. Consequently, headquarters readily acquiesced to his arrangements. And Zhou Ping was also pleased, for it appeared that he was leading 2 altars while only 1 hall master existed. Did this not imply that he was, in effect, the true hall master? This situation had made Zhou Ping view Qin Chuan with greater favor, and the two worked together harmoniously. However, with the competition for the incense master positions now concluded, he found himself troubled. None of the incense masters were affiliated with him, effectively undermining his role as deputy hall master. Now, as for the leaders, Qin Chuan articulated the question that weighed heavily on everyone's mind, especially the defeated disciples of the martial arts hall, who eagerly looked to him, hoping for another contest to secure the leadership position. It is essential to note that the true labor was primarily shouldered by the leaders. Yet, Qin Chuan's subsequent words plunged them into despair. The incense masters will nominate themselves and submit their choices to me. The meeting is adjourned. You are all to proceed to your posts. With that, Qin Chuan turned to leave the hall. Wait, Zhou Ping called out loudly. Qin Chuan halted and turned back. What is it? Zhou Ping, albeit visibly displeased, restrained his frustration and bowed respectfully. As a senior in the martial world, might you offer some guidance to this younger generation? The implication was clear. He wished to challenge Qin Chuan to a duel. An immediate hush enveloped the room as all eyes turned to him, including Dr. Chen, who glanced at Qin Chuan, finally grasping why he had been injured previously. Zhou Ping was indeed a member of the Zhou family. Deputy Hall Master? Before Qin Chuan could respond, Qin Chuan stepped forward. If you wish to challenge the Hall Master, you must first contend with me. Qin Chuan, a disciple of the Hall Master, was no longer a secret within the Earthwater Hall, was it? A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Zhou Ping's mouth as he prepared to step down. Wait, that old fool will accompany you in a match. Qin Chuan smiled, revealing a set of pearly whites. From the moment he proposed this contest, he realized that Zhou Ping would inevitably succumb to the urge to challenge him. A victory would not only provide a sense of vindication, but also elevate his absolute prestige within the hall, and his elder brother would have no objections. Of course, should he lose, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. But would he lose? No. He slowly returned, grinning as he remarked, however, fists and feet are blind. The Vice Hall Master should exercise caution. Rest assured, the Hall Master, being of advanced age, must also be careful. Well then, let us begin. Qin Chuan advanced towards the arena, pulling Qin Chuan down and whispering, Do not worry, my dear Xuanger, I am confident. Zhou Ping leaped onto the stage, and the two stood facing each other, performing a mutual fist salute. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ping charged forward, raising his right hand to deliver a punch, the force of which caused the air to crackle. Yet, the outcome did not align with his expectations. Qin Chuan extended his hand, firmly grasping Zhou Ping's fist, and with a swift kick, sent him reeling. Zhou Ping attempted to evade, but with his right hand ensnared. He could only use his left hand to strike at the advancing leg. Bang! His left hand throbbed with excruciating pain, as though it had snapped. Immediately afterward, Qin Chuan launched another kick. With a resounding impact, Zhou Ping found himself airborne, once again seized by the right hand. He longed to escape, yet freedom eluded him. 2 successive kicks followed. Bang! Bang! At last, his right hand was released, and Zhou Ping collapsed to the ground. He raised his gaze to the calm and composed Qin Chuan, disbelief etched in his eyes. How could one achieve such mastery? With a sudden cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood and instantly lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All disciples of the martial arts hall bowed their heads, while the rest looked upon their hall master with reverence. They were not deaf. The achievement of inner mastery was, in their eyes, the pinnacle of wandering the martial world. Chapter 33. The aspiring Zhou Ping. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, That's enough. Return to your respective posts. He then called over Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, I need your assistance. Dr. Chen cast him a peculiar glance before lowering his gaze to examine Zhou Ping's injuries. The internal organs were shaken, and several ribs were fractured. But the impact was not severe. Qin Chuan nodded, skillfully controlling his strength. He refrained from exerting excessive force. He ascended directly to the upper floor of the hall, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, he exhaled in relief. Indeed, last night he had undergone a complete transformation, successfully mastering the entirety of the 6th realm of postnatal training, thereby attaining the pinnacle of internal mastery. His rapid progress was attributed to two factors: the enhancement of his innate abilities by 4 points, and the superiority of the martial arts he practiced. After his injury, he had visited the headquarters transmission hall and learned the tiger's roar technique, which opened his eyes to the vast disparities between different martial arts. The differences were monumental. The breathing technique was merely the most fundamental form of internal cultivation. To illustrate, when comparing these two techniques, upon reaching the same level of mastery, the disparity in strength, speed, and reaction time could be as much as 1.5 times greater, or even more. Moreover, the pace of cultivation varied significantly. However, it must be noted that the training method for the tiger's roar technique was considerably more challenging than that of the breathing technique. Zhou Ping felt emboldened to challenge himself, undoubtedly due to the high caliber of his martial arts. Furthermore, he had always perceived himself as an elder, believing his cultivation to be merely at the level of internal mastery. Little did he know that during this period, he had been donning makeup before stepping outside, all for the purpose of showcasing his abilities before the public today. He had two primary objectives. First, to establish himself as a formidable leader with the prowess of internal mastery. Second, to intimidate his subordinates, urging them to refrain from causing disturbances and to behave accordingly. During this time, the docks had begun to facilitate the unloading of goods from Huichuan, with their ships arriving almost every 3 days. This was also the reason he had stationed Qin Shuang at the docks, as the smuggling of demolishing gold essence was a matter of utmost importance. The disciples of the Sheikh gang had already searched the goods of smuggling clients under the pretense of inspection on multiple occasions. Thus, he had to exercise caution in this matter, for Huichuan was his significant financial backer, providing both resources and capital. Most crucially, if anyone were to uncover the demolishing gold essence, all involved would face dire consequences, forced to flee for their lives. Yet, in such a vast world, how could one easily escape? If no other nation accepted you, and the state of Chu had issued a bounty on you, where could you possibly go? Moreover, in the hands of formidable martial artists, attempting to flee would be akin to chasing a mirage. Starting today, he would finally be free from the need for makeup. Qin Shuang gazed cheerfully at his reflection in the mirror, having returned to the visage of a middle-aged man. The spring breeze may show no mercy to flowers, nor grant you the gift of youth once more. Yet martial arts truly can. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Yang Menglong and Yuan Xiong. We pay our respects, Hall Master. You have arrived. Qin Shuang replied with a beaming smile, his intentions to assert his authority evident. With strength enough to deter betrayal, one must carefully contemplate the consequences. Hall Master, what course of action should we take regarding the Ping and Fong Casino? We humbly seek your guidance. Yuan Xiong inquired. Proceed as necessary. Just ensure no unforeseen incidents occur. Furthermore, do not provoke Zhou Ping unless absolutely necessary. Understood. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Hall Master. Very well, you may leave. The two departed, demonstrating their cleverness by seeking his counsel before taking action. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping soon awoke, staring blankly at the ceiling. The pain coursing through his body paled in comparison to the anguish within his heart. He realized he had lost completely. From this day forth, he would be a mere figurehead, a superfluous pawn. Recalling his father's words and thinking of his elder and younger brothers, he resolved, no, I am not worthless. I still have a chance. I will prove my worth, I will. He quickly rose, discovering he lay on a wooden bed in the hall of the dojo, and found himself alone. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, a bunch of fair-weather friends, damn it. This realization stung even more. The disciples who had once lauded him had vanished, a testament to the consequences of his failure. He hastened out of the dojo, mounting his horse and heading northward. In the grand tent of the northern military camp, the eldest son of the Zhou family felt his anger escalating after hearing his younger brother's demands. However, having cultivated patience over time, he restrained his rage and said, Zhou Ping, have I been too indulgent with you? Do you dare to covet the martial arts of the army? The laws of the military are not to be shared. This is the ironclad rule of our great Chu. Do you wish to bring ruin upon our family? Zhou Ping scoffed dismissively, elder brother. I merely wish to learn the willow fluff fist. Isn't this technique available to every soldier? If I learn it, what harm is there? No. The eldest son of the Zhou family rebuked. That is a military technique and must not be disseminated. Zhou Ping, if you continue to pester me so, do not blame me for informing father. At the mention of their father, Zhou Ping recoiled slightly, while his elder brother had always been indulgent. Their father was prone to violence. Elder brother, I do not wish to remain mediocre. Without at least a year or 18 months of practice, I cannot succeed. The old fellow may be beyond my capabilities, yet with the mastery of the willow catkin fist, I could prevail. Alternatively, a blade of 8 directions would suffice. If I cannot win, then I shall refrain from confrontation and content myself with returning home in a few years to marry and raise children, dutifully honoring our parents and upholding the family legacy alongside my second brother. As for martial techniques in the army, do not even entertain the thought. The eldest son of the Zhou family is utterly unyielding. Eldest brother, go forth. The eldest son of the Zhou family dismissed him with a wave, showing no interest. With a heavy heart, Zhou Ping departed the military camp, his teeth clenched in contemplation. Upon returning home, he began to compose a letter. Dear second brother, I miss you dearly. Our parents are well, though they often think of you. How fares your study of martial arts at Mount Yutai? I have heard it is a true place for the pursuit of martial knowledge. Alas, my aptitude is lacking. Otherwise, I would accompany you. The letter spanned 2 full pages. And Zhou Ping vowed he had never penned such a lengthy missive nor made such earnest pleas to his brother. Yet, for the sake of cultivating his skills, he felt compelled to do so. As a prosperous family in the western part of the city, the Zhou family could not procure formidable cultivation methods. Wealth is not the hallmark of great power. It is the mastery of techniques and martial arts that truly counts. With these in hand, he believed he could reclaim his honor. His elder brother serves in the military, and his second brother has entered a sect. He, however, remains mediocre, and he finds this intolerable. Though he may not attain the heights of his brothers, he refuses to live like his father, relying solely on perfected internal cultivation to manage a few storefronts for a lifetime. He aspires to become a figure of influence in the Sand City, particularly now. As the power dynamics within Sand City are in flux, he envisions himself as a prominent character in this reshaping. With these thoughts in mind, he was eager to dispatch the letter. That night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. At the watchtower of Pier Number 2, Qin Chuan puffed on a cigarette, accompanied by Qian Goen. Master Qin, I heard you had a skirmish with Zhou Ping today? Ah, Lord Qian, your information travels swiftly. Qin Chuan exhaled a plume of smoke, which danced in the moonlight. In our line of work, we must remain well informed. Indeed, a significant event transpired last night. Are you aware? Chapter 34. Loyalty outweighs life, a significant event? Qin Chuan turned to him. Yes, 2 factions in the eastern part of the city clashed last night, resulting in nearly 300 fatalities and countless injuries, affecting ordinary citizens as well. How many times has this occurred this month? Qin Chuan inquired, his concern piqued. 3 times. If I recall correctly, the first was in the western district, the second in the southern district, and last night's incident occurred in the east. Does this imply that it will soon be our turn? Qin Chuan frowned. Did this unfold too rapidly? He was not yet prepared. His cultivation still shy of the pinnacle of internal mastery, the great perfection. He needed time to undergo a complete transformation, where every sinew would coalesce into a singular force, enabling him to inflict harm wherever his blood flowed. His control over himself would reach its limits. He required a gradual progression. If swift, perhaps a week. If slow, then possibly a month. Like the previous training of muscles and bones, he had reworked every aspect that had not been addressed, achieving what could be called the realm of external refinement. However, there remained a significant disparity compared to the perfection of internal cultivation. Now, in the western part of the city, there are still 7 factions. Which 2 do you think will clash next? Qian Goen said with a smile. It shouldn't be our Shade Gang, right? Haha. Congratulations, you are correct. We have news that, indeed, it will be your Shade Gang once again. The other faction is the Lufeng Pavilion. Lufeng Pavilion? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. How could it be them? Are we to engage in battle with a faction that operates brothels? Indeed, Lufeng Pavilion is the dominant force on Lufeng Street, controlling the majority of the establishments there, except for a few unique ones. In terms of strength, they surpass the Axe Gang and, naturally, the Sheikh Gang as well. However, the situation has changed. Many members from the Axe Gang have joined the Sheikh Gang, and with the presence of 6 major casinos operated by the Axe Gang in the western part of the city, their power is no longer to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the authorities will not permit all the gangs to engage in open conflict, as the repercussions would be too severe. Furthermore, due to the events of last night, the casualties were considerable, and the officials are quite dissatisfied. Thus, the era of bloodshed among the gangs may soon come to an end. You will likely know the outcome by tomorrow. Thank you for the warning. Qin Chuan expressed his sincere gratitude, as he lacked intelligence on many matters. Establishing an information network would require substantial wealth, which he did not possess, nor did he have the inclination to pursue such endeavors. No need for thanks. Qian Goen replied courteously. When the results are out for your sheikh gang tomorrow, the official will meet with you. When will that be? Perhaps in the evening. I will come to escort you then. You may leave now. The goods have arrived. With that, he descended from the watchtower, and Qin Chuan knocked his smoking pipe, securing it at his waist before also making his way down. Everything shall be addressed tomorrow. The next morning, as Qin Chuan was preparing to leave, Li San arrived to inform him that the headquarters summoned him for a meeting. He took his time, leisurely enjoying a breakfast before heading towards the headquarters. In the lobby of the Shurha gang's headquarters, all the senior members were present. One leader, two vice leaders, the master of the transmission hall, the master of the law enforcement hall, the four masters of the docks, and three newly appointed masters within the city. The Shurha gang now boasted a total of 9 branches with over 1,000 disciples. In Qin Chuan's view, the sheer number of members in the Shurha gang was excessive. A more streamlined and efficient approach would have been preferable. The current abundance of branches and personnel was not advantageous. Unlike the past, where brute force dictated power, the present era demanded skilled practitioners rather than mere novices. Seated in the main position, Sha Zhenbang exuded an aura of authority. He wasted no time and addressed the assembly directly. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been summoned today due to the directive from our esteemed leader. An important incident occurred in the eastern part of the city the night before last. The White Horse Society and the Kaoshan gang clashed, resulting in over 300 fatalities and more than 1,000 injured, including numerous innocent bystanders. The repercussions are dire. Henceforth, a significant reshuffling of power is imminent. Our western city currently hosts 7 distinct factions, and our leader has proclaimed that ultimately, only 2 will remain. At this point, Sha Zhenbang's expression darkened. The prospect of 5 out of the 7 factions collapsing was daunting. Did the Shurha gang possess the strength to be one of the 2 that survived? He felt no confidence, for among the 8 original factions in the western city, the Shurha gang and the Axe gang were the weakest. Even if they were to merge with the Axe gang, they would still be at a disadvantage among the 7. In reality, it was a competition for survival among 6 factions. At that moment, Vice Leader Zhao Chunshan spoke up. The first faction possesses formidable practitioners, as we all know. The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone's expressions turning grim, including Qin Chuan's. He was well aware of which faction Zhao referred to, the owner of the Ghost Garden, Li Jiming. Was the Ghost Garden profitable? Undoubtedly, as its clientele consisted entirely of martial artists, unlike casinos, brothels, and docks, which primarily served ordinary people. Ordinary individuals lacked the wealth of martial practitioners. With so many cultivators in the western city who had not frequented the Ghost Garden, financial concerns were trivial compared to the resources it offered. The Ghost Garden was teeming with experts, far beyond the reach of other factions. Just then, another vice leader, Chen Fong, chimed in with a smile. There is no need for such concern, as this competition for power is unlike any before. After a moment's consideration, he added, perhaps we should allow the leader to elaborate. Sha Zhenbang nodded, his demeanor softening somewhat. We should also express our gratitude to the White Horse Society and the Kaoshan gang. Without them, we would have no chance of victory at all. The rules have shifted, yet we still hold a glimmer of hope. The stipulations are straightforward. 1 week hence, at the West City Outer Horse Racing Grounds, we in the Lufeng Pavilion shall each present 3 warriors for a duel to the death, alternating in combat. The one who survives shall be deemed the victor. Triumph leads to continued existence. Defeat, however, necessitates acceptance of fate. We must disband our forces on the spot. Each of you should return to a life of retirement, or perhaps depart from Shaching altogether. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Who among them truly wished to abandon Shaching? Those present were all leaders, each commanding a following of hundreds, making them significant figures in their own right, wealthy and influential. Who among them would willingly forsake Shaching for a life of hardship? Noticing the lack of response, Sha Zhenbang's countenance darkened, and he rapped his fingers against the table. Is there truly no one willing to step forward? He demanded. Among the entire Shay gang, those present were undoubtedly the most formidable in terms of cultivation and strength. Yet still, no one volunteered. The reason was simple. The enmity between the Shay gang and the Lufeng Pavilion was not profound, even in defeat. They would not face retribution from the upper echelons and might even be assimilated into their ranks. Where else could one navigate the martial world, if not within its confines? At worst, one would merely find themselves in a less advantageous position. Loyalty to the Sheikh gang? What a farce. Can loyalty truly outweigh the value of one's life? Xia Zhenbang's expression darkened further as he turned his gaze upon the two vice leaders. Zhao Chunshan and Chun Fong promptly averted their eyes. Their cultivation was substantial, possibly rivaling that of the leader, if not surpassing it. Yet, in the current circumstances, they were wholly unwilling to risk their lives for the gang. Previously, such sacrifices were unavoidable. Ambition and the pursuit of resources necessitated it. But now, what could the gang offer them? Even the position of gang leader could not compel them to wager their lives. Unless a top-tier cultivation method were promised, their hearts would remain unmoved. Chapter 35, A Change of Allegiance? Leader, is it not permissible to seek external aid? At this juncture, a hall master posed a question. This matter had already been clarified. It was not allowed. The Lufeng Pavilion comprises 1 master, 3 vice masters, and 12 hall masters. Even if you are not among the 3, you are acquainted with the disciples within the pavilion. The master will dispatch individuals to verify and oversee the contest. Any breach of these rules will result in immediate forfeiture. Once more, silence fell over the assembly, prompting Xia Zhenbang to sigh heavily. Were the upper echelons of the Shay gang merely cowardly? For all these years, the gang had treated them with kindness. Yet, the crowd remained mute. And Xia Zhenbang's expression grew increasingly grim. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed upon the 2 vice leaders, an unmistakable malice flickering within his eyes. As the leader, it was my duty to fight. Now, I require both of you to volunteer. Do you stand by your decision not to participate? Chen Fong, gritting his teeth, rose and bowed deeply. Return to the leader. My family obligations prevent me from participating, and I feel unworthy of your nurturing. I wish to resign from my position as vice leader and join the law enforcement hall as an ordinary disciple. Zhao Chunshan, with a heavy heart, also rose, declaring, I too resign from my position as vice leader. Did they truly wish to resign? Were they not merely compelled by circumstance? This martial world appeared to be a world of its own. In the city of Sand, the Sand River Gang merely serves as a hound for the authorities. Otherwise, they could have long since slain Xia Zhenbang and usurped his position. With the government in place, Xia Zhenbang remains the sole representative, and they dare not entertain such thoughts unless they wish for their entire family to perish. Thus, within the gang, Xia Zhenbang is forever regarded as a deity, and none dare defy his will. In such circumstances, even if they hold the position of vice leader and are reluctant to engage in battle, they can only resign to safeguard their own lives. Very well. The fury on Xia Zhenbang's face intensified. You all are quite something. If that is the case, then I, the leader of this gang, grant my approval. Get out. Yes. Chen Fong and Zhao Chunshan left the headquarters despondently. The 9 hall masters present were left in an atmosphere thick with tension, akin to sitting on needles. I declare that those willing to step forward may ascend to the position of vice leader. Upon uttering these words, silence prevailed, and Qin Chuan shook his head inwardly. The world of martial arts is indeed filled with the foolish. Xia Zhenbang's approach is utterly futile. How many among those who can serve as hall masters are truly naive? The vice leader has been coerced into resignation, and many of them possess skills inferior to that of the former vice leader. To step forward now would be akin to courting death. While the position of vice leader may seem appealing, it pales in comparison to the value of one's own life. Qin Chuan had also prepared himself for resignation. At worst, he could ask Qin Xian to assist in managing the dock. As for himself, failing to complete the system's tasks was of little consequence. Once life departs, it is irrevocable. In the struggle between life and death, only one side can prevail. And it is clear that the outcome would be exceedingly brutal. Lufeng Pavilion is not foolish. Those who participate in the battle must at least have achieved significant mastery in their internal cultivation, if not complete perfection. Even if he were to attain perfection within a week, he had no desire to gamble with his life. Unless the rules of the duel were particularly favorable to him and the leader of the Sheikh gang, he might consider taking the risk. Qin Chuan. Xia Zhenbang suddenly called out to him. Here, subordinate. Qin Chuan stood up obediently, internally cursing, why is it my turn? You are a veteran of the gang, and you have recently broken through to significant mastery in your internal cultivation. The gang is willing to provide you with all the resources for a week of training and promote you to the position of vice leader. Will you fight for the gang? The subordinate thought that the position of hall master was already quite satisfying. Xia Zhenbang's expression darkened, teetering on the brink of fury. Yet he understood that this was not the time to explode. The absence of a vice leader was inconsequential, but the hall master could not be entirely dismissed. Otherwise, the Shade gang would be nearly disbanded. Very well. You may leave. The subordinate takes his leave. Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh. Did they think he would risk his life for merely the position of a vice leader? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. In his eyes, although the vice leader held considerable power, it paled in comparison to the comfort of commanding a faction as a hall master. Furthermore, with his responsibilities at Dock Number 2, he had no desire to assume the burdensome title of vice leader. The only position that might pique his interest would be that of the leader himself. He strode out the door, where the two former vice leaders lingered, taken aback by his sudden departure. Master Qin Yu? Zhao Chunshan inquired. Qin Chuan smiled nonchalantly. He had managed to retain his position as the hall master, yet the leader insisted he vacate the premises. The two fell silent, realizing that misfortune seemed to befall only the two of them. Unperturbed, Qin Chuan waved his hand and departed. Qin Yi, wait. Zhao Chunshan hurried after him. They walked side by side. Deputy leader, is there something on your mind? Hiki. Qin Yi, I am no longer just the deputy leader. I owe my rise to you. And thus you have become my mentor. Do you have a moment? I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. That sounds splendid. I happen to be quite parched. Excellent. In a tea house located outside Dock Number 2, the two sat facing each other. As Zhao Chunshan brewed the tea, he quietly inquired, Qin Yi, have you ever considered changing your allegiance? Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this wretched creature had likely secured a new patron long ago. Which one? He shook his head. Master Qin, first tell me if you entertain such thoughts. Qin Chuan silently lifted his teacup and took a sip. The Sheikh gang and I have mingled for decades. Is it so simple to change allegiances? What if the faction we pledge ourselves to ultimately fails? What shall we do then? Are we to live like those who haunt the streets, selling trinkets to make ends meet? Or shall we cease our martial pursuits and await the end in a state of languor? Zhao Chunshan shook his head. Master Qin, this faction will surely endure until the end. I have unwavering confidence. Oh, and which faction might that be? Master Qin, I cannot disclose that at present. All I can reveal is that many high-ranking members of various powers have been courted. Do you think they can survive the impending storm? That is indeed a possibility. Qin Chuan nodded. If a single faction manages to sway the majority of the influential leaders, then their chances of success are indeed significant. However, such a scenario does not align with Qin Chuan's own interests. Qin Chuan's thoughts diverged significantly from theirs. The last thing he wished to abandon was the grand vessel of Hui Chuan. For the allure of entering the realm of the elite was simply too great. Thus, relinquishing the second dock of the Sheikh gang was out of the question. His intent was to discern what instructions the enigmatic figure of the evening might have for him before determining his next course of action. Yet, alas, Spring Mountain, I still harbor sentiments for the Sheikh gang. Let me ponder this matter. Qin Chuan did not issue a direct refusal. Understanding that it may serve as his escape route, he certainly would not sever his own retreat. Very well, I shall await your news. I shall take my leave for now. Agreed. The two parted ways. At this moment, in the headquarters hall, the crowd had dispersed entirely. The ground was strewn with shards of porcelain, alongside broken tables and chairs. Sha Jinbang's chest heaved violently, his eyes ablaze with fury. Useless, cowardly wretches. A pack of ingrates. They all deserve to be eliminated. Chapter 36. Fengxian Tower Leader. At this juncture, Mr. Wen emerged. Sha Jinbang grasped Mr. Wen's hand as if clutching a lifeline. Mr. Wen, what should I do? Leader, do not rush. Have you perhaps forgotten something? Mr. Wen replied with a knowing smile. Something? Sha Jinbang's confusion was evident, yet gradually, his eyes began to glimmer with understanding. Are you referring to Qin Chuan? In the midst of the power struggle, he had indeed overlooked this matter. Exactly. Leader, time is of the essence. You must engage in the conflict with Lufeng Pavilion. Qin Chuan has achieved mastery in internal cultivation in such a short span. The opportunities he possesses are undoubtedly substantial. Securing his fortune could enhance your own strength, and in such times, even a slight improvement can yield a greater chance of success. Should you break through to the innate level and enter the elite ranks, victory in this competition will be assured. And do not forget, he has already perfected his internal training. In due time, even with the desire to act, you may find yourself powerless. Indeed, Sha Jinbang's eyes sparkled with determination. If Qin Chuan were to attain full mastery, his own chances would dwindle. Facing an equal opponent, he could not be entirely confident. Opportunities and ascension awaited him. Should he succeed in obtaining such fortune, not only would he survive, but he could also enter the elite ranks, even if he failed to secure the opportunity. The worst outcome would be to withdraw from the life and death duel and disband the Sheikh gang. In truth, he was reluctant to fight desperately. Thus, He resolved in his heart to take action that very night. Such matters are best addressed promptly rather than delayed. The streets were bustling with activity, illuminated by vibrant lights and filled with fragrant breezes. This evening, the esteemed individual from Huichuan had chosen to meet at the most luxurious brothel in the western part of the city, the Fengxian building. To be honest, Qin Chuan had never visited this establishment, as it was beyond his means. The Fengxian building stood as one of the most renowned brothels in the entire Shaqing, located at the eastern end of Lufeng Street. Unlike the ordinary houses of ill repute on Lufeng Street, this was a true brothel, where it was rumored that the young women offered their talents without surrendering their bodies. Of course, whether this was true, Qin Chuan could not ascertain. Having never set foot inside, he once harbored a sense of regret, despite living a full life in this world. While he often frequented various establishments, he had never experienced such a high-class brothel. The cost was simply exorbitant. For instance, the entrance fee alone demanded a staggering 100 taels of silver, which shattered Qin Chuan's previous understanding. In his earlier days, such a sum could have sustained him and his apprentice for several years. Merely to gain entry to this place, utterly absurd. Nevertheless, even at such a price, patrons were plentiful. Wealthy individuals have never been scarce in this world. It is merely one's own poverty that stands out. Fortunately, the entrance fee was not a burden Qin Chuan had to bear himself, as Qian Goen, who had come to escort him, provided the funds upon entering this opulent establishment. Inside, a vast hall awaited, adorned in splendid gold and resplendent lights that cast an ambiguous glow. The hall soared 3 stories high, featuring a prominent stage at its center designated for performances. Surrounding the stage were approximately 100 tables, each with a hefty minimum spend. Naturally, as the mysterious dignitary of Huichuan, he would not entertain Qin Chuan at one of these tables in the main hall. Following Qian Goen, they ascended to the second floor and entered a private room of several dozen square meters. Young Master Qin, the esteemed guest will arrive shortly, Qian Goen informed him. Waiting for the dignitary is only proper. Qin Chuan surveyed the private room. The opulence of the DCOR was remarkable, and the soundproofing was of the highest caliber. A unique design feature allowed a window to open at a diagonal angle with the press of a button, granting a direct auditory influx of music and dance from the hall below, with no obstruction to the view. Qian Goen elaborated, "We can see everything outside, yet they cannot see us." He marveled at the ingenuity of the ancients, who certainly understood the importance of a luxurious experience for the wealthy. "What is the cost of such a room?" Qin Chuan inquired with curiosity. Not much, not much," Qian Goen replied. "As the best private room for audiovisual enjoyment on the second floor, the price is merely 3,999 taels." Merely? Qin Chuan mused, acknowledging that for someone operating a money house, it was indeed a modest sum. However, for him, it represented an astronomical figure, far beyond his means to afford even a single room. He could only lament how fortunate it is to be wealthy. Before long, a number of graceful attendants entered, bearing trays laden with dishes and wine. "Come, let us dine," Qian Goen urged, pulling Qin Chuan to sit. "What about the master?" Qin Chuan asked, concerned. "The master will require some time. He instructed us not to wait for him. Our master is not one to fuss over trivialities. It's all good." "Very well," Qin Chuan replied, not wishing to appear impolite. The dishes before him were a feast for the senses. Upon tasting, his palate was set ablaze. The ancients may have lacked a plethora of seasonings, yet they certainly knew how to eat. The high-quality ingredients required only simple preparation, and the flavors were unparalleled, eclipsing anything he had experienced in his previous life. As the two enjoyed their drinks, the table below gradually filled with guests. Soon, the lights in the center of the stage ignited, and melodious music commenced, as a procession of veiled women gracefully arrived to perform. "What do you think, Master Qin? The ladies of Fengxian Tower are truly exceptional. Indeed, they are extraordinary. The attendants who brought our dishes were no less impressive than the stars of other establishments," Qin Chuan remarked with admiration. "Certainly, the ladies here are cultivated from a young age, excelling in poetry, music, and grace, not to mention their exquisite beauty, meticulously selected. In our Sand City, to enter Fengxian Tower, one must either possess an esteemed title or be a recognized martial artist." "Haha," Qin Chuan laughed heartily, recognizing the truth in that statement. Although the state of Chu revered martial prowess, its literary culture was equally flourishing. He had heard from numerous merchants that many idolized those with degrees from the imperial examination. Had Qin Chuan succeeded in becoming a scholar in his youth, perhaps his life would have unfolded in a vastly different manner, avoiding the squandering of his years, merely awaiting his end. To seek a position as an educator in a wealthy household or to align oneself with a powerful faction would undoubtedly yield a substantial income, accompanied by the honorific title of master from others. The core resources one would access in such a role are not to be underestimated. However, akin to martial arts, the pursuit of knowledge demands an extraordinary aptitude. Otherwise, the writings one produces may be utterly nonsensical. Do not presume that being a time traveler grants you superiority. The world's languages and scripts are diverse, and the state of Chu has a history spanning over 2 millennia. Moreover, the historical depth of this realm is likely to far exceed your own civilization, enriched with profound cultural heritage. As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden commotion erupted in the hall. A lady clad in white descended from above, gracefully falling under the illumination, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Master Qin. This is none other than Lin Qingwei, one of the 3 foremost courtesans of Fengxian Tower, exclaimed Qian Goen, his expression one of rapt fascination. Qin Chuan scrutinized the woman with keen interest. She donned a violet veil, and beneath her white garments, her graceful figure subtly emerged. She alighted upon the stage with the elegance of a dragonfly skimming the water, only to rise again into the air. His mind involuntarily pondered. This woman possesses formidable cultivation, undoubtedly superior to his own, and by a considerable margin. Qin Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was she of a higher grade? If Qian Goen were privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Here he was, in a brothel to admire beautiful women, yet preoccupied with their level of cultivation. On stage, Lin Qingwei moved like a graceful dragon, dancing enchantingly in harmony with the melodious music, captivating every man in the hall, including Qian Goen in the private booth. Qin Chuan sensed an unusual atmosphere. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, Qin Chuan, I never expected you to withstand this enchanting melody. You truly are the one I have chosen. Unbeknownst to him, the esteemed gentleman from Huichuan had already entered the private room, regarding him with a warm smile. Greetings, my lord. Qin Chuan hastily rose to pay his respects. The gentleman waved his hand dismissively, saying, My surname is Wang. We are comrades, so there is no need for such formality. Thank you, my lord. Qin Chuan dared not to be overly familiar, for this gentleman was a formidable figure of the first rank. To speak bluntly, should he desire it, Qin Chuan's life could be extinguished at any moment. Are you acquainted with Lin Qingwei? I do not know her, Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head. She is no ordinary person. Fengxian Tower is no common force. Their 3 leading courtesans are all first-rank experts, and Lin Qingwei, in particular, is a master of the qi-gathering realm. This music possesses a captivating effect on the heart and mind, the gentleman remarked, gesturing toward Qian Goen, who remained entranced, gazing below. Thank you for your enlightenment, my lord. Perhaps it is due to my age that I have little pursuit of feminine allure. Qin Chuan explained his lack of enchantment. Only he understood that it might be attributed to his heightened perception or perhaps the effect of his true vision. As for his disinterest in women, that was a mere jest. He was certainly no sage. The gentleman did not pursue the matter further, but instead picked up his chopsticks and sampled a dish, leisurely saying, You had a meeting today, did you not? Indeed, my lord, we did. Qin Chuan recounted the details of the meeting almost in their entirety. Each side is to send 3 participants for a life and death struggle? How intriguing. It appears that your Shay gang may not escape defeat this time. And what of the dock? My lord? Qin Chuan inquired with concern. The dock must be safeguarded. Lord Wang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Qin Chuan, I ask you, if you were to participate in the battle, do you believe victory is possible? My lord, I cannot be certain. Qin Chuan replied candidly. No matter. Lord Wang gently stroked the ring on his left hand, and a small box materialized in his palm. Open it and see. Qin Chuan received the small box, which contained only a porcelain vial adorned with 3 characters, Extreme Realm Pill. He had never heard of such a name for a medicinal elixir. What is this? As the name suggests, it is a pill specifically concocted for individuals at your realm. Just 1 Extreme Realm Pill is sufficient to expedite your ascension to the post-heaven Extreme Realm, far surpassing the so-called internal perfection. Extreme Realm? Qin Chuan encountered yet another unfamiliar term. Indeed, if an ordinary gifted individual merely attains internal perfection, even with a cultivation method, they will forever be unable to break through to the innate realm and only enter the post-heaven Extreme Realm. It is only upon reaching the post-heaven Extreme Realm that one has the opportunity to transcend boundaries. This is because certain areas of the human body cannot be cultivated, such as this one, Lord Wang indicated, pointing to his head. Thus, this pill exists. It can enable you to attain the true post-heaven Extreme Realm. Of course, Those with exceptional talent do not require such aids. Thank you, my lord. Qin Chuan expressed his genuine gratitude, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the extreme realm pill. No need for thanks. I require you to triumph in this life and death struggle and completely seize control of the Sheikh gang. If you can accomplish this, this will be yours. With that, Lord Wang produced a weathered tome. Upon seeing the 4 prominent characters inscribed in the book, innate vital energy, Qin Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath grew somewhat labored. Is this the method to attain entry into the realm? With a mere wave of his hand, Lord Wang made the book vanish from sight. Qin Chuan vowed unwavering loyalty and was resolute in his commitment to fulfill the Lord's tasks. Excellent, Lord Wang remarked with a satisfied smile. He poured himself a glass of wine, raised it, and drank it down in one gulp. To the Lord, Qin Chuan promptly followed suit, raising his own cup. At that moment, as the music concluded, Qian Goen regained his composure, quickly rising to his feet, his expression fraught with anxiety. Master, do not be concerned. Now that you are here, there is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat. Yes, master, Qian Goen replied, still somewhat apprehensive, settling only halfway onto his chair. Qin Chuan also noticed this detail and discerned a different meaning from the conversation. It implied that this nobleman did not place much importance on regulations in public, yet held them in high regard within his own circle. Qian Goen harbored considerable fear towards this Lord Wang. Indeed, it was fear. Qin Chuan, what are your thoughts on the ladies here? Lord Wang inquired, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. Aren't the ladies here merely performers, not selling their bodies? Indeed, while that is the public narrative, it is merely a facade. What is deemed unacceptable can, in practice, yield lucrative outcomes. Qin Chuan understood that external promotion does not equate to selling oneself. However, human nature tends to provoke curiosity towards the very things that are deemed off-limits. Consequently, the prices naturally escalated. Nevertheless, the courtesans here are indeed not for sale, if one possesses literary talent or martial prowess, accompanied by sufficient wealth. One may still engage in intimate conversations over a shared cup of wine. Thank you, my lord, for your enlightening words, but I find myself indisposed today, Qin Chuan remarked, casting a glance at the box before him, which contained a supreme essence pill. He yearned to return home, consume this pill, and elevate his cultivation to the so-called postnatal pinnacle. After all, prolonged nights are fraught with uncertainties. Excellent. In this case, Lord Wang's gaze towards Qin Chuan became increasingly appreciative. To achieve great things, one must possess resolve. He had investigated Qin Chuan and was well aware that the young man often spent nights in brothels. Now, having finally mastered his internal training, rejuvenated in youth, how could he possibly abstain from the allure of women? Truly, the individuals favored by Wang De are exceptional. The more he observed, the more pleased he became, and recognizing that his presence was a constraint, he rose from his seat. I have matters to attend to. You may continue your revelry. Should you wish to stay the night, please settle your accounts, he stated, casting a glance at Qian Goen. Understood, my lord. I shall take my leave. With those words, he vanished as swiftly as he had arrived, leaving Qin Chuan with a profound sense of the enigmatic nature of Lord Wang. If one could not even perceive his comings and goings, how effortlessly could he bring about one's demise, rendering it simpler than slaughtering a chicken? Qian Goen, however, seemed unperturbed. Come, Master Qin, let us drink. Not tonight, Lord Qian. I must return. On another occasion, I shall host you for a drink. Qin Chuan replied as he too rose, eager to enhance his strength, particularly with the precious pill that he could not afford to lose. Very well, we shall defer to another day, Qian Goen said, offering a gentle pat on his shoulder. Qin Chuan rose and departed from the Fengstin Tower. The sky outside was still relatively bright, and he hailed a carriage to return home. Upon arriving, he immediately entered his room, retrieving a box and pouring out the extreme realm pill from a porcelain vial. Without a moment's hesitation regarding the potential toxicity of the elixir, he swallowed it whole. If Lord Wang intended to take his life, there would be no need for such roundabout measures. Once the pill settled in his stomach, an explosive surge of potent energy ignited within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. He quickly began to mobilize his internal organs, and a faint sound akin to a tiger's roar resonated from his chest. This was the tiger roar technique. The medicinal energy surged toward his head, and in that instant, he experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness. The potency of the pill was indeed overwhelming. Perhaps due to his innate constitution or his level of comprehension, the dizziness subsided swiftly, leaving his mind clear and his body feeling remarkably light. He soon became acutely aware of the transformation within him, his tendons, bones, skin, blood, and marrow, Even the intricacies that had previously eluded his training, including his mind, had been thoroughly cleansed by the medicinal force. After an indeterminate amount of time, the effects of the pill gradually waned, and he slowly opened his eyes. The darkness of night seemed incapable of obscuring his vision. My eyes have become brighter. I can pierce through the darkness without the need for true sight. What is that foul stench? An indescribable odor filled the room. He quickly discovered that the source of the stench was himself. Raising his hand revealed a thick layer of grime, cleansing the tendons and marrow. He stood up and gently clenched his fist, causing the air around him to crackle with power. This strength, could this be the postnatal extreme realm? He could now effortlessly control his newfound power and was acutely aware of the vast difference from before. I could easily defeat 10 of my former selves. Indeed, this was not an illusion. He genuinely felt his current strength. If the postnatal extreme realm was this formidable, what of the innate realm? Judging by the sensations in his body, especially after honing his mind, his reflexes had become unparalleled. Even with complete mastery of internal training, one could merely unify blood and marrow, but could not cultivate the mind. Suppressing the excitement within him, he thought, the path of cultivation is long. I have only just begun. Qin Chuan, I am finally making some progress. Time for a bath. He opened the doors and windows to let in some fresh air before heading to the bath, glancing at the moon hanging high in the sky. It was nearing the zenith. About 2 hours had passed. Shaking his head, he realized he still did not know the true extent of his talent, mainly due to the absence of comparatives. He quickly washed away the grime from his body, changed into a fresh set of clothes. And just as he returned to his room to pick up his spear for some practice, he noticed a faint jingling sound from the bell at the head of his bed. Someone was coming. A sense of unease gripped Qin Chuan's heart. The bell at his bedside was connected to a delicate web of fine threads encircling the courtyard wall, designed to alert him without causing a stumble. Stepping on the bell would produce a sound. Who could be scaling the wall at such a late hour? Who wishes to take my life? He swiftly grasped his firearm and melded into the shadows, his gaze fixed intently on the outside. The act of stealthily climbing over the wall into his home was far from the work of a mere thief. The likelihood of an assassination attempt loomed large. Before long, a shadowy figure, brandishing a long knife, stealthily entered the backyard. The darkness could not obscure Qin Chuan's keen sight. He immediately recognized the intruder. Sha Zhenbong. Is he here to kill me? Memories flooded back of the way Sha Zhenbong had once regarded him, with an expression akin to a demon gazing upon Tang's son. In an instant, Qin Chuan discerned the purpose behind the leader's visit. It seemed he had exhausted all options against Lufeng Pavilion and had turned his ambitions toward him. Believing that great fortune lay within his grasp, he understood, if he were in Sha Zhenbong's position, he might well do the same. Years of brotherhood count for little when faced with the harsh realities of survival. As the shadow drew closer to his room, Qin Chuan found himself in turmoil. To kill or not to kill Sha Zhenbong? The answer was clear. He could not take his life. Qin Chuan's mind sharpened instantly. Once he took the life of Sha Zhenbong, regardless of the circumstances, that formidable figure would undoubtedly not let the matter rest and would surely uncover his identity. In years past, the leaders of various factions were often assassinated as if it were a commonplace occurrence. However, ever since that esteemed individual arrived, there have been instances of faction leaders meeting untimely ends. The ultimate outcome has always been the annihilation of the perpetrators and their entire lineage. This has instilled a profound fear in others, deterring them from attempting to assassinate faction leaders, for they are invariably backed by powerful allies embodied by that very figure, and not merely themselves. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, quietly exited the room, and then scaled the wall. Just a few more days of patience. In the darkness of night, Sha Zhenbong stealthily entered the room, kicked open the door, and raised his blade to strike. With a resounding crash, the bed was cleaved in two, yet there was no spray of blood, nor the sensation of striking a person. No one? Sha Zhenbong's eyes reflected his frustration as he swiftly searched the space, only to confirm that Qin Chuan was indeed absent. This rascal. Was he supposed to return home punctually every day? No matter, I can summon him to the headquarters tomorrow and deal with him then. He understood that failing to commit murder this time would make the next attempt more arduous. Nevertheless, he had plenty of methods at his disposal, and he quickly turned to leave. Not far away, Qin Chuan watched as Sha Zhenbong departed before returning home. Upon seeing the disarray in his house and the bed split open, he thought, that old man is truly ruthless. Qin Chuan's eyes brimmed with malevolence as he gritted his teeth. Yet he understood that impulsiveness could only lead to his own destruction. Did he truly believe that those powerful figures were fools? Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he turned away, realizing that he dared not sleep here tonight. It was likely that he would remain restless until Shazambang's demise. Fortunately, he had chosen to live apart from Qin Shuang. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to kill Shazambang, or worse, Qin Shuang might have met her end. He promptly sought refuge in an inn. The following day, he awoke early and stood before the inn's mirror. He now appeared to be a young man in his early 30s. Indeed, he seemed to grow younger with each passing day. There is no one who does not relish their youthful visage, regardless of gender. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of joy. Stepping outside, he made his way directly to the headquarters, for today he intended to enlist for battle. Lord Wang of Weichuan had conveyed a powerful signal to him, urging him to seize control of the Shay gang, and even provided him with a cultivation technique of the entry level. The message was clear: if he could take command of the Shay gang, it would survive and become one of the two formidable forces in the western part of the city. Furthermore, Qin Chuan would ascend to the ranks of a formidable cultivator, standing on a different pedestal altogether. At that point, he would possess the flexibility to advance or retreat, no longer trapped in his current predicament. At the Shay gang's headquarters, as Shazambang arrived, the guards informed him, "Leader, Hall Master Qin is here and awaits your presence." Oh, Shazambang's heart skipped a beat. Why had he come? Could he possibly know that I visited his home last night? Impossible. He immediately shook his head, dismissing the thought. As he rode into the courtyard, he dismounted, with a disciple promptly taking the reins as he strode toward the main hall. There, he spotted Qin Chuan seated, sipping tea. "Greetings, leader." Qin Chuan quickly rose. Due to Qin Chuan's prior refusal to join the battle, Shazambang regarded him with indifference, nodding slightly. "Xiao Qin, what brings you here so early?" Reporting to the leader, Qin Chuan replied earnestly, "I was restless last night, pacing the docks of the Shay gang. The thought of our gang potentially failing and vanishing is unacceptable to me. I have been part of the Shay gang for decades. Therefore, leader, I am willing to enlist and fight to the death against Lufeng Pavilion." Shazambang gazed at him in astonishment, utterly bewildered by his declaration. What was this? Enlisting for battle? His eyes widened as he finally noticed that Qin Chuan appeared even younger. "Have you perfected your internal cultivation?" he inquired. "Indeed," Qin Chuan affirmed. "After pacing back and forth last night, I found my inner demons dissipating, and before I knew it, I had achieved perfection in my internal cultivation." Shazambang was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting? The cultivation of the sixth realm doesn't concern inner demons. Does he take me for a fool?" However, he remained unconcerned, his thoughts occupied with the realization that Qin Chuan had perfected his internal cultivation. Engaging him in direct combat could prove perilous, as he might sustain grave injuries, or worse, suffer a disastrous defeat. After all, he had not fought for decades and lacked confidence. Moreover, since he had chosen to participate in the conflict, his own matters could be addressed at a later time. Thus, he promptly donned a smile, firmly grasped Qin Chuan's hand, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Little Qin, I always knew you had the potential to excel in the guild. From this day forth, you shall be the vice master. I shall announce it immediately." "Thank you, guild master." He did not decline. For aspiring to the position of guild master, the role of vice master was the most attainable. "Aha!" Sha Zhenbang erupted into hearty laughter, patting him on the shoulder with immense satisfaction. Qin Chuan smiled joyfully, as if these two individuals were truly good brothers. Chapter 39, Yutai Mountain. The news of Qin Chuan's promotion to vice leader swiftly spread throughout the Shurha gang, while his enlistment in the impending battle was deliberately kept under wraps. Such a life and death struggle against the Lufeng Pavilion was not something that ordinary members should be privy to, as it could incite unnecessary turmoil. Upon returning to the hall, Qin Chuan was filled with vigor, attracting envious glances from many. A man who, at his age, had ascended from a mere commander to the esteemed position of vice leader in just a few months was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, upon gazing at the visage of the vice leader, it became evident that this was no ordinary feat. It was inadvertently revealed by Qin Chuan that the vice leader had, in fact, been adorned in makeup from the very beginning. This revelation was largely understood by the majority, as it was a matter that Qin Chuan had specifically instructed his disciple to subtly promote, thereby mitigating potential complications. Furthermore, having ascended to the vice leadership, Qin Chuan requested to concurrently serve as the leader of the Dishui Hall, with plans to select a new hall leader after the life and death struggle. At this juncture, Sha Zhenbang exhibited remarkable magnanimity, stating that the decision regarding the hall leader would ultimately rest in Qin Chuan's hands. Qin Chuan was certainly elated to express his gratitude. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Should he triumph over Lu Fenggu, the influence of the Shahi gang would soar to unprecedented heights, rendering the position of a mere hall master of the Dishui Tang rather inconsequential. Conversely, a defeat would transform his aspirations into mere illusions. Having encountered the vice leader, Li San scampered forward with enthusiasm. Is everything well at the hall? Indeed. Oh, what is the matter? Reporting to the vice leader. Deputy Hall Master Zhou has arrived and has been waiting for you for quite some time. Zhou Ping? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. What could this fellow possibly want? He strode into the hall, where Zhou Ping was seated, sipping tea. Upon noticing Qin Chuan's arrival, Zhou stood respectfully. I pay my respects to the vice leader. MHM. Qin Chuan acknowledged with a nod and took a seat, inquiring, what brings you here? Zhou Ping remained silent, casting a glance at Li San. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and Li San quickly exited. All right, speak your mind. Vice leader, I, too, wish to enlist for the life and death duel and humbly request your assistance in recommending me. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Did he also wish to enroll in the life and death duel? How did he come to know of it? The Zhou family? Indeed. While the Zhou family maintained a low profile in the western part of the city, they undeniably possessed some influence, making such information accessible. Zhou Ping, is it not true that your family enjoys a cordial relationship with the leader? You could simply approach him. The vice leader, the leader does not wish to see me. Zhou Ping candidly replied. Why is that? Zhou Ping lowered his head, remaining silent. Why? Was it not due to the massacre of the gang members' families that had transpired previously? Of course, he was not foolish enough to mention that incident. Forget it. Zhou Ping, do you understand what a life and death duel entails? I am aware. And I possess the confidence to emerge victorious. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, pondering the source of this individual's misplaced confidence. Even though he had attained the pinnacle of the acquired realm, he harbored no illusions about his ability to prevail in a life and death duel. When it comes to matters of life and death, who can truly claim certainty of victory? Ultimately, winning would elevate him in status, but losing would cost him his life. Qin Chuan merely felt that his chances were relatively favorable. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to engage in such a perilous contest if it weren't absolutely necessary. However, with Lord Wang's directive, he felt compelled to participate. Abstaining might jeopardize his very existence before the duel even commenced. While gang skirmishes could be navigated with experience and often left one unharmed, a life and death duel permitted little room for survival for the vanquished. Do your family members know? There is no need for them to know, the vice leader interjected, his voice rising significantly. I have my own convictions. Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this fellow still possessed the temperament of a child. Zhou Ping, I believe you should seek your family's consent, Qin Chuan earnestly advised. He found himself in a dilemma. Deep down, he wished for this individual to perish in the life and death duel. However, from every perspective, it was not his place to facilitate such a matter. If the Zhou family were to lay blame at his feet, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. He was not yet prepared to confront the Zhou family as adversaries. If it truly came to eliminating this young man, once he had seized control of the Sheikh gang and attained a higher rank, there would be ample opportunities to do so. Why should he concern himself with fleeting victories? Ultimately, it is the one who can laugh last who emerges victorious. Vice leader, Zhou Ping remained unwilling to concede. His letter had already been dispatched, and he had never sought his second brother's favor before. He firmly believed that his brother would acquiesce to his request. With nearly a week passing and the prospect of acquiring new skills or techniques, he was confident that he would make remarkable progress and would not fear the life and death struggle against Lufeng Pavilion. He was also aware that there had been a meeting within the gang the previous day, where anyone who registered could be promoted to vice leader. Thus, upon learning early this morning that Qin Chuan had been appointed as vice leader, his impatience became unbearable. Qin Chuan shook his head once more, declaring, No, that won't do. Are you afraid of my rise to your level? Not at all, came the reply. If your family consents, the leader will surely agree as well. So be it. Disinterested in engaging with such a childish dispute, Qin Chuan ascended the stairs without a second thought. Zhou Ping stood rooted, fist clenched tightly, his eyes aflame with indignation. He despised the thought of being looked down upon, nor did he wish for his father to label him as a wastrel. Once I obtain the cultivation method from my second brother, I will seek my elder brother's assistance. Resolute, he turned and departed. Yutai Mountain, situated 1,000 miles south of Shaqing, is perpetually shrouded in mist, with local folk whispering tales of deities residing upon its heights. Only those who have achieved martial prowess are privy to the truth. This is the sacred ground for cultivation in the northern borders of the Chu Kingdom, Yuntai Mountain. There are 9 sects atop the mountain, one of which is the esteemed Daylight Sword Sect. Zhou, I bring you tidings. A disciple of the Daylight Sword Sect, bearing a long sword and a satchel of letters, navigated the treacherous terrain with ease, delivering the missive to the entrance and calling out before departing. At that moment, Zhou sat cross-legged upon a cushion, his sword resting on his knees, practicing under the blazing sun. Upon hearing the voice, he rose, sheathed his sword, and hurried to the entrance to retrieve the letter, opening it with curiosity. A letter from my younger brother? A faint smile graced his lips, for his younger brother was, in truth, the sole heir of the Zhou family. He had discussed aspirations with his elder brother, who sought glory in the military, dreaming of titles and accolades. Zhou, however, yearned for a life of freedom, wielding his sword to traverse the world and contend with the heavens for longevity. His younger brother, of modest talent, would inherit all that the Zhou family had to offer. Yet, as he perused the letter, his brow furrowed with increasing concern. A cultivation method? Zhou inhaled deeply, a flicker of anger igniting within him. The cultivation method is the very essence of a sect's survival. How could it possibly be divulged? For instance, the Daylight Sword Sect has only 100 disciples with a singular core technique, the Daylight Heart Sutra and the Daylight Sword Technique. As for the rest, my brother did not specify what he sought. Surely an ordinary technique would suffice for one in the secular world? Conflicted, he pondered further. These cultivation methods are strictly forbidden from being transmitted to the secular realm, should the 6 doors of the imperial court learn of this. The Daylight Sword Sect would find itself in dire straits. After all, the royal family of the Chu Kingdom is the most powerful sect in the land. Yet, this was the first time his younger brother had ever asked him for help, a rarity throughout their lives. Caught in a dilemma, he recalled the limited options available in the scripture repository. I shall investigate further, he resolved. With a flick of his fingers, a flame ignited, reducing the letter to ashes in an instant. He then crossed the threshold, vanishing like a phantom into thin air. Should any ordinary person witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly kneel in reverence, exclaiming that divine beings walk among them. Chapter 40. Come, let us enter and converse. The disciples of the Great Sun Sword Sect are few in number, including the sect leader, elders, and all disciples. They total around 100, adhering to an elite path. Consequently, the entire sect maintains a cordial atmosphere. Greetings, Elder Lin. Zhou respectfully saluted the elderly man basking in the sun at the entrance of the scripture pavilion. The elder opened his eyes and responded with a warm smile. Ah, young Zhou has arrived. Elder Lin, I wish to enter the scripture pavilion to explore other martial arts and techniques, hoping to gain insights. Proceed to the 2nd floor. Thank you, Elder Lin. Zhou bowed once more and entered the grand doors of the scripture pavilion. Unlike other locations, the 1st floor of the Great Sun Sword Sect Scripture Pavilion houses only one martial art and a set of sword techniques, the Great Sun Heart Sutra and the sword techniques. Other martial arts and techniques can only be found on the upper floor. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he found it equally desolate, with a solitary bookshelf in the center, containing a dozen or so tomes. He approached and began to peruse. The Insha blade, too sinister, not suitable for my younger brother. The Tongming fist, too profound, not appropriate. The fiery chi technique. He hesitated momentarily while holding this foundational technique, but ultimately shook his head. No, foundational techniques are far too significant to be disseminated. I should select a martial arts technique instead. However, the Great Sun Sword Sect possesses only the solitary Insha blade technique. He picked up another book and scrutinized it. The Starfall Spear. My younger brother doesn't seem to wield a spear. He casually flipped it open, and his eyes brightened. This spear technique? It appears relatively easy to learn. It's not strictly necessary to use a spear. Perhaps the fist or blade techniques could also suffice. This technique emphasizes striking swiftly against slower opponents, treating weight lightly, with speed akin to a meteor's descent. Nevertheless, he did not relent and searched the area thoroughly. With a sigh, he ultimately grasped the tome on the Starfall Spear and exited. Elder Lin, I shall take this one. I will register it. Elder Lin, without even opening his eyes, nodded slightly. Zhou quickly registered the book and departed. The Great Sun Sword Sect mandates that any martial arts or techniques borrowed from the Scripture Pavilion must be returned within 3 days. At that moment, Elder Lin opened his eyes and shook his head. This lad, already possessing profound potential, still seeks to learn the Starfall Spear? 2 days later, a sealed letter arrived at the Zhou family in Shacheng. Zhou Ping, thrilled, eagerly opened the substantial envelope. The Starfall Spear. Why must it be a spear technique? Zhou Ping lamented. Both blade and fist techniques would suffice. Accompanying the package was a medicinal pill, precisely the qi cleansing pill he desperately needed. He had been stuck at the marrow refinement stage for quite some time. Never mind. Let us focus on cultivation for now. Another day passed. Zhou Ping emerged from seclusion, his spirits soaring. Not only had he achieved a significant breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of internal training, but mastering the Starfall Spear had proven far simpler than he had anticipated. Although he had only grasped the basics after a day's effort, he was confident that even his father, who had attained complete mastery, would not stand a chance against him now. Once again, he found himself contemplating the possibilities within the sect. Alas, my talent is insufficient. His second brother had been taken away by the people from Yuntai when he was merely 12, and it had been 9 long years since. The martial arts techniques they casually produced were extraordinarily powerful. It was time to seek out my elder brother. In the northern military camp's grand tent, the eldest son of the Zhou family frowned as he gazed at his younger brother. Are you suggesting that our second brother has bestowed upon you techniques? Yes. Not only did he provide me with martial arts techniques, but he also gifted me with pills. I have now reached the realm of internal mastery. Zhou Ping declared with pride, his meaning clear. If you do not offer assistance, my second brother will. Isn't this reckless? The eldest son of the Zhou family chose to disregard his brother's childishness, fully aware of the laws of the Chu kingdom regarding the sect. The transmission of martial arts techniques to secular individuals was strictly forbidden, and once verified, dire consequences would surely follow. However, having already been given the techniques, he felt powerless to intervene. He stood up, firmly grasping his brother, and said with utmost seriousness, Zhou Ping, remember this. You must not disclose the fact that our second brother has given you martial arts techniques. No one must know, not even our father. Do you understand? Zhou Ping was taken aback. His brother had never been this grave before. I understand. He huffed, shaking off the disappointment of his unyielding sibling. You better truly understand, or it will spell doom for you and your second brother. I will keep it a secret. Good. Now tell me, what brings you here? Surely, it is not merely to boast? A slight blush crept onto Zhou Ping's face. He had indeed harbored some intentions of showing off. However, recalling the purpose of his visit, he stated, Brother, I wish to sign up for the life and death battles within the guild. No, he rejected without hesitation. What nonsense was this? It was one thing to fool around in the guild, but to engage in life-threatening contests was out of the question. Brother, I possess strength now. Even so, it is out of the question. No arguments. Why not? Zhou Ping protested. No reason. I'll have our father explain it to you. While I am in a good mood, you should leave at once. Fine, I'll leave. Zhou Ping retorted indignantly, but upon mentioning their father, he obediently turned to depart. No matter how bold he was, he dared not defy their father. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to seek out the guild leader. At the headquarters of the Shade Gang, the day of the life and death duel was swiftly approaching, and Sha Jinbong found himself plagued by anxiety as the final participant had yet to step forward. However, he had learned that the Lufeng Pavilion was experiencing a similar reluctance among its members to engage in such a perilous contest. The 3 vice leaders had been compelled to resign from their positions, and upon receiving this news, Sha Jinbong felt a wave of relief wash over him. The question loomed, who would take on this final role? At that moment, he began to contemplate sending someone forth, if all else failed. Perhaps a mere pawn could be dispatched. Despite the abundance of willing individuals willing to spend money, none possessed the requisite internal cultivation to be of any true use, rendering them little more than fodder, incapable of exhausting their opponents. Shaking his head, he was about to mount his horse when he noticed Zhou Ping galloping past the guards and charging in. What was this fool doing? Sha Jinbong's irritation deepened. He had no time to entertain this individual. Gang leader! Gang leader! Zhou Ping shouted as he leapt from his horse and rushed over, disregarding all decorum. I am here to register for the life and death duel. This declaration sparked a flicker of interest in Sha Jinbong's eyes, but he quickly shook his head internally. He understood better than anyone what Zhou Ping represented for the Zhou family. He held no fear of the Zhou family itself, but he was wary of its 2 sons. The eldest son, Zhou Xian, commanded the border troops of Sha City, leading thousands with significant influence. Although he had a powerful patron to shield him, the prospect of the Shade Gang's failure raised a chilling thought. If they were defeated, Zhou Xian could easily crush him, as effortlessly as one might squash an ant. The second son, Zhou Lin, remained even more enigmatic. He had been sent to the fabled Yuntai Mountain for training over a decade ago, a place whispered to be divine. That was a force too formidable to contend with. Yet, a realization struck him. Should he fail, others might find a way to survive. But Sha Zhenbang would undoubtedly face a fate devoid of burial. As the leader of the gang, his demise was inevitable, even if he escaped the life and death duel unscathed. His enemies would not grant him mercy. But what if he triumphed? Even if Zhou Ping were to perish, would the Zhou family dare to strike against him? They would have to be unafraid of the wrath of that powerful figure. With this thought, a broad smile spread across Sha Zhenbang's face. Come, dear nephew. Let us discuss this matter inside. Chapter 41, The Life and Death Duel, Part 1. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback. How had this old man transformed so suddenly? His demeanor shifting to one of exuberance? However, he did not dwell on this peculiarity. The invitation to enter filled him with joy. And he hurriedly followed Sha Zhenbang into the hall. Once inside, Sha Zhenbang dismissed everyone else and asked earnestly, Zhou Ping, are you certain you wish to enroll in the life and death duel between our gang and the Lufeng Pavilion? I'm certain. Zhou Ping stood resolutely, clenching his fist with determination. Gang leader, I have now achieved mastery in my internal cultivation, and I wish to contribute to the gang. Excellent. Splendid. Sha Zhenbang exclaimed enthusiastically. Sha Zhenbang patted Zhou Ping's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. From today onward, you shall be the new vice leader of the Shay gang, succeeding Chen Fong and overseeing the operations within the city. How does that sound? Thank you, gang leader. Zhou Ping exclaimed joyfully, realizing that he had indeed stepped into the role of vice leader. Just wait, father. I shall prove that I am no less capable than my elder brothers. My only shortcoming is my lesser talent, yet I possess the ambition to soar to great heights, not merely to live a life of idleness. Zhou Ping fervently declared within himself. By the way, do your father and elder brother know about this? Sha Zhenbang inquired, voicing his greatest concern. He was well aware that Zhou Ping's family was likely unaware of this development, but it was essential to gauge the situation. After all, having gathered the necessary personnel, he hoped they would not suddenly withdraw. He's quite skilled in internal cultivation, and if the Lufeng Pavilion lacks sufficient numbers, it would not guarantee a victory, but certainly increase our odds significantly. Zhou Ping scratched his head and timidly replied, Gang leader, I implore you, please do not inform my father. If you would be so kind. Sha Zhenbang feigned a stern demeanor. Is this not foolishness? This is a matter of life and death. I have a long-standing friendship with your father. How could I allow you to enter the fray? Let us not speak of this again. With that, he swept away. Yet internally he was shouting, Stop me, stop me. Gang leader. Zhou Ping, as anticipated, blocked his path with a resolute expression. I am an adult, not a child. Do not make every decision dependent on my father. Rest assured, I shall draft a farewell letter. Should I perish in battle, I will not hold you accountable. Sha Zhenbang felt a surge of joy. This young man was remarkably astute, striking a chord deep within him. However, he maintained a serious facade. Nephew, this is not merely a matter of blame or absolution. Gang leader, I beseech you. Zhou Ping's expression turned pleading. He was willing to plead with his elder brother for this opportunity, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Sha Zhenbang appeared troubled. After a long pause, he sighed and patted Zhou Ping's shoulder. Remember to arrive at the headquarters on time. With that, he exited the hall, feeling as though the air had become significantly fresher. Old Zhou, your son has implored me. You cannot fault me for this. He chuckled. Zhou Ping stood momentarily stunned before bursting into elation. Understood, gang leader. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the day of the life and death duel arrived. As night fell, the upper echelons of the Shay gang and Lufeng Pavilion awaited at the horse racing grounds in the west of the city. On one side stood the members of the Shay gang, all middle-aged men, while on the other side, a majority were women, particularly the leader, Lu Qing, the head of Lufeng Pavilion. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, her petite face revealed her undeniable beauty. Yet, only those who had roamed the streets of Shacheng years prior were aware that she was a renowned female cultivator in the Jianghu, known as the Black Widow. The very name suggested that this woman was not to be trifled with. Qin Chuan had encountered this individual a few times and was well aware of her reputation. At this moment, Sha Zhenbang was engaging in a congenial conversation with the so-called Black Widow. Sister, in this life and death struggle, regardless of which side emerges victorious, please refrain from annihilating the other completely. Rest assured, Brother Sha, we harbor no grievances against each other. It is imperative that you uphold this as well. I shall. I promise. A shared sorrow flickered in their eyes. To put it elegantly, they were the leaders of opposing factions, but to speak candidly, they were akin to hounds, disposable at the whim of others. As time flowed steadily, a carriage approached from a distance, gradually drawing nearer. The carriage halted in the center, and the driver, a gaunt middle-aged man, cautiously lifted the curtain. A middle-aged scholar descended gracefully. The crowd immediately paid their respects, exclaiming, "We have the honor of meeting you, sir." Qin Chuan was encountering the legendary gentleman for the first time. It was said that he was the charioteer of the great figure's spokesperson, known as the formidable A Feng. As for the rank he held, no one could ascertain. The gentleman disembarked from his carriage, and A Feng promptly retrieved a chair, placing it upon the ground. Sitting gracefully, he spoke in a soft voice, "Lu Qing, Sha Zhenbang." "Present." They replied. "Are you prepared?" "Ready." "Good. You are aware of the rules, I presume?" "Indeed." "Very well. Let me reiterate. The victor survives, the vanquished disperse, and there shall be no further inquiries. When it comes to the last standing individual, they may surrender to grant themselves a sliver of hope. Alternatively, you may concede now." Upon finishing his statement, he glanced at Sha Zhenbang and Lu Qing. Both shook their heads simultaneously. Surrender? What a jest. To concede would mean the obliteration of decades of effort in an instant. They could never acquiesce to such a fate. The middle-aged scholar, observing their resolve, nodded in acknowledgement. Then let all participants step forward. Very well. Sha Zhenbang and Lu Qing inhaled deeply, leading their respective teams to the center. The Sheikh gang comprised 3 members, Sha Zhenbang, Qin Chuan, and Zhou Ping. Lu Feng Pavilion also fielded 3 individuals, Lu Qing herself, a female home master, and a dark-skinned, diminutive male whom they did not recognize. "A Feng, do they pose any issues?" "None. Let us commence." With the gentleman's command, A Feng produced a gong. The crowd dispersed, forming a grand circle, leaving only the 6 combatants in the center. The rules were straightforward. Each time one individual battled, should they emerge victorious, they could either continue or withdraw to rest, allowing another to take their place. This would persist until one side was entirely vanquished, or until the last individual chose to surrender in a timely manner. The concession could only be made by the final participant. Prior surrenders were not permitted. As the middle-aged scholar put it, "I grant you a glimmer of hope." The 3 members of the Sheikh gang exchanged glances, having previously deliberated that Qin Chuan would be the first to enter the fray. Qin Chuan withdrew his gun holster and slowly advanced forward, causing Sha Zhenbang and Zhou Ping to retreat. The leader of the waterhall from the Sheikh gang, Qin Chuan, the female leader of the Lu Feng Pavilion, also emerged, wielding a long sword with remarkable grace. She clasped her fists and introduced herself. "I am Zhang Caixiao from the Orchid Garden of Lu Feng Pavilion," the leader of the Orchid Garden, a place Qin Chuan had frequented in the past. However, this was now a battle for survival. Even without any animosity, only one could emerge alive. As the sound of the gong resonated, it marked the beginning of the clash. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, his hand gripping the spear. As he thrust it forth with remarkable speed and precision, aimed directly at the throat. Zhang Caixiao was taken aback. The spear moved with such swiftness that she barely had time to draw her sword in response, feeling a chilling sensation at her throat. Qin Chuan thought to himself, "This woman is utterly feeble. She is likely just here to make up the numbers." With that notion, he swiftly drew his spear and turned to depart. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Even Sha Zhenbang's pupils constricted in shock. The speed of that shot left no room for doubt. Not even Zhang Caixiao could hope to block it, for it was too swift. However, the middle-aged scholar seated nearby suddenly brightened, whispering, "Ah Feng, do you see it now? My lord, the true essence of force is the harmonious unity of the innate realm. This life and death duel has become devoid of suspense. Alas, words once spoken cannot be taken back. Let us conclude this fight first." Upon rejoining his team, Qin Chuan cheerfully patted Zhou Ping on the shoulder, exclaiming, "It's all on you." "Humph, I will not be outdone by you." Though Qin Chuan's strike was rapid, Zhou Ping felt no fear, convinced that he too could deliver a lethal blow. Believing his opponent simply too weak, he unsheathed his long knife, discarding its scabbard, and strode forward with determination. Chapter 42, Life and Death Duel, Part 2. The vice leader of the water hall of the Sheikh gang, Zhou Ping. Opposite him, the leader of the Lu Feng Pavilion. The Black Widow wore a grim expression. They had already suffered one defeat, losing a member in an instant, and that man named Qin Chuan wielded his spear with unparalleled speed. Yet her heart throbbed with defiance. Taking a deep breath, she commanded the only man in her group, "Hey Shui, it's your turn." "Yes, Pavilion Master." The man was slight of build with dark skin, wielding a curved blade. As he brandished his weapon and advanced, Sha Zhenbang shouted, "Sir, this man resembles a barbarian." The middle-aged scholar turned his gaze toward the Black Widow, and Lu Qing explained, Leader Sha, though Heishui may appear barbaric, he has been part of our Lufeng pavilion for over a decade. You may verify this. Afeng lowered his head and murmured a few words. And the scholar replied, proceed. Sha Junbong felt helpless. A decade of service could hardly qualify him as an outsider. Lufeng pavilion, Heishui. His name sounded oddly stiff and jarring. Clang. The gong resounded as the curved blade sliced through the air toward Zhou Ping like a crescent moon. Clang. Zhou Ping hastily raised his knife to block, but the force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps. In swift succession, Heishui pursued him. The blade glinting like the moon, striking again and again, forcing Zhou Ping to fend for himself in a desperate defense. Yet, constant defense would eventually falter. On the sixth strike, the blade grazed him, and Zhou Ping instinctively clutched his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could not comprehend nor accept the reality. He had not yet had the chance to employ the new techniques he had learned. However, the emptiness in his mind made it painfully clear. He was about to die. In that instant, he seemed to grasp that the brutal reality of life and death combat was far removed from his imaginings. Regret washed over him. He lamented not heeding his elder brother's and father's counsel. With an expression of unwillingness, he collapsed onto the grass, blood gushing through his fingers. Sha Junbong's pupils constricted. Zhou Ping had perished in a mere exchange, unable to endure even 3 breaths. There was no time to concern himself with matters following his demise. He understood that his moment to take the stage was imminent. Likewise, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes at the barbarian's remarkably swift blade. In truth, Zhou Ping was not lacking in strength. His ability to withstand the initial onslaught of strikes indicated that he was not significantly inferior to the barbarian in power. However, his disadvantage lay in being deprived of the initiative to launch a counterattack. This exemplifies the essence of combat experience. One must engage in empathetic reasoning. Were Zhou Ping to be in his position, not to mention the possibility of a counterkill, the Blackwater would certainly not find it so effortless to claim his life. He possessed at least 2 strategies to extricate himself from the relentless assault. It is crucial to recognize that in battle, while one can evade, one must never remain solely on the defensive. The victory of Lufeng Pavilion is assured. Preparations for the next match are underway. Qin Chuan, will you continue in the next round? At that moment, Sha Junbong quietly inquired. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow and said, Master, it was agreed that I would be the first to take the stage, and you would be the last. Look, it's still that barbarian who is stepping up. Qin Chuan turned his head and indeed saw that barbarian standing still, but what concern was it of his? Just then, Sha Junbong nudged him, prompting him to take 2 steps forward. All eyes were now upon him. Curse that wretch. Qin Chuan seethed with rage, feeling the sting of betrayal. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight. He had originally intended to wait for Sha Junbong to perish, then eliminate the remaining adversaries, thereby ascending to power effortlessly. After all, Jiang was seasoned in cunning. Though he too was no novice, he paled in comparison to Sha Junbong's experience. Armed with a spear, he advanced. The two did not exchange names again. As the gong sounded, Qin Chuan thrust his spear forward. Suddenly, the black-clad figure opposite him swiftly drew a hidden arrow, launching it directly towards Qin Chuan's face. Damn it, a concealed projectile. Shock coursed through his mind, but before he could revel in his postnatal mastery and quick reflexes, the black figure had already leaped over the spear, seizing the opportunity to pounce. A curved blade sliced through the air, aimed viciously at his head. With the knife drawing near, the spear became a cumbersome hindrance. Qin Chuan chose not to parry the strike, instead rolling away to evade the deadly arc, sweeping his spear back with force. This maneuver disrupted the black figure's rhythm, and simultaneously, his true eye activated, allowing him to pierce through the fabric of the opponent's attire. He discerned a hidden arrow still clutched in the foe's right hand. He realized he had been careless earlier, failing to anticipate such a sneaky tactic, which had nearly cost him dearly. However, now, as he swept his spear, the black figure retreated, creating distance between them. In this clash of long and short weapons, with equal cultivation levels, he held the advantage. Furthermore, this opponent was merely at the consummate stage of internal training, while he himself had attained the postnatal pinnacle. Qin Chuan swiftly rolled to his feet, shaking his spear as he thrust it forward. He caught Heishui completely off guard. Yet it seemed as though Heishui had no intention of reacting. He merely sidestepped, allowing the spear to graze past his chest and pierce his left shoulder. The sharp tip of the spear penetrated deeply, yet his expression remained unchanged. In an instant, his right hand flipped over, releasing a sleeve arrow that shot forth like lightning. Meanwhile, his left hand gripped the spear tightly as he leaned forward with great force, disregarding the shaft that pierced through his shoulder. blood gushing forth in a wide arc as he lunged forward with his blade, intent on striking Qin Chuan. What a masterful tactic, sacrificing oneself first, then employing a hidden strike. Followed by a merciless attack. It was ruthless, yet remarkably intricate. Qin Chuan chuckled coldly, unaware that he had long seen through this fellow's tricks and had made adequate preparations. He released his long spear with both hands, lowered his head to evade the concealed arrow, swiftly drew a dagger from his boot, and advanced with a sudden leap, brandishing the blade as a flash of white light cut through the air. With a dull thud, He Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as blood erupted from his throat, and he fell to the ground in defeat. Qin Chuan withdrew his long spear and silently returned to the position of the Shade Gang, deliberately distancing himself a little from Sha Zhenbang. The Shade Gang emerged victorious, preparing for the next match. The Black Widow, Lu Qing, wore an exceptionally grim expression. The killer known as He Shui was a first-rate assassin, and it was said that those who attained perfect mastery in internal cultivation numbered only a handful. Yet, in a desperate struggle, he had been effortlessly slain by Qin Chuan. Yes, effortlessly, he had sustained no injuries. Was that not a display of ease? Observing the fight, Qin Chuan's prowess was indeed formidable, particularly the speed he had exhibited. Were she in He Shui's position, the second thrust would likely have pierced not the shoulder, but the heart. His speed and strength far surpassed her own. She was not a match for him. Lu Qing took a deep breath, realizing that victory was unlikely today. But she wished to survive. There was but one course of action. She must eliminate Sha Zhenbang and then concede. She extended her hand, and a subordinate presented her with a large blade. Unlike the other women, she wielded a broad and hefty sword, taller than herself. Dragging the massive weapon, she advanced to the center and stood firm. At that moment, Qin Chuan abruptly sat down on the ground, appearing quite dispirited, and weakly uttered, "Leader, I am exhausted." "It's your turn now." Sha Zhenbang gritted his teeth in frustration. Truth be told, had Qin Chuan still been standing before him, he would have insisted that he step forward. Very well. He could only steel himself to comply. At this juncture, if he did not proceed, it was likely that the master would not spare him. Drawing his long blade, he slowly advanced, his gaze fixed intently on the Black Widow, wary of any hidden weapon she might possess. Yet, Lu Qing smiled radiantly. One must admit, her smile was truly enchanting, exuding an alluring charm. "Brother Sha, remember our agreement, will you?" "You certainly remember it." "Indeed." Suddenly, the clang of a gong resounded, and Lu Qing unexpectedly cast aside her large blade, revealing a long, supple whip in her grasp, shimmering silver in the light, displaying menacing barbs. With a crack, the whip sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at Sha Zhenbang. "Vile woman, you deceive me." Sha Zhenbang, a seasoned veteran, despite years of inactivity, was acutely aware of the dangers. He knew that a whip could not be parried with a blade and could curve unpredictably. He rolled away, the whip striking the ground and carving a deep furrow, debris flying. Simultaneously, his hand reached for his waist, and two throwing knives were launched with lightning speed. One aimed at Lu Qing's face, the other at her abdomen. Lu Qing, also a battle-hardened veteran, despite her youthful appearance, was no stranger to combat. She executed an iron bridge maneuver to evade. Not for a moment did her whip falter, lifting once more to strike down fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. Sha Zhenbang found himself in a state of utter disarray, grappling with the relentless whip of the Black Widow, whose technique was both intricate and cunning. He dodged incessantly, wearied by the frantic pace of the encounter, unable to even seize an opportunity to launch his throwing knives. A profound sense of urgency gripped him. The expanse around him offered no refuge, and the whip's length rendered his short blades ineffective. He understood that this evasive strategy could only lead to his demise. His gaze grew increasingly fierce, and he realized that he must fight with all his might, for if he did not, he would surely perish. As the whip lashed out once more, Sha Zhenbang suddenly surged forward, his left hand reaching desperately for the whip. The silver whip, adorned with menacing barbs, pierced through his seasoned hand, while the whip's tail struck his entire arm, leaving it drenched in blood. "Die!" he roared, hurling his long knife with ferocious intent. The Black Widow, Lu Qing, recognized the danger the moment he seized her whip and instinctively released it, twisting away to evade the incoming blade. However, the knife approached with alarming swiftness, and she could only manage to dodge vital areas. It pierced through her right shoulder, propelling her backward with tremendous force. Her complexion paled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes burned with a fierce determination. "You wretched woman, perish!" Sha Zhenbang seized the moment and drew another throwing knife from his waist, launching it at her. Lu Qing, undeterred and resolute, rolled to the ground. Not only evading the knife, but also retrieving the long blade embedded in her shoulder, charging towards Sha Zhenbang. "Do you not know, Sha, that I am just as skilled with a knife?" she exclaimed. With a swift motion, she deflected one throwing knife with her arm while launching another. Closing the distance between them, a single strike unleashed a torrent of blood, and a severed head soared into the air. In this clash, both combatants possessed similar skill and experience, yet the stakes were high, and in close combat, the outcome was unmistakable. One wielded a weapon while the other fought barehanded. Sha Zhenbang's eyes widened in horror as he sensed his impending doom. A bitter realization washed over him. He had miscalculated. When had this Black Widow mastered the art of the whip? The severed head fell to the ground, and Lu Qing swayed unsteadily, her lips turning purple, her complexion ghostly pale. The blades of Sha Zhenbang, both long knife and throwing knives, were laced with deadly poison, potent enough to fell even a seasoned warrior. Lu Feng Pavilion wins. Prepare for the next match. The voice of a Feng rang out coldly, devoid of mercy. With a cold expression, Qin Chuan rose to his feet, grasping his spear as he strode forward. This opportunity was his. Of course, it was not merely a stroke of luck. His strength was formidable enough that, should a true confrontation arise, activating his true eye in advance would render him unmatched against the three opponents before him. In life and death struggles, victory hinged upon one's tactics. Whatever the means, winning was the ultimate goal. Yet, under the gaze of Qin Chuan's true eye, all concealed stratagems proved futile. This was his undeniable advantage. "Sir, I concede." The moment the words escaped his lips, Lu Qing collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged scholar, who had been seated all along, slowly rose, caressing the ring on his finger before approaching. He tossed a white porcelain vial to Lu Qing, whose pupils were gradually dilating. "Take it." I said there must be a glimmer of hope. With her last ounce of strength, Lu Qing uncorked the vial and poured the elixir into her mouth. The miraculous potion visibly revitalized her complexion. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Qin Chuan with a smile. "You are quite impressive. Sha Zhenbang is dead. And now you are the leader of the Sheikh gang. Moreover, Lu Feng Pavilion is now under your command. A Feng, let us depart." "Thank you, sir." Qin Chuan quickly bowed in gratitude, his heart swelling with joy. He had assumed that the position of leader would require a fierce struggle to attain. Little did he know it would come so effortlessly. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Mission complete. Completion level. Excellent. Rewards. Bone strength 2. Comprehension 3. In that instant, Qin Chuan felt an intense warmth coursing through his body, his blood surging, muscles tingling, skin tightening, and organs pulsating. What was happening? Was my body transforming? It had not occurred before. Could it be? He surmised that with his bone strength exceeding 10 points, a profound change in his physique had finally manifested. The transformation was instantaneous, and soon he found himself calm once more. He sensed his steps were lighter, his gaze sharper, and his mind remarkably clear. The middle-aged scholar boarded the carriage, with a Feng leaping in beside him, and they departed. "Farewell, sir." As the carriage rolled away, none of the onlookers moved. Their eyes remained fixed on the newly appointed leader of the Sheikh gang. The leader designated by the Sir himself commanded a status that none dared to contest. Qin Chuan, now endowed with remarkable talent, has cast aside any concern for the trifles of Shaqing. His singular ambition is to ascend in rank when that time comes. The vast expanse of the world will be his to traverse. Thus, neither Lu Feng Pavilion nor Shurha Gang holds any allure for him at present. Yet certain duties remain to be fulfilled. A sudden resolve ignited within him. He strolled forward deliberately, approaching Sha Zhenbang's side. "Come forth," Qin Chuan called. And the 7 hall masters behind him dared not entertain any thoughts of defiance. They swiftly encircled him, lifting the old gang leader and deputy Shou back to their headquarters. They were the heroes of the gang. In no time, they adeptly reattached Sha Zhenbang's head and prepared Zhou Ping's remains. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Chuan leisurely made his way to where Lu Qing still lay on the ground, extending his hand toward her. Lu Qing had begun to recover somewhat, yet her shoulder and hand injuries remained unhealed. Momentarily taken aback by Qin Chuan's gesture, she found herself at a loss regarding his intentions. However, her eyes soon sparkled with understanding, and she grasped Qin Chuan's hand to rise smoothly, bowing graciously. "I have the honor to meet the gang leader." Qin Chuan nodded. "From this day forth, you shall serve as the vice leader of the Sheikh gang, continuing to oversee Lu Feng Pavilion. Can you manage this?" "Yes, yes. Thank you very much, leader." Lu Qing's heart soared with joy. She had previously felt as though her spirit was extinguished, contemplating a withdrawal from the martial world and leaving Shaqing to end her life. In that moment, it seemed as though she had been granted a second chance at life. In her eyes, aside from the formidable Li Jiming, no one could rival Qin Chuan's prowess. Thus, even as a vice leader, her status would not be inferior to her previous position. In fact, by aligning closely with this leader, she could ascend even further. She was genuinely curious as to why, despite both being at the pinnacle of internal cultivation, Qin Chuan exhibited such extraordinary strength. This strength was not merely a testament to martial techniques, but rather a profound realm of power, one she could distinctly perceive. Chapter 44. The farewell letter. Qin Chuan relished conversing with the astute, indifferent to the affairs of Lufeng Pavilion. What he sought was status rather than ephemeral power, which resembled a castle built in the air, unstable and insubstantial. Ultimately, he had usurped Lu Qing and Sha Zhenbang's position as the new representative of that distinguished figure, a status that did not truly belong to him. As long as that eminent person remained, rebellion would be an impossibility. In essence, they were all merely puppets. Whether it was Sha Zhenbang or Lu Qing, after years of serving as proxies, neither had attained the true essence of power. This indicated that the eminent figure was either wary of losing control over them or simply miserly. In contrast, the Lord of Huichuan was notably generous, leading Qin Chuan to believe that as long as he served Lord Wang well, he would be secure. Furthermore, remaining among the surviving factions and solidifying his position to access vital resources was of paramount importance. By sparing Lu Qing and even employing him further, Qin Chuan sent a significant message. He would treat the defeated lords with kindness, thereby easing the competitive tensions ahead. After all, who would prefer death over survival? Everyone disperse. Deputy Leader Li, return and recover well. In 3 days, bring your people for a meeting. I shall send word regarding the location. Understood, Leader. Lu Qing swiftly adapted to his role, realizing that he was no longer a sovereign lord, and that to continue existing, he must promptly recalibrate his standing. As a new day dawned, the sun rose once more from the east. The air grew increasingly cold, with a thick fog enveloping dock number 2, rendering it an ethereal realm. Early in the morning, Qin Chuan arrived at the hall. Leader? Greetings, Leader, Li San exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he hurried over. The events of the previous night had spread throughout the entire faction, thanks to the efforts of those with keen insight. Your news travels fast. Congratulations, Leader, on your recent achievements. Enough with the flattery. Prepare my horse and summon Qin Chuan as well. Yes, Qin Chuan did not visit the headquarters. His primary purpose was to seek out his disciple. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of his apprentice, and due to the situation at dock number 2, it was imperative to have a trusted individual on guard. To alleviate any concerns his disciple might have, he felt the need for a conversation. Before long, Qin Chuan approached, his face radiating joy. I have met the leader. You mischievous lad, there is no need for pretense here. Just call me Master. It sounds much more pleasant. Yes, Master. Please, have a seat. I have some matters to discuss with you today. Qin Chuan sat obediently. Frost, I am to assume the position of the leader at headquarters. Thus the management of the water and earth hall must be entrusted to you. Consequently, the title of deputy leader may not be conferred upon you. Here, you are to diligently oversee the dock, for you must understand the significance of this port. Qin Chuan was not as despondent as he had imagined. Instead, he responded with remarkable composure. Master, rest assured. With me here, nothing will go awry. That is reassuring. Qin Chuan replied with genuine relief, his thoughts inevitably drifting to his other 2 disciples, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Alas, if only your 2 senior brothers were here. It would be much better. I wonder if they, Master, Feng Shixiang and Yun Shixiang will surely be safe. Qin Chuan comforted him. Let us hope so. Qin Chuan sighed. The other 2 disciples had been raised by him since childhood. It was impossible to claim that he felt no attachment. When they insisted on venturing out into the world, Qin Chuan had generously provided them with substantial financial support, and there had been no discord. His sorrow was rooted in the looming specter of mortality, a feeling of reproach towards his disciples for not being present to care for him in his twilight years. Very well, Shuang-er, you may return to your duties. Do not skimp on your cultivation resources. Use them as needed, and if funds run low, come to find your master. Understood? Yes, I understand, Master. Qin Chuan replied, rising to bow respectfully before departing. Qin Chuan rose to prepare for his journey to the headquarters, where he was to attend to the aftermath of Sha Zhenbang and Zhou Ping, with particular emphasis on the latter, which burdened him greatly. It was imperative to resolve these matters today. Otherwise, he feared he would face dire consequences. He hastily rode to the headquarters, where the guards recognized him immediately and rushed over, leading his horse while exclaiming, "Leader, Mr. One has been here since early morning." Acknowledging this, Qin Chuan was aware that this Mr. One was a strategist summoned by Sha Zhenbang, tasked with devising plans and overseeing the finances of the entire gang. He was, in essence, the true second-in-command, the so-called deputy leader, and it would be unwise to offend him lightly. However, from Zhao Chunshan, he had heard that this Mr. One was quite ruthless, known for concocting schemes that were utterly merciless. Stepping into the hall, he was met with the sight of two coffins, those of Sha Zhenbang and Zhou Ping, as their families had yet to be notified. No one had come to claim the bodies. Yet, it was only a matter of hours before their relatives would inevitably learn of the grim news. Within the hall stood a middle-aged scholar, who, upon seeing Qin Chuan enter, promptly rose and bowed respectfully. Subordinate when Jiping pays his respects to the leader. Mr. One. Qin Chuan greeted with a smile, though his gaze remained somber as it fell upon Zhou Ping's coffin. He was at a loss as to how to persuade Sha Zhenbang to engage in this deadly contest. Yet, ultimately, the burden of this dilemma would rest upon his shoulders. At that moment, when Jiping seemed to perceive his thoughts and quietly remarked, "Leader, the late chief once mentioned that Zhou Ping had written a guarantee, stating that his participation in the life and death duel was entirely voluntary." Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where's the guarantee letter?" he inquired. "It might be in the deputy leader's office," came the reply. "Understood. Once this matter is resolved, you shall receive full credit," Qin Chuan stated before turning to leave. When Jiping's face displayed a look of immense relief, he had been concerned that a change in leadership would jeopardize his position. After years of service in the Shay gang, he had accrued substantial wealth, and he had no desire to relinquish such a favorable position. Moreover, with the recent amalgamation of the Shay gang and Lufeng Pavilion, their influence was burgeoning, providing him ample reason to cling to this prosperous alliance. As for any notions of opportunity, he had long since forgotten the saying about how every dynasty has its own officials. The deputy leader's office was situated adjacent to the headquarters. Upon exiting the courtyard, a left turn led to his former office, while a right turn would take him to Zhou Ping's office. It was another modest building. He hastened inside, ascended to the second floor, and kicked the door open. To his surprise, the room was quite tidy, and his gaze immediately fell upon an envelope resting on the table. He quickly seized it and noticed the two prominent characters inscribed on it, "Suicide Note." As he opened the letter, he read, "Father, Mother, by the time you see this letter, I may have perished in the life and death struggle. I willingly entered the gang's contest, seeking out Uncle Sha. Please do not blame him. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon my own obstinacy. I must prove that I am not inferior to my elder brothers." The letter was lengthy, and as Qin Chuan absorbed its contents, he felt a twinge of empathy for Zhou Ping. He was a quintessential rich second-generation individual, overly eager to validate himself while failing to recognize his own limitations. A saying from the online world of his past echoed in his mind. It's not the second generation's recklessness that is worrisome, but their desperate need to prove themselves. It seemed that human nature, irrespective of the realm, remained constant. He shook his head and tucked the letter away, feeling assured that the Zhou family would not pursue him further, unless they were willing to forfeit their dignity, and he certainly possessed his own backing, namely that influential figure who stood behind him. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze caught something in a corner that appeared to have been repaired. Chapter 45. The Shay gang is truly wealthy. Was something hidden here? Activating his true sight, he peered through the corner's wall and bricks, discovering a brand new book concealed within. Starfall Spear? He quickly approached, cautiously prying off the bricks to retrieve the book. The ink was still fresh. A handwritten manuscript. Upon opening it, Qin Chuan's pupils contracted, and his hands trembled with excitement. Martial arts techniques? How could he possess this? Qin Chuan contemplated for a moment, swiftly retrieving 200 tael silver notes and discreetly tucking them away before replacing the wall brick and turning to depart. This was a precautionary measure to prevent Zhou Ping's family from tidying his room later. Since Zhou Ping had chosen not to leave the martial arts manual at home, it implied a desire to keep it hidden from his parents. Thus, Qin Chuan seized the opportunity without hesitation. What did he lack most? First and foremost, the entry-level martial arts heart method, which Lord Wang had already promised him. Secondly, the martial arts techniques. Ever since he had been defeated by a punch from a border army soldier, he had yearned for the extraordinary martial arts techniques to pave his own path in martial arts. Unexpectedly, fortune had favored him, as Zhou Ping had inadvertently acted as a benefactor. After all, he was indeed a harbinger of wealth. Descending the stairs, he promptly donned a serious expression and proceeded towards the headquarters. Soon, the other hall masters and several elders from the law enforcement hall, including the two former vice leaders, arrived at the headquarters. Those who had not attended the match the previous night cast envious glances at Qin Xuan. In their eyes, he had already become a legend, returning to the martial world at the age of 86, and in less than 2 months, he had ascended from leader to the position of the master of the gang. Furthermore, the current master's position far exceeded that of the previous one. Having merged the Axe Gang and the Lufeng Pavilion into the Shurha Gang, now recognized as the foremost power in the western part of the city. Of course, the Ghost Garden's Li Jiming was another matter entirely. Once everyone had gathered, Qin Xuan did not shy away from addressing the assembly directly, bring forth the family of the old master. Additionally, summon the Zhou family. Mr. Wen, subordinate is present. We must ensure that the compensation for the old master and Zhou Ping is ample. Understood. Qin Xuan nodded, deciding not to disturb Mr. Wen, who managed the finances for the time being, as there was no suitable replacement. Moreover, Mr. Wen possessed extensive knowledge, particularly regarding the submission of profits, which required his oversight. Having addressed the matters concerning the deceased, the next step was the redistribution of interests as the vice master position had been vacated and needed to be filled. Everyone looked on with anticipation, except for one individual who bowed his head, the former vice master Zhao Chunshan. He now regretted having switched allegiance to Qin Xuan. Chunshan, subordinate, is here. Zhao Chunshan jolted, springing to his feet in surprise. You shall resume your original position, continuing to oversee the docks. Thank you, master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Zhao Chunshan was quite taken aback. Qin Feng, subordinate, is present. He too felt a surge of excitement. You will also restore your original position, continuing your responsibility over the gambling houses within the city. Yes, master. Everyone will revert to their previous roles. As for the master of the Earth and Water Hall, Qin Xuan will take over. Chunshan, please deliver the token and documents at the appropriate time. Yes, master. All right, return to your posts. Chunshan, stay behind. Qin Xuan momentarily lacked the inclination to address the myriad trivial matters within the gang. He resolved to postpone any considerations regarding the organization until that esteemed individual had ceased consolidating power. One by one, the members dispersed, although there was no elevated vice leader. They managed to retain their original positions. Most importantly, a significant signal had been sent. The two vice leaders who had been dismissed by the former gang leader were reinstated, indicating that the current leader was not overly enamored with authority. Their future days would not be fraught with hardship. In the hall, Mr. Wen departed last, leaving only two individuals behind, Qin Xuan and Zhao Chunshan. At that moment, Zhao Chunshan felt a twinge of anxiety, having heard of the previous night's battle. This former guide of his had displayed formidable prowess, having slain two adversaries before Lu Qin conceded defeat. The hall masters present were seasoned veterans. They were not naive like Zhou Ping, aware that even against Qin Xuan, it would likely come down to a single shot. The new gang leader's strength was so remarkable that they suspected he had attained a level of mastery. Rest assured, I am aware you are acting in my best interest. Seeking to provide me with an avenue of retreat, Qin Xuan offered him an opportunity to save face. This gesture relieved Zhao Chunshan. Yet as a seasoned player in the underworld, he could not genuinely believe Qin Xuan's words. Leader, do you wish for me to remain? Surely, you understand, Zhao Chunshan began, only to be met with a smiling gaze from Qin Xuan. A cold sweat trickled down Zhao Chunshan's forehead. He longed to slap himself for his naivety, but could only mutter, Leader, the Golden Money Gang is adept at enticing individuals with their influence. As per my subordinate's knowledge, the Golden Money Gang has garnered the support of numerous high-ranking figures, striving to prevent their involvement in the impending life and death struggles. Such ignorance, Qin Xuan scoffed. The Golden Money Gang underestimates these powerful lords. Are you aware of that brute from last night? My subordinate has heard of him. Let me enlighten you. Those who have achieved internal mastery would not last 10 moves against that brute. Lu Qin had his hidden strategies. Do you think the other factions lack similar resources, relying solely on a deputy leader and a handful of hall masters? I understand now, Zhao Chunshan replied, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He had indeed thought this way, as it was the case with the Sheikh Gang and the Axe Gang. Contemplate this further in the future. Additionally, I am entrusting the Earth and Water Hall entirely to Qin Xuan. Do not interfere. All of Qin Xuan's preceding remarks served as a subtle admonition, culminating in this decisive statement, which elucidates the rationale behind his appointment as the deputy leader. Possessing leverage over him, Qin Chuan ensured that he would remain obedient. A mere shift in allegiance could spell his ruin. It is imperative to understand that Qin Chuan is the leader. He is not bound by the conventions of the gang. His words constitute the very law, granting him the authority to determine the fates of the members of the Shay gang, including the deputy leader, Zhao Chunshan. Yes, I comprehend, my superior. Very well. You may return to your duties. I take my leave. As everyone departed, Mr. Wen emerged once more, bearing a substantial ledger. Leader, here are the accounts for your review. Qin Chuan took the document and examined it closely. To his surprise, the Shay gang was indeed quite affluent. It seemed that throughout the ages, maritime trade remained a lucrative venture. With 4 docks, the monthly revenue reached an astonishing 300,000 taels. However, a substantial sum of 250,000 taels had to be remitted to that esteemed gentleman. The remaining funds, aside from the monthly salaries for the gang members and the necessary maintenance expenses for equipment, which amounted to approximately 30,000 taels, meant that only around 20,000 taels were left each month. Of course, there were also offerings from the subordinate branches contributing about 10,000 taels monthly. Thus, the total net surplus of silver amounted to 190,000 taels. Remarkably, he had never encountered such a vast sum of money. Yet, as Qin Chuan continued to read, he discovered that the largest expenditure was actually for the retirement of law enforcement personnel. Over the years, a substantial number of former leaders and heads had retired, each receiving a monthly pension that was even higher than their previous salaries to support their old age. Qin Chuan drummed his fingers thoughtfully and addressed Mr. Wen. Do you not think this is excessive? The monthly stipend for the incense masters amounts to 10 taels, while the hall masters receive as much as 50 taels monthly, with their pensions doubling upon retirement. These individuals incur expenses exceeding 4,000 taels each month. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that these individuals, drawing substantial salaries from the guild, failed to contribute in critical moments. For instance, during last night's life and death struggle, not a single person stepped forward to enlist. Are they merely enjoying their retirement without any intention of fulfilling their duties? Chapter 46, Seduction. Troops at the Sha River. The guild leader, the former guild leader, remarked, "These individuals are the esteemed elders of our guild, having once contributed to its welfare. Now that they have stepped back, it is perhaps best to provide for them. Should we not offer them double stipends? We risk dissuading some incense masters and hall masters from retiring, as well as fearing that they may neglect their responsibilities while in office." Qin Chuan did not respond to his words, deeming them utter nonsense. However, he had no intention of taking action against these individuals at present. He continued to peruse the account books, discovering therein the records of the Axe Gang. The remnants of the Axe Gang's assets were substantial, boasting over 160,000 taels of silver, alongside several lucrative gambling establishments. He handed the account book to Wen Jiping, suggesting they reconvene in 2 days to discuss further, at which point they could also reconcile with Lu Feng Pavilion. Yes, Chief. Lu Feng Pavilion primarily operated as a brothel, and it seemed they also had a house of ill repute. It was likely their profits rivaled, if not exceeded, those of the Shay Gang and the Axe Gang. After all, in this era, patronage was quite legal. He waved his hand, and Mr. Wen had just exited when the sound of wailing and hurried footsteps filled the air. A woman of enduring charm, accompanied by a dozen young ladies, rushed in, weeping as she clutched the coffin of Sha Zhenbang. This woman was none other than the late gang leader's wife, whom Qin Chuan recognized. He stepped forward to offer his condolences. "Sister-in-law, please accept my sympathies." Suddenly, the widow threw herself at his feet, sobbing uncontrollably. After all, the Shay Gang had been built from the ground up by him. How could he have perished after weathering so many storms over the years? Qin Chuan's expression darkened instantaneously. The woman was clearly speaking in riddles, perhaps displaying a lack of self-awareness. He crouched down to regard her, and indeed, it must be said that Lao Sha possessed an eye for beauty. This woman was quite striking and exuded a certain allure. "Sister-in-law, have I not informed you about the life and death struggle?" he inquired. "Moreover, I have been appointed by Mr. Ren as the leader of the Shay Gang. Your monetary compensation will be ample, but I advise you not to be unreasonable." With that, he withdrew his foot and ascended the stairs, eager to distance himself from the gathering of Chen Feng and others who had arrived. Soon, Mr. Wen came to find him again, though his demeanor was less than favorable. "Leader, she demands 100,000 taels of silver. Tell her to leave. Offer her only 10,000 taels. If she refuses, then reclaim it. Not a single coin more." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." 10,000 taels was already a considerable sum, sufficient for her to live comfortably for a lifetime. Should she prove ungrateful, then she would simply have to vanish. Qin Chuan's actions are not devoid of conscience. Rather, he possesses his own principles. To individuals consumed by greed, he will naturally not extend a favorable demeanor. Before long, Mr. Wen approached again, saying, "Help, leader, she has agreed, but she has a stipulation." "A stipulation? Pray, elaborate." "If it is reasonable, I may acquiesce." She proclaimed her desire to join the Shay gang and insisted on holding a position of at least a hall master. "What is her cultivation level?" "Perfected internal training." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, suggesting that she should go to the Lufeng Pavilion in the city. Furthermore, he insisted on having all matters addressed at once, displaying a hint of displeasure. "She has requested a private audience with you." Wen Jiping lowered his head, lost in thought. "Then let her come up." "Yes." Soon, the woman entered, deliberately closing the door behind her, and immediately knelt on the floor. With eyes full of sorrow, she gazed up at Qin Chuan. "Sister-in-law, please speak your mind. I have acquiesced to all your requests." Her voice trembled as she wept. "When Lao Sha was still the leader, we were not bullied. Now that he is gone, I hope the new leader can protect us and allow us to survive. Otherwise, no amount of wealth can secure our safety. I am willing to do anything for the leader." As she spoke, she began to remove her clothing. Qin Chuan squinted, recognizing that this woman indeed possessed remarkable skills. Her strategy of advancing only to retreat, initially demanding a high price before lowering her expectations, was a clever means to secure greater benefits. She was, after all, the woman who had once ensnared Sha Jinbong with her charm. However, to think she could ensnare him, Qin Chuan, was perhaps a grave underestimation of his capabilities. "Enough. Put your clothes back on. In the Shurha gang, who would dare to lay a hand on you? Your prowess is not to be underestimated. Do not resort to such tactics." The leader's woman seemed undeterred, for although she had not fully disrobed, she revealed her alabaster collarbone. "I speak the truth. I am willing to do anything for you, my leader." "Very well, then. You shall return the former leader's remains and ensure they are laid to rest properly." "I understand." It seemed as if the woman had resigned. Rising and bowing her head as she departed, Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He was no saint and hastily took a sip of tea to quell his agitation. Yet, he was acutely aware of the types of women one could engage with and those to be avoided. Particularly, those who approached him with overt intentions were the most perilous to entertain. This woman possessed considerable prowess. The moment a man had perished, her advances surely signified ulterior motives. To share her bed would undoubtedly complicate matters, and he could not afford to be heartless. Was he not wary of her potential treachery? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he refocused on how to brace for the storm brewing with the Zhou family. In the northern encampment, a swift steed galloped towards them, and the guards promptly intercepted it. "I am of the Zhou family. I must see Commander Zhou. There is urgent news to report." "Please wait." The guards, noting his breathless state, did not hesitate but quickly relayed the message. Before long, they escorted him into the commander's tent. He fell to his knees. "Eldest young master, the third young master is dead." Zhou Xian's book slipped from his grasp, and he took several strides to lift the messenger. His demeanor transformed into a visage of unfathomable rage. "What did you say? Who has died?" "The third young master." "You lie. Someone, throw him out." "Eldest young master, I speak the truth. The master and madam are waiting for you to return and lead the people at Shay." Zhou Xian's composure shattered. This was his younger brother, the one he had grown up with, sharing the same mother. He staggered backward, and a guard promptly steadied him. After a long pause, Zhou Xian's gaze hardened. He forcefully pushed away the guard and declared, "Zhang Jing, assemble 100 men. We return home." "Commander, this contravenes military orders. Are you teaching me how to execute my duties?" Zhou Xian's eyes were icy. "Understood." The guard hastily departed. Soon after, 100 armored soldiers, brandishing cold spears, with long blades at their waists and crossbows slung across their backs, galloped through the city of Sha. Sha City was not merely a simple fortress. Although it lacked surrounding counties, it was indeed a provincial city. The prefectural office was situated in the northern part of the city. At this moment, offing like a wraith, slipped into a courtyard of the prefectural office. "Sir, Zhou Xian has returned to the Zhou family with his men." "I see. I shall meet with the Lord." This Zhou Xian is utterly lawless. The middle-aged scholar rose to depart. At noon, while sipping tea in the hall, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. Why does the earth tremble? Is it an earthquake? Just as he prepared to step outside for a better look, a guard rushed in, panic-stricken. "Help! Help! The master! A multitude of soldiers is approaching." "Soldiers? The Zhou family has arrived, and it seems they come with ill intent." Qin Chuan, undeterred, believed that if he could not manage these matters, he truly had not mastered the Sheikh gang. To command the Sheikh gang, one must address all subsequent issues. Chapter 47, Foolishness? The integration was completed years ago. He stepped out the door, the breath of the warhorse nearly brushing against his face. Qin Chuan's expression immediately darkened. The Zhou family was excessively overbearing. Leading the charge was a young general, bearing a resemblance to Zhou Ping, likely his elder brother, Zhou Xian, the commander of the border troops in Shaching. He dismounted swiftly, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Qin Chuan. "Are you Qin Chuan?" Without waiting for a response, Zhou Xian unsheathed his long blade from his waist, striking down with a swift and cunning precision. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had prepared from the outset, swiftly retreating to evade a fatal strike. He then bellowed, "Wait." With astonishing speed, he produced a letter and cast it aside. "Your brother's letter. Read it yourself." Zhou Xian seized the envelope, the fury in his eyes still surging. It seemed he had made considerable progress, managing to evade the unified blade of the capital. "Very well. I shall read the letter before extinguishing your Sand River gang," he declared, opening the letter, and as he read, his expression grew increasingly intricate, the flames of his wrath gradually dissipating. The surface of Qin Chuan appeared tranquil, yet his heart was laden with anxiety and indignation. This week, Zhou Xian acted unpredictably, striking with a sudden blow. Had he been merely an ordinary practitioner of the inner arts, he would have surely succumbed. This grievance he etched into his memory, vowing that when the opportunity arose, he would uproot the Zhou family entirely. However, the current situation demanded caution. He needed to maintain his composure in dealing with Zhou Xian. Qin Chuan observed his expression intently. Noticing the change in his countenance before he spoke softly, "I have advised my younger brother numerous times. I have no desire to offend the Zhou family. However, esteemed Lord Zhou, this incident is not attributable to me. Surely you can discern from the handwriting whether it belongs to Zhou Ping. Furthermore, I am now the appointed leader of the Sheikh gang by your esteemed authority. Are you attempting to intimidate me, the governor?" Zhou Xian's gaze turned icy. "I would not dare. Every household has its own laws, and every nation its own regulations. The Great Chu has its own decrees." With a cold huff, Zhou Xian regained his composure after reading the letter, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier impulsiveness. "Zhang Jing, present. Take the men back." "Understood." The 100 cavalrymen turned and galloped away, while 2 horse-drawn carriages entered the courtyard, from which emerged a middle-aged couple. They were none other than the head of the Zhou family and his wife, whom Qin Chuan had previously encountered. They bypassed Zhou Xian and Qin Chuan, entering the hall. And upon seeing their young son lying in the coffin, they faltered, their attendants quickly supporting them. "My son." Zhou's mother collapsed over the coffin, weeping to the point of near unconsciousness. Zhou's father, being a man seasoned by the vicissitudes of life, composed himself and approached the doorway, refraining from resorting to violence like Zhou Xian. Instead, he directly inquired, "Leader Qin, why did my son participate in the life and death duel?" Qin Chuan bowed respectfully and addressed the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Ping had left behind a letter before his passing, now in the possession of the esteemed Zhou patriarch. "Who would examine it before confronting me?" Qin Chuan. Zhou Xian handed the letter to his father, who, trembling, received it. As he read, his fury intensified, and he muttered curses under his breath. "Fool, fool. My condolences." Qin Chuan lowered his head and departed, considering the matter temporarily settled. As long as Zhou father and Zhou Xian did not act foolishly, they would not turn against him. This was an affair that did not concern him, and he had no intention of offending his own support base. It would be a futile endeavor, indeed. In the grand hall, only the Zhou family remained. Zhou Xian gazed at his brother, who had been in a quarrel with him days prior, now confronted with his lifeless form. He knelt before his father, lamenting, "Father, it is my failure to have properly guided my brother. He had approached me regarding this matter, and I dismissed him, never imagining he would seek out Sha Jinbong directly." Zhou father ignored his son's lamentations, shakily placing the letter away, and suddenly struck him across the face. "Foolish child, why did you not inform me sooner?" Zhou Xian remained silent, filled with regret. Zhou father was still seething with rage. "Are you not aware of your brother's character? And when I instructed you to accompany us to retrieve your brother, you brought soldiers along. Do you think that is impressive? Do you believe you, as a general, can command authority here? Your brother was foolish, and you are not much better. Now, let us return home and discuss this." With that, Zhou father commanded, and the servants hastily began to seal the coffin, lifting it onto a cart as the family departed from the Sheikh gang. Qin Chuan stood on the second floor, watching them depart, and vaguely noticed a figure flickering at the gate. Was it that formidable individual, Offing? What brings him here? At that moment, Wen's Hyping approached. Boss, how much should we allocate for Zhou Ping's compensation? Half of what the former leader received. Have someone deliver it to the Zhou family. And it would be best to send a few brothers along. Understood. Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. The ordeal had finally passed. He had, at last, established a foothold in Shaching. On the carriage, Zhou Xian felt a twinge of fear as he noticed a formidable individual lingering near the Sheikh gang. Seemingly one of the companions of the enigmatic Bao Bufan. Observing Zhou Xian's troubled expression, Zhou Fu furrowed his brows and inquired, "What troubles you? Speak freely, and allow me to offer my counsel." "Father, it's nothing. Please rest assured, I will manage matters at the military camp." Zhou Xian preferred to keep his father in the dark. Zhou Fu sighed deeply, his visage appearing to age several years in an instant. "Among your brothers, you are the most obedient and undoubtedly the most astute. Yet, at times, I wonder how you fail to grasp the intricacies of human nature. Though I may lack your prowess, having navigated the tumultuous waters of the Jianghu for so long, do you take me for a fool? Today, without an official order, how could you dare to lead troops and gallop into the domain of that esteemed individual of the Sheikh gang? That presence I glimpsed earlier was indeed the formidable A Feng, a companion of Bao Bufan. I believe it is prudent for me to beseech the military overseer on your behalf. Father, I will handle this myself, I assure you." Zhou Xian inhaled deeply. Fully aware of the potential repercussions of this affair, Zhou Fu chose not to press further. In his heart, he recognized that while his eldest son possessed talent, he had not yet acquired the streetwise wisdom inherent to the Jianghu. Should this matter remain unresolved, Zhou Xian's military career could very well reach a standstill, relegating him to a mere commander for life and jeopardizing his prospects of advancing in power. With ill fortune, he might even lose his position entirely. In the governor's residence, within a modest courtyard, a Feng reappeared like a specter. "Sir, Zhou Xian has made his move but narrowly missed Qin Chuan's blade." He recounted the events in meticulous detail. "I see. This commander, despite his rank, cannot possibly sway the esteemed individual. By the way, how long until the new year?" "Sir, 11 days remain." 11 days. He sighed. "The esteemed one demands that the consolidation of power be completed before the festivities commence. A Feng, disseminate the news." "Yes, sir." Just when Qin Chuan thought he could devote himself to his training after resolving the Zhou Ping matter, he received alarming news. A week hence, on the night of the gathering, all leaders of the various factions, specifically those of Hall Master rank and above, were summoned to the Western Horse Grounds. Attendance was mandatory. Chapter 48. Innate Qi. Entry level. Could it be that the consolidation of power must be completed before the new year? Qin Chuan could not help but speculate. For the situation was indeed peculiar. All factions in the western part of the city? With only 11 days remaining until the new year, if this were true, news would soon emerge from either the eastern or southern districts. He decided to first pay a visit to Lord Wang, for he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the innate energy cultivation manual. As night fell, upon returning home, Qin Chuan was unexpectedly greeted by Qian Goen standing at his doorstep. With a beaming smile, Qian exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master Qin. We are all in service to the Lord, so let us celebrate together." Qin Chuan was pleasantly surprised to see him. With a hearty laugh, Qian Goen produced a square box the size of a brick from his ring and handed it to Qin Chuan. "Master Qin, the Lord is not in the Sand City, but this is a token promise to you. Please accept it." Qin Chuan took it, suppressing his excitement at the prospect of opening it. "Please convey my gratitude to the esteemed one." "No need for that. I have another piece of news to share with you. The noble one wishes to complete the consolidation of power before the year's end. He also mentioned that you are to become one of the 2 surviving forces in the west of the city. When that time comes, he will personally reward you." Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with determination. "Please convey to the esteemed lord that Qin Chuan shall not fail in his duty." Qian Goen nodded in acknowledgement. "Furthermore, the lord has a message he specifically asked me to relay to you. Wei Chuan has branches in 1,600 cities across the land of Chu." Qin Chuan nodded, understanding that this served as a warning. One should not presume that attaining the entry level would allow one to escape the grasp of Wei Chuan. Acknowledging this, he declared, "Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Let us enjoy a cup of hot tea inside." Qian Goen chuckled as he gestured towards the box. "No. I know you are eager. I must be off." With that, he turned and departed. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Chuan perceived a hint of melancholy in his retreating figure. It was indeed curious. If he had managed to acquire the method of entry, Qian Goen, clearly a trusted confidant. Why had he not attained it himself? Perhaps he would inquire further over drinks another day. Upon returning to the courtyard, he closed the door and meticulously examined the intricate threads he had laid out, ensuring their integrity before retreating to his chamber. With a heart racing with excitement, he gazed at the box in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered the entry-level method that Lord Wong had previously shown him, the innate vital energy. His heart began to thump wildly. This was an invaluable technique, something that many spend their entire lives yearning for, a treasure beyond price. Indeed, it was a priceless gem. Did Sha Zhenbang lack wealth? Did Lu Qing lack resources? Having wielded control over a faction for so long, they could certainly muster 100 or 200,000 taels of silver, yet such a treasure remained unattainable. The available alternatives paled in comparison to its rarity. Even the hand-copied manuscript and the Xinglua spear hidden within his possession were evidently of considerable value. He cautiously retrieved them. The innate entry method and martial arts techniques were now complete. Suppressing the tremors of anticipation within, he understood that progress must be gradual. Safely stowing away the Xinglua spear, he grasped the innate vital energy and seated himself cross-legged on the floor before his bed, immersing himself in the text. The human body is originally pure, but becomes turbid through the acquired. It is through the acquired that one can revert to the innate energy, known as innate vital energy. The content of this tome led Qin Chuan to feel that this truly represented the essence of martial arts. The entire text was composed solely of words, devoid of illustrations, and its profound nature rendered it incomprehensible to those unprepared for cultivation. It stood in stark contrast to the simplified illustrations of the breathing methods and the tiger roar technique he had encountered previously. This was indeed the authentic martial arts scripture. After perusing the text, Qin Chuan found himself profoundly moved. The book elucidated that at the moment of birth, one possesses an innate body, which subsequently becomes tainted by worldly impurities. Thus, the path of cultivation aims to return to this original state of being. The practice within the 6 realms of postnatal cultivation involves expelling the postnatal impurities within oneself, allowing the internal energy to arise naturally, thereby facilitating a return to the primordial state. This tome meticulously delineates the methods for fostering the self-generation of internal energy, as well as a portion of the techniques pertaining to primordial cultivation. It also illuminated for Qin Chuan why, despite having reached the pinnacle of postnatal achievement, he had yet to attain the self-generation of internal energy, a phenomenon that eluded even those who had achieved perfection in internal training throughout their lifetimes. To commence this journey, one must first attain clarity throughout the body, harmonizing strength into a singular essence, thus reaching the apex of postnatal existence. Subsequently, one must harness the unified force of the physical body to cultivate the lower dantian, creating a reservoir for internal energy. The second page of the book provides a method for mobilizing the physical strength to carve out the lower dantian. Qin Chuan set aside his books and immediately began to experiment. What does it mean to achieve perfection in internal cultivation? It signifies the ability to exert force from any part of the body, narrowly approaching a state of unity, yet neglecting certain enigmatic regions, such as the head. What constitutes the realm of the postnatal extreme? It encompasses the muscles, bones, skin, organs, blood, and marrow, including the head, wherein the true strength of the entire body is intertwined as a singular force. The sole distinction between these two states lies in the aforementioned head. While it is not particularly challenging to open the dantian, the true difficulty lies in accurately locating the dantian and refining the mind. Only those who have undergone such cultivation can truly sense its position, unless one possesses innate genius, allowing for effortless perception. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, his mind sinking into tranquility as he immediately sensed the location of his dantian. A surge of energy coursed through his entire being, effortlessly establishing the dantian as if it were a natural progression. Once the dantian was formed, he felt a delightful tingling sensation enveloping his body, as strands of a unique energy flowed within him, under his command. The internal energy was born anew. Qin Chuan was filled with exhilaration as he concentrated all his internal energy into his dantian, employing the principles of the innate vital force to break through the 12 blocked meridians. With a series of soft pops, he effortlessly opened each meridian, allowing his internal energy to no longer wander aimlessly within his body, but to surge through the meridians in a continuous cycle, returning to the lower dantian, thus completing a full circuit. Each cycle of this circulation absorbed the primordial energy that lingered in the cosmos, augmenting his internal energy until he achieved a remarkable 99 cycles. Only upon transforming his internal energy into the true innate vital force could he be deemed to have truly entered the realm of the innate. As time gradually slipped away, the light of dawn streamed through the window. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. Is this the sensation of innate awareness? How wondrous! Qin Chuan rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping the vibrant array of ethereal beings that appeared to dance around him. This was the essence of the universe. In this moment, he did not activate his true eye but merely infused his vision with his vital energy. As his vital energy coursed downward into his hands, he felt an extraordinary strength akin to steel. With a gentle grip, he grasped the door frame, effortlessly crushing the solid wood as if it were mere tofu. In that instant, he comprehended the disparity between innate and acquired abilities. Under the enhancement of vital energy, the acquired seemed utterly trivial, akin to a robust man overpowering a child. At the pinnacle of the innate realm, he realized he had reached the 9th tier of vital energy. The next step would be to ascend to the 8th tier of vigorous energy. Alas, it appeared that his lifespan remained unchanged. However, he was uncertain about the subsequent stages of cultivation and could only continue to amass vital energy. Remarkably, his earlier effortless grip had consumed a mere 1/10 of his vital energy reservoir, which he deemed insignificant. Yet, he was unaware that typically, it would take several days and nights to convert sufficient vital energy to reach this level, let alone to utilize it effectively immediately after conversion. As he glanced at the sky, dawn was approaching. Despite a sleepless night, he felt invigorated and retrieved the Starfall Spear to inspect it. What he discovered left him astounded. Chapter 49, The Starfall Spear, an experiment. To lift with ease. This was the essence of harnessing strength. It seemed he had nearly grasped this principle before. Alas, without the guidance of a master, the path of cultivation was indeed fraught with challenges. In a moment of frustration, Qin Chuan felt a sudden resurgence of the desire to seek a mentor. In his youth, due to his poor innate talent, he had faced rejection from numerous masters, leaving him without a path to martial arts. Surely, that could not be the case now. Yet, at his current age, who would be willing to take him under their wing? Even if someone did, would they truly impart their knowledge with sincerity? Just then, an all too familiar voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles pales in comparison to meeting countless individuals. Meeting countless individuals is inferior to receiving guidance from esteemed masters. Yet, guidance from masters cannot rival one's own understanding. A true powerhouse is not forged by the teachings of others, but rather through their own enlightenment. The host is required to reach the 3rd realm of martial arts techniques within 3 months, with rewards distributed based on the completion of this task. The people of Qin Chuan were utterly bewildered. It seemed far more effective to seek enlightenment on one's own. And what, pray tell, is this elusive 3rd realm of martial arts techniques? How could he possibly know? This confounded system had remained dormant since his last accomplishment. He had assumed it had vanished, only for it to suddenly present him with something incomprehensible. He would have to seize an opportunity to consult Lord Wang. Drawing a deep breath, he grasped his spear and ventured into the courtyard, initiating his practice of the celestial fall spear technique. The technique comprised but 3 movements, however. Its essence lay not merely in the strikes, but in the emphasis on speed, striking swiftly to overcome slowness, and the principle of wielding great weight with apparent ease. This, it seemed, represented a certain level of mastery in martial arts. He resolved to first grasp the quintessence of the movements. The first movement, shooting star. The second movement, meteor shower. The third movement, celestial fall. The initial movement was manageable. Qin Chuan quickly mastered it, for it emphasized the swiftness of the strike, direct and unadorned. The spear's inherent potency surpassed that of other weapons, and when combined with speed, it was truly formidable. The second movement also involved a thrust, yet it required an instantaneous execution of 3 strikes to different targets, which was the threshold of proficiency. He practiced for an extended period, feeling as though he grasped the essence, yet still eluded it. As for the third movement, he was utterly incapable of performing it. The movement itself seemed straightforward, merely a downward smash. Yet the text specified that it must land upon tofu, which, remaining unchanged, would signify the earth shattering beneath it, thereby indicating mastery. Could it be a matter of weaponry? Is my spear not heavy enough? Qin Chuan no longer dwelled on the subsequent 2 forms. Instead, he immersed himself in the practice of the first form. Though it was merely a simple thrust, the method of exerting force captivated him profoundly, enabling the speed of the thrust to nearly double. Akin to a phantom, by the time one realizes it, their throat has already been pierced. It is no wonder they restrict the dissemination of such techniques among the populace. As he continued to train, Qin Chuan increasingly perceived the disparity. The techniques circulating in the common realm were largely ineffectual. In the brutal dance of life and death, reliance rests upon three pillars: strength, speed, and experience. The so-called techniques are merely a manifestation of experience. Yet, this martial art technique, with its unique method of force application, could elevate one's striking speed to twice its normal rate. What does that signify? In a contest of equal cultivation, victory would be unattainable. If one mastered the martial arts techniques proficiently, transcending boundaries to vanquish foes would be a trivial endeavor. In an ecstatic fervor, Qin Chuan immersed himself in the practice of the meteor's force, and only when he could effortlessly unleash a shot that surged in speed did he cease his training. Glancing at the time, he realized, to his astonishment, that the sun had already ascended to its zenith. The privilege of being the leader meant no one was there to urge him to take his post. His own regulations were the paramount authority. However, one cannot train incessantly. A balance between labor and rest is essential. He resolved to grant himself a respite, to indulge in nourishment, and to retreat to the headquarters office to cultivate his true energy. Another day passed. At the break of dawn the following day, Qin Chuan awoke, invigorated and full of vitality. He swiftly attended to his morning routine and made his way to the headquarters. Today, the members of the Lufeng Pavilion were to arrive, and he wished to make their acquaintance. The primary concern, however, remained the accounts and finances. As the leader, it was imperative to maintain control over these matters. Failing to meet the monthly dues would likely incur the displeasure of that gentleman. At the Shay Gang headquarters, the assembly was not convened in the usual hall but rather outside, due to the overwhelming attendance. Not only had 12 hall masters from the Lufeng Pavilion arrived, along with a former pavilion master, but both vice leaders of the Shay Gang and 9 hall masters were also present, including the retired elders from the Lufeng Pavilion, as well as the enforcement hall of the Shay Gang. The total number of attendees approached 300. Qin Chuan strode out from within, followed closely by Wen's hyping. "Everyone is here," Qin Chuan exclaimed with a cheerful smile. "I have met the leader." Everyone rose in unison. "Please, take a seat, everyone." Qin Chuan pressed his hand down and took a seat himself, prompting the others to follow suit. He turned his head to the left and inquired, "Lu Qing, have you brought the account books?" Lu Qing responded, "Yes, leader. I have brought them, along with all the banknotes." As she spoke, a woman standing behind her stepped forward, cradling a sizable box in her arms. "That's excellent. We shall discuss this further after the meeting," he concluded. "Understood, leader." With a beaming smile, Qin Chuan addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, I trust you are all aware. In merely 6 days, we must make another journey to the racetrack. Although the reasons for this visit have not been disclosed by the master, it is likely that we shall once again engage in a life and death contest. So, who among you is willing to sign up?" As he spoke, Qin Chuan rapped his fingers upon the table. To him, the question of participation was inconsequential. He alone sufficed. Did they not comprehend the value of being at the 9th level of true qi? Despite the crowd gathered, should his true qi prove sufficient, he could vanquish them all single-handedly. The distinction between the innate and the acquired was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Silence enveloped the room. Unlike Sha Zhenbang, who was visibly agitated, Qin Chuan merely lifted his teacup, savoring a slow sip. He was merely probing these individuals. Would he truly send them to their doom? He had even advised Qin Chuan against volunteering. "Master, count me in," exclaimed Lu Qing, rising abruptly, much to Qin Chuan's astonishment. Lu Qing, however, clarified with a smile. "Thanks to your benevolent shelter, I have narrowly escaped a calamity. Therefore, I am willing to fight for you." Her words were artfully chosen. Her allegiance lay not with the guild, but with Qin Chuan himself. Casting a discerning glance at her, he recognized her as a seasoned veteran. A woman who had adeptly led the Lufeng Pavilion for years, possessing considerable skill. She had likely discerned his true intentions. Qin Chuan nodded with a sense of relief, declaring, "Then it's settled." He then cast his gaze over the crowd once more, inquiring, "Is there no one else willing to sign up?" The atmosphere was enveloped in an eerie silence. What a farce. During the last life and death battle, 6 had ventured forth, 4 of whom met their demise. It was merely due to Lu Qing's fortuitous fate that he survived. Otherwise, 5 lives lost amid such a staggering mortality rate. Only a fool would volunteer. Not everyone possesses the ambition of Zhou Ping, striving to prove their worth. After all, isn't life itself a treasure? Have they not noticed those who previously abstained from participation still comfortably seated in their elevated positions? For instance, Zhao Qinshan and Chen Fang, regardless of the outcome. their status remains unscathed. Surely, someone must oversee the management of the guild, mustn't they? Chapter 50. Strive diligently. Moving forward, Qin Xuan comprehended their intentions. However, his current position afforded him a different perspective. He refrained from further inquiries, having already achieved the purpose of his probing today. Thus, during the forthcoming reforms, he would not be held accountable for any lack of compassion. Very well, everyone should return and deliberate, providing me with a prompt response. Now, let us proceed with the introductions among the leaders and elders from both sides. Ensuring that they are familiar with one another to avoid any confusion in the future, one must not let a flood disrupt the Dragon King's temple, causing allies to turn against each other. This process was rather time-consuming, and by the time they had all been introduced, the sun was nearing its zenith. Today's meeting was concluded, as it was primarily intended for mutual acquaintance. However, the most pressing matters remained the accounts and finances. In the main hall of the headquarters, most had departed, leaving only Qin Xuan, Lu Qing, Wen Zhiping, and a woman named Su Yu to reconcile the accounts. Leader, it has been reconciled. Please review it. Wen Zhiping handed him the ledger. Qin Xuan perused the documents for a while, unable to suppress his astonishment. Indeed, the profits from legal indulgences were astonishingly high. The establishment encompassed a total of 26 brothels, yielding a monthly income of 430,000 taels. At present, the accounts still reflected a surplus of 210,000 taels. Su Yu. The woman named Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing Qin Xuan was calling her, she quickly lowered her head and responded, Leader, from today onward, you will assist Mr. Wen with the accounts of our association. Is that agreeable? Why, yes, it is agreeable. I shall perform my duties diligently. Very well. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiping felt a pang of anxiety in his heart but refrained from voicing his concerns. All right, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with the deputy leader. With that, they took their leave, and Qin Xuan sipped his tea before directly inquiring, What prompted your application? Lu Qing, however, smiled, and the transformation in her demeanor was striking. She spoke in a playful tone, Leader, I have already stated that I am merely repaying your kindness. Qin Xuan remained silent. Deceiving others might have sufficed, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Lu Qing, do you know, as I have just assumed the position of leader, I am utterly unfamiliar with that esteemed gentleman. Could you enlighten me? Upon mentioning them, Lu Qing's demeanor instantly turned solemn, and his gaze began to dart around. Qin Xuan immediately understood and suggested they head upstairs. She nodded in agreement. The two ascended to Qin Xuan's dedicated office, taking seats opposite each other. Lu Qing then spoke. Leader, if others were to inquire, I might refrain from divulging. But with you, I feel it is permissible. Oh, what makes it different? Qin Xuan inquired, intrigued. Can we postpone this discussion for later? Lu Qing winked playfully. Very well. Please continue, Qin Xuan encouraged. Indeed, Lu Qing quickly adopted a serious demeanor and stated, the identity of that esteemed individual is quite straightforward. He is none other than the magistrate of our Sand City, Chen Wanzhou. He has served in Sand City for 29 years since the 17th year of the Tianqing era. His urgency to consolidate power stems primarily from the fact that next year marks his 30th year in office. According to the laws of the Chu Kingdom, an inspector will arrive next year to assess his achievements and determine whether he is eligible for promotion. The outcome will indeed hinge on next year. The multitude of minor factions complicates management and can easily lead to conflicts, creating a sense of chaos in Sand City. The presence of Li Jiming in the west has allowed for the retention of 2 factions, but in the south and east, it is likely that only one will remain. Of course, this is merely the conjecture of a subordinate. Qin Xuan nodded. Indeed, as the leader of the faction for many years, Lu Qing must be well aware of certain matters. Who exactly is Li Jiming that he can remain aloof from it all? Lu Qing shook his head in uncertainty, pondering whether he would visit the racetrack next week. If he chooses not to attend, it would undoubtedly signify that his status is rather extraordinary. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. Qin Xuan nodded and smiled, remarking, Indeed, we cannot provoke a formidable practitioner of the first rank. Yes, we cannot afford to offend such a powerful individual, Lu Qing stated, casting a glance at him with her large, expressive eyes. As for the gentleman, we have gathered even more information. After all, our monthly contributions are directed to him, a gentleman named Bao Bufan, who manages the underground forces of the Sand City on behalf of the governor. The emaciated man who is often by his side is named a Feng, a master of the first rank. The senior members of the Axe gang were likely eliminated by his hand. As for which rank he belongs to, that remains a mystery. Is it possible that the gentleman is also a first-rank martial artist? Qin Chuan inquired. It is highly probable. However, he has never made a move. So we cannot be certain. Understood. Qin Chuan finally grasped the majority of their information. Although he had previously speculated, it was different when someone confirmed it. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly asked, "Leader, do you have any plans regarding them?" "Plans? It's merely to gather information for future interactions." He replied. "By the way, have you ever met the governor?" Lu Qing shook her head. "No, he would never meet someone like us. In his eyes, we are merely tools for his financial gain. Unseen vermin of the underworld." "You seem quite resentful," Qin Chuan remarked, taken aback. "Of course, just because we are considered the so-called leaders of power. We are hardly better than a dog." Lu Qing's frustration grew as she spoke. "Damn it, I have toiled my entire life, giving him several million taels of silver each year for 30 years. Not to mention my contributions, surely there must be some acknowledgement for my hardships. At the very least, he should ensure our survival. Even if one were to keep a dog for 30 years, there would be some bond formed, yet we have nothing." All right. Let's not dwell on this," Qin Chuan replied, feeling utterly speechless. This woman was quite the actress, speaking in veiled terms. He decided to indulge her fantasies. "Lu Qing, if you work diligently in the future, I shall not treat you poorly." "How shall I do that?" Lu Qing suddenly inched closer. "I still possess my charm," she teased, nearly leaving Qin Chuan at a loss for words. A phrase unwittingly flickered through his mind. Old A8 is still A8. He touched his nose, feigning a cough. Ahem. There's one more thing to mention. In a few days, Mrs. Xia Zhenbang will come to check in with you. Please appoint her as a hall master. Mrs. Xia. She is a great beauty leader. That will be all for today," Qin Chuan said, not angered and unwilling to engage in playful banter with her. "Well then, until we meet again." Lu Qing rose, walked to the door, and suddenly turned, beaming as she placed a card on the table. "Leader, this is the gold card from Lu Feng Pavilion. Please accept it." "How thoughtful." Qin Chuan accepted without hesitation. Lu Feng Pavilion was not only the name of a faction but also a brothel, serving as their pillar of industry. For so many days, he had been holding back. He had his own principles, yet he was no saint. For him, spending money was the most reliable pursuit. That very evening, Qin Chuan sought the pleasures offered by the brothel. Indeed, it was a realm apart, vastly superior to the brothels he had previously visited. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the horse racing event arrived. Chapter 51. The Final Kill, the new underground sovereign in the 46th year of the Tiansheng era, on the 28th day of the 12th month. Snow began to fall once more. Outside the west of Shaqing, the racetrack was illuminated by the flames of torches, casting a brilliant glow across the venue. At that moment, the racetrack was teeming with people. The upper echelons of the remaining factions in the western part of the city had gathered, with the exception of the Ghost Garden. Lu Qing whispered, "Leader, it appears that the Ghost Garden has indeed not come." "Yes, this eliminates any complications," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. "Leader, what if it turns into a life-and-death struggle? In that case, you need not take the stage." Lu Qing rejoiced, expressing her gratitude to the leader. Indeed, her intuition had proven correct. Perhaps it was a woman's instinct. That night, she sensed that Qin Chuan was remarkably powerful, and after a few days, she felt a distinct change in him. Furthermore, she conducted discreet investigations and discovered that this leader had ascended to his current status in just over a month. Thus, she surmised that the leader had long since reached a high level of prowess, merely concealing his true abilities until now. A cunning old fox. Qin Chuan glanced at the group of individuals behind him, his expression devoid of emotion. Days had passed, yet no one had come forth to register. Qin Chuan had inquired a few times, but he had declined. It seemed that this group was destined to withdraw from the martial world. As the wind and snow howled, the distant sound of hooves echoed, and the scene fell into an immediate hush. A carriage approached slowly. It was none other than Bao Buffon's. A phone leaped down, lifted the curtain, and Bao Buffon emerged, draped in a greatcoat. He then trudged through the thick snow, making his way to the center, step by deliberate step. A phone positioned a chair behind him and promptly sat down. Qin Chuan felt powerless to critique. This individual was excessively ostentatious. Nonetheless, despite his grievances, he dutifully joined the others in a respectful bow. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen." Bao Buffon nodded slightly, then spoke in a measured tone. "You are all aware of the events from the day before yesterday and yesterday in the southern and eastern parts of the city, I presume?" As per our usual custom, it shall be a battle to the death. However, this time, the factions are quite numerous, totaling 5. Today, only one shall emerge victorious. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The sands of the city are in chaos. Gentlemen, please step forward to draw lots. As Bao Buffon spoke, he touched the ring on his finger, and a box materialized. Offing received it and stepped forward. The 5 leaders of the factions advanced to draw their lots. Qin Chuan drew number 4. The draw is complete. Offing announced loudly. Number 1 faces number 2, number 3 faces number 4. Number 5 has a bye. The gentleman remarked. Luck is also a form of strength. The 5th number was drawn by the money gang, who were overwhelmed with excitement. However, their enthusiasm quickly dissipated as events unfolded. I concede, number 3 was the first to speak. I also concede, came number 1's response. According to the rules of the life and death battle, one could concede before the fight commenced, signifying a willingness to voluntarily dissolve one's faction. Baofu fans seemed to possess some foreknowledge, casting a glance at Offing. Let us continue the draw. Perhaps the leader of the money gang was indeed fortunate, for he received another bye. Once again, Qin Chuan's opponent conceded, and this time, the leader of the money gang finally sensed something amiss. He fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan chuckled and remarked, Leader Liu, it appears we are the only ones left. The money gang is undeniably affluent. They manage the 3 iron mines and the salt trade in the western part of the city on behalf of the authorities. Although the state of Chu has explicitly prohibited the trade of salt and iron with the barbarians, who can truly ascertain whether such transactions occur. The leader of the money gang, Lu Su, cast a piercing gaze at Qin Chuan and, with a sudden grin, expressed his surprise at finding his final opponent to be none other than you. Let us commence, he declared, retreating momentarily before a towering figure emerged, wielding a massive blade. His physique both imposing and robust. Qin Chuan stood still, gradually unfastening his gun holster. The 2 men did not exchange introductions, and A Feng struck the gong. Dong! The burly man roared, raising his long knife and preparing to charge forward. As Qin Chuan's foot shifted, the strength of his physical form surged through his arm, and he thrust forward with a spear, unleashing a glimmering arc that sliced through the air like a meteor, arriving before the opponent could react. He neither employed his true energy nor wielded the starfall spear. Rather, his relentless practice of the first technique had endowed him with a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner of the acquired realm. With a piercing sound, the burly man, still brandishing his large blade, failed to respond in time and was swiftly impaled through the throat. It was akin to the moment when Qin Chuan himself had been struck by the border guards. One may witness the strikes of others. Yet evasion becomes an impossible feat when the opponent's speed eclipses one's reflexes. Did you see that, Afong? Bao Buffon murmured. Sir, it is the technique. Afong replied. Quite intriguing. The members of the money gang, facing the scene, appeared as if struck by calamity, their leader, Lu Su, wearing a grim expression. You. Step forward. The man shook his head, retreating resolutely, unwilling to advance. Leader, my strength is comparable to Zhang Jiu's. Stepping forward would only lead to my demise. You should go. Lu Su seethed with frustration. Bring him here. Clang. To their surprise, that individual drew his blade, declaring, Whoever approaches, I shall slay. I do not wish to perish so easily. Brothers, do not force my hand. No one moved. They were not fools. The 3 factions had already conceded. And could they not discern the unfolding circumstances? Unless unforeseen events transpired, the outcome was destined for the Shade Gang to endure. Who would heed Lu Su's commands now? Enraged, Lu Su unsheathed his long knife. Bao Buffon, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow. Afong, take care of this. Yes, sir. Afong set aside his gong and transformed into a fleeting shadow. In an instant, Lu Su and his subordinate were decapitated. The members of the money gang, terrified, retreated hastily, their faces drained of color. Bao Buffon rose and approached Qin Chuan's side. Qin Chuan hastily lowered his firearm, bowing respectfully as he introduced himself. I am Qin Chuan, and you are commendable. From this day forth, the power in the western part of the city shall belong to you. As he spoke, he touched his ring and produced a document, handing it over. According to what is inscribed here, restore order among your subordinates. Do your best. With a gentle pat on his shoulder, Bao Buffon turned and departed. Take care, sir. Until the carriage had vanished, all eyes were fixed upon him. The new underground sovereign of the western district of Shaching. It is late. Everyone should return. Tomorrow, The leaders of various factions are to convene at Lufeng Pavilion. Yes, Chief. The three factions that had surrendered bowed respectfully before leaving. The members of the Golden Money Gang exchanged glances, their leader having perished. You will take charge temporarily. Qin Chuan casually pointed at an individual. The man beamed with joy. Thank you, Chief. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Chuan finally opened the document, illuminated by the flickering flames. The more he read, the clearer it became why Chen Wenzhou sought to consolidate the forces within Shaqing. The docks would once again be patrolled by officials. The iron mines would revert to government control, the trade of population would be regulated, and the price of grain could not be arbitrarily inflated, among a plethora of policies. This gentleman was preparing for next year's inspectorate. Consolidating power was merely one aspect. The true intent was to reclaim the industries operated by these factions. Qin Chuan has come to comprehend the intentions of the governor. He waved his hand, and Lu Qing swiftly approached him. Leader, look. This is indeed the true objective of our esteemed official. As she spoke, she handed him the document. Lu Qing has now become his indispensable ally. Chapter 52. The one we cannot afford to offend. After examining the document for a moment, she returned it to Qin Chuan, taking a deep breath before inquiring, Leader, have you contemplated what our course of action will be a year from now? What? Do you believe our governor has prospects for advancement? The likelihood is quite high. For 30 years, the barbarians have remained dormant, and he has managed Sand City with remarkable order. Lu Qing paused momentarily before adding, Leader, I have also learned that our governor is no ordinary individual. He was the second place in the imperial examination of the 8th year of the Tiansheng era. Impressive. Qin Chuan expressed his genuine admiration. He was well aware of the challenges of the imperial examination and understood that those who achieve the rank of second place are indeed the pride of heaven. Then why has he remained in Sand City for 30 years? Qin Chuan pondered, intrigued by this anomaly. He had some understanding of the bureaucratic landscape of the Chu Kingdom, typically. The tenure of officials in local posts is capped at 10 years. Even if their performance is subpar, they are usually reassigned. Yet, this individual has remained in Sand City for a full 30 years. Lu Qing shot him a glance. How would I know? Very well, let us return. I must reflect on how to approach tomorrow's meeting. Qin Chuan turned and departed. The carriage traversed through the thick snow, gradually arriving at the magistrate's office. As Bao Bufan disembarked, a guard hurried over. Mr. Bao, the magistrate requests your presence. Understood. Bao Bufan adjusted his attire, removed his overcoat, and proceeded towards a main room to the north. Inside sat a young man with a distinctive mustache, who, upon seeing Bao Bufan enter amidst the snow and wind, cheerfully set down his teacup. Bufan, you've arrived. I have the honor of meeting you, my lord. The man before him was none other than the esteemed magistrate of Shaqing, Chen Wenzhou. He promptly rose to assist Bao Bufan, chiding, We have been friends for many years. There is no need for such formality. My lord, there are distinctions of rank. Suit yourself. Chen Wenzhou, somewhat helpless, urged him to take a seat and inquired, So, have you resolved everything? My lord, everything is settled except for that Li Jiming. Ah. Him. Chen Wenzhou shook his head. Bufan, I have warned you before. He is not someone we can provoke. Bao Bufan gazed at him in confusion, seeking an explanation. Chen Wenzhou continued to shake his head. I cannot disclose it to you. All I can say is, do not engage him, simply regard him as if he does not exist. But my lord, your term ends next year. You promised the emperor you would govern Shaqing well for 30 years. Bao Bufan's expression grew somewhat fervent. The ghost garden should not exist. According to the laws of Dechu, the private trade of spirit herbs is forbidden, yet the ghost garden frequently engages in such transactions. Understood. Chen Wenzhou chuckled. Bufan, rest assured, I will find an opportunity to speak with him personally. Just remember, do not provoke Li Jiming. We truly cannot afford to offend him. I comprehend, my lord. Very well. Chen Wenzhou lifted his teacup, slowly rising to the door. Gazing at the swirling snowflakes dancing in the night, reflecting, only 1 year remains. I have endured enough of this bitter cold northern land. Upon your return, my lord, you shall surely soar to great heights. Let us hope so. The following day, in the middle of Lufeng Street, stood a 3-story structure with a plaque inscribed with the words Lufeng Pavilion. Today, the pavilion remained closed to guests, its doors firmly shut. Within the 3rd floor of the pavilion, a warm charcoal fire blazed, enveloping the entire building in a comforting warmth. Qin Chuan entered, shedding his coat, and surveying the room before breaking into a broad smile. Everyone's here. The others promptly rose to pay their respects, greeting the leader. Please, take a seat. Qin Chuan settled down and took a sip of tea. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing distributed the meticulously prepared documents from the previous night to each individual present. Take a look, and once you have finished, we shall converse. Silence enveloped the room. The expressions of the attendees grim. Leader, the head of the Money Guild lamented, his face a mask of despair. The prohibition of private mining is a law of the state of Chu. The Money Guild has thrived for so long because of the war 80 years ago. Now that the state of Chu is flourishing, what do you intend? Do you wish for the entire guild to be eradicated? I would never dare. I shall comply with your orders. It is not my command, but that of the gentleman. Qin Chuan interjected, directing his gaze at the three factions that had surrendered. These three were somewhat familiar with Qin Chuan. Merely days ago, he had instructed Lu Qing to arrange a meeting, and they had been thoroughly subdued, for otherwise. How could they have surrendered at the mere drawing of lots? Gather your illicit ventures, he commanded. Yes, leader. The three expressed no dissent, well aware that the wealth they had accumulated was not truly theirs. Let that gentleman handle it as he sees fit. Very well. I shall now announce the guild's restructuring matters. Please take note. Qin Chuan produced a document and proclaimed, from this day forth, all factions shall be dismantled. We shall establish a brand new Sheikh gang. Lu Qing, at your service, gang leader. All the brothels and gambling houses in the western part of the city will be under your jurisdiction. Yes, gang leader. Model, at your service. You will oversee the casinos. Understood. Luohu, at your service. Continue managing the grain and textiles, but remember, the trade in human trafficking must cease immediately. Yes, gang leader. Du Wei, you shall be in charge of the taverns and salt trade. Naturally, the Tianma operation must be halted. As he uttered these words, Qin Chuan's expression was exceedingly grave, for Tianma was akin to a narcotic. Yes, gang leader. And what of me? Inquired the representative from the money gang. Rising to his feet, Qin Chuan shook his head and said, just follow Dewey. All right, you may leave for now. The cake will be divided as such. And regarding the shade dock, I shall assign someone to take charge. Yes, leader, he replied, departing in a dejected manner. Qin Chuan's fingers rhythmically tapped against the nearby armrest, drawing the gaze of all present. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. The number of individuals mingling in the underbelly of Shaching has surged exponentially, leading to a severe imbalance in our internal resource allocation. Therefore, it is imperative to streamline our ranks and enhance the welfare of our members. This declaration left the assembly in a state of shock. The leader, Lu Qing, furrowed her brow, caught off guard by the abruptness of his words. This implied a mass expulsion from the guild. With so many wanderers from the martial world, could this not incite chaos in Shaching, contradicting the master's intentions? They dared not voice their concerns. Moreover, the retirement policy would be rescinded. Anyone wishing to withdraw must do so with complete clarity. Each faction would be limited to 30 members, the position of commander would be abolished, and the incense master would only oversee 10 individuals. Compensation would quintuple. And we shall also provide resources. As for the issue of resources, I shall devise a solution. Let this be enacted. I will communicate with the master regarding this matter. Reluctantly, the others acquiesced, for Qin Chuan was the leader. In truth, this had been a contemplation of his for an extended period. He was preparing for the future, if unnecessary. He did not wish to abandon Shaching, thus he must establish a genuine force of his own. By streamlining personnel, he intended to construct the guild akin to a sect. He had read that once a force reaches a certain threshold, it could petition the authorities for a sect token, thereby founding a true sect. In that moment, they would embody a legitimate power, rather than mere vassals to another. Qin Chuan harbored his own ambitions, since the system forbade him from taking on a master. The only path to rapid advancement in his cultivation was to establish himself as the lord of a formidable power. With this position, he could leverage vast wealth and resources to acquire the things he desired. Chapter 53. The plan comes to fruition. Invitation. As the chimes of the year 47 of the Tianqing era resonated, the entire Sand City was adorned with lights and plunged into a festive frenzy. Yet, many wandering souls in the western part of the city were left in despair. 3 days prior, the command from the leader of the Sheikh gang had expelled 2/3 of those who roamed the streets of the western city. Over 3,000 individuals suddenly found themselves unshackled, devoid of their means of livelihood, resulting in chaos that erupted across the western district, with myriad problems surfacing. On the afternoon of the first day of the new month, a carriage slowly approached the headquarters of the Sheikh gang. Qin Chuan, who had been meditating and refining his vital energy in his office, was roused by an urgent knock at the door. He rose slowly and approached the window, observing the carriage that had come to a halt at his entrance. Realizing that the expected visitor had arrived, hastily, he opened the door, and the newly appointed gatekeeper, Li San, spoke in a hushed tone, "Master, the gentleman is here, awaiting you in the hall." "Understood," Qin Chuan replied. Qin Chuan hastily descended the stairs and immediately spotted Bao Bufan seated in the main position, sipping tea. With the ever-watchful Lei Feng standing behind him, he quickly donned a smile. "Sir, what brings you here? If I do not come, the west side of the city will descend into chaos," Bao Bufan replied, his expression far from pleasant, his voice cold. "Qin Chuan, I entrusted the west side of the city to you, and this is how you manage it? Over 3,000 practitioners of martial arts have become uncontrollable, idle, and without livelihood. If trouble arises, can you shoulder the responsibility?" "Wait," Qin Chuan interjected urgently. "Sir, may I have a moment to explain?" The moment Lei Feng was called upon, it was clear that no good would come of it. Even if he were not killed, he would surely receive a beating. "Very well, speak your piece. If your reasoning fails to convince me, perhaps it is time for you to resign as the leader." "Yes, sir," Qin Chuan sighed, acknowledging the man's undeniable domineering nature. However, what choice did he have? The circumstances were undeniably stronger than the individual, and for the time being, he needed to remain low-key. To him, the world of martial arts consisted of three types of individuals: the powerful, those with high cultivation, status, or strong backgrounds, friends, those of similar standing, and the insignificant, those lacking both skill and influence. In Qin Chuan's eyes, Bao Bufan was undoubtedly one of the powerful, a figure he could not provoke, while he himself was but an insignificant being, easily extinguished. "Are you familiar with Funyo Mountain?" Qin Chuan began. Bao Bufan shot him a chilling glance. Not one to linger on suspense, Qin Chuan swiftly continued. "Funyo Mountain is located less than 100 kilometers northwest of our Sand City. It is said to be abundant in medicinal herbs, and although it lies within the territory of the barbarians, they lack proficiency in identifying these herbs. Furthermore, it is winter now, and the barbarians will not patrol the area until the ice melts in about 3 months." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest sparked in Bao Bufan's eyes. "Continue." "Yes, sir." Qin Chuan took a sip of tea and elaborated. "Our territory in the west side of the city is relatively close to Funyo Mountain, while the Ghost Garden has monopolized the market for the medicinal herbs essential for martial practitioners. This has significantly hindered the development of our gang. Thus, I propose that we find a way to encourage these 3,000 individuals to venture to Funyo Mountain for herb gathering. We could then establish a market comparable to that of the Ghost Garden. In doing so, sir, we would not only resolve the livelihood issues for these 3,000 people, but also enrich our martial practitioners in the west side with medicinal resources. It would be a win-win situation." "Very good," Bao Bufan smiled. "I will secure a favorable position for you to establish a medicinal herb trading market." "Thank you, sir." Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy within him. His plan had indeed succeeded. He had envisioned this scheme ever since that night when he realized the Ghost Garden had not shown up. The absence of the Ghost Garden could either mean that Li Jiming was not manipulating our esteemed governor, or that the governor himself possessed the strength to do so. Yet, if he had such power, why would he need to create a Sand River gang? Thus, Qin Chuan was resolute in his belief that the Ghost Garden and the esteemed governor were at odds. Therefore, aligning himself with the governor and addressing the Ghost Garden would not only earn trust, but also streamline the gang while remedying the scarcity of cultivation resources. For Qin Chuan, this was a trifecta of benefits. Naturally, although he had offended Li Jiming, he represented whom? The governor, of course. Any grievances would inevitably be directed towards the governor, leaving Qin Chuan unscathed. Should Bao Bufan disagree today, he possessed an alternative plan, albeit this one was the most advantageous. However, remember this: do not transgress the laws of Dechu. The subordinate acknowledged with a nod and departed. The laws of Dechu strictly prohibit the private sale of spiritual herbs. Qin Chuan was fully aware of Bao Bufan's intentions. However, just last night, he received an invitation to an underground auction at the Ghost Garden, which featured the bidding of spiritual herbs and some rare metals. Indeed, once one's status rises, individuals will inevitably seek you out. The control over cultivation resources by the Dechu dynasty is excessively stringent, leaving martial artists in the civilian realm with no avenues for advancement. As for rebellion, that notion is utterly absurd in a high martial world where royal powers abound, and commoners have no means to ascend. How could Dechu possibly enjoy 2 millennia of prosperity otherwise? This only solidified Qin Chuan's resolve. As far as he knew, Only registered sects were permitted to engage in the legal trade of cultivation techniques, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and special metals. Therefore, the path of streamlining his followers and transforming into a sect was one he must undertake, with no alternatives available. Even the route through Huichuan seemed unlikely, for he believed that the method bestowed upon him by that Lord Wang was likely the most inferior. Whether he would receive further assistance remained uncertain. Now, with the docks under the strict control of government officials, the trade of the precious golden essence had been suspended. It was likely that when Lord Wang returned after the new year, he would discuss how to proceed with these matters. On the evening of the second day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Shuang was busy preparing a meal at home, anticipating the arrival of his apprentice, Qin Shuang, who would come over for dinner after his shift. It was a rare occasion for him to cook, and he intended to treat his disciple to a hearty meal. Before long, Qin Shuang dashed in, exclaiming, "Master, master, something significant has occurred." "What is it? How significant?" Qin Shuang inquired with a smile while serving the dishes, genuinely fond of the childlike demeanor his apprentice still displayed in his presence. "Master, just now, Yu Wenxiong informed me that someone traveled 100 miles to Funyo Mountain today and collected a plethora of herbs, selling them for a total of 130 taels of silver. Wow, that's quite a sum." "Well, that's impressive. I appreciate the information." "Huh?" Qin Shuang was taken aback. "That's 130 taels, not just 13. I suppose Master must be quite wealthy now and no longer interested in such trifles?" Bang. Ouch. Qin Shuang lightly tapped his head and said with irritation, "You little rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and wash your hands. Prepare to serve the dishes. For it is rare that your master is cooking today. You are in for a treat." "All right." Qin Shuang quickly rushed to wash his hands, then proceeded to bring the dishes to the hall. The master and disciple sat facing each other, and as Qin Shuang devoured the food heartily, he expressed his concerns. "Master, if this news is confirmed, it may cause instability among the brothers of the gang." "Let them be," replied the master. "The profits from herbal gathering are far too substantial. It surpasses the benefits of being in the gang. Naturally, they will contemplate withdrawing from the gang to pursue herbal gathering." Qin Shuang had long issued orders permitting members to withdraw from the guild without any repercussions. His aim was to streamline personnel, enhance benefits, and provide resources to foster a sense of belonging among those who remained, rather than allowing the organization to become a disjointed entity where individuals prioritize their own interests over the collective, viewing the guild as inconsequential compared to their own lives. Although Qin Shuang understood these sentiments, his current position necessitated loyal subordinates rather than fickle allies. If required, he would adopt a method akin to that of sects, nurturing talent from a young age. At that moment, Qin Shuang began to voice her frustrations. "Master, the officials visited the docks yesterday, and their arrogance was unbearable. They treated us as their subordinates. We must endure for now." Qin Shuang sighed, acknowledging the situation was unavoidable. Chapter 54. The Auction, Stars Falling. He set down his chopsticks and lifted his wine cup, sipping slowly while contemplating whether it was time to abandon dealings with the government. Continuing down this path would ultimately lead to complications. Shaking his head, he decided to wait for Lord Wang's return before making any decisions. In the year 47 of the Tianqing era, on the 8th day of the first month, news swept across the entire Sand City. The Funyo Mountain was yielding an abundance of medicinal herbs, and the Sand River Gang promised to purchase these herbs at a premium. This announcement ignited excitement among the warriors and common folk of Sand City, sparking a frenzy of herb gathering. Simultaneously, a sign was hung in a garden at the center of the western part of the city, the Sand City Medicinal Herb Trading Market. This market was specifically established for Qin Shuang to oversee, as the presence of officials at the docks meant that only a few personnel were needed there, rendering any potential profits negligible. In the Western District, the Ghost Garden was preparing for the auction night. The Ghost Garden did not admit clients without invitations. Qin Shuang, donning a bamboo hat and disguised, presented his invitation and was granted entry. Soon, a servant guided him through a winding path, leading him to a room at the far end of the Ghost Garden, where he pushed open the door and entered. Qin Shuang's pupils constricted. What appeared to be a modest room surprisingly unveiled 2 spacious levels within. Was it akin to the mustard seed encompassing Mount Meru? He was aware that martial artists, after nurturing their spirits, possessed extraordinary capabilities, yet he had not anticipated encountering such marvels in this diminutive sand city. Suppressing the astonishment within, he pressed onward, guided by the attendant's gesture. "Esteemed guest, your invitation is below. Please feel free to choose your seat." "Thank you," Qin Shuang replied before descending. The second floor featured 10 private rooms, while the lower level boasted 50 expansive seats. He selected a spot at random and settled in. With nearly a quarter of an hour remaining until the auction commenced, the crowd was still sparse. Gradually, more individuals arrived, each seemingly disguised, concealing their true identities. As for the occupants of the private rooms, he was uncertain. After all, the items up for bid were undoubtedly extraordinary. One must bear the burden of possessing such treasures, and thus, the discretion was warranted. As time elapsed, the 50 seats on the first floor quickly filled. Silence enveloped the room until a beam of light illuminated the auction stage. A middle-aged man strode confidently to the forefront. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Ghost Garden auction. I am Li Xiangyang, the auctioneer for Ghost Garden. We hold an auction every month, and this marks our first gathering of the year. I hope each of you finds the treasures you seek. This year, we also have some newly invited guests. So allow me to outline the rules. All auctioned items will be traded in crystal currency, and we do not accept silver. Additionally, items won at auction will be delivered to you on-site, payment in hand, goods in hand. Beside your seat's armrest, there is a switch. Place your crystal inside, and the item will be automatically transmitted to you." Qin Chuan opened the armrest and discovered a hidden mechanism within, which was quite substantial. However, he had yet to encounter the yuan crystals, leaving him in a state of resignation. Today, he would simply regard this as an opportunity for enlightenment. Without further ado, the first auction item is presented. The auctioneer, Li Xiangyang, clapped his hands, and a stunning maid approached, gracefully carrying a tray. A beam of light illuminated the tray, revealing a single pill, a grade 8 essence nourishing pill, an essential elixir for martial artists who have attained the peak of the Qi realm. The starting bid was set at 3 yuan crystals. Let the bidding commence. For yuan crystals. 6. 8. The price soared rapidly, and soon. A voice from an upper-level box echoed, 11 yuan crystals. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a few breaths, as no further bids were offered, the auctioneer struck the gavel, announcing, "Lot number 2, the essence nourishing pill, sold for 11 yuan crystals." He then lifted the tray, and after a brief pause, the table before him transformed, revealing 11 crystalline stones, each the size of a grain of rice. He placed the pill on the table, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. Next, we present the second auction item. Another maid approached with a tray, upon which lay a metallic piece, no larger than a thumbnail, radiating a mesmerizing aura. Qin Chuan's pupils constricted. It was indeed a fragment of destruction gold essence. He was curious about the value of such a small piece in yuan crystals. The breakthrough iron, known for its protective properties against the Qi of destruction and its excellent conductive abilities, serves as an exquisite material for forging weapons for martial artists of the entry level. The starting bid was set at 5 yuan crystals. "Goodness," Qin Chuan exclaimed inwardly, "truly exorbitant." The starting price for the essence nourishing pill was merely 3 yuan crystals, yet this thumbnail-sized fragment of destruction gold essence was valued higher than the elixir. Qin Chuan could hardly fathom the extraordinary events unfolding before him. Previously, each time he surfaced, it was merely a fist-sized fragment of extinguished gold essence, leaving him to ponder its true worth. Today, he gained a profound understanding of the immense energy that Hui Chuan possessed. 10 pieces, 15 pieces, as the bidding escalated. The final price for that fragment of extinguished gold essence reached an astounding 15 pieces. The auction continued, presenting a tome of martial arts techniques, which concluded at a price of 10 essence crystals. Following that was a manual of cultivation, which once again broadened Qin Chuan's horizons, confirming that cultivation methods indeed possess varying ranks. This particular method, known as the primordial purple Qi, belonged to the profound tier and commenced with a starting bid of 50 essence crystals. The auction pressed on, featuring an array of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and techniques, no fewer than 30 items. Among them, a particular spiritual herb caught his attention, a 150-year-old golden money grass, auctioned at a price of 17 essence crystals, igniting a thrill within Qin Chuan. Indeed, his own golden money grass was of great value. After the 30 items were sold, the auction concluded, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Qin Chuan returned home, his mind profoundly shaken, rendering him unable to find repose. He rose from his slumber and resorted to practicing with his firearm. Meteor. With a swift motion, he pierced the air, producing a resounding sonic boom. Star rain. A succession of explosive sounds erupted, the cold light cascading like an impenetrable downpour. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Wielding his formidable weapon with both hands, he leaped high and brought it crashing down. Starfall. A soft yet distinct sound echoed as the gun's tip struck a fallen leaf, leaving it unscathed, while the cobblestones beneath shattered into countless fragments. Is this what they call starfall? Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, swiftly recalling that sensation. Once more, he lifted the spear and struck down. Crack! Another leaf fell unscathed, while the bluestone shattered. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of strikes, he successfully mastered the final move. Starfall. Is this the feeling of effortless weight? It was akin to striking a cow from across a mountain. Truly marvelous. Moreover, achieving this without the use of true energy was a testament to his skill. What would happen if he did employ true energy? Without hesitation, he infused the spear with his true energy, causing the silvery weapon to emit a faint, radiant glow before he brought it crashing down. Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted. The leaf remained unharmed, yet 5 nearby tiles were reduced to dust, and the ground was riddled with countless fissures. Just then, a roar echoed from the neighboring courtyard. Who is it? Do they have no sense of public decency, setting off firecrackers at such a late hour? Chapter 55, The Ghostly Garden's Golden Command. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words, once again contemplating the idea of relocating. Just then, a sound of applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. What remarkable marksmanship. Such effortless precision. Who could it be? Qin Chuan turned around and activated his true vision, discovering someone perched upon the nearby wall, seemingly unnoticed for quite some time. Li Xiangyang? The auctioneer from the Ghost Garden. Li Xiangyang leaped down, landing soundlessly, and began to approach Qin Chuan with measured steps. At that moment, Qin Chuan was already gathering his strength. Yet he felt no assurance, uncertain of this person's intent, thus refraining from making a move. Qin Chuan, do not be alarmed. I come merely to engage in conversation. Li said. To speak with me? Qin Chuan replied, to be precise, you are here on behalf of my esteemed master, correct? Indeed, Li Jiming? Precisely. Might I trouble you for a cup of tea? Li Xiangyang's smile was undeniably warm. Of course. Qin Chuan dissipated his gathered energy, for this individual was beyond his comprehension, clearly surpassing the realm of true energy. Had he intended to take Qin Chuan's life, he would surely have succeeded by now. He had underestimated Li Jiming. The master of the Ghost Garden was no ordinary individual. Please, follow me. In the living room, as Qin Chuan prepared the tea, he inquired, what business does your esteemed master have with me? Shut down the herbal trading market. Li Xiangyang's words caused Qin Chuan to furrow his brow. He shook his head. You must understand, this is beyond my authority. I am aware, Qin Chuan, you do not possess such audacity. Qin Chuan, are you polite? Indeed, it was truly my idea. Were you mistaken? Although the truth can be quite hurtful, I speak nothing but the truth, do I not, Leader Qin? Indeed. Qin Chuan was eager to acknowledge this. Yet inquired, why then must I close the trading market? It is not for you to close it now, but rather to cease operations a year hence. Very well. It is true that I lack the courage to compete with the Ghost Garden. Qin Chuan exhaled in relief, finally comprehending why he had received an invitation to the auction. It was likely intended for today's events. One must admit, the outcome was astounding. Had he not attended the auction, and if they had insisted on closing the trading market, Qin Chuan might have dared to confront the Ghost Garden. That would have been a true clash. Leader Qin, without hesitation, proclaimed, of course, my master is never one to be stingy. Li Xiangyang, caressing the ring upon his finger, produced a golden token and presented it to Qin Chuan. This is the Ghost Garden's golden token, granting access to the rear courtyard, though only items necessary for entry-level warriors are traded there. I presume Leader Qin is in need of this. Thank you. Qin Chuan accepted it eagerly, unperturbed by any potential embarrassment, and quickly inquired, by the way, can silver be exchanged for elemental crystals? Naturally, otherwise why engage in trade with ordinary warriors? What is the exchange rate? 10,000 silver equals 1 elemental crystal. Yet one must possess this Ghost Garden's golden token to transact. This is a regulation established by the state of Chu for entry-level warriors. And we cannot alter it at will. Understood. Thank you. Li Xiangyang smiled, rising to clasp his fists. Then, Leader Qin, farewell. With that, he turned and departed. Qin Chuan clutched the token, his heart brimming with excitement. It dawned on him that mundane wealth was not entirely devoid of value for those who had entered the realm of martial prowess. However, without entering that realm, one would struggle to discover the avenues for exchange. Similarly, lacking those avenues, attaining entry into that realm would prove exceedingly challenging. This formed a vicious cycle. He quickly began to calculate the amount of currency at his disposal. 14 million taels. Could it be that I possessed such a substantial sum? He also had 114 crystal tokens to exchange, which undoubtedly afforded him a plethora of purchasing options. Given his exceptional aptitude and comprehension, his foremost priority now was to acquire martial techniques and skills, while elixirs could be set aside for the time being. After so much time spent in cultivation, the essence within him had become quite substantial, yet without a peer to compare against. He was unaware of his true level within the realm of true energy. Either he would find someone of higher cultivation, or someone not yet initiated. He would have to proceed cautiously and explore gradually. Perhaps a visit to the Ghost Garden tomorrow night would yield further insights. His mind was ablaze with excitement, rendering sleep impossible. So he resolved to continue practicing his spear techniques. On the 8th day, following the conclusion of the court's annual leave, both the government offices and military camps resumed their regular operations. In the northern part of the city, at the military camp, Bao Buffon stood at the center with his sleeves clasped together. This time, he was accompanied not by a foe, but by a lone visitor. Before him, at the desk, sat a youthful eunuch, striking in appearance with a delicate demeanor, unmistakably a court attendant. The young eunuch held a letter, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a prolonged moment, he set the envelope down and spoke in a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack. "Return and inform Lord Chun of your household that we are aware." Bao Buffon refrained from mocking the eunuch's peculiar voice, nor did he dare inquire whether the matter would be handled. He quickly bowed and responded, "Yes." The eunuch waved his hand dismissively, and as Bao Buffon exited the tent, he turned and hurried away. "Summon the commander of the armor brigade." Yes. Before long, the commander, Zhou Xian, entered the tent with haste, kneeling on one knee. "Your humble servant Zhou Xian pays his respects to the military supervisor. See for yourself." The eunuch tossed a letter at his feet. Zhou Xian immediately replied, "I am aware of my mistakes." "Mistakes?" The eunuch rose, looking down at him with an icy demeanor, and coldly stated, "To lead troops through the streets without proper orders and to be stationed elsewhere is tantamount to rebellion, a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's lineage." For days, Zhou Xian had awaited the impending punishment, knowing that the general had returned to the capital for official duties, leaving the military supervisor in charge. Today, he had finally received the long-anticipated reprimand. He picked up the letter and his expression grew increasingly grim. "Do you now comprehend the seriousness of the situation?" The eunuch sneered. "While we may overlook the errors of a typical governor, Lord Chen Wenzhou is no ordinary governor. You may return home," the eunuch commanded. "Yes, I understand." Zhou Xian's countenance darkened. He realized this was the best possible outcome and recognized that the military supervisor had aided him. Otherwise, leaving the military camp would not have been so simple. He knelt down once more, bowing his head. "Thank you, my lord, for your life-saving grace." The eunuch sighed, waved his hand, and turned away. Zhou Xian expressed his gratitude again before rising to depart, fully aware that his fate was sealed. The path to the military camp was irrevocably closed to him. It was likely that his father had reached out to the military inspector, for otherwise, he would face execution without trial. The unauthorized mobilization of troops was indeed a grave offense, though it might have been dismissed as a minor issue given its occurrence in the border city. Yet, if someone were to take the matter seriously, it could escalate into a significant crisis. As stated clearly in the correspondence, should his actions remain unaddressed, the inspector would certainly report his insubordination regarding troop deployment to the court. The rift between civil and military officials was not a novel phenomenon within the palace. If Chen Wenzhou were to embellish the account, all ranks from generals to captains would likely bear the consequences. The inspector showed him the letter, implying that he had done all he could. The error was substantial, and his pardon was unlikely. Chapter 56. Annihilation of the Zhou family the following morning. Upon arriving at headquarters, Qin Chuan was met with shocking news. The Zhou family had been annihilated. Just last night, Zhou Xian was expelled from the border army, and by nightfall, his entire clan had perished, with none surviving. As for the perpetrator, those in the underworld had their suspicions. Bang! Chen Wenzhou had gone too far. Within the northern military camp, the inspector was furious. The 9 commanding officers were filled with righteous indignation. "Inspector, we must retaliate. Otherwise, what becomes of our military prestige? Indeed, if you command it, we shall present Chen Wenzhou's head by nightfall." "Silence," the eunuch retorted coldly. "You fools, Chen Wenzhou is a court official. Do you wish to rebel?" Zhou Xian's demise was his own doing. Moreover, he had been expelled from the army before his death. What did it have to do with military prestige? "Do you have any evidence?" The crowd fell silent, their heads bowed. They were not foolish, merely playing along with the outcry. They certainly felt injustice for Zhou Xian. Though his cultivation was not high, he was the commander of the armored battalion, and his entire family's extermination struck a chord of sympathy among them. Get out. Focus on training the soldiers. General Hua should be returning shortly. At the mention of General Hua, the crowd immediately shrank back, rising to leave. A subtle smile played at the corners of the eunuch inspector's mouth. News had arrived that Zhou Lin was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chen Wenzhou. Returning to the capital would not be as easy as he presumed. Within the government office, Bao Bufan and Chen Wenzhou sat across from each other, both wearing expressions of concern. Rumors were spreading that it was I who ordered the slaughter of the Zhou family. Who do you suppose has placed this blame upon me? My lord, it must be that eunuch Wei Qingyi. Chen Wenzhou nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe he is the one. Li Jiming would not be so petty. Indeed. It has been said that a decade ago, the Zhou family had a second son who was taken away. To where? Back to the master, Yantai Mountain. The Daylight Sword Sect. The Daylight Sword Sect. Chen Wenzhou murmured, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face. This group of brash sword cultivators. Wei Qingyi's true intention is to incite Zhou Lin to seek revenge against me. My lord, with me here, you need not worry. Bao Bufan quickly rose to his feet. Upon the thought of Bao Bufan's presence, a sense of reassurance enveloped him, though the Daylight Sword Sect is indeed not an ordinary sect. Yunhai Mountain, the Daylight Sword Sect. Zhou Lin, your letter. The messenger disciple shouted as he departed. Zhou Lin swiftly emerged, waving his hand for the door to open automatically, and the letter was drawn into his grasp by a peculiar force. This is not my family's handwriting. He hastily tore it open, his expression growing increasingly grim, until he collapsed onto the ground. No, it cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks as memories of the home he had left a decade ago flooded back. His father's sternness, his mother's tenderness, his elder brother's protection, and his mischievous younger brother all paraded before him. No, the clear tears gradually transformed into a deep crimson. He clutched the letter tightly, his spirit frenzied. After a long moment, Zhou Lin rose slowly, his face devoid of its former gentle smile, replaced only by an endless chill. He returned indoors, sword in hand, and stepped back out. As night fell, Qin Chuan donned a disguise and made his way to the ghost garden. Although the commotion surrounding the Zhou family was deafening, it bore no relevance to him. A grudge has its source, and debts have their rightful owners. A breeze swept through, almost intentionally spreading the sentiment that the murderer was none other than the governor himself. He too sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy in the air. However, this did not deter him from visiting the ghost garden to procure his needs. Today, he had brought with him a 160-year-old money grass and a bank note of 1 million taels. Time waits for no one, and he felt that chaos was likely to ensue in Shaqing. There were those who did not wish for the governor to successfully navigate this inspection. Others might not understand. But Qin Chuan had perused countless historical texts and political dramas in his previous life. The realm of officials is often the darkest, most blood-soaked domain. Presently, he appeared to be but a dog kept by the governor, yet should turmoil arise, he too would be ensnared, unable to escape. For he bore the mark of Chen Wenzhou upon him. Thus, Qin Chuan, who had initially planned to bring 300,000 taels, had now decided to go all in, bringing the entire million, leaving only 140,000 as a reserve for his guild. Upon entering the garden and presenting his token, the guards not only refrained from collecting any fees but also bowed respectfully, directing him. Esteemed guest, please continue inward. There is a door ahead, and with your token, you may enter. Thank you. As Qin Chuan ventured further, he navigated past numerous stalls, constantly employing his discerning eye to ensure nothing was overlooked. However, the act of discovering hidden treasures ultimately relies on fortune, which is not a frequent occurrence. The small amounts of silver he once coveted now held little allure for him. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, he presented his token and was granted entry. It was still the same small room used for the auction, but as Qin Chuan stepped inside, he felt a jolt of surprise. The room had undergone a remarkable transformation. There were no seats or private booths, only an expansive hall surrounded by several shops. The ability of this space to change at will was indeed astonishing. He surveyed his surroundings before making his way to the nearby establishment for exchanging elemental crystals. Inside, he encountered a maid clad in the uniform of the Ghost Garden. Good day, esteemed guest. Would you like to exchange for elemental crystals? Indeed, Qin Chuan replied, producing a banknote of 100,000. The maid accepted the banknote, inspected it carefully, and then retrieved a small pouch. Here are your elemental crystals. Please take care of them. Qin Chuan accepted the item and examined it. It was precisely 10 pieces, neither more nor less. These essence crystals emanated a gentle wave of vitality. Remarkably pure. They would surely be excellent for cultivation. Please, allow me to exchange for more. This time, Qin Chuan handed over the remaining 9 banknotes of 100,000 each. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The maid, displaying utmost professionalism, swiftly verified the banknotes. After a brief interval, she produced another cloth pouch and meticulously counted out 10 essence crystals before presenting the pouch to Qin Chuan. Here are your essence crystals. Please take a moment to confirm their quantity. Upon inspecting the quantity, Qin Chuan confirmed its accuracy. Grateful, he turned and departed for the herbal shop, still embodying the demeanor of a professional attendant. The 160-year-old golden money grass was offered at a mere 10 crystal coins. The attendant further elucidated that although this spiritual herb was indeed precious, it could only command a high price if it found the right buyer. Thus, their buyback price remained at this modest rate. Qin Chuan did not dwell on the matter, having purchased it at a bargain earlier, and now selling it for 100,000 taels. What a profitable venture! However, in this place, he refrained from recklessly employing his true sight, uncertain of whether anyone might detect it. Caution is the mother of safety. After the exchange, Qin Chuan's wealth swelled to 110 essence crystals. He had 3 objectives for his visit today: martial arts techniques, skill techniques, and the metals required for forging weapons. He first ventured into the martial arts section, where his gaze was immediately drawn to a book prominently displayed at the top, a comprehensive guide to cultivation realms. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he needed. He harbored no fear of the maid discerning his cultivation level, for the ghost realm likely possessed records of him already. Thus, he inquired directly, "What is the price for this?" Chapter 57. Awaiting the opportune moment, the maid responded with a professional smile. "Greetings, esteemed guest. The price is 1 essence crystal. Please give me a copy. Thank you." Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Chuan seized the opportunity. While it may hold no value for others, to him, it was exceedingly precious. Information possesses immense worth. After acquiring this tome, he glanced at the others and discovered that only 3 martial arts techniques were available for sale here. Moreover, they were rather inferior, not significantly surpassing his innate vital energy. "Greetings, do you have any other martial arts techniques?" he inquired. The maid shook her head, explaining, "As it happens, we typically auction our superior techniques, so we encourage guests to pay attention to our monthly auctions." "Understood, thank you." As Qin Chuan turned to leave, he indeed spotted a book in the technique zone, titled A Comprehensive Guide to Martial Arts Techniques. Priced at a mere crystal, he swiftly acquired it. He could not be bothered to browse the pill zone and exited the ghost garden without delay. Within a certain loft of the ghost garden, a youthful man, appearing to be merely in his 20s, sat leisurely, preparing tea. Li Xiangyang quietly entered, reporting, "Master, Qin Chuan has departed. As you anticipated, he exchanged for crystals and purchased 2 volumes of Cultivation Insights." This young man was none other than Li Jiming, the master of the Ghost Garden. "What are your thoughts on him, Xiangyang?" Li Jiming inquired. "Master, he seems to have acquired some foundational techniques from an unknown source, concealing himself for many years. It appears he could not find a direction for his cultivation, prompting his return to the martial world in search of resources to advance his practice. At 87 years old, he has only reached the true Qi realm. I find him rather mediocre." Li Jiming nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us refrain from engaging with him for the time being. By the way, has Zhou Lin departed from Yuntai Mountain?" "Unknown. No news has reached us yet. Stay vigilant and inform me at the first sign of any updates." "Yes, master." Upon returning home, Qin Chuan eagerly lit an oil lamp and opened the book detailing the realms of cultivation. Half an hour later, he let out a long breath, his eyes shining with brilliance. His true Qi surged within his Dantian, reaching the brink of completion in the true Qi realm. "It seems I am nearing the late stage of the true Qi realm." The text indicated that a typical practitioner would require 1 to 3 years to achieve completion in the true Qi realm without the aid of pills or crystals. However, since he obtained the techniques, he had only practiced for about 10 days. With a maximum of 3 more days, he could attain mastery. In other words, he could complete his cultivation of the true Qi realm in half a month. Is my talent truly this extraordinary? Qin Chuan first realized the extent of his remarkable talent. Moreover, he must acquire a cultivation method. This wretched system seems to bestow nothing but innate bones and comprehension, along with some peculiar skills. This innate vital energy can merely be cultivated to the peak of true qi, devoid of any method for refining qi into a tangible form, as described in the texts. Furthermore, the writings indicate that true qi possesses attributes akin to the primordial energies that pervade the air, each with a distinct color representing its essence. For instance, the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Different cultivation methods yield varying attributes. However, innate vital energy lacks any such properties. In this regard, innate vital energy appears rather subpar. After all, true qi imbued with attributes undoubtedly manifests special effects, whereas his does not, placing him at a disadvantage in combat. Yet, conversely, he would not be easily countered. Alas, if only he could progress to the first tier, it would cease to matter. Qin Chuan shook his head, igniting the detailed manual of the technique he had just read and reducing it to ashes. Having committed its contents to memory, he pondered the futility of keeping it. What purpose would it serve? To show it to others? Qin Chuan is not so magnanimous. However, in the future, it would not be an issue to share insights with his disciples. Shortly thereafter, he resumed his examination of the detailed techniques. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Chuan erupted with a curse. Damn system, I am utterly frustrated. The text clearly delineates that the first realm of martial arts technique is lifting the heavy as light, which typically requires a practitioner 3 to 10 years of diligent training. The second realm, lifting the light as heavy, is mastered by only a select few, necessitating exceptional talent and an investment of no less than 3 years to attain. As for the third realm, it is even more extraordinary, known as limitless stacking of force. The first realm is merely foundational, the second demands extraordinary aptitude, and beyond that, no further descriptions are provided. Just contemplating the terrifying nature of martial arts techniques is enough to astound one. With identical cultivation and strength, if you can exert only 100 kilograms of force, whereas your opponent can stack their power to deliver a blow of 200 kilograms, the disparity is evident. The same technique yields double the potency. Is this an achievement attainable by an ordinary person? Qin Chuan pondered how to accomplish these feats without employing true energy. Indeed, mastery of martial arts techniques without reliance on true energy is considered true cultivation. Some martial techniques can achieve such effects through the mere use of true energy. And certain extraordinary techniques, when paired with complementary practices, exhibit powers capable of wreaking havoc on the heavens and the earth. This raises a question: why then pursue the mastery of such techniques? Would it not suffice to directly cultivate advanced techniques? This inquiry leads us to the realm beyond the essence of spirit, the 9 levels of true energy, the 8 levels of profound energy, the 7 levels of spirit cultivation, and the 6th level known as the realm of divine powers. What constitutes divine power? That which is beyond the capabilities of mortals is deemed divine. Without mastering the initial 3 tiers of martial techniques, one cannot breach the realm of divine powers. As for the reason, the text elucidates that the realm of divine powers pertains to the manipulation of the laws of the universe. While the initial 3 levels of martial techniques form the foundation of these laws, of course, should you successfully cultivate these 3 tiers, the practice of other advanced techniques would become effortless. Otherwise, even with access to high-level techniques, you would struggle to attain that masterful level of proficiency. Qin Chuan sighed and incinerated the detailed techniques he had studied. Although he comprehended the realm and recognized the formidable innate talent and understanding bestowed upon him by the system, the pressure of cultivating these skills within a mere 3 months weighed heavily upon him. Grasping a spear, he ventured into the courtyard, envisioning the 50-pound weapon as a mere blade of grass, and commenced his practice. The sunlight was muted, shrouded in a thick mist. At dawn, a hawk soared across the sky, descending into the ghost garden on the western edge of the sandy city. Removing the paper tube affixed to its leg, Li Xiangyang produced a piece of meat to feed the hawk, which flapped its wings and took flight. As he opened the paper tube, his expression transformed with excitement, and he hastily made his way towards the residence of the garden's owner. Master Zhou Lin has defected from the Day Sunsword sect, Li Jiming exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Oh, he has indeed betrayed the Day Sunsword sect? I surmise that Zhou Lin must have acted out of a desire to shield the sect from trouble. It appears our governor is in a predicament. A hint of a smile graced Li Jiming's face. This might ignite a conflict between the sect and the court. What shall we do, master? Li Xiangyang inquired cautiously. Let us await the opportune moment, came the response. 3 days later, Li San ascended the stairs briskly and knocked on the door. Enter, came the reply. And he stepped inside. Master, a young man has appeared at the Zhou family tomb on the western edge of the city, bearing a long sword. though I did not clearly see his features. Understood. Send someone to keep watch over the governor's office. Yes, master. Li San departed. Qin Chuan felt a wave of unease. The long sword he bore signified his status as a practitioner. For a decade, he had been left to wonder about the true cultivation of the second son of the Zhou family. Chapter 58. The annihilation of the government office on the 15th day of the first month, Lantern Festival. The sun dispersed the thick fog, bestowing a hint of warmth upon the frigid air. Huasha Street, which traversed the sandy city from north to south, housed the government office at its northern end. A young man, adorned with a bamboo hat and a veil, carrying a long sword, strolled along the street. This was a common sight in the sandy city, where the relentless winds prompted merchants to wear veils and hats to shield themselves from the sand. In the state of Chu, carrying a sword was not prohibited. Thus, merchants often traveled with their blades. Shopkeeper, a bowl of noodles, please. The young man entered a noodle shop and took a seat. Coming right up. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before him. He lifted his veil and devoured the food, casting furtive glances at the government office across the way, which stood solitary with no buildings within 100 meters. After finishing his meal, the young man rose, paid, and stepped out of the noodle shop. He looked up to see the sun high in the sky. It was midday. Time to set forth. With deliberate steps, he made his way toward the government office, his long sword trembling slightly at his back. The gates of the office stood perpetually open, with 2 constables in dark attire diligently on duty. Upon noticing the young man approaching with a sword, one of them frowned and called out, "This is a restricted area. No idle persons allowed. I come to report to the officials." To report? Very well. First you must write a complaint, and then you shall receive 10 strikes of the board. Why must I be punished before I even report? Regardless, you will be struck. Do you wish to proceed with your report or not? The young man fell silent. His gaze lowered as he murmured, "With my family gone, what meaning is there in roaming this world? Such filth surrounds us. To be punished before even reporting. Jolin, let us overturn this world. With your meager strength, strive for a brighter sky. What are you muttering about? If you're not reporting, then be gone." The constable's impatience was palpable. With a metallic ring, the long sword was drawn, its cold light glimmering. In an instant, both constables collapsed to the ground, their bodies igniting and swiftly turning to ash. A murder. Bystanders gasped in shock, their cries piercing the air. The resplendent sun hung high above, dispelling the gloom and illuminating the world. The long sword vibrated, levitating above his head, resembling a radiant sun. This individual was none other than Jolin, a renegade from the Grand Sun Sword sect. With the sun above him, he advanced step by step toward the government office, his presence divine. As flames erupted from the doors, thick smoke billowing forth. Water! Water! The individuals within the government office swiftly emerged, only to discover that no water had escaped. Gazing upon the approaching Jolin, with a radiant sun overhead, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended. Before they could feel fear, they sensed an intense heat. And then, one by one, they ignited, transforming into mere skeletal remains. Who dares to cause a disturbance at the government office? A furious shout echoed as a middle-aged man materialized like a phantom. Yet, his expression swiftly shifted to one of horror. The transformation of his essence revealed the pinnacle of spiritual energy. He turned to flee, but Jolin had resolutely decided that he would annihilate the entire prefectural office. With the sun sword's radiance unleashed, beams of sword energy erupted forth, weaving a lethal trajectory. The protective aura surrounding the middle-aged man was instantly obliterated, and the sword energy howled, piercing through his brow. The magistrate was slain. Panic ensued among the onlookers as they witnessed the official's demise. Was this not akin to the events that transpired 80 years prior, during the fall of the Sand City? After dispatching the middle-aged man, Jolin quickened his pace. The entire government office was engulfed in roaring flames, echoing with cries of despair. As he neared the courtyard, a phantasm rushed toward him at such speed that it was nearly indistinguishable. Clang! The long sword struck with the resonance of metal on metal, producing a crisp sound. A mere practitioner of the true Qi realm dares to confront me. Jolin regarded the emaciated man before him as one might view an ant beneath the heavens. With a flick of his wrist, the sun above released a beam of sword energy. Thud! The frail man, who was none other than a phone, collapsed instantly, a wisp of flame igniting upon his brow. Jolin, you have crossed the line. The courtyard doors swung wide, and Bao Buffon emerged. Die! Jolin uttered without hesitation, the sun erupting in a fervent blaze as sword energy shot forth. Humph! Bao Bufan snorted coldly, producing a cerulean sword that he swung, dispersing the scorching rays of Zhou Lin's sword energy. Only then did Zhou Lin regard him with heightened seriousness, extending his right hand as the sun above gradually diminished, a long sword falling into his grasp. Zhou Lin, the members of the Zhou family were not slain by the magistrate. I am aware. You know? Bao Bufan was taken aback. Of course, you officials kill at will, and we have no evidence. It is merely your word against ours. I have come today to eradicate the entire Sand City government office, for the sake of my Zhou family's honor. With that declaration, Zhou Lin transformed into a fleeting specter, the long sword ablaze with fervent flames. Fool! Brute! In Bao Bufan's heart, a torrent of curses surged forth. Yet he dared not underestimate his opponent, another at the pinnacle of the essence-gathering realm. In an instant, they clashed, their azure sword aura resembling a crescent moon. Ruthlessly sharp, the searing sword energy incinerated everything in its path, reducing the entire mansion to ruins in mere moments. Bao Bufan remained rooted in place. Disbelief etched across his countenance, a streak of crimson marking his throat. Similarly, Zhou Lin's left hand hung limply. Not far away, an arm lay discarded on the ground. Without a glance, he brandished his long sword and pressed forward. His cultivated essence had already locked onto a figure hiding in the basement of the mansion, a man with a distinctive mustache. Exactly as depicted in the portrait, the prefect of Shaching, Chen Wenzhou, a master of the Aura realm. At noon, Li San stumbled into the headquarters of the Shay gang, bursting through the second-floor door without so much as a knock. Chief, a grave situation has unfolded. What is it? Qin Chuan sprang to his feet. The prefect's office has been utterly annihilated, with no survivors. Li San gasped, his voice trembling. What was written? On the stone pillar at the entrance, it was inscribed in blood, "The killer is Zhou Lin." Qin Chuan's scalp prickled in an instant, and he hurriedly inquired, "Where is the governor?" The head is hanging on that stone pillar." Qin Chuan plopped down onto the chair, his mind echoing with a singular thought. It's over. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and hurried down the stairs, muttering to himself, "Understood, I shall step out for a moment." Qin Chuan swiftly departed from the headquarters of the Shay gang, galloping directly towards the city. For the first time, he felt that the horse's speed was astonishingly slow. Although utilizing his inner energy would expedite his journey significantly, it would also expose him to unforeseen peril. The swift steed charged into the bustling marketplace in the western part of the city. I have seen the leader. Ignoring the guard's salutations, he made his way straight into Qin Shuang's office. Shuanger, quickly gather your belongings. We must leave Shaching. Chapter 59. Departure from Shaching. A tempestuous change unfolds. Qin Shuang was momentarily taken aback, still unable to comprehend the situation. Leave the Sand City? There was no time. We must go. Qin Shuang urgently pulled Qin Shuang along, urging him to speak later. The master and disciple mounted their horses and set off towards home. Along the way, Qin Shuang began to explain. Shuanger, Chen Wenzhou is dead. His head is hanging from the stone pillar at the government office. What? Qin Shuang was utterly shocked. He could hardly fathom that such a prominent figure could perish so suddenly. What nonsense. I, your master, am the leader of the Shay gang. And Chen Wenzhou was but a dog in my service. With his demise, and being an official of the court, we must flee swiftly. If we delay any longer, we may not escape. Qin Shuang, having navigated the tumultuous waters of the underworld for so long, broke into a cold sweat upon reflection. Indeed, Chen Wenzhou is dead. The imperial court will undoubtedly be infuriated, and it is likely that the city of Shaching will soon be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. If the matter were to be investigated further, the Shay gang would be held accountable, and as the leader, Qin Chuan would surely meet a grim fate. His disciple would not fare much better. Even the high-ranking members of the Shay gang would face annihilation. With the governor deceased, the entire office, save for the deputy who is absent, has been wiped out. This is tantamount to treason. What choice do they have but to flee, or await their doom? The two parted ways to gather their belongings, agreeing to meet outside the western city. Upon returning home, Qin Chuan swiftly gathered his belongings. He glanced at the 3-meter-long spear, hesitated, and ultimately decided against taking it. After all, the weapon would soon be replaced. He instead took several 100,000 taels in silver notes, some loose silver coins, the precious essence crystals, as well as the golden token and invitation from the ghost garden. He quickly mounted his horse, relieved that his courtyard was close to the city gate. As he galloped out, he felt the ground tremble in the distance. Soldiers were entering the city, preparing to seal the gates. A wave of concern for Qin Shuang surged within him. Fortunately, shortly after, Qin Shuang also burst through the city gates on horseback. Master, I saw numerous soldiers entering the city from the north. No time to linger. Let us depart. Where to? Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. The vastness of the world left him at a loss for direction. The news had arrived with such suddenness. He was aware that the second son of the Zhou family might be an adept practitioner, but he had never anticipated such ferocity. To recklessly obliterate the entire Sand City government office was tantamount to courting death. He, Qin Chuan, would never contemplate such an act. Perhaps this exemplifies the distinction between youth and age. Let us head towards Funyou Mountain. The state of Chu may issue a warrant for our arrest. We cannot linger here any longer. We shall wait until the storm passes. With that, the two rode away, glancing back at the Sand City they had known for a lifetime. Who, under duress, would willingly forsake their homeland to venture into an uncertain future? At that moment, Qin Chuan began to comprehend the sentiments of his two disciples. The chaos in Sand City was absolute. The station troops in the northern part of the city swiftly took control of the 4 city gates, sealing off Sand City, standing amidst the ruins of the government office. The military supervisor, Wei Qingyi, wore a grim expression. Bring me the head of Governor Qin. Yes, sir. As for the ominous characters inscribed nearby, he made no effort to erase them. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged scholar on horseback approached. He was the sole survivor among the officials, Yu Sheng. Upon hearing the news, he was nearly paralyzed with shock, fortunate to have been away on business, thus evading disaster. Master Wei, Lord Yu. The two greeted each other. Although both held the same official rank of 5th grade, Yu Sheng did not perceive himself as Wei's superior. Instead, he inquired calmly, Master Wei, do we have any information about the culprit? Zhou family, Zhou Lin. Wei Qingyi gestured towards the inscribed characters on the stone pillar. Yu Sheng noticed them as well, his brow furrowing as he asked, has he fled? Unlikely, Wei replied. According to informants, he was injured, with one arm severed, and he did not escape on horseback. Without a steed and wounded, even if he is an adept of the spirit-nurturing realm, he could not possibly exit the city so swiftly. Master Wei, with a population of tens of thousands in Sand City and 4 districts, it is nearly impossible to locate the assailant. Indeed. That is why we have already notified the 6 stores in the northern region, Wei Qingyi asserted. Dealing with sect members is their forte. Lord Yu, you must reassure the citizens within the city. I will handle the city gates blockade and await the arrival of the 6 doors personnel. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows at Wei Qingyi's words. Await? Is he jesting? With these soldiers, can they truly thwart a powerful adept of the spirit-nurturing realm? If he wishes to depart, are the city walls merely for decoration? Is this not a deliberate oversight? Noticing Yu's silence, Wei Qingyi frowned and asked, do you have a better suggestion, Lord Yu? Master Wei, I propose a citywide search is the best course of action. With a severed arm, even if he is of the spirit-nurturing realm, he should lack his full strength. Otherwise, once a person departs, both you and I shall likely bear the burden of responsibility. Wei Qingyi shook his head, asserting, our family shall not bear such responsibility. It is the duty of the border troops to monitor the savages. To have sealed the city gates in a timely manner is already our utmost effort. I understand now. Yu Sheng turned and departed. Summon the leaders of the various factions from the west, east, and south of the city. Furthermore, gather the soldiers within the city. Yes, my lord. As the second-in-command of Shaqing, with the first-in-command deceased, he became the one accountable. Familiar with the circumstances of Shaqing, he could not afford to wait for the 6 doors to arrive. Should Zhou Lin manage to escape and he take no action, he would undoubtedly be the primary individual held responsible. Moreover, he must subsequently compose a detailed memorial to submit. Before long, the messenger hastened back, his countenance exceedingly grim. My lord, they have all fled. Who has fled? Yu Sheng's expression darkened significantly. The 3 leaders of the factions. Then let their vice leaders come. They have also fled. Yu Sheng inhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with fury. Quickly arrange for someone to take charge temporarily. Instruct them to assist the soldiers in conducting a citywide search for the one-armed man. Yes. In the west of the city, within the Ghost Garden. Li Jiming was taken aback upon receiving this news, his mouth agape in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he abruptly stood. Xiangyang. Present. Go. Notify the main headquarters and inform them that the opportunity has arisen. Yes. Li Xiangyang hurriedly departed. Li Jiming's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. Great Chu, after 2 millennia. It is time for your curtain to fall. Meanwhile, over 160 miles from Shaqing, a grand vessel was navigating upstream on the Sha River. Inside the opulent cabin, a man clad in fine garments was engrossed in a book. At that moment, a young man dressed in a modest manner entered. My lord, an incident has occurred in Shacheng. What has happened? The elegantly attired man raised his gaze. He was Lord Wang of Huichuan. The Shacheng government office has been annihilated. Both the governor and the deputy have perished, and Chen Wenzhou's head is hanging from the stone pillar at the office entrance. What did you say? Lord Wang's tone rose slightly, incredulous at the news. Indeed, my lord. The young man quickly recounted the events leading up to this calamity. Lord Wang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before his eyes gleamed with insight. Go, instruct Qian Goen to notify the savages. Prepare to take action. Chapter 60. The army approaches. As night descended, on horseback, Qin Chuan and his master stood, shielding their eyes with their hands as they gazed into the vast expanse of white, beneath which lay endless stretches of yellow sand. In the distance, the mountains undulated like a colossal ox resting upon the earth. Master, over there lies Funyo Mountain. We are almost there. I am aware. Remember to conserve your energy. Let us partake of some sustenance first. Qin Chuan dismounted from his horse, devoid of provisions, yet his disciple, Qin Shuang, had brought some supplies. As a practitioner in the true Qi realm, he could endure short periods without sustenance, but his disciple, having merely attained great mastery in internal trainings, would soon find his strength waning amidst the frigid wilderness. The master and disciple paused to rest, with Qin Shuang producing some dried rations to stave off hunger, occasionally nibbling on snow to quench their thirst. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. Qin Shuang sprang to his feet, channeling his true energy into his eyes and activating his true vision for a fleeting moment, piercing through the darkness. In the distance, a long, dark line was advancing. Shuang, abandon the horse and head into the mountains swiftly. Master, is someone pursuing us? Chasing? Nonsense. The barbarians are upon us. An army looms at the borders. Move quickly. The master and disciple forsook their mounts and hastened towards the side of the Funyo Mountains. The snow was still thick, rendering the horses slower than their human counterparts. Had it not been for their concern over stamina, they would have long since abandoned their steeds for the sanctuary of the mountains. Master, the ice and snow have yet to thaw. Why would the barbarians come now? It may be due to Chen Wenzhou's demise. The city of Sha must be on the brink of falling again. As he spoke, Qin Chuan's voice quivered, memories from his childhood flooding back like a relentless tide. That fateful blow aimed at him had nearly claimed his life. Had it not been for his resilience, he might well have perished then. His physical wounds were bearable, yet the scars upon his heart remained irreparable. Witnessing his parents' murder and his young sister's abduction left an indelible ache within him, although he bore memories of a past life. In this incarnation, he was a native son of Sha City. He still cherished the warmth of his parents' love and the endearing nature of his sister. Master, what troubles you? Nothing. Let us hasten into the mountains. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Qin Chuan was acutely aware that certain grievances must be remembered, yet their retribution could not be sought at this moment. Unlike Zhou Lin, who could take vengeance upon his enemies with ease, Qin Chuan understood that his foes were the barbarians, an entire race whose strength fell short, making any act of revenge tantamount to self-sacrifice. Moreover, he harbored a vague suspicion that the events surrounding the Zhou family were not orchestrated solely by Chen Wenzhou. It seemed that Zhou Lin may have misdirected his vengeance, becoming an unwitting pawn in a greater scheme. The notion of misdirection arose from the fact that while the Zhou family was not directly responsible for Chen Wenzhou's actions, they were not entirely blameless either. Qin Chuan himself bore a measure of responsibility. From the moment the factions began to consolidate, Zhou Ping had observed the ensuing changes, triggering a cascade of reactions. Every cause begets an effect. The sounds of commotion drew nearer, but fortunately they had already entered the Funyo Mountains. This majestic range, characterized by towering heights and dense forests, stood as a marvel amidst the vast desert, linking the southern realm of Dechu to the northern territories inhabited by the barbarians, an essential lifeline for their survival. Once they stepped into the Funyo Mountains, they found themselves momentarily secure. For the sheer vastness of the area made the search for a single individual akin to finding a needle in a haystack. As the master and disciple ventured further into the mountains, they encountered several herbalists from Shacheng. Under Qin Chuan's careful guidance, they skillfully evaded these individuals. Delving deeper into the Funyo Mountains. Shuang, there is a cave atop that cliff. We shall take refuge there tonight. Master, that must be several dozen meters high. We cannot ascend. Just wait and see. Qin Chuan seized the opportunity to impart his innate vital energy to him. In such times, an increase in strength equates to a greater chance of survival. With a surge of true energy coursing through his feet, Qin Chuan leaped upward like a nimble monkey, swiftly ascending the 60-meter high cave. Upon closer inspection, he found the interior to be remarkably dry, devoid of any signs of animal habitation. After leveraging his strength a few more times, he descended. "Master, have you attained the first level?" Qin Shuang, not lacking in intelligence, grasped that without reaching this level, one could never scale such a towering cliff. "Indeed, tonight I shall teach you the method to reach the first level. Hold on to your master and enter the cave." "Very well," Qin Shuang exclaimed with palpable excitement. A thick fog enveloped the land, the sun yet to rise in the east. The tremors of the earth jolted the slumbering sand city into full awareness. "The barbarians, countless barbarians are upon us. Sound the drums, light the signal fires." The resounding drum beats reverberated, shaking the northern city as towering signal fires erupted into the sky. Yet, amidst the dense fog, the effectiveness of the signal fires remained limited. In a tavern near the Lord's residence in the north of the city, Wei Qingyi was roused from slumber by a general. "Lord Supervisor, the barbarians have come." "What barbarians?" Wei Qingyi grumbled, displeased, for the morning slumber is the sweetest, and he detested being disturbed. "The barbarians have surrounded Sand City." "What did you say?" At this revelation, Wei Qingyi was fully awakened, his voice trembling with disbelief. How could this be possible? After so many years of peace, why would the barbarians attack Sand City? "My lord, it is absolutely true," the general reaffirmed, and only then did Wei Qingyi believe, for he dared not deceive himself. In an instant, his mind went blank. Their border troops numbered barely 10,000, with their commander still en route. How could they possibly defend against this? A thought of retreat flickered in his mind. Have the barbarians encircled Sand City? Not yet. Then let us depart. Sand City cannot be held. "My lord." The general was taken aback. Would they not even fight and merely flee? Such cowardice was unbecoming of a eunuch. They were professional soldiers, born and bred in Sand City, with their families residing there. Where could they possibly run to? Gritting his teeth, he turned to seek out the magistrate, determined to defend Sand City. As the sun rose higher, its scorching rays dispelled the thick fog. The soldiers stationed on the city walls faced an overwhelming horde of barbarian troops, stretching beyond sight. The impending battle seemed imminent. Yet, curiously, the barbarians only encircled the city without launching an attack, and they left the southern gate unguarded. "Lord Yu, why did the barbarians not assault the city?" A general responsible for the northern defenses inquired, puzzled. "Did Wei Qingyi depart?" "He has. The eunuch possesses no courage." "And where is General Hua?" "How much longer until his arrival?" "My lord, it is said that they will arrive at noon. It is a crucial moment to keep an eye on the barbarian forces. I may not comprehend military affairs, but I shall rally the townsfolk to assist in the defense of our city." "Thank you, my lord." The general holds this esteemed official in high regard. "No need for such flattery. I too am a native of Shaxing." With a sigh, Yu Xing descended from the city walls. He intended to organize the gang members to ascend the walls and repel the invaders. He even wished to meet the enigmatic Li Jiming, believing that these individuals would understand the principle that there can be no unscathed eggs beneath a fallen nest. Bring forth the heads of the gang leaders. Yes. Before long, discussions concluded, and most of these roguish figures were willing to assist in the defense. Subsequently, Yu Sheng rode swiftly to the Ghost Garden. He had attended the auctions here numerous times and was somewhat familiar with its origin. "Please inform your master that Yu Xing has come to pay a visit." "Sir Yu, our master has stated he will not receive guests." Yu Xing's expression turned somewhat grim. "Does he refuse to see me as well?" "Our master has insisted that not even the county magistrate would be granted an audience." With no other recourse, Yu Xing turned to leave the Ghost Garden, muttering that things were becoming increasingly intolerable. Once this barbarian crisis passed, he would certainly draft a memorial to report this matter. Meanwhile, within the Ghost Garden, in an upstairs chamber, Li Jiming gazed at the one-armed youth before him. "Well, have you made up your mind?" The one-armed youth, Zhou Lin, nodded. "I am willing to join your organization, but I have one condition. I demand the head of that eunuch." "Naturally, that is not a problem," Li Jiming exclaimed. Clapping his hands, Li Xiangyang entered, cradling a box in his arms, and placed it before Zhou Lin. With a hint of a smile, Li Jiming urged, "Open it and take a look." Zhou Lin took a deep breath and opened the box, revealing the head of a eunuch. "Wei Qingyi?" "Indeed," Li Jiming confirmed. Zhou Lin was taken aback, realizing that he had obtained the head of the military supervisor without a sound. To have done so would have been beyond his capabilities. The border troops were formidable. After prolonged combat, should his vital energy be depleted, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, if he wished to escape, even 10,000 border troops could not detain him. Li Jiming elucidated, Wei Qingyi, as the military supervisor, fled the city amidst the barbarian siege. "Do you not think he deserves death?" Indeed, he does. Zhou Lin seethed, his teeth grinding. This eunuch not only slaughtered his entire family but also framed Chen Wanzhou, ultimately writing to inform him of the deed. Had it not been for the individual before him, he might have avenged the wrong target without ever knowing. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of melancholy and guilt, the guilt stemming from the governor's demise, which had precipitated the barbarian onslaught. Li, did I slay the wrong man? You did not err in your judgment. Chen Wanzhou played a significant role in this as well. Were it not for his coercion, Wei Qingyi would have found no pretext to expel your brother from the military camp. Your brother's absence from the military camp has spared the Zhou family from annihilation. Moreover, do you truly believe that the approaching barbarian army was incited solely by the demise of a governor? Zhou Lin lifted his gaze, confusion evident in his eyes. Was it not so? Li Jiming chuckled and shook his head. Certainly not. The fate of a governor bears no significance to the barbarians. As long as General Hua remains alive, all is well. Then what is the cause? Someone has orchestrated their arrival. And have you not noticed why the barbarians encircle but do not attack? Zhou Lin shook his head, perplexed as to who possesses such formidable power to provoke the barbarians into defying the state of Chu. He did not comprehend these matters. His focus lay solely in cultivation. Zhou Lin, do you not perceive the abnormality of this world? Li Jiming's words left him momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the meaning behind them. Abnormal? What then constitutes normality? Soon, Li Jiming unraveled this confusion for him. 2 millennia ago, this land was neither known as Chu nor the state of Chu. Here, martial arts techniques, skills, spiritual herbs, and elemental crystals could be freely traded. Sect houses were as numerous as the stars, and practitioners of various ranks flooded the rivers. As long as one possessed talent, one could shine as the most resplendent jewel upon this land. In that era, the state of Chu was not referred to as such. Rather, it was called the Chu Tian sect, a premier sanctuary for cultivation. Later, they emulated the neighboring states of Shu and Han, establishing martial armies of practitioners to conquer numerous sects, and after 3 centuries, they finally unified this land. Thus, the state of Chu was born. Over the past 2,000 years, they have suppressed practitioners, ruthlessly restricting the trade of techniques and spiritual herbs. The era of free cultivation has drawn to a close. Zhou Lin, do you not find this lamentable? Zhou Lin gazed at him in a daze. As a fellow practitioner, he felt a deep sorrow within his heart. Then, did no one resist? How could there be none? Li Jiming rose, sweeping his sleeve dramatically. For the past 2 millennia, we have persistently resisted, enduring bloodshed and sacrifice. All in the pursuit of reinstating a world of free cultivation, countless ancestors have shed their blood beneath the blades of the state of Chu. Zhou Lin, are you willing to join us in the fight for the freedom of cultivation? Li Jiming's gaze was earnest. I am willing. Zhou Lin nodded emphatically. He was prepared to resist the state of Chu and revive the glorious age of cultivation. If he could share the techniques with his family, would they not have ascended to higher ranks long ago, thus avoiding such a tragic fate? His heart burned with hatred for the state of Chu and its cumbersome regulations. Excellent. Let us unite and oppose this filthy state of Chu. Indeed, he nodded emphatically. At that moment, Li Xiangyang swiftly entered again, handing Li Jiming a note. He glanced at it hastily and smiled, saying, Xiangyang, find a place for Zhou Lin to stay. Zhou Lin, you need to rest and recuperate. We shall discuss matters later. Thank you. Zhou Lin, not lacking in intelligence, rose to express his gratitude. Follow me, Li Xiangyang said gently. As they departed, Li Jiming quickly left the area and made his way to the reception hall of the Ghost Garden. I wonder why today's weather is so splendid. It turns out a distinguished guest has arrived. He exclaimed, Mr. Wang, I wish you a belated New Year. The visitor was none other than the esteemed Lord Wang of Huichuan. Despite Li Jiming's flattering words, he remained seated, chuckling, leaderly. This New Year greeting is indeed quite late. How do you find my New Year wishes? Absolutely splendid. Ha. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After their mirth subsided, Li Jiming earnestly inquired, Mr. Wang, if there were to be unrest in the south, what odds do you think we have? Mr. Wang raised a finger. 10%. Li Jiming frowned slightly. Yes, and that's with the barbarians involved. You underestimate the might of the state of Chu. With years of boundless resources at their disposal, Chu has long since become a superpower. Mr. Wang's tone shifted suddenly, however, opportunities do exist. Please, teach me, Mr. Wang. Li Jiming rose and bowed deeply. Tell the leader that as long as he is willing to part with that uninscribed steel, the Han to the east and Yin to the north will intervene. Li Jiming regarded him intently and nodded. I shall inform the leader. Very well. I expect a response within a day. Otherwise, the barbarians will retreat. With that, Mr. Wang rose and departed. Li Jiming sighed. Hui Chuan possesses immense power. If the Han to the east and the Yin to the north both mobilize, they may indeed have hope. The barbarians, after all, are far too backward, lacking in both weaponry and elite fighters compared to Chu. The North Yin, however, is different, though they, like the barbarians, are situated in the northern region. They lie on the other side of the Funyo Mountains, close to Chu, and are quite formidable. As for the Eastern Han, they are remarkable, a nation established over 5,000 years ago, not only boasting great national strength, but also a flourishing martial culture, without the restrictive practices that limit martial artists in Chu. Hence, he promptly began writing a letter to notify the leader. Though the uninscribed stele is a priceless treasure, there is only one, and keeping it serves little purpose. However, if each one were to gather all 9 uninscribed steles, one could only wonder what might transpire. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of unease. Huichuan's financial institution is shrouded in mystery, seemingly having branches everywhere, with an influence so vast it was beyond his imagination. Chapter 62. They are Freemasons. Upon returning to an elegant courtyard, Steward Wang summoned Qian Goen immediately. My lord, dispatch someone to notify Agujuo, informing him that if the fireworks are not seen within the city by tomorrow, he is to withdraw his troops. Yes, my lord. Wait. Qian Goen halted abruptly, turning to await further inquiries with utmost respect. Is the second wharf still operational? My lord, the wharf is now deserted, and the vessels have been incinerated by the imperial troops. Steward Wang furrowed his brow, sensing that the circumstances were rather abrupt, potentially impacting our business dealings. What of Qin Chuan? My lord, he fled with his disciples upon Qin Wenzhou's demise. He is indeed cunning. The 6 doors will likely come alongside Hua Xiao. Should they not flee, they are doomed. My lord, what of our investments? Remember, we at Huichuan never engage in unprofitable enterprises. Qin Chuan is no exception. It will eventually come to fruition. There is no need for haste. As noon approached, a squad of 10 swift steeds entered the sandy city, led by a man of approximately 60, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. Following him were a few personal guards, and further behind, for young individuals clad in dark military attire, 2 men and 2 women. The men were handsome, while the women were striking and spirited. They belonged to the 6 doors. They galloped to the entrance of the government office, where they encountered a scene of desolation, with the commander of the border troops, Hua Xiao, at the forefront. He dismounted and commanded, "Go, fetch Lord Yu." Yes. A personal guard swiftly rode towards the northern part of the city. At this moment, a man from the 6 doors inquired perplexedly, "General Hua, with the barbarians surrounding the city, why not ascend the city tower?" "I am here to execute my duties." "It is not your place to instruct me," Hua Xiao replied, his tone decidedly domineering. Another woman beside him quickly interjected, "Wang Chong, remember our mission, to capture Zhou Lin." "Humph." Wang Chong snorted disdainfully and ceased his discourse. Before long, Yu Sheng arrived on horseback, exclaiming with great surprise, "General Hua, you have finally arrived." "Yu Sheng, are you aware of your transgressions?" Hua Xiao's words left him bewildered. Though a civil official of the 5th rank, he was aware that Hua Xiao, a military official of the 4th rank, held considerably more authority. Yet, he questioned, "But you cannot command me, can you?" Irritation brewed within him. Yet the sandy city depended on the individual before him, so he suppressed his anger and queried, "General Hua, what are the charges against me? Not just you, but also the deceased Qin Wenzhou, utterly foolish. Do you not comprehend why the barbarians have suddenly besieged us, choosing to surround rather than assault? What insights does General Hua possess?" Yu Sheng continued to stifle his frustration, merely exchanging words. "Who could not do that?" "Humph," Hua Xiao retorted coldly, "it is merely a diversion. The barbarians are providing cover for those individuals. Come here." Present, the loyal guards swiftly advanced. "Assemble the troops from the A, B, and C battalions to encircle the Ghost Garden." "Yes." "General Hua, what do you mean by this?" Yu Xing was somewhat perplexed. "To call you foolish is an understatement." Hua Xiao's gaze was icy. "The Ghost Garden is the remnant of the Free Society, and I have always kept a watchful eye on him." "Indeed." Hua Xiao turned to the members of the 6 doors, "And Zhou Lin is, without doubt, also in the Ghost Garden." The crowd was struck with astonishment, and Yu Xing's mouth fell agape. Impossible. How could he be a member of the Free Society? They were all too familiar with what the Free Society represented. Notorious rebels of the state of Chu, the kind that everyone sought to eradicate. There is nothing impossible. Do you think Qin Wenzhou is unaware? He merely conceals the truth. Umph. He takes the state's salary, yet remains unfaithful to his sovereign. He deserves to die? Yu Sheng was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, another member from the Six Doors furrowed his brow and stepped forward, clasping his fists. General Hua, is it certain that Zhou Lin is in the Ghost Garden? It is highly likely. The Free Society favors individuals like him, and once they join, they become utterly loyal. Thank you, General. We shall proceed to the Ghost Garden at once. I still advise you to wait for the main army to advance together. The Free Society is not something a few young fools like you can contend with. Thank you for your kind advice, General. We shall exercise caution. Hua Xiao refrained from further comment. It is futile to counsel the damned. Youth is often characterized by arrogance, and they must endure hardships to learn. Deep within Funyo Mountain, Qin Chuan and his apprentice have resided in this cave for 3 days. As Qin Chuan devoured the wild delicacies, he spoke in a muffled tone. Master, how exactly should one cultivate the realm of the utmost? I seem to grasp nothing of it. It requires a realm elixir. But I have no knowledge of where to procure such a potion. Disappointment washed over him. He possessed the method to attain the level. Yet he found himself unable to do so. At that moment, a large flock of birds took flight in the distance, causing the snow on the trees to cascade down. Someone approaches. The master and disciple each leaned towards a cave, peering out to observe. Below, 3 figures appeared, all women, their garments tattered and their expressions haggard. Master. They seemed to be acquaintances. Qin Chuan certainly discerned that below were Lu Qing and her 3 subordinates. If I were to descend, they should possess some knowledge regarding the circumstances of Shaching. In truth, upon observing their makeup, one could roughly surmise that the situation in Shaching was likely dire. As Qin Chuan descended several times, he landed before Lu Qing and the others, startling them. Who is it? All weapons were drawn. And as they discerned the identity of the visitor, they could not help but exclaim in unison. The leader? Qin Chuan nodded, signaling them to lower their voices. Help us, leader. One of the female disciples nearly broke into tears. Let us ascend. Qin Chuan gestured upwards and extended both hands to grasp mine, assisting them in their ascent. In 2 trips, all 4 were brought up, their eyes fixated on the roasted meat nearby, swallowing repeatedly. Though they were cultivators, their innate capabilities only surpassed those of ordinary individuals. They too felt hunger and cold. Let us converse while we eat. Qin Qing, how fares Shaching? Leader. At that moment, the light in Lu Qing's eyes seemed to have faded. Devoid of the spirited brilliance it once held. Even during the dissolution of Lu Feng Pavilion, the situation had not been as dire as it was now. Shaching has fallen. Boom. Qin Chuan's mind erupted into chaos. He shut his eyes, as childhood memories surged forth relentlessly. After a long pause, he finally opened his eyes. Speak on. Lu Qing nodded. When Shen Wenzhou met his demise, I sensed something was amiss, so I hastily gathered my belongings and departed Shaching, heading southward. Lacking a travel permit, I dared not enter the city and had no intention of venturing too far, planning to return once the turmoil had subsided. Thus, I settled in a nearby village. To my astonishment, 2 days later, a throng of Shaching residents fled, and it was then I learned of Shaching's fall. Just yesterday, I encountered Shaching and the others. After deliberation, we decided to take a detour, either traversing Funyo Mountain into Beiyin or residing in the mountains for a time before returning to Shaching. Qin Chuan nodded. The information was indeed scant, rendering him incapable of discerning anything of value. Chapter 63, Avalanche. Leader, what do you intend to do? Lu Qing inquired. As for me, I am not entirely certain. I wish to return to Shaching, yet I fear encountering the barbarian army, although he has attained a certain rank. Should he face 1,000-strong barbarian battalion, arrayed in formation and launching arrows forged from crude iron, he might find himself compelled to flee for his life. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise at the hands of the barbarians. The future appears exceedingly uncertain. At this moment, Qin Chuan remarked, Master, the Funyo Mountains are abundant in medicinal herbs. Shall we remain here for 2 months and reconsider? Once the snow melts, we can descend the mountain, either heading towards Beiyin or returning to Shaching. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and realized that this method was indeed quite effective. With ample time at his disposal, it was the perfect opportunity to immerse himself and refine his martial arts techniques, striving to complete the tasks set by the system. How splendid! What about you all? As he spoke, he glanced toward Lu Qing and her companions. Lu Qing did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze to her 3 subordinates. In truth, under the current circumstances, the distinction between subordinates had become irrelevant. The 3 remained silent. Qin Chuan understood and signaled his disciple with a glance. Let us descend to procure some provisions. You may deliberate in the meantime. As night fell, a bonfire was ignited, and the 6 individuals gathered around, roasting and consuming their meal. The atmosphere was notably subdued, and after a while, Lu Qin quietly spoke. Leader, we have conferred and resolved to traverse the Funyo Mountains and enter Beiyin. We are all women of the world. Life in Beiyin shall not be too harsh for us. Leader, we cannot accompany you any longer. Very well, Qin Chuan responded with a smile. As chaos descends upon the world, everyone must follow their own path. There is no obligation to remain together. If peace returns, those who can will return. Typically, women would not wish to endure the hardships of seclusion in the mountains. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Chuan watched 4 women depart. Master, it is evident that Vice Leader Lu is reluctant to go to Beiyin. Why must she still proceed? Responsibility, came the reply. She must escort the 3 of them to Beiyin. Their cultivation is far too weak, and they could easily perish in the Funyo Mountains. It is only amidst chaos that one's true nature is revealed. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The snow atop the Funyo Mountains began to melt, and Qin Chuan wielded a spear fashioned from a tree branch, persistently swinging it. For 2 months, he had yet to grasp the sensation of lightness amidst heaviness. The branch spear weighed merely over 2 pounds, yet he sought to strike down with the force of 10,000 pounds. Indeed, he lacked a point of reference. Unlike his initial training, guided by the martial technique Falling Stars, which allowed him to master it effortlessly, he now found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the accumulated snow on the distant peak collapsed, cascading downwards. Towering trees were crushed as they tumbled, accompanied by rolling boulders. In that instant, enlightenment struck him. Yes, snow is so light, yet in an avalanche, it possesses the force of 1,000 troops, obliterating any obstacle in its path. This application of force should be analogous. When still, one remains inert. Yet, with movement, even a single individual can shift the very heavens and earth. He seemed to comprehend. His muscles tensed, force transmitting inch by inch, and the branch spear began to splinter. He thrust the spear forward with great vigor, producing a sharp friction against the air that culminated in a deafening sonic boom. Should an ordinary person have stood nearby, their eardrums would have surely ruptured. Whoosh! The branch struck like a massive spear, piercing through a nearby boulder in an instant. Crack! The fissure in the boulder widened. With a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless fragments, while the branch spear, though slightly cracked, remained unscathed. Success! He finally comprehended the sensation of handling the light as if it were heavy. Even a mere blade of grass in his grasp could unleash an effect akin to that of a sword forged from the finest steel. Without hesitation, he discarded the branch and effortlessly summoned a withered weed using his vital energy. The weed, parched and yellowed, exhibited no signs of life whatsoever. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the weight, texture, and structure of the weeds. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a surge of power emanated from the ground, transferring inch by inch to him. With a swift motion, the withered weeds were instantly straightened. Whoosh! The air was cleaved apart as a tree, as thick as a bowl, was severed before him, the cut remarkably smooth. Ha ha! Qin Chuan erupted into laughter. The application of such a miraculous force was indeed astonishing, yet he accomplished it effortlessly. The vital energy surged into the weeds, which instantaneously revealed an extraordinary brilliance not inherent to them. With a decisive strike, a massive boulder was cleaved in two, while the weeds disintegrated into dust. Ultimately, they were but weeds, possessing a fragile structure incapable of withstanding the infusion of vital energy. In truth, had he refrained from utilizing this energy, the weeds might not have shattered at all. At that moment, he comprehended why the text stated that as long as a practitioner attained a certain level, they could inevitably enter the realm of the 8th grade vital energy. Upon entering this realm, there exists a 10% chance of successfully nurturing the spirit. However, from 100 practitioners in the spirit nurturing stage, it is rare to give birth to even one who reaches the 6th grade divine ability realm. For only at the 6th grade can one truly be deemed a master of martial arts. The foundation for stepping into the 6th grade lies within the trifold realms of martial arts techniques. Qin Chuan resumed collecting branches, embarking on the exploration of layered strength. With the cultivation of the previous 2 realms, he appeared to have discovered the method, mastering the 2nd layer of layered strength within a week. The long-lost sound resonated once more. Ding! System task completed, completion rate average, reward, insight 2. In an instant, clarity flooded his mind, and all the techniques he had practiced flashed before him. Suddenly, it seemed as if tiny figures were dancing with long spears before his eyes, each move imbued with a unique charm. He hastily seized a branch, closed his eyes, and began to practice. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's disciple, Qin Qian, had climbed up intending to call her master down for a meal. Upon seeing her master with closed eyes, performing a set of spear techniques she could not comprehend, she watched in awe as the falling leaves danced in accordance with the spear. The spear appeared to possess a peculiar enchantment, drawing them in. Abruptly, her master thrust the spear towards a distant boulder. The leaves, like arrows released from a bow, transformed into concealed projectiles, hurtling forth with a series of sonic booms, shattering the boulder into fragments. Just as Qin Qian thought it was over, a resounding crash echoed. The great tree behind the boulder also fell with a thunderous roar. She widened her eyes in astonishment. What kind of spear technique was this? How could it be so extraordinary? Frost, what do you think of this spear technique? Her master inquired. Master, I cannot comprehend it, she replied. Ha ha. Qin Chuan laughed heartily as the branch in his hand began to splinter, turning to dust. This is a new spear technique inspired by my observations of the avalanche, temporarily named avalanche. Qin Qian gazed at her master with admiration. Realizing that he had begun to experience fortuitous opportunities, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, bringing her along to reap substantial benefits as well. Now, let us head down for a meal. Eat well, and we shall see what awaits us upon our return. This time, Qin Qian did not respond with exuberance. Her expression bore a struggle. Chapter 64. Parting, the City of Death. Qin Chuan undoubtedly noticed, yet he refrained from inquiring. He comprehended that his disciple, at least for the time being, would no longer conceal his inner thoughts in his presence. What needed to be expressed would be articulated. The campfire blazed brightly. Crackling with fervor, Qin Chuan seized a snow hare and began to gnaw on it. After 2 months of life in the mountains, it must be said, it has been quite arduous. They had all lost considerable weight. Subsisting solely on meat was insufficient, for they were not savages, and their physical constitution was, after all, somewhat different. Master, King Shuang raised his head, the firelight casting a crimson hue upon his somewhat youthful visage. Speak your mind freely. How many times have I told you? A man should embody the essence of manhood. Indeed. King Shuang nodded, setting down his food, and suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply 3 times. Master, I am but a useless disciple. 2 months have elapsed, yet I still cannot grasp the methods of entry into the realm. Nor can I master the first level of technique. Master, I do not wish to return to Shaching. I yearn to venture forth into the world. Qin Chuan remained silent, an unspoken ache tugging at his heart. Although he had anticipated this day would eventually arrive, he could not shake the feeling of sorrow. Lately, his disciple had often appeared distracted and lost in thought, and Qin Chuan sensed that something was amiss. Now, as the underlying issue came to light, he understood that being in his presence for an extended period could indeed shatter the disciple's resolve in martial arts. His rapid progress had outstripped that of his apprentice, who, lacking the same innate talent, naturally felt a sense of frustration. It was akin to a struggling student sitting next to a top achiever. Unless one resigned oneself to mediocrity, the disparity would be painfully evident. In moments of confusion, if the gap were not vast, one might strive to catch up, but if the chasm were too great, resignation would ensue. His apprentice required a conducive training environment, ideally with peers of comparable aptitude. Having come to this realization, Qin Chuan sighed and inquired, Shuang Earth, have you made your decision? Master, I am an unfilial disciple. Child, you are not unfilial. You are quite dutiful, and I recognize this. It is I who have been selfish, for a fledgling must learn to soar as it matures. I have inadvertently constrained your growth. Speak, my child. Yes, master. Qin Chuan gently touched his chest and retrieved the 140,000 taels of silver notes he had brought along. Separating 10,000 taels from the sum, he extended it forward. This is a currency issued by Hui Chuan, universally accepted by neighboring countries. Take it with you. There are countless occasions in the world outside where money is indispensable. When your 2 senior brothers ventured out years ago, I lacked sufficient funds, yet I still managed to provide each of them with 50 taels. As for you, venture forth and explore. Should you find the time, do remember to write back. If I am in Shaching, I shall certainly receive your letter and respond. If you do not receive a reply, it may be that I have departed from Shaching as well. Qin Chuan trembled as she accepted the silver note, once again kneeling and weeping. Master, enough. You are becoming overly sentimental again. You little rascal, go out and return with the semblance of a man. Otherwise, do not come back. Understood. A night passed in silence, and the following day, the master and disciple parted with lingering reluctance. Qin Shuang intended to traverse the Funyo mountain range, journeying towards Beiyin and subsequently passing through the western territories of the Shirong. ultimately making his way into the southern region of Shu. The kingdom of Shu, with its ancient lineage, is rumored to be receptive to visitors from foreign lands. Though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain, the path ahead, however, is exceedingly distant. Fortunately, the snow has yet to fully melt, and the perils of the Funyo Mountains have not entirely revealed themselves. It is only when spring graces the land with blossoms that the true ferocity of the Funyo Mountains will be unveiled. Qinchuan frequently glanced back, his face reflecting deep reluctance and concern. This was his disciple whom he had nurtured since childhood. What difference was there between him and his son? After a long while, until Qin Shuang's figure vanished at the edge of the dense forest, he finally made his way down the mountain. Alas, parting is an inevitable aspect of life. It is merely a matter of time. He cautiously descended towards the base of the mountain. At the foot, numerous bodies lay covered by ice and snow. There were no living souls here. Qin Shuang activated his true eye, piercing through the air as he gazed around with keen observation. After discerning the correct direction, he set forth towards the Sand City. This time, his pace was swift. Within the span of an hour, he beheld the silhouette of the city. However, the once mighty walls now lay in ruins, while the northern gate remained desolate, unadorned by any structure. Not a single soul was present upon the ramparts. This eerie silence rendered the Sand City akin to a forsaken ghost town. Had its inhabitants perished entirely? A sudden shock coursed through Qin Shuang's heart. He chose not to enter the city, but rather intended to circle around its outskirts first. As dusk settled, he found himself standing outside the familiar western gate. And it became evident that the Sand City was indeed in a state of ruin, even more so than it had been 80 years prior. Clad in tattered garments, with his hair and beard unkempt to the point of resembling a vagabond, he made his way toward the city. Yet, before he could approach the city walls, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. The foul odor of decay, a pungent miasma of death, engulfed him. He could scarcely suppress his gag reflex and hastily held his breath, quickening his pace into the city. An ominous premonition settled within him, and indeed, as he feared, the entrance was piled high with corpses. The temperature had begun to rise, and the stench of death permeated the air. Had it truly become a city of the dead? Qin Shuang could scarcely believe his eyes as he traversed the bodies. Entering the city, where he was met with a harrowing sight of lifeless forms strewn about. Judging by their attire, the majority appeared to be indigenous people, though some were undoubtedly outsiders. He hastened towards his home, only to find the entrance in shambles, ransacked and chaotic, with his prized rifle vanished without a trace. Fortunately, there were no corpses to be found in this place. Qin Shuang did not linger at home. Instead, he traversed the city in search of any signs of life. However, as midnight approached, he had yet to encounter even a single soul. He stood in a daze before a desolate ruin. This was once the Ghost Garden, now reduced to a barren wasteland, the ground having collapsed over 3 meters, shrouded in a veil of pitch-black dust. It appeared as though it had been ravaged by artillery fire. His intuition suggested that a formidable practitioner had battled here. Otherwise, such devastation would be inconceivable. He scoured the entirety of Shaqing, yet not a single living being graced his sight. The city was enveloped in an eerie silence. He had witnessed numerous corpses, as if a plague had swept through. As a first-tier warrior, he was shielded by true energy and felt no fear of the affliction. Nevertheless, he could not remain here indefinitely. With a sigh, he turned to depart. The restoration of Shaqing would likely take decades, if not longer. Beneath the moonlight, he journeyed southward, encountering corpses littered along the roadside, devoid of any human presence, which weighed heavily on his heart. It was not until the faint light of dawn that he finally spotted a living person. This was a small village near Shaqing, where a few households had kindled wisps of cooking smoke. He approached one dwelling, where an elderly man, frail and trembling, stood before the fence, clutching a sickle. "Sir, we have no food. Please seek sustenance elsewhere." "Dear sir, I come not to steal," Qin Shuang replied, producing a bundle and tossing a piece of cured meat towards him. "This is for you. May I enter for a sip of water?" The old man was momentarily taken aback. During this time, he had only encountered thieves. Never someone offering food, especially not a piece of meat. He swallowed hard and picked it up. You may come in," the elder said as he opened the gate. "Thank you," Qin Shuang responded as he stepped inside. The old man turned and entered the house, soon returning with a bowl of warm water, which he handed to Qin Shuang. After a brief moment, he re-entered the house and shortly emerged again. Sir, your meat is ready. Please come in for a meal." Qin Shuang was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that the old man was on the brink of starvation. "Thank you, sir," he said, following him into the hall where a bowl of white rice porridge awaited. though the grains were few and far between. The meat he had provided was neatly sliced and arranged on a plate. "Please, sir, go ahead." "No need. I'm not hungry. You eat." "There are some matters I wish to inquire about." The old man nodded and ravenously devoured the meat. Before long, the plate was emptied, and he gulped down the porridge in one go. "What would you like to ask, sir?" "Well, I too am from Shaching, but have been away for a while." "What has happened to Shaching?" The old man finally seemed to grasp the situation. "Ah, you must not know. Over 2 months ago, the barbarians suddenly attacked and breached Shaching. Then they marched southward, pillaging and committing unspeakable atrocities. My dear companion fell victim to their blades." At this point, sorrow clouded the old man's expression. "And your son?" "He fled. We, the elderly couple, could not escape, so we stayed behind." "That is fortunate." "Fortunate? Not at all. I have heard that trouble has erupted in the south as well. There are reports of rebellion." "Rebellion?" Qin Chuan received a crucial piece of information. "Indeed. It seems to be called the Free Society." "Thank you, sir." Qin Chuan rose, preparing to depart. "Wait. Be cautious of our own people when they turn vicious. They are no less ruthless than the barbarians. They stole my family's grain." "I understand, sir." Qin Chuan waved his hand and turned to leave. If they were to rob him, they ought to consider their own fortitude. The further south he traveled, the more people he encountered. Indeed, he had been waylaid and robbed several times. Yet those who had dared to rob him had become mere spirits. Along the way, he had also gathered a wealth of information. The Southern Free Society had revolted. The barbarians had invaded, while both Eastern Han and Northern Yin armies were simultaneously advancing. The state of Chu found itself engulfed in a quagmire of warfare, rendering even the least threatening barbarians too preoccupied to intervene. Why was there no threat? Because, aside from a few small towns, they had yet to conquer any county cities. As long as the county cities stood, the barbarians would hesitate to press southward. Otherwise, their supply lines would be severed, leaving them as lambs to the slaughter, with the risk of being encircled from all sides. The roads were lined with fleeing citizens, all preparing to seek refuge in the county city. Shaching also belonged to Fufeng County, and Qin Chuan, uncertain of his destination, had no choice but to follow the throng, moving onward. Fufeng City, a colossal metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million, boasts towering walls and a garrison of 50,000 elite troops from the Chu Kingdom. Most notably, it houses the northern division of the Six Gates. It is understood that the operatives of the Six Gates are former disciples of the Chu Heavenly Sect, enabling them to oversee the myriad sects across the realm. Within an elegant tea house in Fufeng City, 2 men sat facing each other. One, adorned in luxurious garments and of middle age, was none other than Steward Wang from Huichuan. The other, a youth appearing to be in his early 20s, was Liu. "What are your considerations, Lord Liu?" Steward Wang inquired, his gaze fixed on the man opposite him. Liu, clearly displeased, wore a furious expression. "Wang Da, what is it that Huichuan truly intends to do? All we desire is to conduct business, is it not?" "Preposterous. How can you conduct business in such a manner? You expect me to open the city gates and allow savages to invade? Have you forgotten about Shaching? That forsaken place where over 400,000 citizens perished, leaving it a desolate ghost town. Savages are devoid of humanity. I refuse to become a sinner. I cannot proceed with this matter." "Are you certain of this, Liu Yong?" Wang Da's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. "I am certain." Liu Yong rose, his gaze icy. "How can you call yourself Wang Da when you are devoid of virtue? Fufeng City harbors 1.36 million souls, with tens of thousands of refugees, nearly 1.5 million. You expect me to let those savages in? Has my conscience been devoured by dogs? Or is it yours that has been consumed?" With that, he turned to leave. "Stop." Liu Yong ignored him, continuing his stride forward. "Your family resides in Yushui City. Do you think I am unaware?" Liu Yong halted, swiftly turning back to glare fiercely at him. "Fine, I shall tell you this. Even if you harm my family, I will not open the gates to those savages. Wang Da, I assure you, should anything happen to my kin, you shall not live to see another day. I will ensure that you are watched." With that, Liu Yong departed from the tea house without a backward glance. Wang Da, however, merely shook his head and chuckled, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Shortly thereafter, a young man approached Li Jiming. "Has Lu Junwei departed? Was the negotiation unsuccessful?" "Yes, Liu Yong possesses a measure of resolve." Li Jiming sat down, frowning slightly. "The crux lies in the savage's utter lack of humanity. Steward Wang, to be honest, I sometimes feel a pang of compassion." Wang Da narrowed his eyes, responding, "Those who achieve greatness must not be encumbered by such sentiments. Once the savages breach Fufeng City, the Chu Kingdom will surely dispatch troops to repel them." "Leaderly, If you persist in this line of thought, it may lead me to believe this venture could result in a loss. With a sigh, Li Jiming acknowledged the gravity of the situation. He knew that this course of action was indeed justified. However, the weight of 1,000,000 lives weighed heavily upon him. Reflecting on this, he could not help but criticize the policies of the state of Chu. If they did not impose such stringent restrictions on cultivation practices, then what would the barbarians amount to? In the past, this land was one where the barbarians dared not cross the threshold. Manager Wang. I am merely expressing my frustrations regarding the barbarians. Great undertakings inevitably require sacrifices. I understand that. That's good to hear. Since Lu Yong has refused the wine of respect and opted for the punishment drink instead, let us send him on his way tonight. Can you manage that? Wang Du inquired, directing his gaze towards Li Jiming. Of course, it is merely a matter of dealing with an early-stage practitioner of divine abilities. Li Jiming assured with unwavering confidence. Very well, I shall await your news, Wang Du replied, rising to depart. Qin Chuan miscalculated. He could not enter Fufeng City, which was now besieged tightly by the barbarian army. A multitude of commoners kept their distance, too fearful to approach, merely gazing from afar. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted ahead as a cavalry unit approached the crowd of citizens. Qin Chuan's heart sank. He recalled the ancient battles where foreign tribes would use civilians as shields, forcing them to charge into the fray. The barbarians might employ such tactics. He swiftly turned back, channeling his vital energy into his legs, and shouted as he ran, "The barbarians are coming. Everyone flee." Many turned to escape, but how could mere mortals outrun warhorses? Not everyone was a warrior. Only those skilled in martial arts could hope to outpace the steeds for a brief moment. However, Qin Chuan soon realized that another large force was advancing from behind. They were trapped, surrounded on all sides with no means of escape. Chapter 66, at most. Death they would fight the barbarians. Among the crowd, there were also a few warriors who drew their weapons and charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows whistled through the air. And those who dared to resist fell one by one. Damn it. Qin Chuan cursed silently. The tips of these arrows were crafted from a special metal, rendering even seasoned practitioners as vulnerable as tofu beneath such projectiles. Where did the barbarians acquire so much specialized metal? In Qin Chuan's heart, an overwhelming hesitation loomed, whether to flee or to rescue those in peril. Damn it. Why the indecision? He chastised himself, recognizing that while one may act out of self-interest, it is imperative to aid one's fellow beings when one possesses the means to do so. With a surge of energy coursing through his legs, as if aided by a divine wind, his speed escalated in an instant. After a few leaps, he confronted the foremost warhorse, the glint of a curved blade reflecting the fierce visage of the barbarian, reminiscent of the scene from his childhood when he was merely 8 years old. Death! With a thunderous roar, Qin Chuan unleashed a powerful punch, causing a magnificent surge of true energy to erupt. The curved blade shattered into fragments, while the warhorse was propelled into the air, exploding into several pieces. The barbarian atop it spewed a mist of blood, plummeting to the ground, his fate uncertain. Qin Chuan was consumed by a primal fury, and his childhood memories surged forth with startling clarity. He charged into the ranks of the barbarian cavalry, and within moments, the entire troop of several dozen barbarian riders lay slain. Few of the bodies on the ground remained intact. The pursuing barbarians halted abruptly, their faces etched with terror. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" they cried, desperate to flee. "Die for me!" Seizing a curved blade, he pursued them like a wraith, his strike shattering both man and horse alike. He was a whirlwind of death, plunging into the ranks of his pursuers. From a distance, a barbarian warrior atop a steed bellowed defiantly, rising in his saddle to draw his bow. With a swift whoosh, an arrow, imbued with azure energy, tore through the air, whistling ominously towards Qin Chuan. In that critical moment, Qin Chuan raised his curved blade to deflect the projectile. However, the arrow pierced through the blade, grazing past his ear, the fierce wind of its passage stinging his face. With a sudden surge of energy, he channeled his true chi into the curved blade, and with a powerful twist, shattered it into countless fragments that hurtled towards the fleeing barbarians like bullets, piercing through them with deadly precision. Having accomplished this, he could see the barbarian warrior on horseback drawing nearer with alarming speed. With a thunderous roar, Qin Chuan called out, "Who has a gun? Brave souls, here. Pass me the weapon." Amidst the throng, a long gun was hurled towards him, which he caught with a swift motion, instantly transforming his aura. His gaze fixed upon the charging barbarian, brimming with lethal intent. As the distance closed, the barbarian once more knocked an arrow to his bow. In a fluid movement, Qin Chuan discarded the longbow, leaping down from his steed, his curved blade emanating a faint azure glow. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a devastating strike. Avalanche. Kill. With a swift thrust, Qin Chuan unleashed a tremendous sonic explosion that erupted around him. The gleaming tip of his spear met the incoming arrow, shattering it upon impact, which in turn collided with the curved blade, causing it to splinter as well. The barbarian's eyes widened in disbelief. The long spear pierced through his throat as Qin Chuan gracefully sidestepped, seizing the spear that had penetrated and effortlessly withdrawing it. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Hurry. Why are you standing there in a daze? In the distance, several barbarians approached at an astonishing speed, having abandoned their steeds, clearly indicating their status as formidable warriors of the true Qi realm, with the fastest among them possibly being of the formidable Gangqi realm. Qin Chuan was not a fool, and he would never engage in a futile battle with these brutes. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. However, observing the sluggish movements of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and sprinted in another direction. As expected, the few brutes did not pursue him, but instead charged straight ahead towards him. He fled, while the brutes gave chase, 3 in the true Qi realm and 1 in the Gangqi realm. Once he regained his composure, Qin Chuan felt a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness. The military was never short of skilled warriors, and considering the brutes' naturally robust physiques and their survival of the fittest society, it was not surprising that many among them were formidable true Qi practitioners. Ahead lay a dense thicket, and he swiftly darted into it, while the relentless brutes continued to pursue him, loosing arrows in his direction. There was no escaping now. It was futile. The Gangqi practitioner behind him was closing in rapidly. It was not that he was slow, but rather that he had to divert his attention to evade the arrows. If he continued running, his true Qi would be exhausted, leaving him utterly defenseless. What was it to face a Gangqi practitioner? He would fight with all he had. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt a desperate struggle akin to that of a cornered beast. What was there to fear in death? Yet, he remained cautious, deliberately slowing his pace as if he had stumbled over the vines. Suddenly, a chilling wave of blade energy surged towards him. He instinctively lowered his head, allowing the deadly force to slice through the air above him, severing 2 towering trees. With a swift motion, he pivoted, channeling his formidable energy into the spear, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The spear tip struck the chest of the barbarian enveloped in protective energy, producing a sharp and resonant clash. The barbarian was sent flying, a flicker of alarm evident in his eyes. The protective energy shield. Qin Chuan quickly grasped the situation. The true strength of a master in the realm of Qi was not merely in their offensive capabilities, but rather in their formidable protective aura. Seizing the opportunity of his adversary's momentary weakness, he aimed to strike a decisive blow. Every protective barrier possesses its own limit, and once breached, it can lead to downfall. Furthermore, with the delay, the 3 formidable warriors of true Qi had already closed in, leaving him with no avenue of escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed the meteor strike. The spear soared through the air, trembling violently as it mimicked a shooting star. Clang! The barbarian's curved blade intercepted the long spear. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, an overwhelming force of Qi pierced through the blade and struck his chest. Boom! His protective aura quaked once more, sending him careening backward, crashing through several towering trees. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan soared high into the air, bringing his spear down with unyielding force. Starfall. The barbarian raised his curved blade in defense. Boom! A shockwave erupted, scattering debris in all directions. To his astonishment, the barbarian spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression fraught with terror. This man from Chu was undeniably powerful. Just as Qin Chuan was poised to deliver a lethal blow, the 3 barbarians finally caught up, encircling him with their lethal blades, sealing his fate from all directions. Qin Chuan sighed, realizing that his 2 fists were ultimately no match for 4 hands. He took a deep breath, unleashing a surge of internal energy that coursed through his body. The long spear trembled in his grasp. Die! He roared, channeling his strength to strike from afar with unparalleled force. Boom! The oppressive energy of the barbarian, encased in protective Qi, shattered as if struck by a massive hammer, violently tearing through his defenses. Simultaneously, 3 blades of energy swept toward him. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, feeling the emptiness within his dantian, devoid of even a trace of Qi. Suddenly, a gentle breeze whispered as the sounds of 3 bodies collapsing echoed in the air. Qin Chuan opened his eyes. Am I not dead? He turned to see a woman standing beside him, clad in dark military attire. Her hair was tied high in a ponytail, and she wore a black veil. Yet, from her profile, It was evident that she was an enchanting beauty. The woman slowly turned to face him. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance. Qin Chuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. I shall inquire, and you shall respond. Please, esteemed one, ask away. Qin Chuan thought to himself, suppressing a desire to scoff. He had encountered another formidable figure. Why could he not meet a true hero? It seemed they were all pretentious individuals. Novels were mere fabrications. Chapter 67, The Sixth Emerges. Are you a practitioner from Yutai Mountain? No. Do you belong to any sect? Qin Chuan continued to shake his head, insisting that he was not a disciple of any sect. You are lying. The woman's icy voice pierced the air, and a long sword appeared at Qin Chuan's throat before he could even react. My lord, I am Qin Chuan, a native of Shaoqing. At the age of 87, before the city fell, I was the leader of the Shay gang. The woman fixed her gaze upon him, her expression still laced with skepticism. Your marksmanship belongs to the Starfall Spear of Yutai Mountain. My lord, it is a skill I acquired by chance, Qin Chuan replied, recognizing from her attire that she was likely affiliated with the 6 doors of the state of Chu. He hastily recounted the gist of his story, omitting certain details. Seemingly convinced, the woman lowered her sword from his neck. I ask you again, would you be willing to join my 6 doors? Qin Chuan hastily shook his head. My lord, I am but a rustic man accustomed to freedom. Freedom. The woman's voice suddenly brimmed with lethal intent. My lord, not that kind of freedom. Qin Chuan truly wished to slap himself, promptly correcting his words. Just then, the long-awaited sound of the system echoed. Ding. Chaos has descended. No one can stand alone. A mission is issued. As a strong individual, you must join a faction to vie for supremacy over the world. 1. Join the Great Chu. 2. Join the Free Society. 3. Join the Barbarians. A 3-day deadline is set. Rewards will be distributed based on completion. My lord, I wish to join the 6 doors and eradicate the barbarians and extinguish the Free Society. Qin Chuan exclaimed eagerly. What nonsense! Whether the Free Society or the barbarians. It was evident they were nothing but a scourge, turning a peaceful world into chaos. Though he had taken many lives and acted out of self-interest, at least his moral compass remained intact. The woman's gaze softened slightly. I hope you follow through on your words. Were it not for your efforts against the barbarians, you would have long since lost your head. Let us go. The woman seized him, and in an instant, Qin Chuan experienced the sensation of soaring through the air. Flight. 5th grade, Cave Heaven Realm. Qin Chuan inhaled sharply, for the detailed teachings of cultivation had elucidated that once one reached the 6th rank, each tier was akin to a new celestial realm. Those who had attained the Dantian realm were indeed capable of establishing their own sects. Moreover, the pace at which he was whisked away was astonishing. The woman bore him aloft, swiftly distancing them from Fufeng City until they arrived atop a hillock. There, 4 individuals clad in dark martial uniforms of the 6 gates stood, rising to their feet and bowing respectfully. We greet you, esteemed one. Number 2. Provide him with a set of attire and an iron token, and elucidate the rules to him. Yes, esteemed one. A man of middle age responded with deference. The woman released Qin Chuan and, turning gracefully, soared into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only then did the others lift their gazes. And the individual known as Number 2 smiled and remarked, Brother, welcome to the 6 gates. I am Number 2. She is Number 3. He gestured toward a young woman. He is Number 4, indicating a young man. And this is Number 5, pointing to a rather eccentric older gentleman who appeared to be nearing his twilight years. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. Greetings, everyone. As I am new here, I kindly ask for your guidance. The 3 of them nodded in response. Brother, here are your garments and your token. Number 2 retrieved a set of clothing and a black iron plate from his ring, handing them to Qin Chuan while explaining, Here. We do not use names, only code names. This token bears the number 6. You shall be known as Number 6. From now on, we will refer to you as 6 or Old 6. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly as he accepted the item, expressing his gratitude. Not yet, replied the second individual. Allow me to elucidate the regulations of the 6 gates. The second figure, quite loquacious, spoke for approximately 10 minutes, during which Qin Chuan finally grasped the reason for his admission into the 6 gates. The Southern Free Alliance's rebellion against the Chu Kingdom, coupled with the looming threat of the Northern Yin and Eastern Han armies, had ignited turmoil throughout Chu in an instant. Consequently, there was a lack of resources and personnel to manage the barbarian situation here. Thus, a contingent from the 6 gates had been dispatched to eliminate high-ranking barbarians and thwart the Free Alliance's plans. They constituted one such team, led by the first individual, the sole true member of the Six Gates, a woman. The others had been summoned by women, much like Qin Chuan himself. To what extent had the court's manpower been depleted? Qin Chuan shook his head and sighed, astonished that the 6 doors would operate in such a manner. Old Lu recalled that by dripping blood onto the token, one could record their merits. These merits could be exchanged for a plethora of items, including techniques, medicinal pills, and elemental crystals, all available at the first gate. I understand now. Qin Chuan exerted a slight force, causing a drop of fresh blood to fall upon the token. And soon he felt a connection with the iron plate. Within it lay a word, 0. This token, upon infusing it with true energy, would have the capability to record images and facilitate communication over a certain distance. You should change your clothes and study this first. Then come back if you have any questions. He was advised by the figure from the 6 gates. Additionally, he was handed the operational manual of the 6 gates, which he was urged to read thoroughly and remember. Thank you, Qin Chuan expressed as he accepted the items. Afterward, he swiftly moved behind a large stone to change his attire. Ding. Mission accomplished. Completion level. Excellent. Rewards. Bone quality 5. Comprehension 5. Boom. In an instant, Qin Chuan trembled all over. His body felt a delightful tingling sensation, and his mind grew increasingly lucid. Reflecting on the recent battle with the barbarian, he realized he had made several mistakes. Given another chance, he was confident he could eliminate the barbarian and retreat unscathed. His thoughts raced faster. The transmission of power became smoother, his meridians widened, and his dantian expanded significantly. Regrettably, his true energy remained entirely depleted. Returning to their original spot, he immediately sat cross-legged, engaging in on-the-spot cultivation to replenish his true energy. The others had long since closed their eyes, silently practicing their own cultivation. As night descended once more, Qin Chuan opened his eyes. He observed that although his cultivation level had not changed, remaining at the pinnacle of true energy, the true energy within his dantian was overwhelmingly dense. His bone quality and comprehension had increased again. However, the cultivation technique remained insufficient, indicating that joining the 6 gates was indeed a commendable choice. Kill, earn merit. Hey, Lu, are you done with your training? Want to eat? Called out the figure known as number 2, holding a piece of rabbit meat. The other 3 gathered around the campfire, enjoying their meal. All right. Qin Chuan was certainly not one to hold back. Excessive politeness only served to create distance. As they would henceforth be teammates, mutual assistance might become necessary, while remaining vigilant. It was equally important to foster good relationships. Chapter 68, The Assassination of the Overseer Wang De of Huichuan. Unbeknownst to them, as the 5 indulged in their food and drink, the moon had ascended to its zenith. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, prompting them to rise immediately and pay their respects. My lord, a mission, the woman declared coldly. The 5 stood at attention, their posture rigid. Intelligence indicated the presence of a branch of the Free Association located 32 kilometers north of Fufeng City, in Gaojiakan. This branch was led by a master at the Dongyan realm, accompanied by 2 at the Shenong realm, 7 at the Gangxi realm, and 32 at the Jinxi realm, along with 374 other members. Upon hearing this, the group trembled with trepidation. In Qin Chuan's mind, he pondered whether there might be other teams collaborating. Otherwise, with just a few of them, it would be tantamount to courting death. Rest assured, there will be other teams joining us in this endeavor. Upon hearing these words, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Furthermore, this is not our primary mission. The objective of assaulting Gao's village is to lure the barbarian masters here for assistance, allowing us to send someone into the city to convey a crucial message. This task has fallen upon us. Who is willing to enter the city to deliver the message? Silence enveloped the room. Enter the city? What a jest. Currently, Fufeng City is besieged as if encased in an iron barrel. Even those in the cave heaven realm cannot enter. How could those in the true Qi realm manage it? Even if the masters are drawn away, can you guarantee that the barbarians won't have a backup plan? A single finger from a cave heaven master could easily crush them. So, is it that you are also reluctant to enter the city? Will you merely watch as the barbarians breach Fufeng City and massacre our compatriots from the Great Shu? My lord, number 2 said with a wry smile, the 100-meter-high city walls are guarded by barbarians below. We cannot ascend as we are all in the true Qi realm. The woman fell silent for a moment, her gaze turning to Qin Chuan. Number 6. At your service. Qin Chuan felt a profound sense of helplessness. How could he not have foreseen this, especially after he had slain a barbarian in the Qi master realm before her? Although you are in the true Qi realm, your strength far exceeds that of an ordinary true Qi practitioner. You can surely scale the 100-meter walls. The others looked at him in astonishment. not expecting that this number 6 was so formidable. My lord, can we not avoid this? Qin Chuan grimaced, feeling as though he were courting death. No. This matter is of utmost importance. Once the message is delivered, the barbarians will not be able to breach Fufeng City for the time being. Number 6. I understand what you desire. If you agree to go, I will provide you with what you seek immediately. Is that true? Qin Chuan felt a flicker of temptation. I never speak falsehoods. If you give me a complete cultivation technique, I will go. The woman shook her head. Your contributions are insufficient, at most. You will reach the spirit-gathering realm. What about the divine ability realm? The woman shook her head again, stating, no matter what, you must go. There is no escaping this. Qin Chuan was filled with such rage that he felt as though he could shatter his molars. Fine, let's go. The woman seized him and soared into the air. In less than a moment, they landed atop a higher peak, where she pointed into the distance. Do you see Fufeng City? This is the eastern gate, the very entry point you must infiltrate. My lord, I am quite curious. Can we not send in a more formidable expert? Someone like you, perhaps? To fly over? Ignorant. The woman scoffed. Once you cultivate your spirit, you shall understand that the higher one's cultivation, the more conspicuous one becomes, akin to a beacon in the night, more readily discerned by the powerful who have mastered their spirit. Qin Chuan immediately comprehended that as one's cultivation level ascends, the inherent energy within oneself grows ever more formidable. The concept of cultivating the spirit, how does one truly cultivate the spirit? His anticipation was boundless. Here, she exclaimed, if my conjecture holds true, your cultivation must be the most rudimentary form of innate vital energy, devoid of any attribute enhancement. This is merely the subsequent phase of innate vital energy, the innate formidable qi, along with methods to cultivate the spirit. The woman tossed him a tome, and Qin Chuan hastily caught it. His eyes falling upon 4 grand characters, innate formidable qi. Instantly, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Indeed, whether in the Great Chu or Huichuan, they were exceedingly stingy with their core techniques. They would not bestow upon him any powerful methods, and even should he gamble his life, he could only achieve so much. Resigned, he respectfully articulated, thank you for your generous gift, my lady. The woman nodded, continuing, you have 2 hours to cultivate. Whether you can break through depends solely on your own efforts. After 2 hours, at the break of dawn, we shall launch our assault on the Gao family village. You must enter the city on time, within the 6 doors. The law is merciless. You should be familiar with the rules and the consequences of failing to comply. I understand, my lord. That is well. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. The token will draw blood, and there will be no refuge for you in this vast world. Remember, at the 4th watch of the Tiger Hour, make your way to the gates promptly and deliver this letter into the hands of the chief constable, Yi Xingha, at the 6 doors of Fufeng County. As she spoke, the woman passed him an envelope. You may read it, but do not disclose its contents. You are a person of Chu, and I trust you understand that you would not wish to witness the slaughter of 5 million souls in Fufeng County. With that, the woman soared into the sky and vanished from sight. Qin Chuan held the envelope, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. However, one could not deny its effectiveness. Having lived as a modern individual in a previous life, and now having experienced the tragic destruction of his city and the death of his parents, he suspected his sister had perished long ago as well. It was fair to say that his hatred for the barbarians was no less than that of others. Yet, words are fleeting, and with his insufficient cultivation, all he could do was strive to enhance his abilities in order to survive, awaiting a fortuitous moment. With a sigh, he unabashedly tore open the letter, his pupils constricting in an instant. The message contained but a single line: eliminate Wang Da, the steward of Huichuan Bank. Could it be Lord Wang? A suspicion arose in Lu Chuan's mind. Previously, Huichuan had smuggled broken gang steel to the barbarians, and he had aided in their landing. Indeed, had he not intervened, he might have already become a mere memory beneath the grass of a grave. Even if he had refrained from assisting, others would have stepped in. So it was better for him to seize this opportunity to bolster his own strength. After all, he lacked the power to prevent this event from unfolding. Quickly folding the letter and concealing it within his undergarments, he glanced at the moon, estimating the time to be around the midnight hour. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and opened his innate gang qi to begin his cultivation. Qi is the primordial energy of heaven and earth. True qi is the refined essence of this primordial energy. All things possess qi. When water qi condenses, it forms mist, while true qi coalesces into gang. After merely a few minutes of contemplation, Lu Chuan understood the transition from true Qi realm to Gang Qi realm. No wonder there was no threshold. With the right techniques, anyone could attain it. This was a gradual process of refinement, transforming Qi into Gang, akin to the modern concept of condensing gas into liquid. His current comprehension and aptitude had surpassed the 10-point mark. His mind was remarkably clear, and his meridians were exceptionally unobstructed, with his dantian brimming with innate true Qi. He retrieved all the elemental crystals from his backpack, grasping them in his hand, and commenced his cultivation. The primordial energy of heaven and earth surged violently, swirling into a tempest around him, as the crystals in his grasp disintegrated into powder at a discernible rate, dissipating into the cosmos. In the sky above, a figure observed intently below. Such remarkable talent. This Qin Chuan, should he succeed in this task, could be recommended as a candidate for formal admission into the 6 gates. Chapter 69. 8th Grade Gang Qi Realm, 6 Gates Zhuke. Has our great Chu truly erred? Such a genius has languished for 87 years to merely reach the true Qi realm. Had he possessed techniques and spiritual herbs, would our great Chu not boast an additional peerless powerhouse of the 3rd grade? The woman, her expression obscured by a veil, revealed little. Yet the slight furrow of her brow betrayed her unsettled mood. With a sigh, she turned to depart. The chaos of the world had arrived. Perhaps it was not yet too late. The cool night was as tranquil as water. The surging vital energy flows like a mighty river, traversing the resilient and expansive meridians, rushing towards the oceanic reservoir of the dantian. The dantian resembles a steaming cauldron, as if boiling water, with mist rising as the vital energy continuously swirls, coalescing into droplets that gather in the pool below. Gradually, the pool expands, transforming into a vast lake, which in turn merges with countless rivers, ultimately evolving into a boundless sea. The ocean's tumultuous waves surge back into the broad and steadfast meridians, completing the cycle as they return to the dantian. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. He had finally attained the realm of Gangqi. Rising to his feet, he observed the treetops illuminated by the moonlight, which indicated that there were approximately 2/4 of an hour remaining until the appointed time. He clenched his fist with slight force, and a surge of overwhelming power erupted forth, causing the air to resonate with a thunderous roar. His strength had multiplied several times over, marking a qualitative transformation in his true energy. A subtle thought crossed his mind as Gangqi enveloped his entire being. He drew forth a dagger hidden within his boot and forcefully pierced his palm. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed, and the Gangqi shield trembled slightly. Could it only protect the vital areas? Shielding the entirety consumed too much Gangqi. Qin Chuan endeavored to manipulate the fluctuations of his vital energy, only to discover that it could indeed transform in accordance with his thoughts. In an astonishing display, a spear radiating a searing white light materialized in his hand. Though he soon felt the significant depletion of his vital energy and promptly retracted it. Fortunately, no one had witnessed this spectacle. The ability to manifest vital energy in such a manner was not something achievable at his current level. Alas, my more than 100 essence crystals have been entirely expended. Qin Chuan found himself in a predicament, yet he felt a sense of gratitude for possessing those elemental crystals. Without them, he might have fallen into the embarrassing situation of insufficient energy. Relying solely on the natural energy of the world would consume an inordinate amount of time. If the elemental crystals were so effective, what about the elixirs? With a sigh of resignation, Qin Chuan lamented his lack of resources, compelling him to exert himself fiercely. His gaze shifted eastward, toward the tranquil direction of Fufeng City. He began to tidy up the ground, glancing at the time, and sensing it was nearly the right moment. He activated his true eye to survey the distant barbarian encampment. This notion had arisen since he heard from number 1 about the energy of the divine essence realm. If the divine energy could reveal the presence of powerful beings, could his true eye not discern their movements as well? Indeed. His true eye detected 12 red luminescent points emanating from the barbarian camp near the eastern gate of Fufeng City. Among them, 1 point shone particularly bright, while 3 others radiated a lesser brilliance. Extending his hand to examine himself, he found no indication of power. He had yet to cultivate divine essence. The opening lines of the final 2 pages in the treatise on divine essence stated, "The vital energy surges forth, soaring to the heavens, as the divine spirit ventures forth to explore the realms." This encapsulates the essence of divine cultivation. The brightest red light likely belonged to a 5th grade celestial being, while the 3 somewhat brighter points were presumably 6th grade divine abilities. The remaining 8 should be 7th grade practitioners of divine essence. As for those beneath the divine essence level, They likely lacked any extraordinary energy, rendering them undetectable by the true eye. Qin Chuan was pleasantly surprised to discover this additional capability of his true eye. It was indeed quite effective. Qin Chuan once again marveled at the extraordinary utility of the Eye of Truth. Upon its initial acquisition, he perceived that as his status ascended, the efficacy of the eye would enhance correspondingly. Indeed, this proved to be the case. To the north of Fufeng City, approximately 30 kilometers away, lay a sprawling estate, occupying 100 acres, with the prominent inscription High Family Manor adorning its grand entrance. A kilometer distant, concealed within a forested hill, a group of individuals clad in dark official robes from the Six Gates organization lay in wait. At the forefront stood a woman, the very embodiment of Qin Chuan's number one. Brother Crow, Sister Magpie, called out the leader. Two figures, a man and a woman, stepped forward. The other two with the divine ability are entrusted to you. Yes, responded a voice. Brother Crow, at your service. You shall lead the remaining members. The number one's eyes shimmered with a fierce intent to kill. Eliminate them all within the span of a single tea session. Can you achieve this? Indeed. Excellent. Remember, we have but a fleeting moment, and we must withdraw swiftly. There are fourth-tier powerhouses in the barbarian camp. The time we have here is just a bit over a single tea session. All of you must bear in mind. Do not linger in battle. Understood. The group, though outnumbered, felt emboldened by the presence of a divine ability Crow among them. Their confidence surged. Initially apprehensive, the newly recruited members of the Six Gates organization now felt considerably at ease. The woman produced a metallic compass, glancing at it before raising her gaze to the position of the moon. Time's up. Brother Crow, Sister Magpie, follow me. In an instant, she traversed the distance of a kilometer, arriving above High Family Manor. Her sword radiated a fierce flame, and with a swift motion, she brought it down. Burning heaven. With a resounding cry, a colossal bird erupted from her sword, engulfed in fire, its wings stretching a full 100 meters as it descended upon the estate below. Who dares? Seeking death. A furious roar echoed. In an instant, a figure burst through the rooftop, poised in the air, and without hesitation, launched a punch toward the giant bird. Thunderbolt. A massive fist, crackling with lightning, ascended and pierced through the colossal bird. With a mournful cry, the bird exploded into countless fiery fragments that rained down. Six Gates Vermilion Bird, seeking death. The man's eyes gleamed with an intense, murderous intent. Number one wasted no time, charging forth with her sword drawn. Humph. The man scoffed, golden gauntlets manifesting on his hands as he met her assault. Flames and lightning clashed, producing a thunderous roar that resonated far and wide. The two combatants pushed further away, the man wary of collateral damage to the estate below, while the Vermilion Bird sought to restrain him. Meanwhile, Brother Crow and Sister Magpie surged into the manor, slaying anyone in their path. Below the divine ability tier, none could withstand their onslaught, and soon, the divine ability practitioners within the estate confronted the duo. It is our turn now. Onward. The raven displayed a cruel smile, wielding a long-handled sickle that resembled the Grim Reaper as it advanced towards Gaojiazwang. Above, a man equipped with gauntlets evidently surpassed number one in strength, nearly overpowering her. However, a formidable figure from the Six Doors, a master of the Divine Passage realm, emerged below, his urgency palpable. He swiftly extended his arms, revealing a circular void above his head that shimmered with boundless thunder. Thunder Dragon Annihilation. Bolts of lightning surged forth from the void, converging into a colossal lightning dragon spanning 100 meters, roaring towards number one. Humph. Number one scoffed disdainfully, spitting a mouthful of blood as her long sword ignited in fierce flames. Vermilion Bird, incinerate the heavens, arise. Simultaneously, a void appeared above her, and a gigantic vermilion bird opened its icy gaze. With a piercing cry, a tremendous explosion echoed far and wide as lightning and flames painted the sky crimson. Number one was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet she charged forward once more. The man merely retreated a few steps, his urgency boiling over as he bellowed, "Quick, summon reinforcements." He understood that he could not subdue this vermilion bird of the Six Doors in a short time. If his comrades fell, leaving only 3 in the Divine Passage realm to engage in long-range harassment, he too would be compelled to flee, lest he perish. Outside the eastern gate of Fufeng City, the barbarian camp stretched endlessly. Troops of barbarian soldiers patrolled back and forth, their perimeter fortified with caltrops, rendering it impossible for even a bird to enter Fufeng City from this side. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained atop a distant mountain, observing cautiously. He dared not descend, for the barren ground below offered no cover, and he feared detection by the more powerful barbarians. Suddenly, the brightest red light, like a shooting star, sped northward, swiftly followed by two additional red lights vanishing from his sight. Time was up. With a determined grit, Qin Chuan descended the mountain. To abstain would be to succumb to despair, yet venturing forth did not guarantee relief. Moreover, as the first had articulated, he could not bear to witness the massacre of 1.5 million souls by foreign tribes. Infusing his feet with vital energy, he moved with the swiftness of the wind towards the northeastern direction of the city walls. The only remaining warrior of the divine passage realm was situated at the farthest point to the northeast, and there was but one of the spirit-gathering realm. As for the barbaric forces to the north, he deemed them too distant to be of concern. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to enjoy a cup of tea, he successfully approached the military encampment. Chapter 70. The older the monster appeared, the more terrifying it became. Before him, squads of cavalry patrolled in a back-and-forth manner within a mere 50 meters. Directly ahead lay a series of barricades and trenches. The intervals between patrols spanned approximately 26 seconds. Qin Chuan repeatedly counted the seconds, realizing the urgency of the moment. His vital energy enveloped his body as he leaped over the barricades, swiftly darting into the military camp, holding his breath and crouching low to the ground. He remained still until the patrols had passed, then quickly rose and quietly made his way toward the city wall. However, upon reaching the front camp, he found himself in a predicament. There was no way to sneak past here. The rear camp, lacking an enemy presence, had less stringent patrols. In contrast, the front camp faced the city wall, with a guard stationed every 10 meters. Gazing at the city wall, less than 500 meters away, Qin Chuan's mind raced with calculations. If I sprint with all my might, I can reach the base of the wall in 15 seconds. And scaling it would take approximately another 3 to 5 seconds. Without a 5th grade adept, a 6th grade master of divine arts would undoubtedly be unable to arrive in time. The spirit realm is about 1,300 meters from my current position. They might make it if they are still sharpshooters, and I would be in grave danger. No. I also overlooked the presence of the vital energy realm. They possess the means to break through my protective energy, rendering it nearly useless. What should I do? Qin Chuan was beset by an excruciating headache. The mere 500 meters coupled with the towering city wall might very well claim his life. Damn. He had forgotten to ask that woman to leave someone behind to provide cover. Yet, he quickly found himself bitterly smiling, realizing that any would-be protector would likely face certain death. Gazing at the imposing city wall, looming like a ravenous specter 500 meters away, Qin Chuan wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before resolutely making up his mind. He would proceed. However, he pondered whether there might be an opportunity for gain. His true eye scanned the surroundings, seeking any possible location where the barbarian might store the precious broken gang iron, if fortune favored him. He could secure a profit before entering the city. There was nothing nearby. Any that existed was likely stored within their spatial devices after being crafted into arrows. Never mind. He would take the plunge. His survival would hinge on luck. Oh, what was that? Qin Chuan gazed towards a massive tent in the distance. Could it be a warehouse? Qin Chuan cautiously approached, fearful of being discovered. 2 guards stood sentinel at the entrance of the tent, and he could discern nothing of what lay within. Never mind, he thought. I shall ignite this warehouse and then make my escape. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Chuan produced a fire starter, igniting it with a breath before dragging the flame along the ground towards the warehouse tent. He then swiftly returned to his original position. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of the warehouse, a conflagration illuminating the sky. It was a gunpowder storehouse. His luck was extraordinary. Now was the moment. With a surge of energy coursing through him, Lu Chuan dashed toward the city wall, 500 meters away. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The resounding clang of alarm bells echoed throughout the camp. Someone attempted to breach the city. Stop him. In an instant, Qin Chuan's figure was spotted, and arrows whistled through the air toward him. Alas, he had already fled too far. The ordinary soldier's arrows could not reach him. A disdainful snort escaped the lips of a formidable warrior emanating from the tent. With a flick of his finger, a colossal bow materialized in his grasp. He strung an arrow, its tip shimmering with an arcane light, a piercing projectile. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, hurtling toward Qin Chuan, who had yet to reach the city wall. Damn! How could they react so swiftly? He had underestimated the barbarian. A dagger manifested in his hand as he turned to deflect the incoming arrow. Clang! The dagger shattered instantly, the arrow narrowly grazing his earlobe before embedding itself in the distant city wall. He hastened his pace, calling out loudly, "People of the 6 gates, I bring urgent intelligence. Lend your aid, brothers." This was the best strategy he could conceive. The city wall drew ever closer as he leaped, harnessing the earth's power to propel himself into the air, landing upon the wall. Behind him, the sound of arrows whooshed in rapid succession, with one arrow racing ahead of the others, swiftly closing the distance. In the air, the people of Qinchuan could only rely on the city walls for support to evade danger, yet he felt that the malevolent wind behind him was inevitable. Gazing at the remaining 20 to 30 meters to the city wall, he thought, "It's over." In that very moment, a blade of light cleaved through the night sky like the dawn's first light, slicing through the air and shattering the arrow. Qinchuan swiftly ascended the city wall, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He had truly made it, surviving the perilous 500 meters, as well as the nearly insurmountable 100-meter wall. He had emerged alive. "Present the token of the 6 gates." A general clad in armor and wielding a long blade approached, flanked by several soldiers who immediately surrounded him with their weapons. Qinchuan smiled broadly, reaching into his bosom to produce a token, which he tossed casually. "General, I wish to meet Lord Yixinghe, the chief of the 6 doors in Fufeng County." The general inspected the token and understood that the envoy from the 6 doors, risking life and limb to enter the city, must be of great significance. He nodded and said, "Follow me. I shall escort you to Lord Yi." "Thank you," Qinchuan replied, while instructing the others to remain vigilant. "Understood." Upon descending from the city wall, the general commanded that 2 war horses be brought forth. They ventured towards the city. As Qinchuan found himself devoid of any remaining vital energy, he had expended all his strength to hasten their pace over the distance. Dawn had passed, and the horizon was beginning to brighten. They arrived at the headquarters of the 6 doors, dismounted, and Qinchuan hurriedly approached, token in hand. After a brief inspection by the guarding sentinels, he was granted entry to make his announcement. Shortly thereafter, a guard emerged, stating, "Lord Yi wishes to see you." Qinchuan turned to the general and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "I am Lu Feng," replied the general. "General Lu, I shall remember that," Qinchuan responded. Qinchuan turned and followed the guard into the 6 doors. "I have come to pay my respects to Lord Yi." After bowing in the hall, Qinchuan observed this Yixinghe. He appeared to be merely a youth, with striking sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, utterly captivating. Goodness! Possessing both remarkable skills and such handsome looks is truly astonishing. In the depths of his heart, Qinchuan couldn't help but voice his disdain. He was aware that some ancient beings appeared remarkably youthful, and the younger they seemed, the more terrifying they became. Yixinghe inquired gently, "I have heard you hail from outside the city, bearing crucial intelligence for me?" "Indeed, my lord," Qinchuan replied, producing a letter and presenting it with both hands. With a mere wave of his hand, the letter was suddenly in Yixinghe's grasp. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed instantly. The handwriting belonged to Zhike. As he spoke, flames ignited at his fingertips, revealing even more text upon the parchment. "Qinchuan, damn it. No wonder I'm being forced to look at this. It's encrypted. Should Wangda be killed or not?" "Qinchuan," Yixinghe suddenly exclaimed. "At your service. Take a look at this letter as well," he said, tossing the letter over. Chapter 71. The Death of the County Lieutenant, the Plum Blossom Fairy. Upon taking a glance, Qinchuan was instantly overwhelmed. The foremost line read as before, "Eliminate Wangda the Jihua Qianzhuang," yet the subsequent small print bore relevance to him. According to investigations, the Eastern Han, Northern Yin, and the barbarians simultaneously attacked our Great Chu, with Huichuan covertly providing assistance. During the time in Shaoqing, Qinchuan risked his life for Huichuan, assisting in the smuggling of precious golden essence to the barbarians under the command of Wangda. It is advisable to send Qinchuan to negotiate with Wangda, to explore the possibility of resolving the siege by the barbarians through dialogue with Huichuan. Should this approach fail, the option to eliminate Wangda via the 6 doors must be considered. Qinchuan truly found himself in a predicament, on the verge of tears. For should one seek to investigate him, uncovering the truth would be effortlessly achievable. He immediately lowered his head to offer an explanation. "Mastery, I was initially unaware that Huichuan was involved in trading with the barbarians for the coveted golden essence. I implore you to scrutinize this matter closely." A faint smile graced Yixinghe's face. "Your affairs do not fall under my jurisdiction, but rather under Zhuchu's. How she chooses to handle your situation is entirely her prerogative. As for the present, you are well aware of the circumstances. Wangda is currently within Fufeng City. First, you should descend and recuperate your vital energy. In an hour's time, the dawn will break, and I shall dispatch someone to escort you to represent the 6 doors in negotiations with him, seeking to persuade the barbarians to withdraw their troops." "Yes, Master Yi," commanded Yi. as attendants were summoned to escort him to rest and provide him with 10 yuan crystals for recovery. Qin Chuan was led into a meditation chamber and presented with 10 essence crystals, which he graciously accepted. He then settled into a cross-legged position, clutching the crystals, and began the process of replenishing his vital energy. After all, possessing power was paramount. Without it, all discussions were mere trivialities. Within the grand hall of the 6 doors, Yixinghe sat sipping tea, patiently awaiting Qin Chuan's awakening to attend to pressing matters. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in to report, "Master Chief, grave news. County Lieutenant Lu Yong was found dead in his residence last night." The teacup crashed to the floor as Yixinghe was struck by profound shock. Lu Yong was responsible for the entire defense of Fufeng City. His demise posed a dire threat. Quickly, send people to ensure tight security at the 4 city gates. We must not allow any oversight. I shall confer with the county magistrate. Furthermore, if Qin Chuan awakens, bring him directly to Huichuan. With that, he stepped forward and vanished. In the Lu residence of Fufeng City, an eerie silence prevailed. County Magistrate Li Yuanxiu gazed grimly at Lu Yong's lifeless body. "Have you notified Master Chief Yi?" "Li County Magistrate, I have arrived." A fleeting shadow appeared as Yixinghe materialized at the scene. He paid no heed to the others, instead crouching down to meticulously inspect the cause of Lu Yong's death. Upon lifting Lu Yong's garment, he discovered a purple plum blossom mark precisely over the heart. "It's her," Yixinghe declared. "Master Chief Yi, do you have a conclusion? What does this plum blossom signify?" Li Yuanxiu inquired hastily. "The plum blossom fairy, Lu Qingzi. When did she join the Free Association?" Upon hearing this name, Li Yuanxiu instinctively took a step back. "She has come to Fufeng City." "No, Master Chief Yi. Lu Qingzi is a peak 4th grade powerhouse. If she were aligned with the barbarians, Fufeng City would have already fallen. Thus, I find it perplexing." Yixinghe furrowed his brow tightly as he rose. Lu Qingzi's arrival, coupled with the assassination of Lu Yong, implied she was likely positioned against the Chu, or perhaps not entirely opposed. A 4th grade top-tier powerhouse posed immense pressure for all of Fufeng City. It could even be said that if Lu Qingzi intervened, Fufeng City would be beyond salvation. He could suppress the barbarians' 4th grade powerhouses, but he was no match for Lu Qingzi. "County Lieutenant Lu, do you think it possible that Lu Qingzi was hired by them to carry out this act?" Li Yuanxiu nodded, sharing the same sentiment. What motive would a peak 4th grade powerhouse have to assassinate Lu Yong, who was merely at the early stage of the Divine Passage realm? It does not add up. With her strength, she could easily infiltrate Fufeng City and escape unscathed. There is no reason for her to resort to such clandestine measures. Our conjectures bear little fruit. Since they opted to kill Lu Yong, we must exercise even greater caution. "County Lieutenant Lu, I propose that I take charge of the city's defenses while you continue managing logistics and reassuring the citizens within the city. What do you think?" General Li has assumed command of the city, and I am naturally at ease with this decision. Thus, Yixinghe promptly departed to inspect the city's defenses. Li Yuanxiu gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless body of Lu Yong on the ground. He felt as though he were witnessing his own fate. The Great Chu teetered on the brink of collapse, yet my family, the Li clan, is forever indebted to the imperial grace of Great Chu. Li Yuanxiu sighed deeply. He raised his hand and commanded, "Prepare a grand burial for County Lieutenant Lu Yong." "Yes, my lord." As dawn broke completely, Qin Chuan opened his eyes. The accumulation of his vital energy had advanced once more. It appears that exhausting one's vital energy and then cultivating it anew serves as an effective method for hastening its accumulation. While others may require substantial amounts of elemental crystals and medicinal pills, it seems I do not, though such provisions would certainly be advantageous. Qin Chuan once again felt the immense power of his innate talent. He rose swiftly and exited the lounge, where he found a fellow member of the 6 gates awaiting him. "Qin Chuan, have you recovered?" "I am well. Please lead the way. We are the same sect." "No need for formalities." "Same sect?" "Indeed, you may not be aware that a month ago, the esteemed inspector issued a decree stating that all members of the 6 gates are regarded as equals, whether summoned temporarily or originally disciples. Rewards for merit and penalties for transgression shall be applied uniformly." "Understood." After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the Huichuan Bank, the main branch in Fufeng City. Qin Chuan dismounted. "Brother, if I do not return, please inform Master Yi that Qin Chuan had no choice back then." "I will." The disciple of the 6 doors exhibited an expression filled with reverence. As Qin Chuan turned and entered, a beautiful maid swiftly approached him. "Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today?" "I am searching for someone." He replied, "Dear guest, our establishment is a money house. We do not provide services for locating individuals. The maid responded with an unwavering professional smile, maintaining her composure. I seek Steward Wang Do of Huichuan, or a man named Qian Goen. My name is Qin Chuan. Please inform them of my arrival, and they will surely wish to meet me. The maid appeared somewhat troubled by his request. Her patience was wearing thin. Yet the individual before her was adorned in the attire of the 6 doors. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman approached, waving his hand as if to grant her reprieve. She bowed respectfully and departed. Are you looking for Lord Qian? He inquired. Indeed, Qian Goen. Do you possess a token from Lord Qian to facilitate the announcement? The middle-aged man asked with utmost politeness. I do not. Simply inform him that Qin Chuan from Shaqing is seeking him, and he will understand. Very well, the man conceded, choosing to extend his trust this once, for it would be unwise to offend a member of the 6 doors. Please wait a moment. I shall relay your message immediately. He gestured, and the maid guided him into the reception room, bringing forth a pot of steaming tea while awaiting his pleasure. Qin Chuan sighed, acknowledging the prowess of the money house that extends its influence across all neighboring nations. Such services, indeed, stand at the pinnacle of excellence in this era. Shortly thereafter, a hearty laugh echoed in the air. Ha! It is truly you, Master Qin. Chapter 72. Conditions for retreat. The newcomer, sporting a full beard, was none other than Qian Goen. Master Qian, it has been quite a while. Qin Chuan rose with a smile. As long as we are alive, that is what matters. Qian Goen responded warmly. The master has been inquiring about you. May I have the honor of meeting him? In what capacity? Qian Goen chuckled as he assessed Qin Chuan's attire, which bore the insignia of the 6 doors. Today, it is the 6 doors. Ha ha ha, if the 6 doors seek an audience with the master, I must promptly inform Master Qin. Please, wait a moment. With a booming laugh, Qian Goen departed. Qin Chuan remained unconcerned, leisurely lifting his teacup to savor its contents. This occasion took a bit longer than usual. It was not until a full quarter of an hour had passed that Qian Goen returned. Master Qin, please follow me. Thank you, Lord Qian. Following him into the rear courtyard, they meandered through winding paths until they arrived at a modest chamber. Please, my lord, await you within. Qin Chuan smiled, yet shook his head with a sigh. Qian Goen, do you truly believe that you can eliminate me with 3 masters of the true Qi realm lying in ambush? I entered here openly and without subterfuge. Should I perish? Do you think Huichuan could continue to thrive in Fufeng City? Have you no regard for the 6 doors? Surely, this is not the intention of Lord Wang, is it? Qin Chuan, Qian Goen suddenly bellowed. With the imminent fall of Fufeng City, you come on behalf of the 6 doors to seek the Lord. What are your true intentions? Do you presume we are unaware? Do not forget, without the Lord's patronage, you would never have ascended to your current rank. Yet now you come to pry into the Lord's whereabouts. Your ingratitude towards an ungrateful person will not be tolerated by me, Qian Goen. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. It seemed that Huichuan was also aware that Dechu might not let him off the hook. Master Qian, what if I were to say that my visit to Lord Wang is precisely to save his life? Are you attempting to deceive me? Master Qian Goen waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the side door swung open, and 3 warriors of the true Qi realm rushed out, encircling Qin Chuan. Master Qian, I am now at the astral Qi realm. Are you certain you wish to engage? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, studying him. In truth, he was reluctant to resort to violence. Once he did, he might never see Wang De again. If he were unable to locate Wang De, even the 6 doors would struggle to find him, and without finding him, execution would be impossible. The barbarian army would not withdraw. It was entirely possible that Fufeng City would indeed fall. Acting would trigger a cascade of consequences, which was far from the outcome Qin Chuan desired. How could this be? Master Qian Goen retreated a few steps, his face a mask of astonishment. Qin Chuan extended his hand, and a slender spear materialized in his grasp. How intriguing. Is this a manifestation of the vital energy? This surpasses mere vital energy realm. The 3 individuals surrounding him instinctively took a step back. Qian Goen's heart was a tumult of emotions. Master Qian, Qin Chuan harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to meet with Lord Wang on behalf of the 6 doors. Furthermore, the fall of Fufeng City is not a foregone conclusion. A conversation now might very well save Lord Wang's life. I hope for your understanding. As he spoke, Qin Chuan dissipated the spear formed from his vital energy. Qian Goen's expression shifted erratically, but he ultimately nodded. I shall send someone to notify you, however. Whether the Lord will meet with you is beyond my authority to decide. That is acceptable. Qian Goen waved his hand, and the 3 retreated. Please wait a moment. Master Qin. Very well. A quarter of an hour passed, and Qian Goen hurried back. Follow me. He then led Qin Chuan into a chamber, where he rotated a vase, revealing a dimly lit passage behind a screen. Come down with me. Qian Goen descended into the tunnel first. As Qin Chuan activated the Eye of Truth and gazed downward, he found no experts beyond the realm of the spirit gathering, which left him somewhat hesitant to descend. Wang De was not present. He must surely be a master of the spirit gathering. It was also possible that the underground passage was sufficiently thick, obstructing the eye's efficacy. What? Are you afraid of a trick, Master Qin? Qian Goen inquired with a smile as he turned to face him. Not at all. I merely find this mechanism to be exceedingly ingenious. With that, he too ventured into the passage. There was no opportunity to be had by remaining above, while descending afforded at least a sliver of chance. Moreover, Qin Chuan harbored a modicum of confidence, having fought against those in the Qi condensation realm during his time in the true Qi realm. He felt assured of his ability to escape should there be no masters of the spirit gathering present. His vigilance, however, was heightened to the utmost. The passage was profound, winding and stretching for dozens of meters, ultimately leading to a conclusion. Qian Goen produced a luminous pearl, instantly illuminating the subterranean space. Follow me, he urged, as he pushed open a stone door and entered a chamber constructed of stone. On the eastern wall of the chamber, there hung a mirror no larger than a palm. Yet, instead of reflecting one's own image, it displayed the visage of Lord Wang De from Huichuan. What sorcery is this? Qin Chuan was taken aback by the unfamiliar scene. Was it a mobile phone or a video call? Lord Qin, the dignitary inquired. Is there any issue with this meeting? Of course not, came the assured reply. That's splendid, Qian Goen said, stepping forward to deposit several crystal coins into a recess beneath the mirror, which immediately illuminated. The image of Wang De flickered to life. Goen. Has Qin Chuan arrived? Yes, my lord, he has. Qian Goen stepped aside. Qin Chuan stepped forward, respectfully offering a bow. Qin Chuan pays his respects to Lord Wang. Do you still recognize me? The grace bestowed upon me by Lord Wang is something I shall never forget. Wang De chuckled heartily. It appears that my investment in this singular venture was far from a loss. I have heard from Guan that you represent the 6 doors and have come to seek my assistance, claiming you can save my life. Pray, do elaborate. Indeed. Qin Chuan replied solemnly. Lord Wang, the 6 doors have come to learn that the Eastern Han, Northern Yin, and the barbaric tribes are uniting their forces to attack Chu, all orchestrated by Huichuan from behind the scenes. Thus, the 6 doors have issued a death warrant against you. I have come today on the orders of Chief Constable Yi Xinghe from Fufeng County to inquire whether we might discuss this matter. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Shall we negotiate the withdrawal of the barbaric tribes? Or perhaps persuade both the Eastern Han and Northern Yin to retreat? A peculiar smile crept across Wang De's face. Qin Chuan, do you understand why Huichuan is pursuing such a course? I am at a loss, Qin Chuan admitted, genuinely perplexed. What advantage does the fall of the Chu kingdom hold for them? Would it not be more profitable to operate a money-lending business during times of peace? It is perfectly understandable that you are unaware, Wang De responded. Let me enlighten you. The Chu kingdom must be eradicated. Huichuan will stop at nothing to ensure its demise. But why, you may ask? Do you harbor a deep-seated vendetta against them? Qin Chuan was left utterly confounded. A vendetta? Perhaps it could be considered so. Those who obstruct Huichuan's trade are indeed enemies of life and death. The Chu kingdom has no right to exist for 2 millennia. Huichuan has suffered tremendous losses due to its existence. Qin Chuan began to comprehend the situation. My lord, is Huichuan not primarily engaged in the banking industry? You are quite astute. Wang De remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, operating a bank is quite lucrative, yet it pales in comparison to the profits derived from martial endeavors. The De Chu dynasty obstructs us from pursuing such martial enterprises. Would you not agree that this constitutes a grave enmity between us and Huichuan? Thus, the annihilation of the Chu state is imperative. Of course, it is not out of the question to negotiate for their withdrawal from battle. Please, my Lord Wang, indicate the terms, and I shall convey them to Lord Yi. Wang De shook his head, indicating his inability to make such decisions. He might not even be privy to the matter. I am aware that Zhu Ke has arrived. You may relay the message to her. Being of royal blood, she is informed of the significance of the uninscribed tablets. If the Chu were to relinquish 2 uninscribed tablets to Huichuan, the 3 states would naturally withdraw their forces. Chapter 73. Those who wish to slay Qin shall meet their demise at my hands. Uninscribed tablets? Once again, Qin Chuan encountered a novel term. Something even Yi Xinghe was unaware of, which he felt compelled to relay to Zhu Ke. What could it possibly be? Is Zhu Ke the first of her kind? or perhaps a member of royal lineage. The true nature of this woman remained shrouded in mystery, far beyond his current grasp. Yes, my lord. However, Yixingha instructed his subordinate to inquire about the terms under which the barbarians might withdraw their troops. There are no conditions, either all three nations retreat, or none shall. There is no room for negotiation, Wang De proclaimed with unwavering authority. Understood. I shall convey this message. Very well. Remember to keep the matter of the unmarked steel from Yixingha. Simply speak with Zhu Ke regarding it. Qin Chuan's expression was one of considerable distress. My lord, Zhu Ke is outside the city. I cannot venture forth. This is your predicament. And I shall graciously impart one piece of advice. Hasten to devise a plan to leave Fufeng City within 3 days, for it shall surely fall. Is Lord Wang so confident? This is not mere confidence. It is an inevitability. The Great Chu has lost the hearts of the people for many years, and those who oppose them are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Those who possess the mandate receive abundant support, while those who have lost it find themselves bereft of aid. An unchanging truth throughout the ages. Qin Chuan, you must navigate this situation wisely. As the brilliance of the mirror faded, Wang De's visage was once again fixed in place. Qin Chuan remained silent. The plethora of news he received today was overwhelming, making it difficult to process. Furthermore, he had yet to complete a single task. Master Qin, shall we? Qian Goen said with a cheerful smile. Thank you. Qin Chuan nodded. His footsteps poised to depart. Suddenly, he turned sharply, activating the eye of truth, fixating intently on the mirror, and performed a deep bow. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. He then pivoted and briskly exited the underground chamber. Lord Qian, I am grateful for today's events. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, you have but to speak, and I shall brave fire and water for you. Indeed, indeed. Today, I have misjudged you, Master Qin. It is quite understandable, after all. One would not expect such attire. Qin Chuan took his leave, intent on fulfilling the task entrusted to him by his lord. Exercise caution. Leaving the city is not as simple as entering it. I am well aware. Farewell. With that, Qin Chuan turned and exited the gates of Huichuan. Not far outside, in the tea house, the brothers from the 6 doors awaited his arrival. Qin Chuan spoke directly. Take me to the chief constable at once. Without hesitation, he mounted his horse and set off. The chief constable had assumed command of the city's defenses and was currently conducting an inspection at the northern gate. Giddy up. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan found himself atop the northern city wall, where he encountered Yixingha. I have come to see the chief constable. No need for formalities. What is the situation? Qin Chuan glanced around, and Yixingha waved his hand, prompting the others to bow their heads and withdraw. Speak. For this matter is indeed of utmost importance. Captain, please dispatch someone swiftly to the Huichuan Bank headquarters at 78 Dongyang Street to eliminate Wang Delaware. He is hiding in the underground of the 6th room in the backyard. Turning the porcelain vase in front of the screen will reveal the passage. Are you certain? I am certain. How did the negotiations fare? They failed. Wang De refused to agree to the retreat of the barbarian troops, insisting instead on a simultaneous withdrawal of all 3 nations, and demanded that our Great Chu offer the unmarked steel as a bargaining chip. Qin Chuan harbored no intention of concealing anything from Yixing. At such a critical juncture, he feared that Yixing might not adequately appreciate the gravity of Wang De's situation. Yixing softly murmured the 3 characters of the wordless steel, his complexion remaining quite normal, indicating that he was indeed unaware. I understand now. Why do you perceive the negotiations as having failed? The subordinate replied, I believe that the withdrawal of troops from the 3 kingdoms is a matter of great magnitude. Can it truly be swayed merely by 2 wordless steel? Such precious artifacts could hardly exist in this world. This reflects Qin Chuan's genuine thoughts. What could a wordless steel possibly compare to the survival of a nation over 2 millennia? If it were truly a viable exchange, would De Chu be willing to part with it? Of course. He contemplated the possibility that perhaps his own knowledge was lacking. Indeed, that makes sense. Yixing nodded with a smile, then called out Fengxing. A man entered, bowing respectfully. Master Chief Hunter. Qin Chuan, this is the distinguished head of our Fufeng County, codenamed Fengxing. With his peak cultivation in the Cave Heaven realm, he should have no trouble eliminating Wang De. Take him and locate Wang De. Once found, execute him on the spot. Fengxing, at your service. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, signal me immediately. Understood. Now go. Yixing waved his hand grandly. As the 2 exited the city tower, Fengxing said, Brother Qin Chuan, allow me to escort you. Very well. With his consent, Fengxing grasped him, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Within mere moments, They reappeared outside the Huichuan Bank on Daong Street. How swift! Much faster than the first speed. Qinchuan marveled. Truly deserving of the code name Fengxing. Qinchuan, is this the place? Fengxing inquired. Yes, Master Feng. I will enter first and notify you once I locate the underground passage. Very well, stay safe. And call for me at the first sign of trouble. Understood. Qinchuan, leading the way, once again stepped into the Huichuan Bank. Master Qin, what brings you back? Have you forgotten something to discuss? Qian Goen, seated in the grand hall, rose with a smile to inquire. Indeed, there is something. What is it? Please, Lord Wang. Depart this world. Qinchuan leaned in and whispered. In an instant, a dagger pierced Qian Goen's heart. You are ungrateful. Apologies. But I have never been one to forget my obligations, Qinchuan asserted, twisting the dagger with force as he continued in a hushed tone. That was a partnership. A reward for my life. Furthermore, Qian Goen, let me make it clear. Those who seek to harm me shall meet their end, if they do not perish. It simply means the opportunity has not yet arisen. Rest assured, Wang De will soon join you. With a swift motion, Qinchuan withdrew the dagger and deftly snatched the spatial ring from Qian Goen's hand. Ignoring the maid's startled gasp, he swiftly navigated to the backyard based on his memory. Upon locating the room, he turned the vase that concealed the screen, only to find no change. An unsettling feeling washed over him. This mechanism may be double-layered. Concentrating his energy into his arm, he delivered a powerful punch to the spot where the secret passage lay. Boom. The floor shattered, revealing a dark tunnel entrance. Windwalker. A phantom materialized beside him. This is the place. Very well, I shall descend first. Without hesitation, Windwalker swiftly entered the tunnel, proving that audacity often accompanies skill. In his heart, Qinchuan couldn't help but feel envious. If he possessed such cultivation, he would no longer have to live in constant trepidation. He hastily caught up. Upon reaching the bottom, Fengxing was frowning and scanning the surroundings. Qinchuan, in which direction lies the secret chamber? Please wait a moment, my lord. Qinchuan activated his true eye, surveying the area. Indeed, Fengxing appeared before him like a colossal beacon amidst the night. He swiftly darted past, casting his gaze upon the walls. To his astonishment, the entrance to the secret chamber had undergone a transformation. What a clever mechanism. My lord, this is the location. Excellent. Fengxing pointed to the indicated spot and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a burst of vital energy. Boom. The stone door shattered, revealing an entrance. Indeed. There are others present. Fengxing touched his fingers, and a long sword materialized in his hand. Stay back. Yes. Qinchuan quickly retreated, having no intention of joining the fray. As for Wang De, he had long perceived that behind the mirror was yet another secret chamber, where Wang was hiding. Ah. Lord Wang, did you ever anticipate that I possessed the true eye? Chapter 74. All matters are open for discussion. Fierce sounds of combat erupted from within. But after just a few breaths, the clamor ceased. Qinchuan, it's taken care of. Qinchuan stepped inside, discovering that the space where the mirror once hung had been torn open, revealing a lavishly decorated secret chamber. Within this room lay not one, but two deceased individuals, both of whom were acquaintances. Fengxing was examining their storage rings with a look of immense delight on his face. Qinchuan, you have accomplished a significant feat this time. You've caught a big fish. Do you know who this is? Fengxing inquired, pointing at the other corpse. Li Jiming. Do you recognize him? Fengxing asked, clearly taken aback. Qinchuan nodded, recalling the former lord of Shaqing, the master of the Ghost Garden. Oh. He bore another identity as well, the leader of the Fufeng County branch of the Free Association. We were aware of his infiltration into Fufeng City and had been in pursuit of him. Little did we expect him to be hiding in this unexpected delight. This revelation truly astonished Qinchuan. Who would have thought that this Li Jiming possessed another identity, that of a branch leader of the Free Association? Now the reason behind the obliteration of the Ghost Garden in Shaqing has come to light. Capturing him would indeed be a monumental achievement. Congratulations, Lord Feng. Congratulations to all. A radiant smile adorned Fengxing's face. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly simple task would yield such substantial rewards. This merit was something he had never dared to dream of, and this accomplishment alone could outweigh all his previous endeavors. A colossal catch. With a grin, he remarked, Brother Qinchuan, it is quite reasonable for us to appropriately take some items during our mission. As he spoke, he retrieved a sizable bag from an unknown storage ring and tossed it over. Qinchuan caught sight of a full 1,000 yuan crystals and was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Fengxing. Ha. I must also express my gratitude to you. Without you, I could not have achieved such merit. nor would I have obtained the evidence of their machinations and dealings, all contained within. Undoubtedly, the siege of Fufeng City shall soon be resolved. Let us return to report. Indeed, the two departed with elation, swiftly making their way back to the northern gate tower of the city. Yixinghe, holding the storage rings of both individuals, examined them for a moment. The tension that had gripped him for days began to ease, and he immediately commanded, "Summon the county guard. Inform him that Fufeng City is to be saved." Yes. Yixinghe, filled with exuberance, clapped Qin Chuan on the shoulder, holding up a green ring and smiling. "Qin Chuan, do you know whose ring this is?" "That would be the great capturer's. I have already informed brother Qin Chuan," Fengxing awkwardly replied. "You rascal." Yixinghe shot him a glare before turning back to Qin Chuan. "Rest assured, this time I shall accurately convey your accomplishments to Zhike. However, as you are not affiliated with the 6 doors of Fufeng County, the classification of your merit will depend on how Zhike reports it." "I understand," Qin Chuan sighed inwardly, recalling that this woman had always been exceedingly petty in his memory. "Well then, Fengxing, you both may retire for a rest. The siege of Fufeng City will soon be lifted, I assure you." Yes, the two returned to rest. The 6 doors had thoughtfully arranged a comfortable suite for him. He was indeed exhausted, having not slept for an extended period and oscillating between life and death, entangled in schemes. He had no inclination to inspect the storage ring of Qian Goen, opting instead for a bath before collapsing into slumber. At the northern gate tower, County Guard Li Yuanxiu arrived. The two entered a relatively secluded chamber. Yixinghe placed their storage rings on the table. "Brotherly, we have uncovered the truth. The source of this crisis for the Great Chu originates from these two. Wang De, the Eastern District Steward of Huichuan Bank, possesses limited cultivation. Merely at the late stage of the Divine Passage realm, yet wields immense power. It is he who manipulates the forces of Huichuan to orchestrate the 3 nations against our Great Chu. And this Li, ostensibly the master of the Ghost Garden in Shaqing, is in truth the leader of the Free Association's branch in Fufeng County. We have been pursuing him for a long time, yet he has eluded capture. The root of all this chaos traces back to the massacre of the Zhou family in Shaqing," Yixinghe narrated with clarity, while Li Yuanxiu perused the correspondence contained within the storage rings. Upon finishing the letters and hearing the entire account, he responded, "Elder Yi, I comprehend. Once the siege of Fufeng City is lifted, I shall faithfully report to His Majesty. Alas, it is my inadequacy as county guard that has allowed over 40% of the officials under my jurisdiction to be swayed by the Free Association. And I remained utterly unaware. I am truly ashamed before the Imperial Grace. Brotherly, there is no need for such lamentation. Ultimately, they shall not evade the punitive measures of our Great Chu's laws." Li Yuanxiu shook his head and suddenly fixed his gaze on Yixinghe, asking, "Brother, what is your perspective on the matters concerning the Zhou family?" Yixinghe fell silent. How could he dare to speak freely on such matters? He was but a mere warrior, while Li Yuanxiu was a high-ranking official in charge of the province. Li Yuanxiu could inquire, yet he could not divulge. Such was the nature of politics. "Sigh, Brother Yi, at this juncture, what do you still worry about?" Li Yuanxiu continued. "Even if the barbarians retreat, do you think the Eastern Han and Northern Yin will pull back their forces any time soon?" Yixinghe forced a bitter smile and shook his head. "Brotherly, such matters are beyond the purview of a mere warrior like myself. I hope for your understanding." Li Yuanxiu chuckled, not pressing him further. Instead, he rose and said, "Very well, then we shall act separately. You go to meet Lu Qingzi, and I shall pay a visit to the barbarian camp." "Brotherly, that is exceedingly perilous," Yixinghe exclaimed. "What, do you doubt my capabilities?" Li Yuanxiu replied with confidence. "Fear not, even if I am merely at the divine transformation stage. The barbarians would not dare to harm me. If I do not go, then my tenure as the provincial guardian will come to an end." "Brother, do you understand?" Yixinghe nodded silently. Upon awakening, Qin Chuan was greeted by a momentous piece of news. The barbarian forces had retreated. Whispers circulated that it was none other than the esteemed prefect Li Yuanxiu, who had bravely ventured alone into the heart of the barbarian camp. And within the span of half an hour, the enemy began their withdrawal. At that moment, he found himself seated in a noodle shop across from the 6 doors, savoring his meal while listening to the lively chatter around him. Thanks to our prefect, a mere scholar, who dared to infiltrate the barbarian stronghold and commanded their retreat. The wild savages, trembling in fear, hastily withdrew. Long live our prefect! Long live our prefect! In the bustling streets, townsfolk hurriedly shared the news with one another. The reputation of Li Yuanxiu, the prefect of Fufeng, soared to unprecedented heights. What an extraordinary prefect he is! Qin Chuan was undoubtedly aware of the circumstances that had led to the current state of affairs. With Wangda's demise, it was inevitable that the northern tribes would withdraw their troops. The tribes were, after all, exceedingly feeble, lacking the support of a powerful backer or the coercion of others. They dared not covet the territory of the Chu state lightly. It remained uncertain whether Hui Chuan would appoint successors to manage affairs in this region. The Eastern Han and Northern Yin were not to be compared with these minor tribes. They were the true empires of millennia past, possessing formidable strength. The roads to Shu were arduous, akin to ascending to the heavens. In the Shu kingdom, atop a blade-like mountain peak, stood an exquisite bamboo house. A sharp cry of a bird pierced the air as a hawk alighted upon a bamboo pole in the courtyard. A young woman approached, deftly removing the paper cylinder from the hawk's leg, and hurried inside. She respectfully addressed a young man. "My lord, it appears to be a letter from the Chu state." The youth took the cylinder, swiftly unwrapped it, and after a brief perusal, the paper spontaneously ignited into ashes. Wangda was dead. The northern tribes were retreating. The audacity of Chu to slay my Hui Chuan steward was astonishing. Green bamboo. At your service. Inform the Eastern Han and Northern Yin that should they breach the capital of Chu, everything shall be open for discussion. Chapter 75. The inner gate token Fufing City was engulfed in a sea of revelry, with fireworks igniting the night sky. After Qin Chuan finished his noodles, he felt no inclination to immerse himself in the atmosphere any longer. He promptly returned to his room and retrieved a black ring from his pocket, gently caressing its surface. How was this contraption to be used? He contemplated the idea of pledging his blood to claim it as his own. But due to the matter concerning the Six Doors token, he feared being hunted by the Hui Chuan and thus refrained from such an act. Pressing the ring to his forehead, he concentrated and instantly sensed a space within, approximately 3 cubic units, filled with glimmering silver coins and several stacks of banknotes. As he examined the notes, he discovered amounts of 100,000, 100,000, and yet another 100,000. A staggering total of 620,000 taels. Qin Chuan inhaled sharply, only to scoff immediately. A mere 620 crystal coins. He nearly forgot that he was now a wealthy individual holding over 1,000 crystal coins. Initially, he felt little. But now he truly grasped the immense fortune that Fengxing had bestowed upon him. This magnate certainly had a discerning eye. He then counted his cash, which amounted to only a modest sum of over 100,000 taels. Shaking his head, he lamented the absence of what he truly desired. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, prompting him to hastily stow away his storage ring and answer it. It was the familiar disciple from the Six Doors. "Brother Qin Chuan, Lord Zhuke has arrived and requests to see you." "Very well, I shall go at once." Qin Chuan quickly adjusted his attire and made his way to the hall. Indeed, there sat Zhuke, imposing and regal, alongside numbers 2, 3, and 5. Number 4 was absent, likely having succumbed to the cold. "Greetings, my lord." Zhuke gestured toward a seat. "Please, take a seat." "Thank you, my lord. Your matters have been relayed to me by Captain E, and I am quite pleased. Not only have you accomplished the task of entering the city, but you have also completed another significant mission, earning considerable merit. I have already reported your achievements, and you shall receive results by tomorrow. Please await patiently." "Thank you, my lord. It is all due to your nurturing." "Ah, I have not nurtured you at all." Zhu Chue's cold voice left Qin Chuan speechless. "Let us move on. The reason I summoned you today is of importance. With the retreat of the barbarians, we have received new orders to march south and eradicate the Freedom Society." The expressions of the group shifted considerably. The elder, number 5, stood first. "My lord, I am already advanced in years, with little time left. Being a native of the north, I find the southern climate to be humid and stifling. I fear I may not adapt." Number 3 also rose. "My lord, I too wish to remain in the north to seek any surviving family members." Number 2 hesitated, glancing at the frigid Zhuke before ultimately closing his mouth. "And you, number 2? Number 2 wished to slap himself, but spoke honestly. "I too do not wish to head south." To his surprise, Zhuke nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall not force you. Furthermore, I will have Captain E enroll you in the 6 Doors of Fufing Prefecture, making you formal members." The 3 were filled with immense joy, all rising to bow in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." "Qin Chuan, ahem, esteemed sir. You cannot refuse. You must accompany me southward." "Qin Chuan, all right. You may all leave now. I shall take care of the subsequent matters." "Qin Chuan, please stay for a moment." "Thank you, my lord." The 3 once again bowed respectfully before turning to depart. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Why should he be compelled to journey south? My lord." You may call me Zhuke. Is it possible for me to refrain from heading south? Qin Chuan timidly inquired. For he truly did not wish to embark on such a journey, at least not at this moment. He believed that if he were to receive his rewards and diligently cultivate for a time, achieving the realm of divine power would significantly enhance his ability to safeguard his life when the time came to venture south. Zhuke shook her head, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon him. I am aware of your thoughts, yet time is of the essence. The forces of freedom will rise in the south, slaughtering officials and committing heinous acts against the common people. Qin Chuan, you possess great talent and a sense of duty towards your nation. I shall not hold past transgressions against you, but such occurrences must never happen again. I understand. Thank you, my Lord Zhuke, Qin Chuan acknowledged, recognizing her admonition regarding his previous actions. It is good that you comprehend. Now, go and rest. Return to me tomorrow. Yes. As Qin Chuan departed, Zhuke suddenly turned pale, her complexion shifting to a deep crimson. With a gasp, she hastily lifted her veil and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Coughing violently, she struggled to regain her composure. At that moment, Yixinghe appeared unexpectedly. Your injuries are severe. Do not overexert yourself. Go and tend to your wounds. Zhuke quickly rose, intending to offer her respects. Enough of that. Zhuke, I am no longer your senior brother. Rest well. Yixinghe replied, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he regarded her. Senior brother, the court is undergoing changes now. Your past actions will surely not be pursued, and perhaps you may yet return to Xingjing City. Xingjing City. Yixinghe's eyes flickered with nostalgia before he shook his head. It is too distant. The Eastern Han and Northern Yin have yet to withdraw their troops. It is premature to contemplate such matters. Go and rest. Your subordinates will be arranged by tomorrow. You need not worry. I understand. Senior brother, I shall take my leave. As a new day dawned, Qin Chuan, having cultivated through the night, found himself troubled. My dantian is too vast. To allow the vital energy to overflow will surely require considerable time. I wonder if there exists any elixir that could hasten the process. Perhaps I should inquire with Zhuke. Qin Chuan swiftly completed his morning rituals and stepped out, feeling no burden of responsibility as a member of the Six Doors. Upon entering the main hall, he did not spot Zhuke but instead encountered Yixinghe. Greetings, Chief Yi. Qin Chuan has arrived. Yixinghe responded with a warm smile. Zhuke has matters to attend to and has specifically entrusted me with your affairs. Please present your token. Certainly. Qin Chuan retrieved the black token and handed it over. Yixinghe accepted it, then produced a silver token and offered it to Qin Chuan. From this day forth, you shall serve as a silver badge constable of the Six Doors in Xingjing City. This token signifies your identity. It must never be lost. For as long as you possess the token, your authority remains intact. Qin Chuan received the token with both hands, expressing his gratitude. There is no need for hasty thanks. Your contributions this time are significant, and the rewards shall extend beyond this. Zhuke will provide you with further recognition. Do you understand the significance of the silver token from the Six Doors of Shenyang? Your subordinate is unaware. With this token in your possession, you need not refer to yourself as my subordinate any longer. A member of the Six Doors in Shenyang, wielding a silver token, holds a status equivalent to that of a city governor, possessing the authority to mobilize the city's forces and to act with prerogative over matters concerning the martial world. Qin Chuan widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at the plaque in his hand, feeling incredulous. Could it be that a mere constable of the Six Doors possessed such overwhelming authority? Upon closer inspection of the exquisite silver plaque, he noted the intricate designs. The front bore the inscription Six Doors, while the reverse simply displayed the character NEI. Do you see that character? In all of Great Chu, only the capital city, Xinjiang, would bear such a term. Elsewhere, it would merely denote the name of a prefecture. Qin Chuan, you ought to express your gratitude to Zhuke. Do not assume her intention in bringing you south is to harm you. Countless individuals aspire to enter the inner sanctum of the Six Doors yet find themselves without a means. You, my boy, are fortunate to have encountered Zhuke and gained access to the inner circle. She will enlighten you on the true benefits of the inner door. I shall not presume to elaborate further. Chapter 76, Officials of Great Chu, Birds of a Feather. Qin Chuan returned to his chamber, clutching the token. With a drop of blood, he recognized his allegiance. He had embarked upon this vessel of the Great Chu, with no alternative left to him. He hoped that this so-called inner sect token would provide him with some invaluable assistance. With a focused heart, he continued his cultivation, his current aspiration being to nurture his spirit. If he were to rely solely on elemental crystals, without the aid of medicinal pills, he estimated it would take him half a year to reach the stage of self-emitting vital energy. Half a year was a luxury he could not afford. In these tumultuous times, every fraction of strength was crucial for survival. At noon, a swift steed galloped into the 6 gates of Fufeng County like the wind. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xuan, engrossed in his practice, sensed the token vibrating. Qin Xuan, prepare to set off immediately, Zhuke. This messaging function is quite impressive. I wonder how far the notifications can reach. As Qin Xuan swiftly exited, he had yet to reach the hall when he beheld 2 magnificent warhorses brought into the courtyard. Their coats gleamed with a lustrous sheen, and their muscular forms exuded an aura of power and majesty. Zhuke beckoned to him, saying, Qin Xuan, mount up. We shall head south at once. We can discuss matters on the way. Giddy up. Qin Xuan took the reins, mounted his horse, and rode off in pursuit. Yixinghe and several high-ranking officials from the 6 doors of Fufeng County gazed anxiously in the direction of their departure. Why would the Eastern Han and Northern Yin suddenly launch a frenzied assault against us? Yixinghe shot a glare at Feng Xing, who had posed the question, and solemnly replied, Our foremost concern must now be to monitor the barbarians. That pack of ungrateful wolves may well return, seeking to claim a portion of the Great Chu for themselves. Feng Xing, is Lu Qingzi still within the city? My lord, she is no longer here. Word has come that she has gone to Shacheng. Shacheng? What purpose does she have there? You all remain vigilant over Fufeng City. I shall make a trip to Shacheng. With that, Yixinghe vanished. The hooves thundered, and the shadows of the trees raced by in a blur. Truly, the dragon blood horse possesses remarkable speed. Qin Xuan marveled at the horse's efficiency. While it may not surpass a skilled martial artist in short distances, its prowess truly shone over longer stretches. It moved with grace and speed, conserving energy remarkably well. As night descended, Zhuke reined in the reins and dismounted, followed closely by Qin Xuan. Do you recognize the mountains ahead? Zhuke inquired, gesturing towards the distant range. It should be Yuntai Mountain, I suppose, Qin Xuan replied uncertainly. You know? Zhuke expressed genuine surprise. Qin Xuan shook his head, having read in books that approximately 1,000 miles south of Shacheng lies Yuntai Mountain. Given our pace, we should be nearing Yuntai Mountain. Indeed. Zhuke nodded, declaring, This is Yuntai Mountain, the sacred ground for cultivation in the northern border of the Great Chu, home to 9 sects. Among them, the Day Sword sect stands at the forefront. You should be familiar with it, Zhou Lin. Qin Xuan nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. He was indeed a member of the Day Sun Sword sect, which had now betrayed the Great Chu and joined the Free Society. What about the entire Yuntai Mountain? As Qin Xuan gazed at the distant mountains, a wave of trepidation surged within him. Goodness, had his choice of Great Chu unwittingly aligned him with the National Army of 1949? Only one sect remained loyal, but it was a rather unique one, known for its singular lineage. The name of the current sect master should be familiar to you. She is the Plum Blossom Fairy, Lu Qingzi. Qin Xuan shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. Zhuke seemed somewhat incredulous. After all, she was a formidable 4th-grade powerhouse, ranked 3rd on the Eastern Continent's leaderboard. Forgive me, Lady Zhuke, but I truly have not heard of it. Until recently, I had never even laid eyes on a martial artist of the entry level, let alone those on the leaderboard of the Eastern Continent. Zhuke fell into a brief silence before sitting down on the ground and retrieving some food and water from her storage ring. Let us take a moment to rest and enjoy some nourishment, while I share with you some tales from the martial world. That sounds splendid, Qin Xuan exclaimed as he plopped down beside her. His isolation from the outside world had left him eager to uncover the true nature of this realm. Our current location is known as Eastern Han in the Eastern Continent, encompassing regions such as Southern Shu, Northern Yin, and our own Great Chu, as well as the Western Rong and the barbarians, all of which belong to this land of the Eastern Continent. Do you understand why we are hastening southward? Qin Xuan shook his head, fully aware of his ignorance. For reasons unknown, the Eastern Han and Northern Yin, as if possessed by madness, relentlessly assaulted our kingdom of Chu without regard for casualties. In a single night, the eastern borders of Great Chu fell to 6 cities, while the northern front suffered the loss of 4. Among the fallen was a 4th-grade Jushen expert and 11 5th-grade Dongtian masters. Qin Xuan's heart raced with trepidation. Indeed, we find ourselves in chaotic times where even the mightiest can fall with a mere whisper. This serves as a testament to the ferocity of the ongoing conflict. Are you aware that, when it comes to elite combat prowess, both the Eastern Han and Northern Yin pale in comparison to our Great Chu? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of murderous intent gleamed in Zhuchue's eyes. The primary focus of our esteemed Great Chu's top-tier warriors is directed towards the Free Association. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. The free association must be eradicated. Our mission is to venture southward, seeking out the hidden enclaves of the free association before they can rise to power, swiftly eliminating those clandestine strongholds within the populace to prevent them from gaining irreparable influence. Qin Chuan, do you possess a unique gift that enables you to perceive what others cannot? Zhu Chue's gaze bore into him with intensity. Qin Chuan feigned an expression of bewilderment. Stop pretending. Fingxing informed me of the truth revealed in your eyes. All right, I concede. There is indeed a hint of talent in my gaze. Qin Chuan reflected once more, acknowledging that he had exercised considerable caution. Yet, these individuals were far from foolish. They could glean much from the slightest clues. You are, without a doubt, the linchpin in this quest for the hideout of freedom. Qin Chuan fell silent, quietly observing her, conveying that understanding was sufficient. Zhu Ke produced a spatial ring and tossed it to him, stating that it contained all that he was entitled to. She also reminded him to remember the ring acquired from Hui Chuan, advising him against recklessly pledging allegiance to rings from other factions. The people of Qin Chuan were taken aback. After receiving the storage ring, they swiftly examined its contents before tossing it back to Guan. As she took the ring, a crimson glow emanated from her hand, and she crushed the ring in one fierce motion. You can check the items later. Can we locate a hideout now? Of course. Qin Chuan's heart raced as he caught sight of the treasures. They were precisely what he had desired. For the first time, he felt the generosity of this woman, Zhu Ke. Very well, I shall continue to enlighten you about the East Continent. You must remember these details, or you may find yourself perishing without understanding how it came to pass. As for the elite warriors, our great Chu boasts 3 unparalleled masters ranked in the top tier, 2 from the Eastern Han, and only 1 from the Northern Yin. Each of the Free and Southern Shu has 1 as well. The barbarians and the Western Rong have none. Otherwise, how could our great Chu maintain a dominant position in the heart of the East Continent? The heavenly rankings? Are there truly so few top-tier warriors? Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there are only 8 known top-tier masters recorded in the heavenly rankings across the entire East Continent. Do you now comprehend the significance of the peak 4th-tier warrior, Lu Qingzi, who ranks 3rd on the Earth rankings? Did we not attempt to win her over? We did. But to no avail. It remains a mystery what this plum blossom fairy truly considers, as she has seldom left the northern border. In the Sand City, the stench of decay lingered heavily. A woman in a red dress, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a veil, traversed the streets. Her expression was obscured, yet her eyes conveyed a profound sorrow. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, landing beside her. Yixinghe of the 6 Doors had encountered the plum blossom fairy. Is there something you need, Chiefy? Came her slightly hoarse voice. Fairy, why must you keep your distance? Might we converse in detail? I am the one who ended your county magistrate's life. What do you seek by repeatedly searching for me? Fairy, Lu Yong's demise was a consequence of his own actions. He had long been tainted by Hui Chuan and the Free Association. You merely eliminated a threat to our great Chu. A cold laugh escaped Lu Qingzi's lips. Great Chu officials are no better than one another. Otherwise, the Sand City would not have fallen time and again. Chapter 77. Something amiss? Yixinghe paused, struck by her words. Does the fairy harbor grievances against our great Chu officials? I dare not. A mere villager would not presume to criticize the appointed officials of the court. Lord E, you may return to your duties. Please do not follow me any longer. With that, Lu Qingzi vanished in an instant, leaving Yixinghe with an uncanny impression. This woman seemed to possess a distinct connection to the Sand City. At the foot of Yuntai Mountain, Zhu Ke took a sip of water and remarked, "This is all for now. I have said what needed to be said. Let us set forth." Thank you, Lord Zhu Ke, for your guidance. Qin Chuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude and performed a customary gesture of respect typically shown by disciples. The knowledge he acquired this evening was profoundly enriching. He felt akin to a rustic villager venturing into the bustling city, gaining insight into merely the tip of the iceberg that is this world. He also sensed the accountability and shifting demeanor of the woman named Zhu Ke towards him, which made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. The Eastern Continent, Western Continent, Southern Continent, Northern Continent, and the most enigmatic and coveted realm, the Central Continent. He was merely situated in the northern borders of the Eastern Continent, within the Chu Kingdom. Furthermore, there existed unparalleled beings of the highest caliber, capable of altering the very elements, who ranked upon the celestial list and commanded the winds and rains at their will. Qin Chuan was filled with longing. Yet Zhu Ke informed him that a 4th-tier powerhouse was the pinnacle of human potential, with only 8 heavenly ranking experts existing throughout the Eastern Continent. Those who ascended to the heavenly ranking were truly the Sea Army de la Sea Army, possessing both unparalleled talent and a stroke of fortune. Noticing Qin Chuan's sincere bow, Zhu Qiue's expression softened slightly, although she still spoke in a cool tone. You need not thank me. As your guide within the inner sect, it is my duty. Qin Chuan, I am aware that you harbor no affection for me, nor perhaps for the great Chu. However, you must understand that under a collapsed nest, there are no intact eggs. Should the great Chu fall, it is not we who will suffer the most, but the common folk. Once you venture south, you will realize that the concept of freedom is not as idyllic as it is portrayed. In the face of power and desire, one's vision becomes clouded. While the great Chu may falter in certain areas, it serves the people far better than others. Remember, the waters that carry a boat can also capsize it. With that, she mounted her horse and galloped away. Qin Chuan stood momentarily stunned before also mounting his horse to follow. Damn, this woman truly embodies the essence of royal lineage. Once again testing my patience. Yet, her words have indeed struck a chord. Qin Chuan felt a sense of helplessness in his critique. He adhered to his own principles, maintaining a steadfast moral compass. He could engage in battle and even commit acts of violence, yet the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents was beyond his capacity. He harbored a deep disdain for such individuals. Just as water can support a boat, it can also capsize it, though the common folk may lack formidable strength. Wherever there is oppression, resistance will inevitably arise. Perhaps the great Chu is currently beset by turmoil, yet he harbored little faith in organizations such as the Freedom Association, deeming them to be mere rabble. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he absently touched the spatial ring on his hand, which brought him a renewed sense of joy. He had examined the contents within, a formidable spear crafted from a unique material, far superior to his previous weapon, a vial of vitality elixirs, 3 spirit-enhancing pills, and 1,000 origin crystals, paving the way for his advancement to the 4th tier of innate energy. Although lacking specific attributes, the vermilion bird had informed him that while this technique may not possess great power, it embodies balance and tranquility. Furthermore, Qin Chuan had yet to test his affinity for attributes. Should he inadvertently cultivate a conflicting property, it would yield diminishing returns, making a non-attribute technique far more advantageous. Once skeptical of this woman, he now felt a sliver of trust, for she had indeed provided him with tangible gifts. Yet, it must be acknowledged that it was he who had risked his life to obtain them. Sighing, he mused that in the future, should he attain power, granting her a reprieve would not be out of the question. Qin Chuan harbors a deep-seated grudge. He cannot simply forget the woman who once held a sword to his throat, even after she bestowed gifts upon him. Another night of relentless travel has passed, and as dawn gradually breaks, the dragon-blood steed emits clouds of white vapor, clearly straining under the exertion. Zhu gestured toward the distant cityscape, declaring, "Ahead lies our first destination, Duxian." Duxian is a county under the jurisdiction of Guangyang Prefecture and Qinghe. We suspect that the martial artists from Yuntai Mountain may have established temporary branches of the Free Association here, poised to incite rebellion at any moment. Therefore, it is imperative that we locate their hideout in advance and capture them all in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan nodded and inquired, "Lord Zhu, our sole responsibility is to gather intelligence, correct? Indeed, it is unnecessary for us to intervene in their resolution." Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. It was not merely unnecessary, but entirely impossible, wasn't it? So when shall we enter the city? We await news. Zhu dismounted and, leading the horse, ventured into the nearby woods to sit down. Qin Chuan, emulating the example before him, seated himself upon the ground and commenced his meditative practice, eyes closed in deep concentration. After approximately half an hour, the melodious call of a cuckoo echoed from the depths of the forest. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, sensing the tremor of the token in his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered it belonged to Guangyang, the proprietor of the fragrant pavilion tea house in Guxian, known as the Cuckoo. Zhu sprang to her feet, declaring, "Change your attire, but do not bring the horse. We shall enter the city." Very well. The two made their way into the woods, and before long, they had changed their garments. Zhu donned a striking black warrior's outfit, her face still veiled and her hair tied up in an elegant high ponytail, exuding a remarkable grace. In contrast, Qin Chuan appeared considerably more modest, clad in a scholar's long robe. "This attire does not befit you," Zhu remarked, lifting her foot to stride forward. Qin Chuan pondered, "What do you mean? Do I not possess the demeanor of an educated person?" He rubbed his nose, seemingly acknowledging that he lacked the refined aura of a scholar. Instead, he exuded the essence of the common folk, a consequence of his brief tenure as a boss, one that ended abruptly with the chairman's demise, forcing him to flee for his life. leaving him without the cultivated bearing of a true gentleman. Yet, having navigated the streets for decades, he felt he was not as uncouth as the typical scholar. The bustling early morning in Gushin County was a sight to behold, especially at the city gates where a long queue formed, comprised of local citizens pushing carts, all seeking their livelihoods within the city. Those without goods to transport could bypass the line and enter the county without fee. Gushin was not particularly large, with a population likely under 100,000. Yet it thrived with vibrancy, its streets lined with shops, and the air filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. They made their way into a tea house named Xiangmenlo. The proprietor was a middle-aged man, distinguished by a charming handlebar mustache and an air of elegance. Upon seeing them, Juke displayed her token, prompting the owner to promptly escort them to a private room upstairs. "Greetings, Master Juke," he said respectfully, producing a token to confirm their identities. "No need for excessive formalities. Simply hand me the map," Juke instructed. "Certainly." The owner retrieved a scroll, presenting it to her, marked with numbers for clarity. "Understood." Juke accepted it and stowed it away in her storage ring as the owner turned to leave. "Do you not have a secret signal for your meetings?" Qinchuan inquired, puzzled. Juke merely waved her token. "With this, it is unnecessary. And what if the owner were to seize another's token to impersonate them? As long as the person is alive, the token remains valid. If the bearer dies, the token loses its power. What if the intelligence officer is compromised?" Zke furrowed her brow. "We must trust our intelligence agents. They have undergone rigorous training." Qinchuan nodded, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed something amiss with the proprietor. It was an instinctual feeling, one that had lingered since his encounter with the owner of the tea house. "Hurry and grab a bite. We must leave the city," he urged. They quickly consumed a modest meal and exited the tea house, making their way back to the familiar woods outside the city. Zke unfurled the map, her finger pinpointing the most suspicious locations. "Jiuli Township, Xiaha Village. Let us head there first." Chapter 78. As long as one sits upright, the two rode forth, the morning breeze carrying a slight chill that invigorated Qinchuan's mind. Something was indeed amiss. There was no doubt that this proprietor harbored secrets. The time had been too brief. I had completely forgotten to employ the eye of truth to scrutinize him. Sigh. Qinchuan reined in the reins, and Juke turned back, gazing at him with a look of confusion. "My lady Juke, I believe it is prudent for us to don disguises. Caution, after all, is the key to longevity. The 8 great sects of Yunushin are no trifling force." Juke furrowed her brow but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. She always felt that Qinchuan was excessively cautious. Yet, Qinchuan considered her to be rather heedless. At such a critical juncture, could one still place trust in their intelligence operatives? To speak frankly, in these tumultuous times for the Great Chu, not only the ordinary informants but even the chief constable of Guangyang County could potentially turn traitor. Wait a moment. The chief constable of Guangyang County. Could it be that my ill-fated words have inadvertently come true? Qinchuan felt a flutter of anxiety within. He swiftly disguised himself as a venerable elder nearing his 70s, abandoning his horse in the woods as he emerged. Observing Juke, who had merely changed her attire yet still wore a veil, he furrowed his brow. "My lord, what is this?" Juke returned his gaze, inquiring. "What manner of disguise is this? What has become of the horse?" "My lord Juke, let us forsake the horse and proceed on foot. According to the map, if we walk steadily, we shall arrive just as night falls." "No, this will prove far too inefficient," Juke expressed her discontent. "There are precisely 6 doubts to address. At this pace, when shall we ever find our way?" Qinchuan was utterly speechless. Did this woman still believe it was the zenith of the Great Chu dynasty? He replied directly, "Juke, consider this. If the entire Yutai Mountain has rebelled against Chu, can we be certain that the 6 doors of Guangyang County will not follow suit? Caution is the mother of safety. It would be wise for us to refrain from reconnaissance during the day. At most, we can take to the skies at night." Juke's expression immediately turned icy. "The 6 doors are the cornerstone of Great Chu. They would never betray us." "Very well, you have the final say. But can we agree not to scout during the day?" "I certainly will not." Qinchuan defiantly plopped down on the ground, throwing a childish tantrum. This woman was utterly naive, having never encountered the treacheries of the martial world. Juke, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Don't you dare lay a hand on me. You said last night that I have not betrayed our cause, thus you have no authority to enforce the rules. You are not an inner door elder." All right, Qinchuan. "So you've grown a backbone, using the rules to pressure me." Zuke bit her teeth in frustration. "Not at all. I merely find this approach somewhat inappropriate. Nighttime reconnaissance yields far better results." You are merely afraid for your life. Indeed, are you not afraid? Qin Chuan candidly admitted, then posed a counter-question. For the sake of Great Chu, I fear nothing. Yet one must die with purpose, mustn't one? What use is a meaningless death? Sharp-tongued as ever. Zk. I only ask you this. Do you agree with my plan? Qin Chuan thought to himself, she cannot retaliate against me as long as I remain within the rules. Having secured what I needed, the token bears records of our actions. She would think twice before striking. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Zuke replied. Her teeth clenched in irritation. Now that's more like it. Let us be on our way. Qin Chuan stood up, brushing off his clothes and casually picking up a branch to use as a walking stick. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an ominous wind suddenly swept through, and a dark cloud loomed overhead, unleashing a torrential downpour. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, the rain ceased, and the bright moon illuminated the earth. What a bizarre weather phenomenon. Qin Chuan grumbled, thoroughly drenched and resembling a drowned rat. He had refrained from using his elemental energy to shield himself, knowing that every ounce would be his lifeline. Spring had arrived, and in the south, the weather was particularly capricious. We must prepare swiftly. We are about to enter the village. Qin Chuan shook his head, suggesting they wait a little longer for the sun to set before entering the village. Before Zuke could express her frustration, he added, having listened to me once, why not listen to the end? Zuke fell silent, which secretly pleased Qin Chuan. However, his gaze turned serious as he cast his eyes toward the distant Xiahe village, burdened with numerous questions. As Zuke had mentioned, it was the season for spring plowing. How could it be that once the sun dipped below the horizon, the fields were devoid of busy farmers? Wasn't this peculiar? Yet, he chose not to voice his concerns and instead waited in silence. In the ancestral hall of Xiahe village, approximately 30 meters underground, the flames of the candles flickered vigorously. Present were 9 young men and women, and at the forefront sat a young man with a severed arm, Zhou Lin. He appeared markedly more mature than he had a few months prior, complete with a budding beard. Come in. He gently beckoned, and a figure emerged from the stone door. Is there anyone entering the village? Zhou Lin inquired. No, Captain, came the reply. Have there been any sightings of Zhuge along the way? None. Zhou Lin furrowed his brow and began to pace back and forth. Esteemed leaders, do you think the news has leaked? Could they have chosen not to come to Xiahe village? At this point, a man interjected, that is impossible. The entire Lushanmen of Guangyang County has pledged allegiance to our free society. The likelihood of any leaks is minimal. Moreover, Xiahe village is the most conspicuous marker. Zhuge will undoubtedly come here. If we can capture her, we will have our chance to negotiate. Zhou Lin remained silent, deep in thought. In my opinion, we should directly apprehend her. She possesses merely mid-tier 5th grade cultivation. Several of us here are 4th grade. No way. Someone immediately countered. She is a royal noblewoman. And there are rumors that she is merely here to gather intelligence. Who knows what 3rd grade experts might be following her. Enough. Quiet down. Zhou Lin glared. And the others fell silent at once. Sometimes, cultivation is merely cultivation. Status signifies background. We cannot openly capture Zhuge. We are unaware of her life-saving measures. Nor do we know what means the experts possess. Therefore, the best course of action is to let her enter Xiahe village and into our formation. At that point, we can catch her effortlessly. Once we have Zhuge, the Chu will undoubtedly trade the entirety of Guangyang County for her, and everyone will achieve great merit. The captain is brilliant. Someone immediately praised him. Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After over a decade of cultivation, he realized that positioning was paramount. As long as he held the right place, those sect leaders who once demanded his deference now sought his favor. Wait a moment, Zhou Lin decisively waved his hand. Settling the matter. Qin Chuan, is it about time? Yuke expressed some impatience. Qin Chuan gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, the hour nearing midnight. He shook his head and remarked earnestly, Zhuge, do you not sense something amiss? Since dusk, have you heard even a single bark from a dog in Xiahe village? Juchue's expression changed. Indeed, there had been no sound of barking. No need for further conjecture. This place is undoubtedly their stronghold. That's not acceptable. Zhuge shook his head. We must venture into the village to gather intelligence. What if the villagers do not keep dogs? The penalties for inaccurate information from the inner gate are severe. Can I refrain from entering the village? Qin Chuan felt as if Xiahe village were a ferocious beast, and he feared that entering would lead to certain demise. No. Locating the stronghold requires your keen sight. However, I can guide you around the outskirts of the village first. Not entirely foolish, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Zhuge grasped him and soared into the sky, prompting Qin Chuan to remind, fly lower. All right. He immediately activated his true eye, scanning the surroundings. Not only did he detect no formidable beings beyond the spirit realm, but there were also no signs of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Moreover, the village indeed had no dogs. Upon returning to their starting point, Zhuke shook her head, saying, Qinchuan, I believe you may be overthinking this. Perhaps the villagers simply do not favor keeping dogs. Perhaps. Qinchuan nodded in agreement, feeling that he might have been overly cautious. Then shall we proceed inside? Indeed. Under the moonlight, the two made their way towards Xiahe village. Chapter 79. Fearless Captain. Captain. In the subterranean chamber of the village's ancestral hall, a villager rushed in, exclaiming, Two strangers have entered from outside the village. One male and one female, just as the cuckoo foretold. They appear to have disguised themselves. The male's appearance has changed significantly, while the female's is less so. Understood. Zhou Lin immediately rose, a smile gracing his face. They have finally arrived. No wonder we could not trace their whereabouts despite their disguises. Esteemed leaders, the opportunity to establish our legacy has arrived. If we can secure Guangyang County completely, we shall have a solid foundation, enabling us to advance or retreat as necessary. We must capture Zhuke alive. As per your command, Captain. At the village entrance, Qinchuan and Zhuke stepped inside. It was approximately 2.5 hours past midnight. Around 9:30 p.m., at this hour, the villagers had locked their doors and succumbed to slumber. For safety's sake, Qinchuan kept his true eye activated, though prolonged use would strain his mental faculties. Nevertheless, at this moment, preserving his life was paramount. Caution breeds longevity. Zuke. Should we perhaps knock on a door and ask for a bowl of water? What are you suggesting? Zuke inquired in a hushed voice, still somewhat apprehensive. Just one last time, shall we? Qinchuan raised his hand and knocked gently on the door of a house. The soft sound of his knock echoed in the night. Who is it, knocking at this late hour? A flickering oil lamp illuminated the surroundings, and shortly thereafter, a young man approached, holding the lamp aloft, and promptly opened the courtyard gate. Qinchuan leaned on a branch, bending slightly, and spoke. Greetings. I, along with my daughter, are passing through your esteemed village. We find ourselves parched and would be most grateful for a bowl of water. Zuke shot him a glare. This man had been taking advantage of her throughout their conversation. Yet for the sake of the task, she chose to overlook it. Very well, she said, though somewhat reluctantly, and turned to enter. Please, come in. As Qinchuan was about to enter, he fixed his gaze intently on the young man before him, who stood barefoot. His skin was smooth, devoid of any trace of the roughness typical of rural dwellers. Such skin could only signify one thing. He was a martial artist. Then, a memory resurfaced. He finally discerned what was amiss about the owner of Xiangmenla. Let us go. Qinchuan shouted loudly, grasping hold of Zuke, and turned to flee. Whoosh. A burst of fireworks ascended into the sky, illuminating the entire night. To their astonishment, a transparent barrier began to rise around the village. A formation. Yuchue's expression shifted dramatically, her speed surging as she pulled Qinchuan along, making a swift dash through the narrowing gap in the formation. Then, she retrieved an object from her possession and pressed it, unleashing a piercing sound that shattered the heavens. Whoosh. Another firework blossomed in the sky, this time in a delicate shade of azure. They sought to escape, knowing they must capture Zhuke alive. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures, like phantoms, swiftly erupted from the village, encircling them. It was over. Barbie was finished. Qinchuan gazed at the four individuals encircling them, their brilliance in the eye of truth akin to that of a radiant galaxy. For formidable fourth-tier gathering spirit realm cultivators, what a predicament. Just then, several streaks of light pierced the sky, heralding the arrival of several fifth-tier cave heaven realm experts. Among them, two bore a stretcher aloft through the air, upon which reclined an individual. Zuke, surrender willingly to spare yourself from suffering, declared one of the fourth-tier cultivators with an air of arrogance. Wang Xiao, Chen Zhong, Feng Dihai, Lu Yu, are you truly intent on opposing the Great Chu? Zhuke, seemingly unfazed, produced a dagger aglow with crimson light, not aimed at others but rather at herself. At that moment, the two fifth-tier cave heaven realm cultivators approached the stretcher, on which sat a man missing an arm, languidly perched as he spoke. Zuke, the Great Chu stifles the development of our sect, perceiving us as a thorn in their side, a nail in their flesh. We seek freedom. We refuse to be caged like gilded canaries. You would do well to surrender, lest you suffer further. Yet, your caution is commendable, as you have consistently avoided entering Lower River Village. Kill this man, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Qinchuan, damn, have I offended you? He expressed his utter bewilderment. Wait. Zhuke interjected. I am willing to surrender unconditionally, but with one stipulation. He must not be harmed. At that moment, Qin Xuan felt a surge of genuine emotion. Oh? Zhou Lin appeared intrigued. I know you, codename Zhuke. You are the only sister of Emperor Chu Wushang of the Tianxing dynasty, Chu Wunyan. What is his status that you protect him so fervently? Zhuke spoke almost without contemplation. He is the most pivotal disciple within the Six Doors. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Lin's eyes. He had hoped to capture another royal relative. With a swift motion, a fourth-grade expert stepped forward, effortlessly revealing Qin Xuan's true form. At that moment, Zhuke suddenly brandished a dagger engulfed in flames, poised against her own neck. I know you intend to capture me alive to negotiate with my royal brother. If he dies, I shall follow suit. You shall not succeed. Even though Qin Xuan was aware of the significance Zhuke placed on her true eye, this realization altered his perception of her. Quite the contrary, Zhou Lin displayed no anger. Instead, he wore a smile. At that moment, the fourth-grade expert who had a firm grip on Qin Xuan remarked, Captain, he merely possesses the strength of the Qi realm. Moreover, Zhuke has signaled. We must hasten into the formation. Signal? Zhou Lin chuckled. The entire 6 doors of Guanyang County are under my command. What use is her signal? Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Wunyan, I promise you. I shall not kill him. Come with us. With that, he waved his hand. The fourth-grade expert holding Qin Xuan, along with 3 others, moved a step closer. Please. Zhuke clutched Qin Xuan with one hand while the other held a fiery dagger poised against her alabaster neck, her eyes reflecting a struggle as she took a deep breath. Very well, I shall accompany you. The group sighed in relief, prioritizing the capture of the individual, while others provided support. Take them away. Zhou Lin commanded with a grand gesture. Zhuke did not release her grip on Qin Xuan, nor did she lower the dagger. As they descended to the ground and followed the group into Xia village, they proceeded into the ancestral hall and down the underground passage. We must remain confined together, otherwise. I would rather perish, Zhuke stated, presenting another condition. Very well, I can acquiesce to your request, but might you indulge me in a wish? Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zhou Lin exuded confidence. What wish? Zhuke inquired. I have often heard that Princess Wunyan possesses unparalleled beauty, the fairest in the land of Chu. Might I have the honor of witnessing her visage? At this, Zhu Chue's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Zhou Lin chuckled, unabashed by her demeanor. Forget it. It is merely a face after all. Once I am free, I shall overthrow your great Chu, and you will acquiesce to whatever I say. Zhou Lin concluded. Turning to leave, Qin Xuan and Zhuke found themselves confined within a sealed stone chamber. As the heavy stone door closed, leaving only a narrow aperture for the passage of air, the surroundings descended into a profound darkness. Fortunately, both were skilled martial artists, and the night posed no barrier to their vision. Thanks to Zhu Chue's determination, their cultivation and belongings remained intact. Zhuke, you may release me now, Qin Xuan uttered softly. Zhu Chue's eyes glimmered with intensity. Instead of letting go, she surveyed their surroundings, displaying an unwavering composure. As he appeared to utter more words, Zhuke promptly gestured for silence. Qin Xuan immediately fell silent, burying his feelings deep within. This woman seemed to possess a hidden advantage. It was no wonder she exuded such audacity, seemingly unafraid of anything. Chapter 80. I hope you do not regret the decision you have made in the future. She gestured in the darkness on the ground, and Qin Xuan understood her instantly. I have signaled for help, and soon, assistance will arrive. None of them will escape. Hold on to me tightly. It may save your life. Qin Xuan blinked, signifying his understanding, though concern creased his brow as he contemplated the formidable prowess of the approaching individuals. A mere 4th-tier practitioner would be of little use. He inscribed the character for upper on the ground, followed by a question mark. Zhuke blinked in response, and Qin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine upon realizing that a 3rd-tier expert would soon arrive. His worries dissipated, just as boredom threatened to engulf him. Zhuke suddenly murmured, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Qin Xuan felt his bones threaten to shatter, and his breath caught in his throat. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. A fiery red glow erupted from Zhu Chue's dagger, enveloping them and dispelling the imminent sense of being reduced to mere pulp. With a cough, Qin Xuan expelled a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto Zhuke. Apologies. It seems my calculations were slightly off, he exclaimed, finally feeling the warmth of life return to him as he cast a resentful glance her way. Could you please inform me in advance next time? No sooner had he voiced his complaint than a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The subterranean space collapsed instantaneously, and their hidden chamber was no exception to the overwhelming pressure that followed. "Hold on to me," Zuke commanded, her dagger glowing fiercely, forming a protective barrier around them and bracing against a massive stone overhead. After a moment, the tumult seemed to subside. "Can you shatter these boulders and break free?" Qin Chuan inquired. "We are 30 meters underground, surrounded by colossal stones. I lack such capability." "We must wait," Zuke retorted, shooting him a glare, recalling how he had nearly clung to her for dear life. At that moment, a brilliant sword light sliced through the air, vaporizing the surrounding stones with a resounding shockwave. Looking up, they beheld a passageway that extended to the surface. "Let us ascend," Zuke urged, pulling him upward into the open sky. Upon reaching the surface, Qin Chuan inadvertently glanced downward and gasped in astonishment. The entirety of Xiahe village had been concaved, leaving behind a colossal imprint of a hand. A third-tier powerhouse, truly terrifying. "Heavens!" Juchue's melodic voice rang out, tinged with a hint of exuberance, rendering Qin Chuan's experience surreal. A woman with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage stepped gracefully through the void, each step leaving behind a blossoming crimson lotus in her wake. A smile graced her lips, though her gaze bore a semblance of reproach. "You, my dear girl, have once again been disobedient." Her voice was unexpectedly enchanting. Qin Chuan could not help but glance at the woman once more before hastily lowering his head. Is this truly the individual endowed with exceptional talents? Indeed remarkable. The woman cast a fleeting glance at Qin Chuan, causing him to shudder, as if stripped bare of all secrets. With a mere wave of her hand, she transported them in an instant to the outskirts of Xia village. Zuke released Qin Chuan and hurried towards the woman, resembling a young girl as she affectionately clung to her arm, exclaiming, "Great-grandma, why have you only just arrived? Isn't it to assist you with some troublesome matters?" The woman gazed at her with eyes as gentle as water, brimming with affection. "You see, I told you repeatedly, with your insufficient cultivation, you ought not to wander recklessly. Great-grandma, I possess the life-preserving talisman you gifted me, so I have no fear." As she spoke, she brandished the fiery red dagger in her hand. "Impudent girl, go back and let the emperor deal with you," the woman replied, clearly exasperated. She then soared into the sky with Shike, their conversation veiled in mystery. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, understanding the situation, discreetly turned away, distancing himself significantly. After a short while, Zuke approached, her demeanor having reverted to its previous coolness. Qin Chuan turned around, only to find that the woman with white hair and a youthful face had vanished without a trace. "Master Zuke," Qin Chuan lowered his head, adopting a more submissive demeanor. "This incident is attributed to my lack of vigilance. Now, the Free Society branch in Guangyang County has been entirely eradicated. I must return to Xinjing City. Presently, I have two choices for you. I shall comply with your every command." A cold smile crept across Zhuchue's face. "You certainly possess a keen sense of timing." Qin Chuan bowed his head in silence. Zuke continued, "First, return with me to Xinjing. What I previously discussed with the Free Association was not erroneous. Setting aside identity, your significance to the Great Chu is indeed paramount. Upon arriving in Xinjing, you will discover the true advantages of being an inner disciple. Secondly, should you choose to head south, there will be those who will guide your actions." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan made his choice. "Returning, my lord. I choose to head south." The sensation of being seen through was something he wished to avoid experiencing a second time. It was far too terrifying. "Are you certain?" Zhuchue's expression flickered with a hint of struggle. The words of the matriarch echoed in her mind. This Qin Chuan possessed a unique essence in his gaze, although slightly older. His talent was astonishing, imbued with a sense of latent potential, as if he were favored by fortune. His ascension to the third rank seemed highly probable. Furthermore, having long dwelled in the lower echelons, his loyalty to the Great Chu was suspect. For individuals like him, the options were clear: either bring him back to Xinjing and employ means to ensure his unwavering allegiance to the Great Chu, or eliminate him on the spot to prevent future troubles. Reluctantly, Zuke received another suggestion from the matriarch to test him. Present two proposals. If he chooses to go to Xinjing, he would be taken along. If he refuses, he would be slain immediately. Qin Chuan sensed a peculiar feeling arise within him. He immediately spoke. "Our Great Chu is presently beset by turmoil, and the Southern Free Society runs rampant. As a citizen of Great Chu, I cannot bear to witness the suffering of the people. I long to bring an end to this chaotic era and restore peace to the realm. Though my cultivation is modest, I possess the innate ability to contribute in ways within my capacity. Xinjing may be splendid, yet it is not where I belong. I beseech you, Lord Zhuke, to grant me this opportunity. Zhuke widened her eyes, her mind involuntarily recalling the moment when Qin Chuan ventured forth to rescue the citizens outside Fufeng City. He had faced a near-certain death, battling 3 warriors of true Qi and one of the formidable gang Qi. Had she not arrived in time, he might have perished. Had her grandmother misjudged him? Despite his cowardice and self-serving nature, he had still risked his life to save the people of Great Chu at a critical moment. Could such a person truly betray Great Chu? At that moment, Chu Wunyan suddenly felt her grandmother's judgment was excessively harsh. If this continued, who would be willing to serve Great Chu? Thus, her tone softened as she produced a red stone and handed it to him. Take this eagle stone. It will serve you well. Should you have a task, the hawk will convey your message. With that, she turned and departed. Qin Chuan remains unaware that he has just danced on the precipice of the underworld. Yet, achieving his objective fills him with joy. He weighs the eagle stone in his hand. Cognizant of its unique aura, a vital artifact enabling the swift falcon to locate him amidst the myriad factions. At last, he is liberated. What I require most now is time to retreat and cultivate in solitude. High above, a woman with silver hair and youthful countenance observes Zhu Chue's solitary approach. A flicker of malice igniting in her gaze. The girl, does she refuse to go to Xinjiang? Zhuke recounts the events surrounding Qin Chuan. The woman ponders for a moment, then exhales a sigh, expressing her hope that the decision made will not lead to regret in the future. Let us return to Shangjing. Chapter 81. The Heroes of Dazhou. In the 48th year of the Tianqing era, early summer, the southwestern wind sweeps through, enveloping the southern skies in a sweltering heat. Waiter, bring me a serving of soup dumplings and a bowl of congee. Certainly. The waiter promptly arrives with the dumplings and congee. Qin Chuan, clad in coarse linen attire, leisurely savored his breakfast. Observing the street, he noticed the soldiers of the Great Chu forcefully herding a group of individuals bound by iron chains, their bodies resembling the skeletal structure of a peepa. He couldn't help but express his disdain internally. Alas, this so-called freedom is utterly lacking in substance. In a matter of moments, they were utterly routed. A rabble indeed. Qin Chuan shook his head, a mixture of disappointment and concern for the tasks set by his system washing over him. How could he aspire to conquer the world while the state of Chu remained unyielding? The advance of the Eastern Han against Northern Yan had also met with resistance from Chu, resulting in mutual losses and a stalemate. Although 2 commanderies had been lost, such a setback was hardly grievous for the vast state of Chu. Particularly in the south, the free society, which had thrived for only half a year, was once again dismantled, retreating into obscurity, daring only to emerge occasionally to stir up trouble, lacking the former audacity to overturn everything. Of course, Qin Chuan had played a significant role in this. Over the past 2 months, aside from his cultivation, he traversed numerous commanderies in the south, accurately identifying as many as 32 hideouts, thereby earning countless accolades. Regrettably, it took him nearly 2 months to barely fill his Qi reserves. And that was with the aid of Qi elixirs. Otherwise, it would have truly taken him half a year. Was his destiny truly to contend not just for the state of Chu, but for the entirety of Eastern continent? Surely, the system would not jest in such a manner. Would it? Qin Chuan helplessly stroked his pure white beard. Tossing down a few coins, he rose to depart. Jiangdong County, one of the most prosperous regions of the Great Chu, is a pivotal hub for taxation. Jiangling City, the county seat of Jiangdong, remained unaffected in its splendor despite half a year of internal strife. The streets bustled with throngs of people, jostling against one another, perspiring profusely. Even at the entrance of the 6 Doors Yamen, numerous stalls were set up. Qin Chuan, clad in light attire, approached the government office, only to be halted by the guards. They advised him, "Sir, this is the esteemed territory of the 6 Doors. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter. If you have matters to attend to, please proceed to the prefectural or county offices." Over the past 6 months, it seemed as though the atmosphere within the bureaucratic circles of the Great Chu had undergone a sudden transformation. The treatment of the common folk had markedly improved, no longer resembling the previous indifference. Qin Chuan produced a golden token, particularly the character within it, causing the guard's expression to shift dramatically. "I pay my respects to you." "My lord, I wish to see the Grand Captain." The guard promptly scurried off to deliver the message. Before long, he was escorted to meet the Grand Captain of Jiangling County, the esteemed Gongsun Changyu, a top-tier 4th-grade powerhouse ranked 17th on the renowned list. "I pay my respects to Grand Captain Gongsun," Qin Chuan stated with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. "Aha, you're the Northern Fox?" Gongsun Changyu laughed heartily. regarding him with curiosity, and remarked, "I have neither heard your voice nor seen your visage. The third ranked on the freedom kill list. I fear this may not be your true appearance, is it?" Grand Captain Gongsun, inquiring about my identity might be deemed inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Qin Chuan sank heavily into the chair, his acquaintance with the man before him being merely superficial, having collaborated on but 2 occasions, which necessitated this clandestine meeting. Indeed. He now operated under the alias Beihu, and had ascended to the 3rd position on the Free League's assassination list, a feat attributed to his remarkable true eye, which had earned him the undying enmity of the League. Curiosity alone drove me to seek out the enigmatic Beihu, who had eradicated countless nascent members of the Free League, earning the reputation of a single individual capable of countering 1,000,000 troops. Gongsun, enough with the flattery, Qin Chuan sighed, feeling a sense of exasperation at the exaggerated tales spun about his role. Gongsun Changyu smiled faintly, producing a letter and placing it upon the table. The intelligence revealed that after the disbandment of the Free League, particularly its headquarters, there were indications that they had retreated northward, possibly seeking to ally with the barbarians before the Eastern Han and Northern Yin forces withdrew, aiming to make a formidable comeback. These rodents must be exterminated. Until then, the Great Chu shall know no peace. Qin Chuan did not take the letter, but frowned and inquired, "Gongsun Zongbu, is this the will of the court?" Gongsun Changyu solemnly clasped his hands towards the north and replied, "This is the directive from Lord Qinglong, commanding you to journey northward to investigate the location of the Free Association's headquarters, and it would be most advantageous to locate the leader of the Free Association, Feng Xiaotian. Qin Chuan, Gongsun, the esteemed chief of the 6 Doors, has commanded me to seek out Feng Xiaotian, the 7th ranked on the heavenly list. Is it that Lord Qilong is unaware of my capabilities, or is it that you cannot discern them?" Gongsun Changyu sighed wearily, "Bei Feng, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. The decree of Lord Qilong has been issued, and you must comply. However, rest assured, Lord Qilong has stated that you may mobilize the resources of the 6 Doors in northern Fufeng County. It is likely that Yixing has also received his orders." "Understood. Thank you, Chief Gongsun." Qin Chuan, feeling quite helpless, took the envelope and departed. He was oblivious to whom he had offended. His recent assignments had become increasingly absurd, as if there were a desire for his demise, with the intent to extract every last ounce of his worth before his end. Within the 6 Doors, his code name was Qinglong. His true identity was that of the 3rd ranked on the heavenly list, the uncle of the heavenly emperor, Chu Tianhua. Qin Chuan could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Achoo. Outside the walls of Shengjing City, by the moat, a handsome young man rubbed his nose, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the floating bobber ahead. Has someone cursed me again? Suddenly, the bobber began to sink slowly. His eyes brightened, and he swiftly raised his rod to spear the fish. The fishing pole bent dramatically, and the line whistled under the strain. In no time, a sizable fish weighing over 10 pounds was pulled ashore. He burst into hearty laughter. What a stroke of luck today. Another big catch. At that moment, however, his brow furrowed once more as he took out a white jade token, sighed after examining it, tossed the fish back into the river, and vanished without a trace. To the east of Shengjing City stood a towering mountain range known as Chushan, the former abode of the Chu Tian sect, and now the inner sanctum of the 6 Doors. The young man appeared outside a secluded hall on Chushan, a smile of ingratiation gracing his lips as he entered and called out, "Grandmother, you summoned me." Upon the main seat, a woman with hair as white as snow, yet a youthful visage, exuded an air of unyielding authority. "Tianhua has come. It is not I who seeks you, but your niece." Chu Tianhua smiled at his elder niece, Chu Wunyan, and confidently said, "Nian Nian, whatever it is, feel free to speak. Your uncle will take care of it." Chu Wunyan's expression was grave as she directly confronted him. "Third uncle, I heard you ordered the Northern Fox to venture into the north seeking the headquarters of the Freedom Society and to track down Feng Xiaotian. Is that correct?" "Huh?" Chu Tianhua looked bewildered. While he oversaw the 6 Doors, had he indeed given such an order? "Tianhua, did you or did you not issue this command?" the woman asserted, her demeanor serious as she rapped the table. "Oh, heh. Yes. The Northern Fox, possessing both capability and talent, should not be left unused. If we can eradicate the Freedom Society and eliminate Feng Xiaotian, the Eastern Han and Northern Yin will naturally withdraw their troops, restoring peace to our Great Chu." Chu Wunyan was exasperated. "But he is merely a martial artist of the Gangqi realm. You are sending him to his doom. How can he possibly investigate the headquarters of the Freedom Society, let alone confront a 3rd-grade master?" "Nian Nian." Chu Tianhua's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. With the enemy attacking and internal strife, how many have perished in our great Chu? If sacrificing him can secure peace for our nation, he shall be hailed as a hero. Chapter 82. Do not let another Feng Xiaotian arise in great Chu, but no buts. Chu Tianquo rose, his voice cold. Chu Wunyan, suppress your compassion. You are of royal blood. You must understand that this land of great Chu was earned through the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors. Qin Chuan has enjoyed the peace of our great Chu and benefited from its resources. He should contribute to our cause. Is Qin Chuan's life more valuable than that of other sons of the great Chu? Chu Wunyan weakly exclaimed. Silence, came the stern retort. The affairs of the six doors are not for you to decide. Besides, he may not necessarily perish, correct? Chu Wunyan cast a pleading glance towards his great-grandmother, who merely closed her eyes. With a cold huff, she turned and departed. Grandma! Chu Tianquo plopped down onto a chair, exclaiming in exasperation. You are making me the villain once again. The woman opened her eyes and remarked, Nian Nian is still young. She does not comprehend that the most inscrutable thing in the world is the human heart. She fails to recognize the peril of a commoner rising to prominence. Grandma, is this Qin Chuan truly that formidable? Chu Tianquo inquired, perplexed. Here is his preliminary dossier. Due to the passage of time, I could not retrieve information about his family. Take a look. The woman tossed him a letter. He received it and began to read, his expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue. This lad is quite interesting. Born of humble origins, at 86 he suddenly emerges, unifying the West City in under 2 months, becoming the underground ruler. What audacity! Selling the shattered essence of gold in collusion with Wei Chuan? After Chen Wenzhou's demise, he was the first to flee, then vanished for nearly 2 months, only to reappear outside Fufeng City, aiding the populace and battling the barbarians. Talent possesses a pair of eyes imbued with profound mysteries. Cultivation potential, from the initial stage to the pinnacle of the Qi realm in merely 6 months. Uncertain aspects, he may have attained the foundational techniques of the third realm. Otherwise, he could not have crossed realms to slay a barbarian of the Qi realm while still in the true Qi realm. Summary. This youth has navigated the lower echelons of the martial world for years, displaying both audacity and cunning, selfish yet possessing a measure of compassion, with a penchant for vengeance. His unique ocular talent and exceptional cultivation roots suggest a considerable likelihood of reaching the upper third tier. What? Chu Tianquo's eyes widened in astonishment. Grandma, is this true? Ascending from the initial stage to the pinnacle of the Qi realm in just half a year? Indeed. Information received from Gongsun Changyu half an hour ago confirms that he has already attained the pinnacle of the Qi realm. If all goes well, he will achieve spiritual cultivation within a month. What about the foundational techniques of the third realm? The woman shook her head. Only Nian Nian has witnessed him in action. We cannot ascertain. However, the likelihood is high. Tianquo, do you believe that the rise of such a person is a blessing or a curse for our great Chu? Chu Tianquo fell silent. You do not, like Nian Nian, mistake his fierce battles with the barbarians as loyalty to the great Chu, do you? That is merely his compassion for the common folk, not allegiance to our realm. Tianquo, regardless of the outcome, he must perish. His growth has been too rapid, and he is not of royal blood. In a few years, it may become impossible to kill. I do not wish for Chu to witness another Feng Xiaotian. After the woman spoke, she rose and departed. Feng Xiaotian and Chu Tianquo murmured to themselves, a hint of ferocity flashing across their expressions. He was once a good brother. Haha. Brother Qin Chuan, it has been quite a while. Yixinghe exclaimed with a hearty laugh, standing to greet him. Indeed. It has been a long time since we last met. Qin Chuan replied, genuinely pleased to see a familiar face. He then turned to the side, Lord Fengxing. It has also been a while. Fengxing smiled. Brother Qin, it has indeed been a long time. Haha. Let us celebrate your arrival today. Yixinghe pulled him along. Fengxing, you should join us too. Of course. Within the finest tavern of Fufeng County, the three exchanged toasts while conversing over drinks. Izongbu, tell me who bestowed the title of North Fox upon me. It makes me seem so treacherous. Qin Chuan lamented. He had originally desired a formidable moniker. Yet someone else had taken the liberty to assign him this one. Yixinghe laughed heartily. Haha. Is it not because you, Brother Qin, are simply too formidable? The members of the Freedom Society harbor an intense hatred for you. Had it not been for your efforts, they would not have been defeated so swiftly. They lacked an army, merely a gathering of sect members plotting to assassinate officials and incite unrest. However, before they could even act, you uncovered their plans and uprooted them entirely. With no further strength to incite rebellion, how could Chu not easily dispatch those insignificant fish? Brother Qin, your contributions are monumental. Allow me to toast to you. Please. Do not flatter me too much. Qin Chuan replied wearily, raising his cup to drink. Yizongbu, has the entirety of the Freedom Society headquarters truly arrived in Fufeng County? Yixinghe set down his cup and spoke earnestly. Yes, it has been confirmed. The seventh strongest on the heavenly ranking, Feng Xiaodian, has brought the entirety of the Freedom Society to Fufeng County. We have been unable to locate them, and they may even have gone to the barbarians. How am I to scout them? Qin Chuan inquired, puzzled. It is merely a suspicion. They are most likely still within Fufeng County. Do we possess any equally strong individuals? Qin Chuan voiced his greatest concern. Having witnessed the might of those on the heavenly ranking, he knew they were beyond human. One casual strike could cause the earth to tremble, obliterating an entire village. Can this still be considered human? Even the 155 howitzer from my past life, aside from its shockwave, could only create a crater less than 10 meters in diameter. How many 155s would that woman equal? She could fly, and her speed would undoubtedly exceed that of sound. It is said that a third-tier revered one can alter the weather. He dared not imagine what would happen if they truly unleashed their power. Do not worry. Lord Qi Long will personally intervene this time. Once you locate them, he will arrive swiftly. All of us from the 6 gates in Fufeng County, including myself, Yixinghe, are at the disposal of Brother Qin Chuan. After all, your word is law. Now, you are our superior. Haha, how splendid. I shall make good use of you all. The 3 of them burst into laughter. By the way, do you know why he is called Fengxing? Yixinghe pointed at Fengxing. Qin Chuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. With the merit from his previous exploits, Fengxing had redeemed a medicinal pill, achieving a significant breakthrough and ascending to the ranks of a 4th-tier powerhouse. Since learning of your arrival, he eagerly volunteered to serve as your personal guard. Should you direct him to the east, he would never veer westward. Haha. With a hearty laugh, Fengxing raised his cup, proclaiming, Master Qin, allow me to toast to you. Accompanying you, I shall undoubtedly accrue merits. Congratulations. I graciously accept this drink. Qin Chuan, unreserved, acknowledged this shift in identity. After all, to truly accomplish tasks, it is best for one person to hold the reins, preferably himself. For one's destiny must lie firmly in one's own hands. Chapter 83. Is there another Qin Chuan? Early the next morning, Qin Chuan set off with Fengxing Master Qin. Where shall we head first? Fengxing inquired as he reined in the reins at the city gate. Let us proceed to Sand City. Giddy up. With the aid of the dragon blood horse, the distance to Sand City was swiftly traversed, and they arrived before noon, observing the familiar yet foreign landscape. A subtle shift appeared in Qin Chuan's expression. Master Qin, Sand City has undergone a comprehensive overhaul. It has been revitalized. However, the population now numbers only a little over 40,000. Perhaps with the passage of time, those who fled will gradually return. Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps. By the way, I heard from General Yi that a branch of the 6 gates has been established in Shaqing. Yes, it was set up to monitor the barbarians. Very well. Let us proceed to the 6 gates in Shaqing. They galloped into Shaqing. Although the bloodstains had been meticulously cleaned, Qin Chuan could still sense the lingering foul stench of blood and the nauseating odor of decay. Adjacent to the original government office, several residential rooms had been transformed into the current branch of the 6 gates. Upon entering, the guards at the entrance, clearly recognizing Fengxing, immediately offered their respectful salutations. We have the honor of meeting you, Lord Feng. Is Lord Tian present? Lord Tian has gone out to gather intelligence. Fetch him back and tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Yes. The 2 settled in the hall, sipping tea as they awaited his return. Shortly thereafter, a young man, stout and panting, rushed in, appearing as if a mountain of flesh had rolled towards them. Lord Feng, what brings you here? Tian Lei, did you run back using your qi? Fengxing replied, somewhat exasperated. Your presence surely indicates urgent business. I would not dare to delay. Enough. Allow me to introduce you to this gentleman. Fengxing gestured towards Qin Chuan. This is Lord Qin. I must apologize for my ignorance. It is an honor to meet you. Lord Qin. Tian Lei immediately bowed respectfully, his round face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Qin Chuan responded with a smile. Tian Lei, please take a seat and have some water. I have a few inquiries for you. Certainly. Tian Lei plopped down, nearly overwhelming the chair with his robust physique. He lifted the teapot and poured its contents directly into his mouth with carefree abandon. After wiping his lips, he flashed an awkward smile and said, Lord Qin, please proceed. I shall speak freely and thoroughly. Very well. Are there still factions in Shaqing? Indeed. Please elaborate. Qin Chuan's interest was piqued. There is only one faction, the Shay Gang. They monopolize the docks of Shade, which are the lifeblood of Shaqing, especially now as the city is in a state of disrepair. Upon hearing the name of the Shay Gang, Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly. Who is the leader? Who is behind them? Tian Lei scratched his head. Lord Qin. Their backer is the newly appointed governor, Qian Tong, the leader of the gang. It seems he is someone named Qin Chuan. It is said he was previously the leader of the Shay Gang. Qin Chuan cast a peculiar glance at him. His previous identity was the subject of his investigation. Had Li Kuei encountered Li Kuei? Are you certain that individual is named Qin Chuan? Qin Chuan's expression turned somewhat strange. Was there someone impersonating him? Indeed. Qin Chuan smiled. Immediately rising to his feet, and with a swift motion, he urged his horse forward, saying, "Let us meet this leader of the Shay Gang." Indeed. And what about me? Tian Lei quickly stood up as well. You tend to your own affairs. The two of them rode ahead, soon arriving at the bustling dock outside the western city. After all, with tens of thousands living within the city, daily provisions amounted to a significant number. They made their way to the former headquarters of the Shay Gang, which remained largely unchanged. To be cautious, Qin Chuan utilized his true eye to scan the area from a distance, detecting no presence of those in the spirit realm. Halt. This is the core territory of the Shay Gang. No idle persons allowed. The guards immediately blocked their path. Little brother, please go in and report that merchants from Guangyang County wish to discuss a collaboration with your esteemed gang. As he spoke, Qin Chuan tossed a silver ingot of 10 taels. The guard quickly accepted it, biting into it and instantly filled with joy. All right, please wait a moment. I shall report this right away. Feng Xing remarked. Lord Qin truly understands the ways of the gang's disciples. I, Qin Chuan, am well versed in this trade. Dismount. And I assure you their leader will see us shortly. Just as they dismounted, the guard returned promptly. Gentlemen, the leader is awaiting you in the hall. Thank you. Young brother, no need for thanks. Allow me to take care of your horses. The guard took the reins, leading the horses away as they walked towards the small building of the Shay Gang's headquarters. Upon entering the hall, Qin Chuan was taken aback by the figure before him. The man seated in the main position, the leader of the Shay Gang, widened his eyes in astonishment. A leader? Is it you? Li San? Li San hurriedly rose and approached, saying, Greetings. Leader, may I explain myself? Proceed, I am all ears. Qin Chuan seated himself, fixing his gaze upon Li San. Over 2 months ago, I returned to Sha City, and many brothers followed me back. Out of respect, they made me the leader. I thought, enough. I did not come to inquire about your ascension. Why have you usurped my name? Li San's expression faltered. What? Qin Chuan's tone turned displeased, exuding a hint of murderous intent. Li San, terrified, fell to his knees with a thud. Leader, it was not my intention to adopt this name. Someone compelled me to use it. Who? I do not know. Li San shook his head. That person instructed me that if I refused to use this name, I would face death. I do not wish to die. I implore the leader to spare me. Where is that person? When did you last see him? 3 days ago. At the entrance of the herbal trading market in Sha City. What are his characteristics? What does he look like, and what is his name? He was clad in a black robe that concealed his entire figure. I could not discern his appearance or know his name. In addition to compelling you to use this name, what else has he commanded you to do? Li San knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He said, or rather he should have known my methods. Qin Chuan's voice was chillingly cold. He instructed his subordinates to deliver supplies to the savages. Upon hearing this, Feng Xing could no longer remain seated. He immediately rose, his face etched with gravity. What supplies are involved? How did you manage to transport them out of the city? My lord, I have a good rapport with you. As long as I possess your order, I can evade inspections when exiting the city. The supplies consist mainly of salt and iron, along with some special metals. Such audacity, a murderous intent, filled Feng Xing's eyes. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and Feng Xing retreated. He squatted down and gazed at Li San. Li San, we are old acquaintances. You have followed me before and are well aware of my temperament. Now, if you act according to my instructions, I assure you that you will come to no harm. What say you? Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader. I shall heed your command. Li San pledged earnestly. Chapter 84. Wei Chuan never engages in unprofitable deals very well. Let me inquire further. How often do you meet? Every 3 days. He sends someone to find me, and the meeting places vary each time. Li San replied swiftly. Will you be meeting tonight? Indeed, leader. And at what hour do you usually convene? At 1/4 past the midnight hour. I comprehend. This evening, you shall proceed to meet him as though nothing has transpired. Do you understand? Yes, leader. Is that all? Li San looked up. Precisely. Furthermore, should you reveal any signs of treachery, I assure you, you will be doomed. I guarantee that within this vast world, there shall be no refuge for you. Upon finishing his words, Qin Chuan rose and departed, with Feng Xing swiftly following suit. In a hushed tone, he remarked, Lord Qin, they are likely the individuals from the Freedom Association we seek. Qin Chuan acknowledged, indeed. You shall return to Fufeng County and inform Captain Yi to bring all fifth-tier individuals, just in case. This subordinate obeys. Be swift in your task. Ensure they disguise themselves and refrain from wearing the 6 doors attire. This is imperative. Do not presume I am being overly cautious, even when hunting a rabbit. One must exert full strength. You understand the nature of the Freedom Association, and this is the main headquarters. The subordinate will act immediately. The two mounted their steeds and rode to a secluded area. Feng Xing soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan returned to the 6 doors in Shaqing, leaving his horse behind. He entered an inn and took half an hour to apply makeup. Transforming into the visage of a man approximately 70 years of age, he strolled through the streets of Shaqing, first visiting the trading market, which was now desolate. Lacking hard surfaces like cement, the spring breeze encouraged rampant growth of grass. As night fell, he removed his disguise and returned to the 6 doors. At that moment, Feng Xing had already returned. Lord Qin, the captain has entered Shaqing with his men. Once we signal, he will hasten to our aid. Qin Chuan shook his head, expressing his disapproval of the plan. This will not suffice. The Sand City is immense. If a battle ensues, we will be unable to arrive in time, and lives will be lost. Our token's communication range is limited to approximately 800 meters. Please inform General Yi to ensure that everyone disguises themselves and awaits my arrival at the west gate of the city. They should remain within the communication range of the token. Understood, Feng Xing replied, promptly taking his leave to execute the orders. Qin Chuan began to contemplate how he could accomplish his objectives both safely and effectively. One thing was certain, the upper echelons of the Free Association were undoubtedly not in the vicinity. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to transport supplies to the barbarians. Utilizing a plethora of storage devices for the transportation of salt and iron would indeed be far more convenient. Although precious metals might not be suitable for such means due to their excessive weight, which could lead to structural collapse, making small-scale transport unfeasible. Might Hui Chuan play an entirely different role in this scenario? He suddenly recalled this colossal entity. It was only during those months in the south that he truly came to understand Hui Chuan. The Hui Chuan Bank, hailing from the central continent, boasts influence that spans the entire realm, with a legacy that surpasses a millennium, establishing it as a genuine financial behemoth. Not only is it wealthy, but it also possesses an immensely powerful intelligence network, a fact he learned from Wang De. However, one question lingered. Why would such a formidable force target the state of Chu so deliberately? Did Chu possess something they coveted? Something unattainable? The steel of silence. In the past, Qin Chuan perhaps could not fathom that any object could be valued at the worth of an entire nation. However, after witnessing the prowess of the esteemed ones, he came to realize that the unwritten tablet might indeed hold such value. If a third-tier esteemed one possesses such remarkable power, how formidable must a first tier be? Moreover, it seems that the powerful figures on the heavenly rankings are all of the third-tier esteemed realm, with not a single second tier among them. What could be the reason for this? The detailed explanations of the martial arts acquired from the Ghost Garden only extend to the 4th tier, with no records beyond that. Does the unwritten tablet conceal the secrets to breaking into the 2nd or even 1st tier? Qin Chuan chided himself for digressing. He refocused his thoughts on the present situation. The night was deepening. At the western city gate, Qin Chuan gathered everyone at his former residence, which remained unoccupied. In Fufeng Prefecture, there was a 4th tier gathering spirit realm captain, Yi Xinghe, along with 3 gold medal captains, all of whom were of the 5th tier cave heaven realm. However, Feng Xing had broken through, meaning they now had 2 4th tiers and 2 5th tiers alongside him, a mere burden at the 8th tier vital energy realm. But who could blame him for being the leader? Qin Chuan had previously inquired of Yi Xinghe, stating that if their adversary did not employ their techniques, they would remain undetectable. It was only when the techniques were activated that the divine could sense their presence. However, he was different. Regardless of whether the opponent moved or remained still, he could perceive them. The impending operation was quite straightforward. Feng Xing would accompany him to track their target, while the others were instructed not to act without his command, in hopes of uncovering the lair of that group. Should they engage, if the difference in realms was vast? They were to capture the opponent alive. Yet, if they encountered a fifth-tier being, they would abandon the pursuit and eliminate the threat on the spot. If they indeed discovered the main stronghold, they would retreat and promptly inform Lord Qi Long. Safety was paramount. Furthermore, flying was strictly prohibited. Understood. The group promptly acknowledged. They all relied on their physical prowess to sprint swiftly, thus avoiding the use of techniques that would generate energy fluctuations, maintaining a degree of stealth. At the headquarters of the Shay gang, Li San was, as usual, seated in the leader's office, immersed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a flying dagger pierced through the window, embedding itself in the wall behind him. He rose, retrieved the dagger, twisted the hilt, and extracted a note. The Ghost Garden ruins, come swiftly. He hastily exited, mounting his horse towards the city. In the distance, Qin Chuan and Feng Xing had been vigilantly observing and had also witnessed the assailant. Lord Qin. The one who threw the dagger is at the realm of Qi condensation. Understood. Li San has emerged. Follow closely and inform Captain E. Affirmative. They cautiously trailed Li San to the ruins of the Ghost Garden, concealing themselves within the remnants of a collapsed building to observe. Li San arrived and, after a brief wait, a figure clad entirely in a black robe appeared like a wraith. In Qin Chuan's eyes, this individual shone like a beacon in the night, remarkably bright, and was revealed to be at the fourth tier. He murmured to Feng Xing, fourth tier, stronger than you, yet weaker than Captain E. Inform Captain E to prepare for action as soon as Li San departs. Let us see if we can eliminate him. Fortunately, there are no nearby residents. I suspect he is not a member of the Free Association. Then who is he? A member of Weichuan. Feng Xing's pupils contracted in realization, and he hurriedly began to relay the information. The figure in the black robe exchanged a few words with Li San before handing him a spatial ring. Li San bowed respectfully before departing. At that moment, both Yi Xinghe and Feng Xing launched their attacks almost simultaneously. A fiery fist imprint and a sharp sword light erupted unexpectedly, calculated to catch the black-robed figure off guard. Logically, he should have faced severe injury or even death. Yet, the black-robed figure remained utterly unperturbed, turning to reveal a sinister smile as he crushed a piece of jade, enveloping himself in a radiant barrier. Boom! The fist imprint and sword light struck simultaneously, producing a tremendous reverberation, yet the barrier quaked violently without yielding an inch. The sovereign seal. Yi Xinghe's expression turned grim. Yi Xinghe. The figure cloaked in black surprisingly spoke, revealing themselves to be someone I had not anticipated. I had assumed that Qin Chuan would be the one to arrive. Inform Qin Chuan that Weichuan never engages in unprofitable transactions. As soon as the words left his lips, he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. With a countenance filled with discontent, Qin Chuan emerged, finally comprehending why Li San had chosen to adopt the name Qin Chuan. The aim of Weichuan was, in fact, directed towards him. It seemed evident that Weichuan was aware of my innate abilities, and their pursuit was solely to locate me. Chapter 85. Cultivating the Spirit Brother Qin Chuan. Yi Xinghe's expression was equally grim. He possesses the seal of the Venerable. We cannot afford to let him remain. Understanding the gravity of the situation, I realized that Weichuan had indeed come seeking me. Qin Chuan turned to Feng Xing and inquired, did anything remarkable come to light in that secret chamber? Feng Xing shook his head. Lord Qin, we found nothing. Yet, even if Wang De is deceased, acquiring information about you would not pose a challenge for Weichuan. Their intelligence network is unparalleled. A sigh escaped Qin Chuan's lips, though he did not regard the matter with undue seriousness. Judging by the tone of the cloaked figure, their intent seemed more aligned with enlisting his assistance rather than extinguishing his life. Otherwise, such elaborate measures would not have been taken to summon him here. Lord Qin. At that moment, 2 fifth-rank gold certificate captains arrived, escorting Li San. Help, Chief. I have acted strictly according to your directives. It was only tonight that he unexpectedly presented me with this ring. Li San extended the ring towards Qin Chuan, who accepted it. As his spiritual energy permeated the ring, he discerned its contents, a manual on innate energy, a pinnacle elixir, and a slip of paper. Qin Chuan, Weichuan hopes to collaborate with you once more, with aspirations for a most delightful partnership this time. Weichuan never engages in unprofitable transactions, nor does he partake in dealings that lack commitment. He concealed the ring and turned to depart. Let us go. The crowd dispersed, and Li San casually set aside his affairs. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Chuan found it difficult to concentrate on his cultivation. He retrieved the innate energy and began perusing it. The final page's material was unexpectedly different. As the vital energy surged, the paper gradually transformed, revealing several prominent characters. June 16th, the night of the full moon, at the cliffs of Shay, do not be absent. The cliffs of Shay? Is that not where I disposed of Lu Shui? The act of disposal was prompted by Qian Goen's warning, which compelled him to cooperate. This serves as a reminder that Hui Chuan is aware of all his actions. The question remains whether he will attend or not. To go or not to go? Qin Chuan did not make an immediate decision. After all, it was only the 7th, with a full 8 days ahead of him. He felt no urgency. The following day, early in the morning, Yixing and his companions departed. Once again, Qin Chuan meandered through the sandy city accompanied by Feng Xing, enlisting the assistance of the 6 gates of Shaqing to investigate potential locations where the free association might manifest. However, it seemed as though the free association had vanished entirely. Apart from the knowledge that they had arrived in Fufeng County, days passed without a trace. Not only was there no sign from Yixing's side, but Qin Chuan's efforts yielded not as well. Master Qin, I believe they may have truly ventured into the realm of the barbarians. Feng Xing surmised. Do you think we should pursue them into the land of the barbarians? That would be exceedingly perilous. Feng Xing shook his head. Although they lacked a master from the heavenly ranking, they were known to have the formidable barbarian king, ranked 2nd in the earth ranking. The barbarian king was exceedingly cautious, seldom venturing outside his territory. It was said that within the confines of the barbarian realm, he wielded a divine weapon of the barbarian state, capable of rivaling a 3rd-grade unparalleled master. This was also the reason for their continued survival. Qin Chuan nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the matter. The first on the local leaderboard was the King of Shirong, followed by the King of Man, each possessing their own unique divine weapons, the specifics of which remained largely unknown. Continuing our investigation in this manner may prove futile. Instead, I suggest you return to Fufeng while I remain in Shaqing to await further news. Should any suspicions arise, I will promptly verify them. My Lord Qin, your safety is a concern, Feng Xing expressed with unease. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, assuring that he was not in danger. Hui Chuan would not take his life. In these times, he felt secure enough not to reveal any signs of weakness. However, the governor, Qian Tong, was a different matter. Feng Xing gave a bitter smile and shook his head, explaining that the 6 doors and the civil officials were 2 separate systems, and they lacked the authority to report or supervise. Understanding this, Qin Chuan sighed, realizing why the bureaucratic landscape of the Great Chu was so thoroughly corrupt. In the affluent regions of Jiangnan, officials tended to be more upright, while in the more remote and impoverished areas, the officials grew increasingly avaricious, with no reasonable means of oversight. Enough of this. You may return. I have no further matters to attend to here. Understood, Feng Xing replied before departing. It seemed as though Qin Chuan had returned to his beginnings, moving back into his former abode to embark on a journey of cultivation. The reasons for dispersing the Windwalker were twofold. Firstly, he had resolved to meet the individuals from Hui Chuan, and secondly, he sought to nurture his spirit. The formidable energy surged forth, ascending towards the celestial realm as he endeavored to refine his essence and explore the vastness of the world. As of today, the vital energy within his dantian had begun to overflow. Boom. The energy surged towards his spiritual center, as if a unique portal had been opened. A profound sensation flooded his mind, reminiscent of the moment he faced death, when his soul had departed from his body. He seemed to witness himself, seated in the cultivation chamber, eyes tightly shut, holding a primordial crystal, enveloped in a cocoon of vital energy. Is this what divinity entails? It appears that even without the use of the spirit-nurturing pill, I achieved this in a single attempt. Could it be attributed to my previous brush with death and the subsequent out-of-body experience? To him, the process of nurturing his spirit felt astonishingly effortless. The treatise on cultivation explained that nurturing the spirit requires the gradual infusion of vital energy to strengthen the mind, a painstaking endeavor. Once the spirit achieves sufficient strength to perceive fluctuations in vital energy, it signifies the success of the nurturing process. However, most warriors find themselves hindered at this stage, having spent their entire lives attempting to cultivate without success. Yet, for someone like him, who had directly transcended, this was a manifestation of mastery in spirit nurturing. Furthermore, upon reaching this pinnacle, there exists a unique method to guide the vital energies of heaven and earth into the form of one's own martial techniques. Transforming energy into form, one can unleash devastating power upon those of lesser cultivation. The Qin Chuan technique possesses no unique attributes, thus it cannot manifest form. As the thought emerged, he felt his consciousness instantaneously return to his body. A resonant hum reverberated as his vital energy rippled like water. and a long spear ascended from the crown of his head, spinning incessantly before vanishing into thin air. He opened his eyes and sighed softly. Ultimately, the technique was somewhat lacking. The manifested spear existed only in form. Nevertheless, he was content, having reached a significant mastery in the essence-gathering stage. With a period of nurturing his vital energy, he could contemplate entering the realm of divine powers. All things considered, he had only been cultivating for approximately 8 months. Rising directly, he stepped into the courtyard, touched his ring, and a long spear materialized in his grasp. As he wielded the spear, he felt an immediate difference. Although the vital energy in the essence-gathering stage had not increased, his proficiency in utilizing it had become remarkably more adept. With the enhancement of the divine, he could manipulate the vital energy within his body with greater precision and lock onto his opponent within a certain distance, rendering them unable to evade his assault and forcing them to withstand it. This is the essence of the spirit gathering. A slender thread of vital energy shot forth, slicing through the night sky, instantly severing a mosquito perched on a tree branch in two, while the leaves remained utterly undisturbed. Qin Chuan lowered his weapon, catching the drifting mosquitoes with remarkable precision, something I could never have achieved before. It felt as though my lifespan had been extended by decades. The round, luminous moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the earth beneath. Tomorrow marks the 16th of June. I am eager to discover what Hui Chuan truly desires from me. The following evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Chuan strolled along the banks of the Sha River, engaging in lively conversation. The moon of the 16th was particularly full and bright, resembling daylight. Chapter 86, Taking Over the Freedom Society to Overturn the State of Chu? At the third watch of the night, darkness enveloped the sky completely. Qin Chuan sat at the edge of the cliff where the bodies had once been discarded, patiently awaiting his fate. Before long, the sound of applause resonated behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Chuan, it appears you are eager to collaborate with us. Qin Chuan turned his head, and the newcomer remained shrouded in his black cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes. Even with his true vision activated, he could not penetrate the depths of this robe. Do not gaze any further. I don this attire solely to guard against you. Can you sense my scrutiny upon you? Naturally, you do not presume that you alone possess extraordinary talents, do you? The cloaked figure approached slowly and took a seat roughly 1 meter from Qin Chuan. Regarding him with earnest eyes, Qin Chuan, we at Hui Chuan engage solely in business. We harbor no inclination for violence. Your act of sending Feng Xing to slay Wang De was at the behest of the state of Chu, and we shall not unjustly hold you accountable. Hui Chuan is most reasonable. Is that so? Qin Chuan scoffed. You, concealed within your black robe, do not even emerge for a face-to-face meeting. How can I place my trust in you? There is no rush. Let us first discuss the matter at hand. Once we reach an agreement, a meeting will naturally follow. Very well. I am indeed curious as to why you have gone to such lengths to seek my involvement. To take over the free society and topple the state of Chu. The cloaked man's declaration struck like a thunderbolt, causing Qin Chuan's pupils to constrict. Absolutely not. Qin Chuan promptly rejected the proposition. Qin Chuan, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. After I finish, you may find yourself in agreement. First, let me pose a question. Have you ever considered who leaked the codename of the Northern Fox? You operate clandestinely, merely gathering intelligence. How did the Free Society come to learn of your identity? You even made it onto the assassination list. Qin Chuan remained silent, yet he had long harbored suspicions. And if he was not mistaken, his conjectures were indeed correct. The man in the black robe chuckled softly and continued, with your intelligence. You must realize that within the 6 gates, there are those who deliberately wish for your demise, am I right? You have rendered such remarkable service to the Great Chu. Yet this very state cannot accommodate you. A cunning rabbit, when caught, leads to the demise of its hound. Qin Chuan, the day freedom meets its ruin shall also mark the day of your demise. Do you believe it? Qin Chuan nodded slightly this time, expressing his belief. The exchange of identities might not accommodate someone whose talent surpasses his own and who is disloyal to Chu. The options are either to eliminate him or to employ him for one's own purposes. The sole reason for sparing him lies in possessing absolute confidence to suppress him, ensuring he never surpasses one's own capabilities. Qin Chuan had long since made up his mind. Upon discovering the headquarters of the Free Will Society, he would find a way to temporarily depart from the state of Chu. He had already learned that the bloodline sensing distance after the token recognized its master was merely around 500 meters. As long as he ventured far enough, the state of Chu would be unable to locate him. The reason he had not yet departed was that he had not yet reaped sufficient benefits. coupled with a flicker of anticipation, for his mission was to integrate into the state of Chu and ultimately vie for supremacy over the world. Indeed. You are far more astute than Feng Xiaoyan, the black-robed man remarked, his gaze filled with approval. Are you not curious as to why, among so many, we at Huichuan have chosen you? I am eager to hear more. Qin Xuan was indeed intrigued. Firstly, you undoubtedly possess the aptitude of a third-grade talent, with adequate resources. Your advancement would be swift. While others may be unaware, we at Huichuan recognize that your preceding 80 years have been squandered, a life unfulfilled until its twilight. The black-robed man paused, clearing his throat before continuing. Rest assured, everyone has their own opportunities. We at Huichuan do not covet yours. Secondly, your eyes possess a unique talent that holds immense potential. Huichuan greatly requires your assistance in the times to come. Lastly, you do not harbor affection for the great state of Chu, do you? Qin Xuan shook his head. Your Excellency, you are mistaken. The great Chu is indeed quite formidable, far surpassing the free society in countless ways. This is a fact. The figure in the black robe nodded in agreement and inquired, Qin Xuan, what do you think? Shall we collaborate? Qin Xuan remained silent. His life was indeed easily traceable. Dr. Qin was still alive, and several neighbors remained among the living. With a modicum of effort, one might discern some subtle clues. He neither rejected nor accepted the proposition, but inquired, may I take some time to contemplate? The man in the black robe, however, shook his head, asserting, that is not permissible. Are you attempting to threaten me? Qin Xuan retorted. No, the black-robed figure hurriedly gestured. Huichuan engages solely in transactions, not threats. Why did Wang De meet his demise? It was because he failed to adhere to the principles of commerce. I shall never threaten you. I will only seek a sincere partnership with you. My not permissible is due to the fact that I have yet to finish speaking. Firstly, we can ensure that you need not leave the kingdom of Chu, nor face death. Moreover, we offer you an irresistible piece of information. What information could possibly be irresistible? Qin Xuan questioned, his curiosity piqued. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the eyes of the black-robed man. Qin Xuan, originally from Shitu Alley in the eastern city of Shaqing, son of Qin Dazhuang and Lu Xiaohua. 80 years ago, when Shaqing fell, your parents perished under tragic circumstances. You also have a younger sister who was abducted by barbaric invaders, her fate unknown. Yet we possess knowledge regarding your sister. What did you say? Qin Xuan's heart quivered with excitement. Where is she? Is she alive? Is she well? Do not rush, the black-robed man replied, his gaze imbued with an enigmatic allure. Can we now proceed to collaborate? Qin Xuan momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his calm. Relying on Huichuan's intelligence, they could easily ascertain their background. His sister had been abducted at the tender age of 5, and with her fate uncertain, they could easily deceive him. However, he had to admit that he was intrigued and thus inquired, Your Excellency, with Feng Xiaoyan still alive, how can I possibly lift the burden of the Freedom Society? He would soon meet his demise. As long as you agree, I can reveal the location of their headquarters to you. The Qinglong will not spare him. Moreover, I would facilitate your escape, even if it meant exposing a crucial pawn within the 6 doors to eliminate the threat of the blood token. What is it that you desire? Qin Xuan was genuinely tempted. After all, the mission was ambiguously defined, and failure bore no repercussions. Survival was paramount. Wang should have mentioned it to you. Given your intellect, you must understand our needs. The wordless steel? Claps resounded as the figure in black applauded once more. Indeed, our primary objective is the wordless steel. Secondly, the number of cultivators in Chu is insufficient, and the control is excessively stringent, severely hampering our business endeavors. Thus, the annihilation of the Chu state is imperative. Yet the Freedom Society is merely a collection of inept individuals. Why does Huichuan believe I can succeed? Qin Xuan found it curious how they had such unwavering faith in themselves. You need not concern yourself with that. We have our own evaluative methods. Now you may respond. Shall we collaborate? The gaze of the figure in black was filled with sincerity. Chapter 87. Qinglong in the 48th year of Tiansheng, on the 20th day of June. A falcon soared over Chushan, landing upon the arm of Chu Tianqua, who was leisurely fishing in the back garden. He removed the paper tube from the falcon's leg and casually opened it, immediately rising to his feet. They had located the headquarters of the Freedom Society and the whereabouts of Feng Xiaoyan, Fufeng County, Yixingha. He abruptly stood, his flowing black hair rising as if moved by an unseen wind, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable, killing intent. Feng Xiaoyan, I have sought you for far too long. With a swift movement, he vanished without a trace. In Shaqing, Qin Chuan and his companions anxiously awaited within the 6 doors. Captainy, how long until Lord Qinlong arrives from Xinjing? Qin Chuan paced back and forth, visibly agitated. The headquarters of the Freedom Society housed over 80 members, more than half of whom were 5th-grade experts, alongside Feng Xiaotian. Could Lord Qinlong handle this alone? Yixinghe offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Fear not, with Lord Qinlong's intervention. The Freedom Society is destined for annihilation. We shall simply await the outcome." Captain, Feng Xing also rose, expressing concern. Is there a chance the news could leak? Allowing them to escape? That should not be a concern. None of us who are privy to this information have left this place. The anticipation of monumental success was palpable, as if everyone could hardly contain themselves. At noon, while they were dining, a phantom figure emerged from the distance, drawing near to the hall. The first impression that everyone had upon seeing him was, what a stunningly handsome youth. Even someone as dashing as Yixinghe paled in comparison to this individual. Greetings, Lord Qinlong. Yixinghe quickly bowed. The others were similarly taken aback, and they all bowed in unison. We pay our respects to Lord Qinlong. No need for formalities. Qinlong waved his hand, turning to Qin Chuan with a warm smile. You must be the North Fox, correct? Yes, my lord. Ah, you are quite impressive. I have heard of you from Zhuke. Once you complete this task, come to Chushan for cultivation. How does that sound? The crowd cast envious glances at Qin Chuan, particularly Yixinghe. Qin Chuan answered honestly, obeying Lord Qinlong's command. Haha. Qinlong patted his shoulder and turned to the others, saying, Baihux's merits are so substantial that I am at a loss as to how to reward him. So do not envy. With diligence, all things are possible. We understand. Qilong displayed a satisfied smile and then gazed at Yixing. Xinghe, Nian Nian has been constantly mentioning your completion of this matter. You should return to Chushan. Yixing's face broke into a radiant smile. Thank you, Lord Qinlong. Still calling me Qinlong? Thank you, master. Yixing knelt down immediately. Qinlong helped him up, sighing. Do not hold a grudge against me for the rules of the past. We both must adhere to them. Now, with the country in turmoil and His Majesty planning to reform the governance, you should not dwell on this matter any longer. Yes, master, I shall heed your teachings. Qilong patted his shoulder and then approached the dining table, widening his eyes as he surveyed the spread. Oh, the fare is quite splendid. He then picked up a piece of meat with his hand and began to eat. Let us discuss the affairs of the Freedom Society while we dine. The others exchanged glances, having never witnessed such a side of Lord Qinlong. It is important to note that the man before them was the third on the heavenly rankings. An unparalleled powerhouse throughout the eastern continent, surpassed only by 2 others, one in Nanshu and another in eastern Han. In the Great Chu, he was indeed the strongest and the head of the 6 gates. At this moment, Yixing smiled and said, Such is my master. There is no need for everyone to stand on ceremony. Please, sit and enjoy the meal. With that, he pulled Qin Chuan down to sit. While eating, Qinlong inquired, Are you certain? Where are this group of rats hiding? Yixing replied, 63 kilometers north of She, there is a hurricane island, named for the strong winds that frequently blow there each summer. It was once a stronghold for water bandits, but now the Freedom Society has relocated their headquarters there. How did you discover them? It was Baihux. His neighbor is a fisherman who, while secretly delivering supplies to Hurricane Island, was unexpectedly spotted by Baihux. Qin Chuan nodded, continuing the conversation. Indeed, this is quite unexpected. I was unable to sleep in the middle of the night and decided to practice with my gun. However, I noticed him sneaking out, and out of curiosity, I followed him. To my astonishment, he headed upstream towards the northern bank of the Sandy River. With nothing else to do, I took a small boat to follow him and ultimately discovered the lair of the Free Association. Have you confirmed this? Qinlong turned to Yixinghe. Is Feng Xiaotian inside? Yixinghe nodded. Master, it cannot be wrong. That place is indeed the stronghold of the Free Association. As for whether Feng Xiaotian is there, he glanced at Qin Chuan, who assuredly replied, He is. I felt a twinge of curiosity, Beihu. How do you discern the strength of a martial artist? Qinlong chuckled and looked at him. I'm afraid I do not know. Qin Chuan lowered his head. Haha. Qinlong burst into laughter. Fear not. I have no intention of coveting your unique talent. I too possess a special gift, as does Xinghe. Indeed. Yixinghe smiled awkwardly, sensing something unusual. It seems master does not favor brother Qin Chuan. Has he offended you? Subsequently, Qilong inquired about each individual, while the others cautiously responded. Once the meal concluded, Qinlong patted his belly. All right, I am full. It is time to get to work. Let us proceed to eliminate those wretched rodents. Yes. Qinlong vanished in an instant, and the others hurried to follow suit. Before long, they arrived at the northern bank of the sandy river. Qilong stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void. That must be the island ahead. He pointed to a distant small island. Yes, my lord. Qin Chuan replied. Well then, follow me and remember to protect Beihu. Let us go. In a heartbeat, Qilong appeared atop the small island. 1,000-meter-long dragon erupted from the void, engulfed in roaring flames, and suddenly dove downwards. Abruptly, a massive blade of light descended, cleaving the dragon in two. Chu Tianqua. A man wielding a great sword stood in the void, his expression grave as he regarded Qinglong. Aha! Feng Xiaodian, you are indeed here. Qinglong laughed heartily, conjuring a great halberd into his hand. Look, there is no wind on Hurricane Island today, signaling your doom. Prepare to die. With the halberd in hand, Qilong, ablaze with flames, instantly materialized beside Feng Xiaodian and struck down with a fierce blow. Feng Xiaodian swiftly blocked the attack. Clang! A terrifying shockwave rippled through the void. Feng Xing hurriedly pulled Qin Chuan back, retreating frantically. After all these years, I see you have made no progress. Die! Qinglong unleashed a barrage of frenzied attacks. His speed so swift that the onlookers could barely comprehend. All they witnessed were flashes of red and blue light colliding incessantly. The energy from the collision generated shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding void for several kilometers. This left some members of the Free Association on Hurricane Island too fearful to take flight, for they understood that the moment they ascended, the shockwaves would shatter them in an instant. Chapter 88. Is there such a fortunate occurrence? In mere moments, a cerulean light streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing into the sandy river below and sending up a tremendous splash. Subsequently, the Azure Dragon released his grip on the halberd, casting a glance at Hurricane Island. A den of filth and corruption. Annihilate. He extended his palm, forcefully reversing his hand and pressing downward. Above the island, a colossal hand engulfed in flames materialized out of thin air and came crashing down. Boom. The earth trembled, the river surged, and the island was instantly submerged. Water began to pour into the imprint left by the gigantic hand, and not a single figure could be seen standing on the island anymore. The Azure Dragon fixed his gaze intently upon the river below, arms outstretched, his eyes brimming with overwhelming murderous intent. Feng Xiaodian. How foolish of me to have once regarded you as a brother. Yet you conspired with foreign enemies, seeking to obliterate my great Chu. Today, I shall ensure your demise here. Devastating dragon flame. Kill. From above the Azure Dragon's head, a